Vhumad God chapter 1548 to chapter 1633. With that said, his entire body seemed to have lost its luster. As a peerless genius, he had his own pride. But now, he discovered that he simply couldn't defeat his opponent. Even if he attacked, he feared that he would suffer the same fate as Hanli. Rather than that, he might as well directly admit defeat. When the surrounding people heard this, their scalps went numb. They didn't dare to believe it. They didn't think that Jiang Nantian would actually directly admit defeat. This was even more shocking than Hanli's defeat. One had to know that Jiang Nantian was a peerless genius. Such a person definitely had a stronger self-esteem than ordinary people. But now, his opponent had actually taken the initiative to admit defeat. This meant that he had absolutely no confidence in defeating Lin Shui. Perhaps not even the slightest bit. Otherwise, he absolutely wouldn't admit defeat. With that thought, everyone was extremely shocked. Just how powerful was Lin Xian? He had directly caused a genius of the great Xian Empire to admit defeat. This was definitely a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence. Alright, since it's like this, I won't make things difficult for you. Lin Xian nodded. Soon after, he restrained his aura and quickly floated down. Since his opponent had admitted defeat, there was no need for him to fight. Furthermore, he had already achieved his goal. Qiyu should be able to recommend him to enter the Dawn Zone. Lin Xian didn't go to Princess Kaidai. Instead, he found a quiet place and sat down cross-legged. Next, the competition continued. The martial artists under the various princesses and princes sparred. However, there was no match that was as exciting as Lin Xian and Hanli's dishes. Finally, all the battles ended. Princess Kaidai got her wish and entered the first echelon. Although the martial Dao assembly had ended and the various princesses and princes had left, the martial artists didn't. This was because there was still a grand banquet waiting for them. Lin Xian stood up and prepared to leave. But at this moment, a beautiful maid quickly arrived in front of him and respectfully said, "Young master, my princess invites you." "Yes." Lin Xian slightly nodded. He naturally knew that this was someone sent by Princess Kaidai. Therefore, he didn't decline and directly followed the other party. In a hall of the Misty Wave Villa, Princess Kaidai, Qiyu, and their subordinates were all gathered together. Everyone's face was filled with excitement, especially Princess Kaidai, who had a smile hanging on her beautiful face. Soon, they saw the beautiful maidservant bringing Lin Xian in. Immediately, everyone stood up. His subordinates were all nervous. After all, Lin Xian was an even more terrifying genius than Hanli. Being together with such a genius, they couldn't help but feel nervous and restrained. Princess Kaidai smiled and said, "Lin Gongzi, please sit." "All right." Lin Xian nodded, then sat down boldly. This time, Kaidai was able to enter the first group. "It's all thanks to Lin Gongzi." "It's nothing. I merely made an exchange with Fairy Qiyu. It's only natural for me to act," Lin Xian indifferently said. Soon after, he glanced at Qiyu and said, "Since I've already done it, I hope Fairy Qiyu won't forget your promise. Don't worry, I will definitely be able to let you enter the Dawn Zone. However, it's hard to say what kind of identity you'll have. But with your strength, you should be able to quickly climb up," Qiyu said. At that moment, Princess Kaidai asked, "Why does Lin Gongzi want to join the Dawn Zone? Why not join my great Xian Empire? The colored disc will definitely treat young master with the highest courtesy." In truth, the great Xian Empire and the Dawn Zone were equal in strength. This was why she was so confident in keeping Lin Xian. "Many thanks for Princess's good intentions, but I've already decided to join the Dawn Zone." Lin Xian shook his head and refused. In truth, if it weren't for the Niwa of Gojoseon's wish, Lin Xian wouldn't join the Dawn Zone either. He would find a sacred land to join. Thus, he wouldn't join the great Xian Empire even more. Seeing Lin Xian's decisive refusal, Princess Kaidai was disappointed. However, after a while, she said, "Men, bring the gift I've prepared." Soon, a cultivator in black armor walked over with a wooden box. The wooden box was a foot tall and had exquisite carvings on it. It was obvious at a glance that it was made of high-quality wood. "What is this?" Everyone was puzzled. Even Lin Xian was curious. Princess Kaidai smiled and said, "Open it." As she said this, her eyes flickered. It was obvious that she was very confident in her gift. The cultivator in black armor heard the order and immediately opened the square box. Inside was a Buddha statue. The statue was very lifelike. However, there were 3 sword slashes on the statue. This is? Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He wasn't unfamiliar with this kind of gift. He had seen it before in the Tianwu continent. However, the sword marks at that time paled in comparison to the ones now. The sword marks on the Buddha statue must have been left by a peerless swordsman. That was because the remnant aura made his heart palpitate. Moreover, not only was the aura sharp, the sword marks seemed to contain a very mysterious energy. At this time, Princess Kaidai said, "I paid a great price to collect this Buddha statue. The 3 sword marks on it are very mysterious and ever-changing. If you can understand it, it will definitely be a great fortune for a swordsman. I was reluctant to take it out before. Today, I'll give it to Lin Gongzi." Hearing this, the surrounding cultivators sucked in a breath of cold air. Their eyes were full of envy. They weren't weak. Naturally, they could feel the mysterious power contained in the sword marks. It could be said that this was a priceless treasure. However, they could only be envious. There was no other way. Because they couldn't get such a treasure. Perhaps if it were someone else, they wouldn't be able to get it either. Perhaps only Lin Xian could make Princess Kaidai give such a treasure. As for Lin Xian, he took a deep breath. The reason for that was because those 3 sword scars were extremely useful to him. So in the next moment, he quickly nodded. "In that case, I won't be polite. However, I still won't stay here. But, I can help you one more time. No matter what, no matter who the enemy is, I can help you once. But there's only one chance. I hope you'll take it seriously." "Really?" Hearing this, Princess Kaidai was excited. Then, "Thank you very much, Lin Gongzi." To be honest, she was originally very disappointed. Because even after giving away the Buddha statue, she didn't keep Lin Xian. However, when she heard Lin Xian's words, she suddenly smiled. No matter when or what kind of enemy she faced, Lin Xian would help her at least once. This was definitely a very precious condition. One had to know that Lin Xian was already very powerful now, and from the looks of it, he was only in his 20s. His future achievements could be said to be limitless. With such a person agreeing to help her, even if she encountered a huge problem in the future, it would probably be solved. Kaidai thanked Lin Gongzi here. "You're welcome." Lin Xian nodded, then put away the Buddha statue. Then, he turned to look at Chiyu. Chiyu naturally knew what he meant, so she said, "I might stay here for a few more days." "If you don't have anything else to do, stay here for a few more days. When things here are over, I'll take you to Danzong." "Alright, in that case, I won't disturb you." Lin Xian stood up. "Xiao Shui, take Lin Gongzi to the courtyard to rest." The beautiful little maid from before once again took Lin Xian away. In the next few days, Lin Xian stayed in the Yanba mountain villa. However, he did not participate in any banquets. Instead, he went into seclusion and began to comprehend the 3 sword scars on the Buddha statue. The 3 sword scars were indeed incomparably profound and contained supreme sword Tao. Even Lin Xian could not fully comprehend them in a short period of time. However, every time he comprehended, his understanding of the sword Tao deepened by a lot. Combined with his previous battle experience, this time, he created 3 sword moves based on the 3 sword scars. The first move, Azure Dragon Break, this was a very powerful move. The second move, Underworld Waning Moon Break. This move not only incorporated the power of the sword scars, but also the characteristics of Death's Door. To be more precise, it was Death's Door that inspired him to use this move. This was because he had been absorbed by Death's Door and entered a very special space. If he did not have the Great Dragon Sword's soul and powerful combat strength, he would not have been able to return at all. Therefore, he had a lot of understanding of this move. Therefore, the second move was to directly use powerful sword chi to shatter the starry sky and send the enemy into an unknown space to be exiled. The third move, Mirror Still Water. This was a defensive sword technique that could increase the defense of the dragon sword domain. These three moves were created by Lin Xian by combining his own strength and the comprehension of the three sword scars. They were very suitable. Its power was also extraordinary, and it was definitely not inferior to an earth-tier martial skill. When he created these three moves, the banquet in the Yanba mountain villa also ended. Because 5 days had passed, the banquet in Chang'an would eventually come to an end. And on this day, Jiu finally came to find him. Let's go. Alright. Lin Xian did not hesitate in the slightest and directly left Misty Wave Mountain Villa with Qiyu. Sky Martial Continent, War God Palace. At this moment, the Lin family had already integrated into the Palace of Gods of War and started their new lives. As for the Palace of Gods of Ares, other than operating normally, it would also pay attention to the situation in Wanling Valley because that was where Lin Zhan was in seclusion. And on this day, Wanling Valley suddenly shone brightly like a rainbow, shining in the sky. This scene directly alarmed everyone in the War God Palace. Countless elders rushed over and were very shocked. Could it be that the palace master had come out of seclusion? As expected, Wanling Valley slowly opened, and a crack appeared on the defensive array outside. Then, 2 figures walked out from inside. The person in front was a middle-aged man. He walked with majestic steps, and his gaze was dignified with a righteous aura. He was Lin Zhan, and beside him was a dignified and beautiful middle-aged woman. She was Lin Zhan's wife and also Lin Xian's mother. Their appearance caused a commotion in the War God Palace. Not only that, but Old Master Lin and the others also rushed over excitedly. Soon, the group was reunited. However, Lin Zhan would not stay for long this time. He quickly arranged a few backup plans and was about to leave the Sky Martial Continent. 2 of the most important things were that he had raised Old Master Lin and second Uncle Lin's cultivation. It allowed them to directly enter the half-step king realm. Moreover, he had left behind a large amount of natural treasures to ensure that they could become true kings. Other than that, he had also left behind a clone. He had spent a lot of effort to cultivate this clone, thus it was a lot stronger than the previous clone he had. Its strength was about the same as the heavenly netherbird from before. With this clone's protection, no one would be able to touch the Lin family. After doing all this, Lin Zhan brought his wife and left the Sky Martial Continent. With a wave of his hand, a jet-black spirit boat appeared. Then, the 2 of them boarded the spirit boat and turned into a black bolt of lightning as they charged into the endless sea. Danzong, a sect that focused on alchemists. Its status could be said to be one of the top after the Clan of the Ancients and the Peerless Sacred Grounds. Its location was not in the Great Xian Empire, but it was not far away. Of course, it was not far away in comparison. Even for kings like Lin Xian and Qiyu, they still flew for a total of 7 days. Along the way, Lin Xian looked around at the scenery of the mountains and was shocked. As expected of the eastern wilderness, a true great world. The mountains and rivers here were extremely magnificent. The mountains were majestic and connected to the cities, as if countless dragons were lying down. The river surged, and the river water surged, producing thunderous sounds. The spirit chi here was even denser than in the Sky Martial Continent. Of course, not only was the spirit chi abundant, but there were also many dangers. During this period, Lin Xian had seen more than one king demonic beast appear. There was even one time that he felt a great pressure. It was an unknown demonic beast. It was extremely huge, and when it spread its wings, it covered the sky like a dark cloud. It had a terrifying and overflowing aura. Fortunately, Lin Xian and Qiyu were not ordinary people. The 2 of them concealed their auras and hid in the cave below. Only then did they manage to escape. According to Qiyu, this was an extremely terrifying king demonic beast. If one encountered it head-on, there was no chance of survival. Of course, this was not the strongest king demonic beast. It was said that some of the peerless king demonic beasts were extremely terrifying and could destroy a country with a raise of their hand. That was terrifying. Of course, that kind of terrifying existence usually did not come out. Moreover, on the side of the human race, there were various sacred grounds and ancient families. They would not allow that kind of demonic beast to harm the human world. 7 days later, Qiyu and Lin Xian arrived near a mountain range. If we continue forward, we will be in the dawn zone. Qiyu looked at the majestic mountain range ahead and said with a smile. Wait in the city at the foot of the mountain. I will go back and arrange for you to enter the sect. But let me say this first. With my strength, I can only let you enter as an ordinary disciple. Any higher and I will not be able to. Ordinary disciple? Lin Xian's eyes flashed. That was enough. An ordinary disciple? Lin Xian's eyes flashed. That's enough. As long as he could enter the Dawn Zone, Lin Xian would be satisfied. After all, he had come with a mission. He didn't know much about the Niwa of Gojoseon, and he also didn't know much about the 10,000 Beast Ding. That was because the 10,000 Beast Ding had only been obtained after the Niwa of Gojoseon left the Dawn Zone. So, what exactly had happened to the Niwa of Gojoseon in the Dawn Zone? Why had he been killed in the Tianwu continent? Lin Xian had to find out all of this himself. Then, Chu Yu's figure flashed and flew directly to the Dawn Zone. He first went to a city near the center of Dawn Zone to wait. Lin Xian turned into a ray of sword light and flew quickly. However, he was extremely shocked. Near the Dawn Zone, there were hundreds of cities densely packed together. It was like a small country. And this was only the periphery of the Dawn Zone. In the depths of the mountain range, there were even more palaces and waterfalls. It was a celestial scene. Lin Xian withdrew his aura and quickly landed in a nearby city. He found an inn to rest. The next day, he received a letter from Chu Yu. The matter had been settled. Chu Yu gave him two choices. The first was to join the Dawn Zone as a martial artist and be responsible for the sect's security. This was a good starting position, but it wouldn't be too high in the end. The second choice was to join the sect as an alchemist. However, this choice required Lin Xian to pass some tests. He could only join the sect after he passed the tests. Lin Xian didn't hesitate and directly chose the second choice. After all, he also wanted to see what was so special about the Dawn Zone's alchemy techniques. He was also an alchemist, and he had never stopped practicing alchemy. At this moment, his alchemy skills had already reached the Grandmaster realm, and he was able to refine Xian pills that surpassed the 9th grade. Only such profound pills were useful to King Realm cultivators, whereas, the medicinal pills below the profound pill, even if it was a 9th grade medicinal pill, were extremely useless to King Realm cultivators. In addition to the letter, there was also a token that Lin Xian used to enter Dawn Zone. With the token in hand, Lin Xian left the inn. Dawn Zone was incomparably bright. The mountain range stretched as far as the eye could see. This was a colossus. It was a very powerful existence below the clan of the ancients and the peerless Holy Lands. Ordinary people would not dare to come here and behave atrociously. Of course, for those alchemists who wanted to join the Dawn Zone, there was a special testing place. It was a valley at the foot of the mountain where dozens of palaces had been built. That place was used to test alchemists. When Dawn Zone recruited disciples, they didn't look at one's current strength, but talent. The level of talent determined how far one could go in the future, and that was what Dawn Zone valued the most. Of course, one had to have a certain foundation. Moreover, those who could come to Dawn Zone to participate in the test were not ordinary people. However, no matter how extraordinary they did not dare to act presumptuously in front of Dawn Zone. At this moment, many people had gathered in the valley, and they were all waiting silently. Among these people, there were children of 7 or 8 years old, teenagers of 15 or 16 years old, and even youths in their 20s. There were even some elderly people among them. In any case, there were people of all ages. They all had a sincere heart and wanted to join Dawn Zone. Lin Xian also arrived in front of the valley, but he did not stop. Instead, he walked straight in. This scene immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding cultivators, and many people even started to whisper. Who is this guy? He doesn't know the rules and dares to walk in directly? Yeah, he looks like a hothead. He'll definitely be killed if he goes in like this. Hee, that's good too. With one less competitor, my chances of entering the Pill Ancestor sect will be slightly higher. Sigh, yeah. Every year, there are some hotheads who don't care about Dawn Zone's rules and barge in directly. I remember that a young man was here a while ago, and he even wanted to use force to barge in. In the end, he was sent flying with a punch. The crowd discussed animatedly as they looked at Lin Xian, their eyes filled with schadenfreude. At this moment, a cold voice came from the valley. Stop. Who are you? How dare you be so rude? Danzong is not a place where you can enter as you wish. If you want to enter Danzong, not only do you have to have talent, you also have to have an opportunity. Kneel outside and wait. When your opportunity arrives, someone will let you in. Along with the voice came a figure. It was a young man in a robe. His eyes were filled with arrogance, as if he did not care about anyone. It could not be helped. These Danzong disciples had the right to be arrogant. That was because Danzong was a colossus in this place. It was an absolutely transcendent existence. In fact, many of the surrounding countries had to submit to Danzong. Behind the young man in the robe, there were countless figures flashing. Clearly, they were also Danzong disciples. If anyone dared to make a move, they would not hesitate to kill them. Lin Xian stopped in his tracks and narrowed his eyes. He took out the token and said slowly, "I'm here to take the test." The token was simple and unadorned. The word Dan was engraved on it. There was a red glow on its surface, and a fiery aura could be felt. This was Danzong's token. Outsiders could not forge it. The young man in the robe trembled when he saw the token. The arrogance on his face disappeared and was replaced by a solemn expression. He carefully took the token and said, "Wait here. I'll go and inform them." With that, the young man in the robe entered the valley again. As for the surrounding people, they began to whisper to each other. Some of them were even filled with shock. What's going on? He wasn't killed? That's right. This isn't Danzong's style. Could it be? What other background does this kid have? The group of people discussed animatedly. They were very puzzled. However, not long after, the young man in the robe came out again. You must be Lin Xian. Follow me. You are qualified to join Danzong, but we still have to test your aptitude. Hearing that, Lin Xian nodded. Jiu had already explained this to him. Therefore, he took a step forward and followed the young man in the robe. What? He went in. He actually went in. The people behind him widened their eyes when they saw this scene. They originally thought that Lin Xian would be killed, but they did not expect him to be invited in. This was indeed beyond their expectations. Heavens, who exactly is this kid? How could he enter Danzong so easily? Look at the token he took out earlier. It should be Danzong's token. This kid's background is definitely not simple. Everyone was extremely envious. The valley wasn't large, but it was surrounded by palaces. Furthermore, there were quite a few spirit medicines growing inside. Many of them didn't exist in the Tianwu continent. However, Lin Xian recognized them. This was because he had the inheritance of Lord Alcohol and Miwa of Gojoseon. Thus, he had a very precise grasp of the knowledge of these herbs. There was basically no herb that he didn't recognize. Soon, he entered a palace. This palace had a total of 6 floors. Each floor was filled with books. Lin Xian glanced at them and found that most of them were books on alchemy. There were recipes, identification of herbs, and medicinal effects. There were also flames, pill furnaces, and so on. In short, everything related to alchemy was here. It could be said that there was a wealth of knowledge. Finally, Lin Xian followed the pill-robed youth to the 5th floor. There was a middle-aged man sitting there. At this moment, he was holding an ancient book in his hand and carefully reading it. The book was slightly yellowed, and the pages were somewhat curly. It was obvious that it had been flipped through countless times. However, at this moment, the middle-aged man was holding it in his hand as if it were a treasure. Lin Xian looked ahead and was slightly surprised. This was because the flame aura on this person's body was very strong. It even surpassed the blue sky flames and the mysterious flame in Han Li's hand. There was no need to think about it. The other party should have grasped an extremely terrifying flame. In addition, he also felt an extremely powerful soul power from the other party. Even he was shocked by this soul force. The other party was definitely an alchemist, and a very terrifying one at that. He didn't expect to meet such a person as soon as he arrived in Danzong. "Martial uncle, I brought him," the pill-robed youth said respectfully. "Yes, I know. the middle-aged man in front of him said indifferently. However, he didn't immediately raise his head and continued to read the ancient book in his hand. The pale-robed youth respectfully left, leaving only Xianxia behind. After a while, the middle-aged man raised his head and closed the ancient book in his hand. With a wave of his hand, the ancient book floated to the side of the bookshelf. Then, he picked up the command medallion on the table and asked with a flickering gaze. "You are Xian?" "Yes." Xian nodded. At this moment, he had already retracted his aura, making him look like an ordinary person. However, there was a very calm expression on his face. "Not bad. To be able to resist my pressure, it seems that your strength is definitely not ordinary. I heard about your situation from Chiyu. To be able to defeat Hanli, his battle prowess is truly astonishing. However, I'm very curious. If you were to enter the other sects, you would probably be treated very well. But why did you enter Danzong?" At the end of his speech, his gaze became sharp, like two sharp swords that wanted to see through Xian. But Xian was still as calm as ever. The great dragon sword soul within his body quickly revolved, offsetting this pressure. "Other than being a martial artist, I'm also an alchemist. Naturally, I want to join Danzong and learn more advanced alchemy techniques." An alchemist, the middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. To be honest, he couldn't believe that the other party was actually an alchemist. "Prove it?" Xian nodded slightly. Then, his soul power surged out. The middle-aged man was immediately shocked. He didn't expect that the other party's soul power would be so strong. "Not bad. Normal people don't have such a strong soul. Kid, it seems that your talent is quite good." The middle-aged man nodded slightly and waved his hand. Suddenly, the wall in front of him flickered and quickly opened, revealing a painting. There were two yin-yang fishes, one white and one black. They blended together and were extremely profound. "Take a closer look. How many changes can you see?" As the middle-aged man's voice faded, the yin-yang diagram on the painting began to quickly spin. The black and white diagram seemed to become black and white fishes that quickly swam away. 72, Xian glanced at it and quickly said. "What about now?" The middle-aged man asked again. The yin-yang fishes in front of him were moving faster and faster. 360 types. 1800, 7200. 12,000 types. When Xian said this number, the middle-aged man was stunned. He didn't expect the young man in front of him to be able to see so many changes. The yin-yang diagram in front of him was a treasure of the Danzong. It was very special. Although it didn't have much attacking power, it could be used to test a martial artist's soul power. The yin-yang fishes had thousands of changes. A martial artist could only capture the changes through their soul power. The stronger the soul power, the more changes one could capture. Generally speaking, seeing 3,600 changes was enough to enter the Danzong. With more than 5,000 changes, one would be considered a decent genius. Even better ones would see 7,000 to 8,000 changes. As for those with more than 10,000 changes, they would be considered a genius. This kind of person had extremely high soul power. It was impossible for normal martial artists to cultivate it. Unless the other party had a cultivation technique that specialized in soul power or consumed some heavenly treasure. It was even rarer to be able to see 12,000 changes as soon as one entered the sect. It could be said that there were very few people. Therefore, Xian's soul power really shocked him. "Your soul power isn't bad. What about your knowledge of spiritual herbs?" The middle-aged man flicked his finger and 3 drops of liquid floated in the air. "Can you tell what kind of spirit herbs these are made from?" "There are 42 types. There are purple spiral flowers, extreme spiritual herbs," Xian said one by one with a calm expression. This made the middle-aged man even more shocked. His spiritual liquid was made with dozens of spiritual herbs. Normal people wouldn't be able to tell the difference. But this young man in front of him was able to recite them as if they were his family's treasures. It seemed that he was indeed an alchemist. "Very good, you pass." The middle-aged man was very satisfied. "With your talent and current strength, you can ignore the outer sect disciples and directly become an inner sect disciple." "Thank you, senior." Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, you can now go to the inner sect to report. The middle-aged man flipped his hand and took out a new token. He handed it to Lin Xian. This is your identity token. Engrave your soul power on it. Don't lose it. After saying this, the middle-aged man sat down again. With a wave of his hand, the books on the bookshelf in the distance seemed to be carried by a pair of invisible hands and floated over again. The middle-aged man ignored Lin Xian and continued to read the ancient books. As for Lin Xian, he took the new inner sect disciple token and left the hall. When he went out, he found that the red-robed young man from before was still waiting outside. Oh, how do I get to that door? Lin Xian asked. Inner sect, the red-robed young man heard this and suddenly raised his head. His eyes were full of shock. You entered the inner sect? Lin Xian nodded and took out the token. Suddenly, the red-robed young man sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Lin Xian as if he was looking at a monster. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Lin Xian asked curiously. Senior brother, you're new here. You don't know what being an inner sect disciple means, the young man explained quickly. His attitude changed quickly, and he even addressed Lin Xian as senior brother. The disciples of the Danzong are divided into outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, and core disciples. There are also personal disciples. However, there are very few personal disciples. There are only a few of them. Furthermore, the headmaster and the various elders no longer accept personal disciples. Therefore, personal disciples can be seen as special core disciples. From the outer sect to the inner sect, there is a threshold. Most of the outer sect disciples are free-range, and they do some chores. They can be said to be the lowest level of the sect. But it's different for inner sect disciples. They are already considered elites. They enjoy a lot of resources and have the opportunity to listen to the teachings of the elders. It can be said that their treatment has improved a lot. However, it's very difficult to become an inner sect disciple. Every year, only a small number of outstanding outer sect disciples can become inner sect disciples. The competition is very fierce. Some people have been in the outer sect for more than 10 years, but they still haven't become inner sect disciples. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. He finally understood why this young man in front of him had such an attitude. He became an inner sect disciple the moment he entered. This starting point was far beyond everyone's imagination. Lin Xian nodded slightly, then asked, then what's the deal with core disciples? Tell me more about it. Core disciples are the elites of the elites. It's even more difficult to become a core disciple from an inner sect disciple. Some people have been in the inner sect for more than 100 years, but they still can't become a core disciple. Core disciples have a lot of power. They even have the right to kill. There are even some very powerful core disciples who are not weaker than some elders. It's just that they haven't made any great contributions to the sect, so they can't be made elders. However, their strength is very terrifying. I see. Lin Xian nodded, indicating that he understood. It seemed that the identity of an inner sect disciple was not guaranteed. He had to get the identity of a core disciple as soon as possible so that he could better interact with the Danzong. After all, the Niwa of Gojoseon was something that happened hundreds of years ago. Ordinary disciples would never be able to come into contact with this kind of secret. Only those in the upper echelons would be able to obtain clues. The young man in the red robes led Lin Xian to the inner sect area, but didn't enter. He said to Lin Xian, "Senior brother, I'm just an outer sect disciple. I can't enter the inner sect. You'll have to rely on yourself from now on." Okay. Lin Xian nodded and entered the inner sect alone. However, Lin Xian did not fumble around on his own. After entering the inner sect, there were specialized people to guide him. Very quickly, he was assigned to an independent courtyard. Every inner disciple could enjoy a mobile independent courtyard as their own residence. From the conversation, Lin Xian also learned that the treatment of core disciples was even better. They could even occupy a mountain peak and use it as their own residence. Some powerful core disciples could even enslave outer sect disciples and order inner sect disciples to do things for them. It could be said that he had a lot of power. Lin Xian chose a courtyard and stayed there. He did not act immediately. Instead, he cultivated silently to accumulate his strength. Just like that, he stayed in the inner sect. On the other hand, outside Danzong, there was a test going on for the past few days. Countless outer sect disciples were trying their best to enter the inner sect. Among them, there was a beautiful young girl who also wanted to take the test. The young girl was beautiful, but her expression was a little arrogant. She raised her chin like a proud little princess. At that moment, there were many young men around her. There are 10 spots to enter the inner sect this time. I'll definitely get one. The young girl said proudly. Of course. The surrounding warriors quickly flattered her. Beside her, there were a few arrogant disciples. They were also elites of the outer sect and were very confident of entering the inner sect. Among them, there was a young man in a red robe. He looked at the young girl and smiled. That's for sure. Sister Ting, we'll enter together. However, after entering the inner sect, you'll have to rely on your brother. When the time comes, don't forget about me. Hearing the compliments around her, the young girl called Fong Ting became even more proud. Of course. Don't worry, my brother is very powerful in the inner sect. After we enter, I'll ask him to take care of you. When the surrounding disciples heard that, they were envious. They knew that Fong Ting was very powerful. At such a young age, she had become a top outer sect disciple and was about to enter the inner sect. Not only that, she had an even more powerful brother who was in the inner sect. It could be said that no one dared to bully her. She would probably be a proud daughter of the heavens if she entered the inner sect. Everyone was discussing animatedly. However, at that moment, the results of the test were released. Immediately, everyone craned their necks and looked nervously. The young girl called Fong Ting also became nervous. To be honest, although she was quite talented, there were many people in the outer sect who were more talented and stronger than her. Therefore, she was not completely confident. However, when she saw that her name was ranked 10th, her delicate little face immediately revealed a smug smile. 10th, although it was a little worse than she had imagined, she was still very satisfied. That was because she knew that there were only 10 spots to enter the inner sect this time. In other words, as long as she entered the top 10, she would definitely be able to enter the inner sect. Ha 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 ha. That's great. I've finally entered the inner sect. One after another, exclamations of surprise sounded. Obviously, these were the top 10 disciples. Soon, the outer sect elder walked over quickly with a scroll in his hand. As for Fong Ting and the other top 10 disciples, they all had smug smiles on their faces as they quickly walked out and stood in front. They knew that it was time to announce the results. Sure enough, the outer sect elder slowly said, "Next, I will announce your candidates to enter the inner sect. Huang Kai, Zhao Dong, Qin Feng." The outer sect elder read out 9 names in a row. They were all disciples ranked in the top 9. Fong Ting listened with a smug expression. However, when it was her turn, she suddenly stopped. The outer sect elder slowly put away the scroll and said in a deep voice, "From today onwards, the 9 of you will be inner sect disciples. After entering the inner sect, you must cultivate well. You must not slack off." "Yes, disciple obeys." Qin Feng and the other 9 disciples nodded respectfully. The surrounding crowd was in an uproar. What was going on? There were only 9 people. Why were there only 9? Fong Ting quickly said, "Elder, why didn't you read my name? What's going on? There are only 9 people. Why are there only 9? Everyone was puzzled. Fong Ting quickly said, "Elder, why didn't you read my name?" After the outer sect elder heard that, he said in a deep voice, "There are only 9 spots to enter the inner sect this time, so only the top 9 will be chosen." 9? How is that possible? Fong Ting looked anxious. Didn't we say that there were a total of 10 spots? Why is there 1 less? That's right, elder. Haven't the spots been decided before? Qin Feng, who had become an inner sect disciple, was also puzzled. There were indeed 10 spots before, but a few days ago, a disciple came to join Danzong and became an inner sect disciple directly. So naturally, there will be 1 less spot for you. What? Someone became an inner sect disciple directly? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. One had to know that they knew the rules of Danzong. Usually, those who came were outer sect disciples. It was rare to hear someone become an inner sect disciple directly. Impossible. Damn it, how is that possible? Fang Ting screamed. She was originally full of confidence and thought that she would definitely be able to enter the inner sect this time. However, she did not expect that something like this would happen. This is against the rules. I'm in the top 10, so I should enter the inner sect. Fang Ting said quickly. However, the outer sect elder snorted coldly, noisy. Is this a place for you to behave atrociously? This is the sect's decision. What are you unhappy about? At the end of his sentence, his voice was extremely cold and even emitted a powerful aura. No, no. Feeling this aura, Fang Ting was scared silly and quickly knelt on the ground. Seeing this, the outer sect elder said in a deep voice, with your talent, you will definitely be able to enter the inner sect next time after cultivating for a period of time. This time, you can go back first. After saying that, he waved his hand and took Qin Feng and the other 9 inner sect disciples away. Only the shocked crowd was left. Damn it, this is too despicable. I have to find out who replaced me. I'm going to tear him into pieces. Fang Ting knelt on the ground and screamed crazily. The surrounding martial artists felt their scalps go numb. That was because they knew that the disciple who became an inner disciple was going to be in trouble. Fang Ting's brother was an extremely terrifying figure in the inner sect. With him around, he could kill anyone. For the past few days, Lin Xian had been cultivating in his room, but he would come out from time to time. In the vicinity of his courtyard, there were many spiritual herbs that he needed to take care of. He would hand over 70% of these spiritual herbs to the sect, and the remaining 30% would be his reward. This was an inner disciple. If he wanted to be promoted to a core disciple, he would only need to pay half of it. In the past few days, while Lin Xian was taking care of the spirit herbs, he also got to know some of the surrounding inner sect disciples. They were familiar with each other. One day, while Lin Xian was cultivating, someone suddenly knocked on his door. Lin Xian immediately opened his eyes. He stood up and opened the door. The person who knocked on the door was his neighbor. He was also an inner disciple, and his name was Zhou Hai. In addition to Zhou Hai, there were 2 or 3 other figures, all of whom were inner disciples nearby. What's the matter? Lin Xian asked. Usually, no one would disturb him during the day. Now that the other party was here, it meant that something had happened. There's a mission for us. Mission? Hearing that, Lin Xian frowned. He naturally knew that to become a disciple of the Danzong, he had to complete some sect missions. However, he did not expect that the mission would come so soon. Yes, it's like this. The cities near us have been losing spirit herbs recently. Sometimes, there are even obvious riots. It's obvious that it's man-made. According to various investigations, we finally found out that it's the people from the 10,000 Poison sect. Now, the sect has issued a mission to kill the people from the 10,000 Poison sect. Many inner sect disciples have already taken action because the reward this time is too good. Every time you kill a martial artist from the 10,000 Poison sect, you can get 1 sect contribution. 10 sect contribution points can be exchanged for a high-grade alchemy book, or a top-grade spiritual herb. Those spirit herbs are not the ones we planted. They are all extremely precious. Every one of them is worth a lot. It seems that the sect is really angry this time. Yes, especially those high-level alchemy books. Even the core disciples are tempted. I think many of them will go now. We want to go too, so we came to call you. How about it? Do you want to go together? Zhou Hai and the others asked. Okay, let's go take a look. Lin Xian nodded. He had nothing to do anyway. He could also get some spirit herbs and alchemy books by killing some of the people from the 10,000 Poison sect. He was happy. All of Lin Xian's belongings were on him, so there was nothing much to pack. He left with Zhou Hai and the others and flew to the city at the foot of the mountain. At the same time, Fang Ting was also contacting her brother in the inner sect through letters. Fang Li, Fang Ting's brother, was also an inner sect disciple. Moreover, he was a very powerful inner sect disciple. It could be said that everyone in the inner sect knew of Fong Li. When he found out that his sister's spot had been taken and she could not enter the inner sect, his face immediately darkened. Investigate. Who took my sister's spot? Fong Li said coldly to a few of his underlings beside him. Don't worry, young Master Fong. We'll investigate now. These followers were also inner sect disciples. They quickly went out to investigate. Soon, they returned. We found some information. That kid is called Lin Xian. He came 5 days ago. He did become an inner sect disciple directly, but we can't find out the reason. How strong is that kid? Fong Li asked in a deep voice. I don't know about his alchemy skills, but according to those who have seen him, he's only a 1-star king. 1-star king? Hearing this, Fong Li's frown deepened. The people around him sneered, how can he become an inner sect disciple directly with such a weak cultivation? Could that kid be an alchemy genius? Impossible. If he's really an alchemy genius, we should have known the moment he came in. But now, he's keeping a low profile. I'm afraid there's something fishy going on. Fong Li snorted, no matter who he is or how he came in, he must pay the price for taking my sister's spot. Let's go. Let's see what that Lin Xian is capable of. Fong Li snorted, then ran toward Lin Xian's courtyard. Along with him were a few other inner disciples from before. Along the way, many inner sect disciples saw this and their expressions changed. Isn't that Fong Li? Why does he look so pale? Where are they going? They don't look friendly. Oh my god, someone dares to provoke Fong Li? Isn't he afraid of death? I heard that someone took Fong Li's sister's place in the inner sect. I think Fong Li is going to find trouble with the other party. What? Is there such a thing? I think so. There is indeed a new disciple in the inner sect. I think his name is Lin Xian. Look at them, they are indeed going to Lin Xian's courtyard. The surrounding inner sect disciples are whispering. When they saw this, they followed them. Fong Li and his group stopped in front of Lin Xian's courtyard. This is the place? Fong Li looked ahead with a cold gaze. Yes, young Master Fong, this is the place. Wait, I'll get that kid to come out. One of the inner sect disciples said. Then, he took a step forward and shouted coldly, Lin, get out here. His voice was like thunder. It turned into a sharp sword and quickly spread inside. However, it was quiet inside. There was no response at all, let alone a person. Humph. How dare you put on airs in front of me? Seeing that there was no response, the inner sect disciple was very unhappy. He snorted coldly and waved his sleeve. Suddenly, a powerful force pushed forward. With a boom, the door and wall in front of him exploded. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. Is he going to do it himself? However, after waiting for a while, no one came out. Soon, a few inner sect disciples entered the courtyard at lightning speed and checked it out. Then, they came out and said, Young Master Fong, there is no one inside. No one? Hearing this, Fong Li frowned and asked coldly, do any of you know where that kid went? Whoever provides me with the clue, I'll give him a top-notch spiritual herb. Immediately, someone ran out and said, that kid with the surname Lin went to take a mission. The one from the 10,000 Poison Sect. A mission from the 10,000 Poison Sect? Hearing this, Fong Li narrowed his eyes and a cold smile appeared on his face. Then, with a flip of his palm, he took out a stalk of spirit grass and threw it to the man. How dare you take my younger sister's spot? No matter where you run, you won't be able to escape death. It just so happens that I'm also going to accept the mission from the 10,000 Poison Sect. I'll take care of that brat while I'm at it. Fong Li sneered and left with his men. Upon seeing this, the surrounding inner disciples shook their heads and sighed. Sigh, that Lin Xian is too unlucky. He actually offended Fong Li, that's right. With Fong Li's strength and methods, that kid definitely won't be able to gain any advantage. That's not all. If they meet him outside this time, that kid might lose his life. When the time comes, Fong Li will kill that kid and push the blame to the 10,000 Poison Sect. Even if the sect finds out anything, they won't care. Forget it. This matter has nothing to do with us. Let's not bother about it. The group of people left one after another. At the foot of the mountain, cities surrounded the mountain like stars. Although only a few days had passed, Lin Xian discovered that the appearance of this place had changed. Among them, many cities had been attacked. The city walls had collapsed, the houses were damaged, and deep holes had appeared on the ground. Not only that, but there was also a green mist in the surroundings that contained a deadly poison. Even kings had to be careful when dealing with it. According to Zhou Tian's introduction, this was a unique technique of the 10,000 Poisons sect. This green mist was extremely terrifying. It was condensed from many king-level demonic beasts. It could be said that it was extremely powerful. Anyone below the king level would definitely die if they touched it. As for king-level cultivators, if they accidentally inhaled it, they would lose a lot of their strength and might even be heavily injured. Therefore, they had to be careful when fighting against the 10,000 Poisons sect. Damn, these people from the 10,000 Poisons sect are really despicable. Yeah. Just this poisonous mist alone has consumed a lot of my spiritual energy. If we weren't kings, we probably wouldn't have been able to stay in this poisonous mist for too long. An inner disciple's face was gloomy. Obviously, the poisonous mist in the surroundings was a huge burden on him. These people were Lin Xian and the others. They had appeared in the city. Among them, Zhou Hai looked at Lin Xian's calm expression and asked in confusion. Brother Lin, could it be that you're not affected at all? Heavens, your spiritual energy is too strong, isn't it? Indeed, there were countless sword qi revolving around Lin Xian's body. Every sword qi was extremely sharp, and the poisonous mist couldn't get close to him at all. Zhou Hai and the others also used their own methods, but their expressions weren't as calm as Lin Xian's. Among them, Zhou Hai and another disciple called Yang Song were the strongest. Both of them were 2-star kings. The remaining 2 were late-stage 1-star kings. The 4 of them walked carefully, while Lin Xian checked the surroundings. By the way, Brother Lin, are you a swordsman? This sword qi is too sharp, isn't it? While the others were still envious, Lin Xian frowned and said in a deep voice, I seem to have found something strange. Strange? What is it? Zhou Hai and the others were puzzled. They were also alchemists, and their soul power was very strong. However, they didn't find anything strange at all. However, looking at Lin Xian's expression, it didn't seem like he was faking it. Therefore, they were very puzzled. Let's go, follow me. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian dashed forward. Although Zhou Hai and the others were puzzled, they still followed him. Soon, they left the city and entered the primeval forest. After flying for a while, Lin Xian's body swayed and flew down. Seeing this, Zhou Hai and the others also descended. Then, they widened their eyes in disbelief. Because there were countless corpses on the ground. However, most of the corpses had turned into white bones, and the remaining ones were rotting. Obviously, they were all poisoned to death. These are the warriors from those cities. It seems that they have fought with the 10,000 Poisons sect. The others gasped. The distance was too far. Ordinary people couldn't sense it at all. Even they couldn't sense it. However, Lin Xian seemed to have known it all along. Just how strong was his soul force? Lin Xian looked at the scene and frowned. What a strong poison. Not only had the corpses rotted, but the entire ground had also turned into a land of death. There was no trace of life. Furthermore, the poisonous gas would spread out and gradually fuse into the void to form a poisonous fog. It wouldn't be long before the whole place became a land of death. Not even a blade of grass would grow. Zhou Hai frowned. He summoned a white mouse from his king's domain and fed it a pill. Suddenly, the white mouse shone brightly. Its black little nose twitched as if it was looking for something. Then, it ran forward like a bolt of lightning. Zhou Hai was overjoyed and called out, Brother Lin, come quickly. We found their tracks. You found their tracks? Lin Xian was also surprised. He didn't expect Fang Ping to have such a trick up his sleeve. His figure flashed, and he followed behind. At this moment, the crimson dragon in his sleeve explained. This is a spirit-seeking mouse. It's a very intelligent beast with a very developed sense of smell. It can track people down. So that's how it is. Lin Xian nodded. He finally understood how Fan Ping was able to find the 10,000 poison sect's tracks. In front of them was a continuous mountain range. The peaks were thousands of feet high and looked like divine swords standing on the ground. When Lin Xian and the others arrived, they found that the spirit-seeking mouse was no longer flying. It seemed to have lost its way. What's going on? We lost them? Zhou Hai frowned. Obviously, he didn't expect his trick to fail. Lin Xian also frowned. He used his soul power to investigate, but he didn't find anyone around. However, he felt uneasy. At this moment, the Crimson Dragon transmitted, "Kid, be careful. I'm afraid it's a trap." Lin Xian nodded and was about to say something. However, all of a sudden, countless black shadows appeared all around them and surrounded them like ghosts. Sinister laughter resounded in the surroundings. It was like the laughter of evil spirits, causing one's scalp to go numb. "Who is it? Come out!" Zhou Hai and the others shouted. At the same time, their bodies shone with light to defend themselves. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes in surprise. Good trick. He didn't even detect their presence. It seems that these people from the 10,000 Poisons sect have some unusual tricks up their sleeves. Haha, I didn't expect it to be a few kids. You actually dared to chase us here. I have to say, you're really bold. A cold voice sounded. Oh no, it's the 10,000 Poisons sect. Zhou Hai's face changed. Everyone, be careful. Then, he roared, "Humph, remnants of the 10,000 Poisons sect, you've harmed the common people. How dare you come near my Danzong? You're courting death. I didn't expect you to be from Danzong. If that's the case, then all the more reason I can't let you live." Before he finished speaking, a green shadow flew out quickly. That green light is too terrifying. It's covering the sky and covering the earth. It's like a raging sea. It's heading straight for Zhou Hai. Scram! Zhou Hai roared and punched out. The fiery red fist carried a resplendent light that illuminated the surroundings as it quickly slammed into the green light. Boom, a terrifying sound rang out. More than half of the green light was melted by the fiery red fist. However, Zhou Hai did not have it easy either. He took 5 steps back, and the blood in his body was boiling. There was nothing he could do about it. That green attack was simply too terrifying. It wasn't powerful, but its strength was strange, and it even carried poisonous gas. Fortunately, he had been careful in defending himself, so the other party didn't succeed. I didn't expect you to be so strong. You actually survived my green demonic hand? But kid, don't be too proud. I only used half of my strength just now. This time, I'll use my full strength. Let's see if you can still block it. The cold voice rang out again, with a strong sense of mockery. Then, an extremely violent energy surged out and slammed towards Zhou Hai. Zhou Hai's face changed drastically. The previous attack was still too much for him to handle. However, now that the other party had used his full strength, the aura made him feel suffocated. Seeing that Zhou Hai was about to be swallowed by the green palm, Lin Xian made his move at this critical moment. He waved his hand, and a huge sword chi quickly formed. It shone brightly like a divine rainbow and quickly slashed forward. A terrifying murderous aura shot up to the sky. Boom, in an instant, the green palm was cut off by the sword chi. Not only that, the poisonous gas that filled the sky was also completely eliminated. Thank you, Brother Lin. Seeing that Lin Xian had repelled the other party, Zhou Hai heaved a sigh of relief and thanked him gratefully. The others were also extremely shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian's battle prowess to be so powerful. At this moment, the cold voice rang out again, I didn't expect there to be another expert. But kid, since you dared to offend me, you're definitely dead this time. The sound wave turned into a green ocean and spread out in all directions, bringing with it a strange poisonous gas. Damn the 10,000 Poisons sect. Zhou Hai gritted his teeth, then quickly took out a few pills and distributed them to Lin Xian and the others. This is the green spirit pill. It can cure hundreds of poisons. Take it and you can resist the poison of the 10,000 Poisons sect. Lin Xian took it and smelled it. Then, he nodded slightly and swallowed the pill. However, Zhou Hai and the others did not look too good. This was because from the previous attack, the other party was at least a 3-star king. They had no way of resisting such an expert. However, they were more shocked by Lin Xian's strength. "Brother Lin, are you a 3-star king? Did you hide your strength?" they asked in bewilderment. Lin Xian smiled and shook his head. "No, I just used some secret techniques. However, it's not difficult to resist a 3-star king." "Humph. You're really boasting shamelessly." The cold voice rang out again. "It's not difficult to resist a 3-star king? Kid, it seems like you don't know your limits. Fine, I'll kill you today and let you know the power of a 3-star king." As these words were spoken, countless figures appeared in the surroundings. A middle-aged man walked out from the front. He was wearing a blue robe, and his face was pale and beardless. His eyes were long and narrow, and they were filled with coldness. His eyes were jade green and had an extremely ferocious gaze. This middle-aged man was the one who had attacked earlier. He was also a 3-star king. Behind him stood dozens of 10,000 poison sex nobles, ranging from 2-star kings to 9th heaven venerables. What? So many people. Zhou Hai and the others felt their scalps go numb. They were already no match for a 3-star king, let alone the 10,000 poison sex martial artists behind him. Are we really going to die here this time? Don't panic. Hold them back. The people around here should be Danzong's disciples. Another disciple quickly sent a voice transmission. Then, he waved his hand and flicked a red pill into the sky. Then, it exploded and formed a cloud of mist. This was the communication signal between Danzong's disciples. It could be used to call for help. Now that it had been used, it could probably be seen from hundreds of miles away. However, the middle-aged man in blue robes laughed sinisterly. He waved his hand, and countless green lights surged out of his body and rushed into the sky, enveloping the red mist. "Hee, you want to call for help? It's useless. Today is the day you die. Damn it." Zhou Hai and the others' expressions changed drastically when they saw this. On the other hand, Lin Xian's gaze was dark. Although the signal for help had been blocked, these people were not much of a threat to him. As long as he attacked with his full strength, he could kill all of them. That was exactly what he was thinking. The great dragon sword soul in his body circulated, and an aura was about to be released. At this moment, a long roar suddenly came from afar. It was like a sudden clap of thunder, rolling over. The voice was extremely terrifying. Not only did Zhou Hai and the others' expressions change, but even the middle-aged man from the 10,000 poisons sect looked gloomy. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. He squinted his eyes and looked into the distance. This energy was too terrifying. It seemed to have surpassed that of a 3-star king. Could it be a 4-star king? Thinking of this, Lin Xian frowned. He didn't attack again. Instead, he watched quietly. Even a 4-star king was difficult for him now. If the other party was from the 10,000 poisons sect, then he could only leave with Zhou Hai and the others. Soon, the figure arrived and floated in the sky. He was like a god of war, looking down. It was a youth with a cold expression. His eyes were like lightning, making people's hearts tremble. A fiery red cauldron floated above his head. 2 fire dragons were carved on it, circling around each other. Humph! How dare the 10,000 poison sect behave so atrociously near my Danzong? You really don't know what's good for you. The mysterious youth's cold voice sounded. Who are you? Below, the middle-aged man from the 10,000 poisons sect had a grave expression. The martial artists behind him also frowned. They could feel how powerful the other party's aura was. Danzong's core disciple, Lu Chao. The mysterious youth said coldly, I've already answered your question. You can die now. In the sky, the mysterious youth waved his hand. Immediately, the red cauldron above him emitted a bright light. It was like a sea of fire, and it was rapidly rolling down. Countless flames soared into the sky, piercing through the sea of clouds and instantly enveloping all the martial artists from the 10,000 poisons sect. Aha! Miserable screams rang out. The martial artists from the 10,000 poisons sect tried their best to resist. However, it was useless. Even the blue-robed middle-aged man used his king's domain to try and escape. However, Lu Chao coldly snorted. He pointed his finger, and flame soared into the sky, turning into a fire dragon that instantly swallowed the middle-aged man. In an instant, all the martial artists from the 10,000 Poisons sect were killed. Even the surrounding poison gas was evaporated by the sea of fire, leaving not a trace behind. Amazing! They were all killed in an instant. Zhou Hai and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. Lin Xian was also extremely surprised. His opponent's strength had exceeded his expectations. He was indeed an expert. Most likely, his strength had already surpassed that of a 3-star king. Furthermore, from the other party's words, he seemed to be a core disciple. Is this the strength of a core disciple? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and carefully sized up his opponent. Greetings, senior brother. Zhou Hai and the others shouted respectfully. At this time, the sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. A few silhouettes flew over at lightning speed. They were all young people wearing Danzong uniforms. It seemed like they were also Danzong disciples. This time, there were a total of 5 or 6 people, both men and women, and their strength was not weak. When these people arrived and saw the scene below, Jing immediately smiled and said, "Senior Martial Brother Lu is indeed powerful. He killed nearly 110,000 Poison Sect's martial artists with a raise of his hand. Such means are heaven-defying." That was because Senior Brother Lu was also a very powerful existence among the core disciples. However, these people from the 10,000 Poison Sect were too despicable. How dare they come to Danzong and behave so atrociously? Moreover, from the looks of it, there were quite a few of them. Could it be that they were plotting something? The new disciples quickly conversed. At this time, the core disciple called Lu Chao looked down and said in a deep voice, "Are you all inner disciples?" "Yes," Zhou Hai said quickly. "Thank you for your help, Senior Martial Brother Lu." Lu Chao nodded and said again, "You should go back. This time, the 10,000 Poison Sect's strength is formidable. You can't fight against them." "Okay, we'll go back now." Zhou Hai and the others nodded. They knew that Lu Chao was right. This time, the 10,000 Poison Sect's strength was very strong and they had a large number of people. It would be very dangerous for them to stay here. "Lin Xian, let's go." Zhou Hai looked to the side and said quickly. "Okay." Lin Xian nodded and turned to leave. However, at this time, a young man in the sky frowned and asked coldly, "Lin Xian? You're the new inner disciple Lin Xian?" There was a hint of coldness in his voice. Lin Xian stopped and looked back. Zhou Hai and the others were also puzzled and stopped. He looked back and saw a handsome man standing there. However, his eyes were very cold and even had a hint of killing intent. This made him very confused. The other party wanted to kill him, but he didn't know him at all. At this time, the other disciples asked, "Fangli, what's going on? Do you know him?" "It's nothing, just some personal matters," Fangli explained. Then, he looked to the front and said respectfully, "Senior Martial Brother Lu, I have some matters to settle. I'd like to stay here for a while." "Okay." Lu Chao nodded. Then, his body flashed and he turned into a rainbow and left. It seemed that he was going to hunt down the other 10,000 Poison Sect martial artists. When the remaining people saw this, they also followed behind. At this time only Fangli was left in the sky. Suddenly, Fangli's body sank and he landed on the ground. Opposite him, Zhou Hai and the others frowned. They couldn't understand why Fangli would stay. However, judging from his eyes, it couldn't be anything good. Therefore, they hurriedly sent a voice transmission, "Brother Lin, be careful. Fangli is a big shot in the inner sect, but he's not to be trifled with." Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He really didn't know what Fangli's intentions were. This was because he hadn't interacted with anyone in the past few days in Danzong. It was impossible for him to have a grudge with anyone. In front of him, Fangli sneered, "Lin Xian, how dare you steal my sister's spot?" "Your sister?" Lin Xian frowned even harder. He didn't know this guy's sister at all. "Ridiculous." Lin Xian snorted and turned to leave. He didn't have time to waste with someone like this. "Trying to leave?" Fang Li sneered from behind. Then, his body flashed and he appeared in front of everyone, blocking their way. At the same time, a terrifying aura surged from his body. It was very sharp. Fang Li, what are you doing? I'm warning you, don't mess around. Zhou Hai said quickly. Mess around? Who do you think you are? How dare you control me? Get lost. Fang Li snorted and threw a punch. Instantly, Zhou Hai was pushed back. Bang! 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 Zhou Hai was pushed back, cracking the ground. His expression was very ugly. When the others saw this, they also roared angrily. Fang Li, although you're a 3-star challenger, we're not weak either. If you push us too far, we'll fight to the death. Fight to the death? Just the few of you? You're not worthy of me killing you. Fang Li said coldly, as long as you get lost and don't interfere, I won't kill you, however, I won't let this guy go today. Then, he stared coldly at Lin Xian again. Lin Xian frowned when he saw this. Do I know you? You don't know me, but my sister could have entered the inner sect, but you took her spot. Tell me, how can I let you go? So that's what happened. Zhou Hai and the others' faces darkened when they heard this, but Lin Xian understood. He did become an inner sect disciple directly, but it was the sect's decision and had nothing to do with him. As for taking Fang Li's sister's spot, he had no idea. But now, the other party didn't explain at all and just showed killing intent towards him. This was completely looking down on him. However, Lin Xian was not afraid of a mere 3-star king. So, he said coldly, becoming an inner sect disciple is the sect's decision. If you have any opinions, you can tell the sect directly. It's useless to talk to me. Of course, if you insist on finding trouble with me, I don't mind teaching you a lesson. Teach me a lesson? Fang Li was stunned, then he sneered. Haha, what a shameless boast. Kid, I think water must have entered your brain. How dare you say such a thing? He sneered disdainfully. As far as he was concerned, Lin Xian was only a 1-star king realm cultivator. Such a person definitely wouldn't be strong. Fang Li was a 3-star king, an extremely powerful existence among the inner sect disciples. He had many secret techniques in his hands, and he also had a very unique flame. It could be said that he was incomparably powerful. He only needed to move his finger and he would be able to squash the other party to death. However, Fang Li still dared to boast about teaching him a lesson? What a joke. Kid, I don't care what background you have, and I don't know how you entered the inner sect. Since you dared to take my sister's spot, you must die. Remember, in your next life, be careful. Don't provoke people you can't afford to provoke. Fang Li's voice was cold. Boundless killing intent surged from his body, forming a murderous aura that pierced through heaven and earth. What? You dare to kill? Fang Li, don't you know the sect rules? Zhou Hai roared. Danzong's sect rules state that disciples of the same sect are not allowed to kill each other. So, even if there was a grudge, it was usually just a lesson. But now, Fang Li wants to kill Lin Xian. This is too shocking. What's the big deal? A bunch of idiots. Anyway, you are here for a mission. Even if you can't return, others will think that you were killed by the 10,000 Poisons sect. So they won't suspect me. Kid, go to hell's die. Fang Li roared angrily and charged towards Lin Xian. It was a terrifying martial art right from the start. Purple Tiger Beast Fire. A ball of purple flames appeared on Fang Li's body, burning fiercely and releasing a terrifying aura. This flame was refined demons. Fang Li was refined demon. Now that Fang Li was using it, it was even more terrifying. Purple Tiger transformed form Fang S Tiger. Single quote TT. It was as if a real demon's king was emitting a terrifying aura. Wherever it passed, the void would quickly crumble. In an instant, it was in front of Lin Xian. On the other hand, Lin Xian's figure flashed, and his speed was like that of a ghost. He instantly disappeared from where he stood and appeared on the other side. He dodged it? Seeing this, Zhou Hai and the others were overjoyed. But in the next moment, they exclaimed. They realized that the purple tiger did not disappear. Instead, it pounced on Lin Xian again. The monstrous flames caused the void to distort incomparably. Humph, it's useless. Kid, you can't escape. This is my origin source flame. It won't stop until I kill you. Feng Li sneered from afar. Although Lin Xian's speed surprised him, he did not care. He was very confident in himself. On the other hand, Zhou Hai and the others were worried. Damn Feng Li. This guy really wanted to kill Lin Xian. Lin Xian would be in danger. If that's the case, don't blame me. Lin Xian stopped dodging. Instead, he attacked quickly. He was not afraid of trouble. Since the other party wanted to kill him, he had to kill the other party to prevent future trouble. Azure Dragon Break. A black demonic sword appeared in his hand. Then, he stabbed with it. This was a move that he had just learned. When he used it, its power was terrifying. The sword chi surged and turned into a black dragon. It roared and surged. The black dragon shone like a real divine dragon. It stirred up thousands of waves and moved quickly in the void. There were countless sword radiances on his body. They pierced through the sea of clouds. Boom, the black sword chi collided with the purple tiger's shadow. There was an earth-shattering explosion. The terrifying energy shook heaven and earth. However, the explosion disappeared in an instant. All the energy, including the purple tiger, was destroyed by the black sword chi and disappeared without a trace. Zhou Hai and the others had already retreated to a distance to watch the battle. They could not resist the energy at all. What? He blocked it? How is that possible? Feng Li was shocked. He could not believe it. Feng Li was only a 1-star king. He was a 3-star king. The difference in strength between the two was like heaven and earth. But, he actually managed to block his attack. How is that possible? He can't believe it. In the distance, Zhou Hai and the others were also shocked. Although they had seen Lin Xian fight against the 10,000 poison sex experts, they thought that it was a secret technique that would not last long. But now, Lin Xian was able to block Feng Li's attack with ease. This made them extremely shocked. They even discovered that this was not something that could be achieved through secret arts. Perhaps Lin Xian was truly powerful. Thinking of this, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Feng Li's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. His eyes were like lightning as he stared ahead. Damn it, that's impossible. How did you do it? Could it be that you took some pill that stimulated energy? Yes, that must be it. Otherwise, how could you block my attack? As an alchemist, he naturally knew about this kind of pill that could instantly increase a martial artist's strength. However, it would cause great damage to the body. In his opinion, Lin Xian must have taken such a pill to be able to fight against him. Humph, it's just a pill that uses external force. How can it compare to me? Next, I'll let you know my true strength. Feng Li comforted himself. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Shameless idiot. With that, his body flashed and he charged forward again. The 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand emitted a monstrous power. He swung it down quickly, and it exploded like thunder. The terrifying sword light slashed toward Feng Li. You are courting death. Feng Li was enraged. He did not expect Lin Fan to take the initiative to attack him. This was undoubtedly a provocation. Thousand Beasts Fist. He waved his fists and countless purple flames danced. They formed thousands of fist shadows and charged toward Lin Xian. Every fist was the size of a mountain. They carried a monstrous force and shattered the void. Bang! 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 The sword chi and fist shadows collided and the violent energy destroyed the entire sky. However, Lin Xian's sword chi was too powerful. The 9 darkness demonic swords slashed down like a death scythe and sliced all the fist shadows apart. In an instant, the purple flames in the sky were extinguished and nothing was left. However, the black sword chi charged toward Feng Li again. Before the sword chi landed, the terrifying murderous intent pierced through the void. What? How is this possible? Feng Li was scared out of his wits when he saw this. That was his ultimate skill. How could it be so easily broken by someone else? He could not believe it. When he felt the chilling murderous intent, his heart raced. At this moment, he finally knew that Lin Fan was stronger than him. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and retreated quickly like a purple ray of light. What? He retreated. Fangli retreated. In the distance, Zhou Hai and the rest widened their eyes in disbelief when they saw this. Fangli was a true 3-star king and was extremely powerful. Everyone in the inner sect knew about him. Moreover, his flame was even more terrifying. It was at the Demon King level. But now, Fangli had actually retreated, and from the looks of it, he was in such a sorry state. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it. Fangli retreated quickly like a purple rainbow. However, the black sword chi was even more violent and faster. Not only that, the black sword chi had already firmly locked onto him. It was like a black dragon roaring in the air. Fangli could not dodge it. At this critical moment, Fangli gritted his teeth and quickly took out a purple cauldron to block the black sword chi. Clang, the sound of metal clashing was heard and the entire void cracked. Although Fangli used the purple cauldron to block the sword chi, the powerful force still sent him flying and smashed a few mountains. Fangli screamed crazily as blood splattered everywhere. Impossible, this is impossible. Damn it, how did you do it? He was truly crazy. Beside him was a sea of purple flames, which formed a king's domain, burning the mountains, trees, and forests. His face was hideous, like a demon. He didn't dare to believe it. However, Lin Xian was like a flickering shadow, instantly appearing beside him. The demonic sword in his hand quickly stabbed down. Pung, Fangli was sent flying again. God knows how many of his bones were broken. This time, he received serious internal injuries and could barely get up. However, when he saw Lin Xian walking towards him again, he immediately screamed. Because he realized that the other party really wanted to kill him. Stop. Damn it. You dare to kill me? Do you know who I am? Fangli screamed. Lin Xian snorted coldly, what does it have to do with me who you are? I don't know you, yet you came to kill me for no reason at all? Do you think I'll let you go? Hearing this, Fangli's face turned ugly. He quickly said, I was wrong about what happened before. I'll apologize to you. Can you let me go? In the distance, Zhou Hai and the others couldn't believe their ears. The arrogant Fangli was begging for mercy, this was simply too unbelievable. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly, I don't like to leave threats behind, so you must die. Then, he slowly raised the 9 darkness demonic sword. You're courting death, kid. Don't you know that I'm senior brother Lu Chao's man? If you dare to touch me, senior brother Lu Chao won't let you go. Fangli roared crazily as if he had gone mad. Hearing this, Zhou Hai and the others were shocked. They didn't expect Fangli to be on Lu Chao's side. One had to know that Lu Chao was a core disciple, and his cultivation had reached the 4-star king level. He was extremely terrifying. If he was angry, he could kill any inner disciple in front of everyone without being punished by the faction. It could be said that in their eyes, Lu Chao was a supreme existence. Lin Xian furrowed his brows. He had already witnessed the methods of that core disciple, Lu Chao. Seeing Lin Xian hesitate, Fangli sneered again, how about it, kid? Are you scared now? Kneel down and kowtow to me now, and I might spare your life. Otherwise, when I tell senior brother Lu Chao, you'll die. Shut up. Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a wave of his sword, he chopped off Fangli's head. Poof, blood spurted out as Fangli fell. Even in death, he couldn't believe that Lin Xian would dare to kill him. Wasn't he afraid of the revenge of the core disciples? Lin Xian said coldly. You don't have to threaten me. If he dares to cause trouble for me, I'll kill him too. With that, he waved his hand, and the black 9 darkness flame gushed out, burning the corpse on the ground. However, he kept the storage ring and the purple pill cauldron. The cauldron was able to resist his sword chi, so it must be of a high grade. As a powerful inner disciple, Fangli must have many treasures in his storage ring. On the other hand, Zhou Hai and the others were stunned. They didn't expect Lin Xian to really kill Fangli. They couldn't believe that Fangli had been killed. Brother Lin, you. Zhou Hai and the others rushed over. They were dumbfounded when they saw the scene on the ground. Lin Xian shook his head, I had no choice. If I didn't kill him, I don't know when he would kill me. Don't worry, the sect won't be able to find out. As he said, as long as you don't say anything, no one will know that I did it. They'll definitely think that the 10,000 Poisons sect did it. Don't worry, Brother Lin, we won't say anything. Zhou Hai and the others swore. But you have to be careful of senior brother Lu Chao. After all, he's a core disciple. If he finds out about this, we'll be in trouble. Core disciples have the power to kill. They don't have to go through the sect to kill inner disciples. Zhou Hai said worriedly. It's okay. A 4-star king is strong. I might not be able to defeat him, but I'm still able to protect myself. Lin Xian wasn't boasting. He had many tricks up his sleeve, which was far beyond what Zhou Hai and the others could imagine. Then, the group of people moved and left the place. Lin Xian and the others didn't continue with their mission. Instead, they returned to the sect. With their current strength, they couldn't fight against the 10,000 Poisons sect. Lin Xian wasn't in the mood, so the group went back. However, Lin Xian's face darkened when he returned to Danzong. Lin Xian wasn't in the mood either, so the group went back. However, Lin Xian's face darkened when he returned to Danzong. He realized that half of his courtyard had been destroyed. This made him extremely angry. When the crowd saw that Lin Xian had returned, they began to point at him and discuss among themselves. In front of him, in the courtyard that Lin Xian had destroyed, there were 2 young men sitting. When they saw Lin Xian return, they opened their eyes. You're Lin Xian? The 2 of them stared at Lin Xian with hostility. That's right, it's me. You destroyed my courtyard? Lin Xian asked coldly. So what if we destroyed your courtyard? Do you dare to resist? The 2 of them sneered. How dare you offend young Master Feng? You're courting death. Kid, I didn't expect you to be so lucky to be back so soon. If you meet young Master Feng outside, you're dead meat. Don't worry, you didn't meet young Master Feng, but you met us. We'll teach him a lesson. Let him know that some people are not to be messed with. Kid, I advise you to kneel down and apologize, or you'll die a horrible death. You're the ones who should kneel down and apologize. How dare you destroy my courtyard? Lin Xian's voice was cold, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. How dare you threaten me? The 2 young men sneered. Kid, don't you know who you are? You're just a newbie who just entered the inner sect. How dare you be so arrogant? I'm young Master Feng's man, and young Master Feng is senior brother Lu's man. You've offended us, and you won't be able to stay in the inner sect for long. At this point, the 2 young men laughed arrogantly. The crowd was silent because they knew that they were right. That Lin Xian is dead meat. Yeah, he could have offended anyone, but he chose to offend Feng Li. He's too young and doesn't know any better. I think he'll understand after staying in the inner sect for a while. Hearing the voices around them, the 2 arrogant disciples became even more smug. Kid, did you hear that? You're hopeless. Kneel down and apologize to us. Maybe we'll let you go if we're in a good mood. You're courting death. Lin Xian didn't say anything. He was like a ghost, appeared in an instant in front of the 2 young men, raised his palm, and slapped them. P. Slap, 2 crisp sounds rang out. Immediately, the 2 arrogant youths received 2 slaps on their faces. You! How dare you hit us? The 2 of them were stunned for a moment before they roared angrily. Normally, they would flaunt their prowess in the inner sanctum. When had anyone dared to bully them, but now? It was a newbie who was a new Lin Teat. As for the surrounding inner disciples, their minds went blank upon seeing this, and they stood rooted to the ground with a blank expression. They couldn't believe what had just happened. However, Lin Xian merely sneered. He waved his palm and sent another slap forward. Slap. Slap, crisp slaps were heard. Soon, the 2 arrogant young men's heads were swollen. Blood mixed with teeth, all fell out. The 2 arrogant young men's faces were swollen and bleeding profusely. Their eyes were full of anger, and they roared crazily. They wanted to dodge, but they couldn't. In the end, there was a look of horror in their eyes. They realized that although Lin Xian was only a 1-star king, his strength was too terrifying and unfathomable. They couldn't afford to offend him. "No, don't hit us. I was wrong. Brother, stop. Please spare us." The two arrogant young men knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. When the surrounding inner disciples saw this, their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. They couldn't believe that the two arrogant young men were kneeling before Lin Xian. "God, I'm not dreaming, am I? Aren't they Feng Li's men? They're usually arrogant? Why are they scared this time? Who is that Lin Xian? How can he be so powerful?" In an instant, everyone was talking about it. Only Zhou Hai and the others were relatively calm. This was because this was nothing. Even their boss, Feng Li, had been killed by Lin Xian. Of course, they wouldn't tell anyone about this. Lin Xian retracted his hand and wiped his fingers. Then, he said, "You destroyed my courtyard. You should know what to do, right?" Yes, brother. We'll fix it for you now." The two of them moved quickly to fix Lin Xian's courtyard. This scene was too strange. More and more inner sect disciples came to watch. However, the two arrogant young men didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. Instead, they quickly lowered their heads and worked. Soon, the courtyard was fixed. Lin Xian didn't make things difficult for them and told them to get lost. After the two of them left, the surrounding inner sect disciples also left. However, from now on, no one would dare to offend Lin Xian. Lin Xian entered the courtyard. With a wave of his hand, a formation quickly formed and surrounded the courtyard. Then, he sat down cross-legged and took out Feng Li's storage ring. There were plenty of things inside. There were dozens of subdivine crystals, many elixirs, and many spiritual herbs. Other than that, Lin Xian also found some cultivation techniques. Most of them were useless to him. However, he was interested in one of them called the fire manipulation art. As he became more familiar with the shaken world, Lin Xian realized that the subdivine crystals were unusual even in this place. Therefore, Feng Li had dozens of subdivine crystals, which was quite a lot. As for the ordinary disciples, most of them still used high-grade spirit stones. After putting away the subdivine crystals, Lin Xian opened the fire manipulation art. This fire manipulation art was about an alchemist's control of fire. Lin Xian was inspired by some of the intricacies of the book. With a wave of his hand, the 9 underworlds flame rushed out and danced between his fingers. Then, he used the fire manipulation art. Immediately, the black flames moved and formed many demonic beasts. If one looked closely, they would find that the demonic beasts formed by Lin Xian's flames were more realistic. In fact, some details were exactly the same as the real demonic beasts. Their power had also increased by a lot. Lin Xian nodded and put the fire manipulation art aside. Lin Xian checked all the spiritual herbs and elixirs carefully. He put away all the useful things. As for the useless ones, he planned to find a place to sell them. He couldn't use the purple cauldron either. Otherwise, people would definitely suspect him. Next, Lin Xian didn't go out again. Instead, he went into seclusion to break through and become a 2-star king. After all, Feng Li had a core disciple, Lu Chao, behind him. If Lu Chao found out about this, he might attack him at any time. He had to be careful. If Lu Chao found out about this, he might attack him at any time. He had to be careful. Lu Chao was a 4-star king. With his current strength, he could not fight against him. Therefore, he had to increase his cultivation as soon as possible. Also, he had to break through to become a core disciple. Based on the current situation, only 4-star kings had a chance of becoming a core disciple. Lin Xian held the dozens of subdivinity crystals in his hand and used the long life incantation to absorb them quickly. Just like that, Lin Xian went into seclusion. The other inner disciples were still on the mission of hunting down the 10,000 Poisons sect. Among them, the most dazzling one was the small team led by the core disciple Lu Chao. Wherever they went, the 10,000 Poisons sect was immediately destroyed. No one was spared. Lu Chao was wearing a white robe. His face was cold and he exuded a powerful aura. He stood in the air like a fire god. With a wave of his hand, the red cauldron above his head shone brightly and formed a sea of fire that killed hundreds of 10,000 poison sect martial artists. Behind him, a few inner disciples clapped and cheered. Lu Chao was expressionless as he slowly landed on the ground. Then, he frowned. How long has it been? Why isn't Feng Li back yet? It's been 2 days. Yeah, what's Feng Li doing? Has he returned to the sect? A few inner disciples were confused. Lu Chao looked at the contribution points in his hand and nodded. It's about time. I should be able to exchange for many things. Let's go back to the sect first. Then, they set off and returned to Danzong. However, when they returned, Lu Chao and the others realized that Feng Li had not returned. However, they did not care and went to exchange for treasures. However, after waiting for 3 days, they realized that Feng Li had not returned. Those people all started to frown. Even Lu Chao's expression had sunk. Under normal circumstances, Feng Li would not have dared to leave him for so many days without sending him a message. There was only one possibility for this to happen. Something had happened to Feng Li and he could not return. No matter what, as his subordinate, Feng Li was very capable. Moreover, he was talented and wanted to nurture him. Thus, Lu Chao became worried upon seeing that Chu Feng had yet to return. He asked in a low voice, who was Feng Li with the last time? It should be those inner sect disciples, someone said from the side. Didn't Feng Li say that he had to deal with some personal matters the last time we worked together? After that, there was no news of him. Have you searched outside? Lu Chao asked again. Yes, I've already searched the nearby forests and cities. In fact, we even searched the place where he left. However, we were unable to find any trace of him. It's like Feng Li has evaporated into thin air. Hearing this, Lu Chao's face darkened. The surrounding disciples were also extremely confused. That's impossible. With Feng Li's strength, there shouldn't be any accidents. Even if I encounter people from the myriad poison sect, I should be able to escape even if I can't defeat them. The few of them conversed, but the more they thought about it, the more they felt that something was off. Did something really happen to Feng Li? Lu Chao's face was also gloomy. I think it's very likely. Upon hearing these words, the surrounding inner disciples gasped in shock. Then, their eyes widened. How is that possible? Who could put Feng Li in such a predicament? Unless it's a 4-star king. But we've been on this mission for so many days, and we haven't seen a single 4-star king or myriad poison sect martial artist. It's useless to think so much. Who did he meet last? Call those inner disciples over, Lu Chao said coldly. Yes, I'll call them over right now. An inner disciple quickly left. On the other side, Lin Xian had been in seclusion all this time, and he finally opened his eyes today. However, he sighed slightly because he hadn't broken through to the 2-star king realm. After entering the king realm, the energy required to break through was extremely huge. Especially for him, he required even more energy than an ordinary person. This was actually very normal. The Dragon Sword Soul was extremely powerful, and its attack power was unparalleled. Thus, the energy it required was much greater than an ordinary martial artist's. Although Lin Xian had many natural treasures and the powerful absorption power of the longevity art, he still couldn't meet the requirements of the Dragon Sword Soul. It seemed like he had to go out and search for opportunities. Lin Xian stood up and prepared to go out. However, although he hadn't broken through to the 2-star king realm, his current cultivation had reached the late stage of the 1-star king realm. His strength was also much stronger than before. However, at this moment, Zhou Hai came over again. His expression was extremely solemn as he said to Lin Xian, Brother Lin, senior brother Lu Chao has sent people to look for us. Could it be that we've been exposed? Lin Xian's eyelids twitched when he heard this, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. However, he still took a deep breath and said in a low voice, we shouldn't have been exposed. If we were exposed, he wouldn't have sent people to look for us. Instead, he would have come directly. Perhaps he's just suspicious, or perhaps he doesn't know what happened and wants to ask us. Don't worry. Our cultivations are very low, and we're nothing in his eyes. He won't think that we can kill Feng Li, we just have to calm down. Very quickly, Lin Xian, Zhou Hai, and the others were taken away. Lu Chao's gaze was like lightning as he looked at Lin Xian and the others. He asked coldly, "Let me ask you, do you know where Fengli is?" "Fengli? We don't know. Hasn't he returned yet?" Zhou Hai and the others played dumb. "Why did he look for you that day?" Lu Chao continued to ask. "Nothing special. It was just a small misunderstanding. It's already been resolved," Zhou Hai continued to explain. "A bunch of nonsense." Lu Chao was suddenly enraged, and his expression was unusually cold. "Nothing special? I heard that Fengli has a grudge with this kid, and it's not a small one. Now you're telling me that there's nothing special? What else are you hiding from me? Hurry up and tell me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. I'm a core disciple, and I have the power to kill you. Therefore, even if I kill you now, the sect won't say anything." Hearing this, Zhou Hai and the others turned pale, and Lin Xian's gaze was also cold. Lu Chao's overbearing attitude made him very uncomfortable. Under normal circumstances, he would have already made his move. However, he still had a mission in Danzong that he had yet to complete. Therefore, he couldn't fall out with them. At least, he couldn't let the higher-ups in Danzong notice him. Lin Xian took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Indeed, there was a misunderstanding between me and Fengli." Lin Xian took a deep breath and said, "Indeed, there was some misunderstanding between me and Fengli. I was promoted to an inner disciple by an elder of the sect, taking his sister's spot. I didn't know about this before. Because of this, Fengli wanted to make trouble for me. But that day, he didn't do anything and left as if he had discovered something else. It should have something to do with the 10,000 Poisons sect." Lin Xian said half of the truth, but he pushed the blame to the 10,000 Poisons sect. Lu Chao didn't say anything. He stared coldly at Lin Xian, and at the same time, he released the pressure of a 4-star king. Feeling this pressure, Zhou Hai and the others turned pale, and their bodies trembled. Lin Xian snorted inwardly. This pressure didn't have any effect on him, but he still used the immortality incantation to squeeze out a few drops of sweat, making his face even paler. After all, he couldn't reveal too much of his strength. Lu Chao was like a demon, and his cold eyes were like sharp swords that could pierce through them. The atmosphere in the air was getting more and more tense. Suddenly, an inner disciple flew in quickly. With a panicked expression, he said, "Senior brother Lu Chao, something bad happened." "What happened? Is it news about Fengli?" Lu Chao asked coldly. "No, it's about the 10,000 Poisons sect." The 10,000 Poisons sect came with a purpose. They built an ancient tomb in the Fengshan mountain range, and it's filled with killing intent. It's already attracted the attention of many sects and countries. Our Danzong is also very shocked. Many people are heading there now. "Senior brother, should we go too? Ancient tomb? Let's go take a look." Lu Chao stood up without hesitation. After taking 2 steps, he turned back and stared at Lin Xian and the others. "You better be telling the truth. If I find out that you're lying, I'll kill you immediately." With that, he let out a cold harumph and led the other inner sect disciples up into the sky, disappearing into the void. Zhou Hai and the others were pale, and they sat on the ground with cold sweat. The situation just now really scared them to death. It was fortunate that they had news about the 10,000 Poisons Hall as a shield. Otherwise, they would have been in grave danger by now. Lin Xian's expression was also cold. He knew that this matter was very troublesome. From the looks of it, regardless of whether he was the culprit or not, they still wanted to kill him. Humph, what an overbearing fellow. However, it's still not certain who will kill who. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he coldly snorted. "Zhou Hai, you guys go back. I need to go out for a while." Lin Xian had always wanted to go out and look for opportunities. This time, the 10,000 Poisons sect had created an ancient tomb that piqued his interest. With the character of the 10,000 Poisons sect, there must be treasures inside. If he could get them, he might be able to become a 2-star king warrior. Once he became a 2-star king, Lu Chao and the others wouldn't be his match at all. At that time, it would be hard to say who would kill who. With a sway of his body, Lin Xian also disappeared in the air. This time, he didn't move together with the other inner disciples. Although they were quite strong, it would be difficult for them to explore such an ancient tomb. Of course, he didn't move alone. He was accompanied by the Crimson Dragon. Finally, there's treasure again. Ben Huang is so excited. The Crimson Dragon stretched his neck and howled like a hungry wolf. He had been holding back for too long these days. Kid, let's go all out this time and see what good things are in that ancient tomb. The two of them flew in the air like lightning. After flying for about 10,000 miles, they finally found their target. In the distance, there was a black mountain range with soaring killing intent and rampant demonic chi. It was very terrifying, as if it had turned into hell. That aura made even the Crimson Dragon tremble. F***CK. What a dense baleful aura. The Crimson Dragon was very suspicious, but then his eyes lit up. Lin Xian also checked carefully and reminded, be careful. This place is not like the Sky Martial continent. There are experts everywhere. We must not enter a dangerous place. The two of them descended from the sky and hid their auras. They walked carefully. When they looked up, they could see many figures flashing on the mountain peak in the distance. Among them, there were not only people from the Dawn Zone, but also the sects and countries nearby. They were all looking for the ancient tomb. The closer they got to Feng Mountain Range, the more the aura of death there was. On the ground, black liquid began to appear, and even the trees were rotting. The whole mountain range seemed to have turned into hell. This is Feng Mountain. Even if there is no ancient tomb, it is still a land of death. Zombies often appear here, so you must be careful. He Tu also reminded. There's such a thing? Lin Xian was surprised. He originally thought that the appearance of the mysterious ancient tomb had caused this change, but after hearing He Tu's words, he realized that was not the case. On the side, the Crimson Dragon also explained, he is right. Feng Mountain has been a dead mountain since ancient times. Who knows how many corpses have been buried here, and there is no lack of experts among them. Of course, if the situation is good, they will die and become skeletons. If the situation is bad, they will turn into zombies. Ordinary martial artists will turn into zombies at most, but those peerless experts will turn into zombies with intelligence. Those zombies can cultivate. They are very terrifying. Kid, if we meet those zombies, we can only run. The Crimson Dragon also had a lingering fear. It was obvious that he knew a lot about Fengshan. With the two's reminder, Lin Xian naturally became more careful. However, it was useless. The closer he got to Feng Mountain, the more bones there were. Crack, Lin Xian crushed a few bones with each step. Finally, he startled a skeleton creature. Crack! Crack, countless white bones crawled out from the ground, forming skeletons. These skeletons were of different shapes. Some were humanoid, while others were beast-like. At this moment, there were more than 10 skeletons, and they quickly pounced on Lin Xian. Lin Xian executed the dragon-capturing hand. His palms were like two true dragons, and they instantly sent the dozen or so white skeletons flying. However, this action of his caused an even greater commotion. More powerful skeletal creatures appeared. An angry roar came from below. Suddenly, the entire ground began to tremble. A crack that was almost 1,000 meters long formed, and then a huge figure appeared. It was also a skeleton's creature, but its body was as big as a small mountain. There were 2 balls of green flames on the huge skeletal bull head. Those were the flames of the soul. Obviously, the skeletal bull head in front of him was not one of the trash from before. It was a creature with intelligence. The skeletal bull held a giant black axe in its hand. It was as big as a door, and it was full of holes and corroded. However, its power was extraordinary. The giant black tiger axe was swung in the air. It turned into a black ray of light and blasted towards Lin Xian like a bolt of lightning. Lin Xian clenched his fist and punched out. The blood in his body roared like a dragon. Pung, he used his fist to meet the giant black axe head-on. When the two collided, a sonorous sound rang out, causing the void to tremble. Boulders rolled down from the surrounding mountains. With a single strike, Lin Xian was forced to take a step back, whereas the ox-head white bone was forced to take 3 steps back. Eh? So strong. Lin Xian was surprised. His punch was extremely terrifying. Even a 3-star king might not be able to take it. However, the skeletal creature was only pushed back 3 steps. He had to admit that it was too strong. As for the white bone bull head, it roared furiously. Although its intelligence was not very high, it was still able to understand what was happening before its eyes. A human brat was actually able to force him back. This made him extremely furious. The next moment, the green flames in its eye sockets exploded. A layer of light appeared on its white body. The roar was like a wave, carrying a strange killing intent as it quickly enveloped Lin Xian. Roar, on the side, the crimson dragon roared as well. It immediately dispersed the skeletal creature's roar. At the same time, Lin Xian clenched his fist and the 10,000 beast sting appeared in front of him. Then, he formed a seal with his fingers. A black ray of light quickly appeared and shot into the skeletal bull's eye sockets. Roar, the skeletal bull let out a miserable cry. The black axe in its hand slashed in all directions, causing the ground to sink. The green flames in its eye sockets jumped as if it was in pain. However, after a while, the green flames calmed down. As for the white bone ox head, it no longer went berserk. Instead, it stood before Lin Xian in a very respectful and docile manner. Lin Xian grabbed the 10,000 beast sting and put it away. Then, he nodded in satisfaction. His figure flickered as he arrived at the white bone bull's head and sat down cross-legged. On the other side, the crimson dragon also flew up. Let's go. Once the order was given, the white bone ox head took a huge step forward and rushed forward. Bang bang bang, it was as if a white ancient mountain was moving, causing the earth to tremble. Along the way, many skeletal creatures were alarmed, but when they saw the skeletal bull head, they all hid underground, not daring to come out. This saved him a lot of trouble. Lin Xian used his soul power to scan the surroundings. He avoided most of the martial artists in the sky and arrived at the nearest mountain range. There's a cave. The crimson dragon's eyes immediately locked on to the front. Shall we go in and take a look? He asked excitedly. All right. Lin Xian nodded. Then, the two of them turned into rainbows and flew toward the cave ahead. As soon as they entered the cave, Lin Xian felt a gloomy and cold aura surround him. The aura was very strange. It was like a gust of gloomy wind that caused his hair to stand on end. His figure flashed, and the red lotus armor appeared. After all these years, Lin Xian had gathered all the materials and refined the complete red lotus armor. The red lotus armor's might was even greater than the starry sky armor. At the very least, it could be used by King Realm martial artists. As soon as the red lotus armor appeared, Lin Xian immediately felt that the effect of the gloomy wind was greatly reduced. This made him heave a sigh of relief. On the other side, the crimson dragon roared as well. The dragon blood in his body surged and formed a defense to resist the gloomy wind. After the two of them got used to the environment in the cave, they started to size up the surroundings. The inside of the cave was different from the outside. The outside was a swamp with rotten flesh and bones, but the inside of the cave was much cleaner and had a hard rock floor. It was very dark inside, but it wasn't a problem for Lin Xian and the crimson dragon. With their eyesight, they were naturally able to see that there was a passageway ahead. From the looks of it, it was probably a cave abode. They hadn't expected that they would be so lucky as to find a cave abode at random. A wisp of joy appeared on Lin Xian's face. The crimson dragon was delighted as well. Even though it's not the main cave abode, it should be pretty good. Let's go down and take a look. The passageway was in the shape of a spiral and extended underground. Lin Xian and Anhong were bold as they walked down. The passageway was very deep and seemed to lead to hell. Gradually, they heard footsteps reverberating in the passageway. Is there someone here? The two of them were shocked. They restrained their auras and moved quickly. Then, they were stunned. There were indeed footsteps ahead, but they didn't belong to humans. They belonged to bones and zombies. The zombies and bones outside were mostly monsters, but in here, they were all humans. They wore worn-out armor and were expressionless. Their eyes were the color of dead ashes. They walked in the cave like patrolling soldiers. How strange. These zombies can absorb the surrounding aura of death. The Crimson Dragon was surprised. Then, he looked carefully and exclaimed. "Kid, look at the inscriptions on their bodies." Lin Xian looked over as well, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Indeed, the Crimson Dragon was right. The zombies in front of them all had obscure inscriptions on their bodies. Fortunately, the two of them were experts in this field. Otherwise, they might not have noticed it. This is a formation inscribed on these zombies. It allows them to absorb the surrounding aura of death and keep them moving. What a clever trick. I wonder who set it up for them. Could it be the owner of this cave abode? I don't know. Let's go down and take a look, said Lin Xian. The aura of death around them became thicker and thicker, but Lin Xian was not afraid at all. He activated the Crimson Lotus armor and formed a red lotus around him to resist the aura of death around him. The dark red divine dragon also flew quickly, letting out a dragon's roar. His aura was like a furnace of heaven and earth. It was so powerful that the aura of death around him didn't dare to get close. The two of them were like lightning as they rushed forward with large strides. Bang! Bang, bang! Wherever they passed, the zombies and skeletons were smashed away. But gradually, more and more zombies appeared. Their bodies were even shining with a metallic light. Their auras were also much stronger than before. Boom! Suddenly, a black shadow appeared in front of them and rushed over. It was a tall zombie. Most of the clothes on its body had already rotted away. The exposed skin was cold and metallic. His movements were stiff and strange, but his speed was strange. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. What a powerful zombie. It has the aura of a king. Lin Xian was surprised. He found that the zombie had the aura of a one-star king. Buzz, the tall zombie, was full of murderous intent. He seemed to have turned into a sharp sword and attacked quickly. Wang, that tall zombie, was covered in a murderous aura. His entire body seemed to have turned into a sharp sword as he charged forward. Boom! He stretched out his hand with a cold aura and grabbed at Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. Pong, dang! Lin Xian punched out, hitting the zombie's palm. The Crimson Dragon also waved its dragon claw and slapped out quickly. Immediately, that tall zombie was sent flying. Although he was powerful and had reached the level of a one-star king, in front of Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon, he could not resist at all. However, to Lin Xian's surprise, this attack did not kill the zombie. Lin Xian's punch had hit the zombie's palm. Although it had pushed the zombie back, it did not seem to have suffered any substantial damage. The Crimson Dragon's dragon claw had only dented a part of the zombie's body. What kind of physique is this? It's so powerful. The Crimson Dragon was surprised. Even an ordinary 3-star king would not have been able to withstand this attack. However, the zombie's body did not split open. It was too strange. That tall zombie roared angrily. His body suddenly bounced up like a spring and charged forward again. His movements were very stiff, but his arms were like two demonic blades that slashed in all directions, even cutting the void apart. Pung pung pung, a low sound rang out. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were engaged in a fierce battle. To be honest, this zombie should have died hundreds of times by now. However, its physique was very special. It was like a rare divine weapon that was abnormally tough. In the end, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were annoyed. With a low roar, Lin Xian waved his hand. 9 underworld devil flames rushed out quickly, forming a ferocious beast that charged forward. Boom! Whoosh whoosh, the 9 underworld devil flames were very terrifying. Even the zombie could not withstand it. Its body began to melt, forming a puddle of molten iron. The puddle of molten iron quickly condensed into a fist-sized iron ball that flickered with cold light. It even emitted a wave of energy. What is this? You should be able to absorb it, right? Lin Xian waved his hand and grabbed the metal ball. No problem, it can be absorbed. This is the zombie's energy, said Hey Tuesday, that's good. Lin Xian was overjoyed. What he lacked the most now was energy. Holding the mysterious iron atom in one hand, Lin Xian used the longevity secret art to madly absorb the energy inside. At the same time, he and the Crimson Dragon set off again. Not long after, another change occurred ahead. It was a powerful zombie. It quickly pounced over, but it wasn't completely human. There was even a pair of black wings on his back. What is this? Lin Xian was surprised. He then said to the Crimson Dragon, Ruzalong, I'll leave it to you. It's just a Batman. It's no big deal. The Crimson Dragon was very knowledgeable. It recognized the other party at a glance, so it waved its dragon claws and rushed over. Although the Batman's aura was stronger than the previous one, the battle ended quickly. The reason for that was because the dark red divine dragon had directly smeared the dragon's blood onto its dragon claw. With a single slap, it had smashed its opponent's head off. Puff, a pearl the size of a longan fell out of the other party's head. The Crimson Dragon grabbed it and swallowed it. Not bad, it tastes good. The Crimson Dragon grinned. Next, the two encountered many powerful zombies, but they were all killed by the two of them. The energy inside the zombies was also absorbed by them. Therefore, along the way, the aura of Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon increased rapidly. Finally, they arrived at the end of the cave. The cave was very wide, like a huge square. It was supported by countless stone pillars, and on top of the pillars, there were cryptic inscriptions carved on them. They flickered with a strange light. On the ground, there were also inscriptions, which were incomparably complicated. The source of these inscriptions all pointed forward. There was a black coffin, which was emitting a cold and gloomy aura. The coffin was very large, 5 meters long and 1 meter tall. At this moment, it was lying there quietly, like an ancient demonic mountain, making it difficult for people to breathe. Judging from its aura, it was definitely not an ordinary tomb. How is it? Is there anything special around it? What are these inscriptions for? Lin Xian asked. It was similar to a kind of inscription that gathered death qi for cultivation. It should have been set up by the person in the coffin when he was alive. Set it up when he was alive? Could it be that he still wanted to cultivate after he died? Lin Xian had a strange look on his face. Ghouls are very strange. I'm not too sure either, but let's open the coffin and take a look. Okay. The two of them discussed for a while, then carefully walked forward. The black coffin was very heavy. It was unknown what material it was made of. Its weight was heavier than 10 mountains. Lin Xian stretched out his hand, grabbed it, and lifted it up. Rumble, 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 with a loud sound, the black coffin slowly opened. At the same time, Lin Xian was very careful, afraid that there would be an attack from inside. However, there was no danger. There was indeed a corpse inside. It was a middle-aged man, whose eyes were closed. He was 2 meters tall and wore luxurious clothes. Around him, there were dozens of gems, which were shining brightly. This is high-grade subdivine crystals. The Crimson Dragon exclaimed. It waved its dragon claws, quickly grabbed a few of them, and carefully examined them. Yes, they were indeed high-quality subdivine crystals. As a kind of energy crystal, subdivine crystals were naturally divided into different grades. The ones used by ordinary warriors were ordinary subdivine crystals. Above them, there were many subdivine crystals and supreme-grade subdivine crystals. Different grades had different amounts of energy contained in them. It was like the difference between low-grade, middle-grade, and high-grade spiritual stones. To be honest, Lin Xian had never seen a high-quality subdivine crystal before. It was also his first time seeing one. The subdivine crystals were like colored agates, shining brightly and emitting terrifying amounts of energy. What's this? Lin Xian turned his eyes and stared at the middle-aged man's hand. The middle-aged man put his palms together and placed them flat on his body. However, Lin Xian's soul power was strong. He naturally discovered that there was something else in the man's hand. Using dragon-capturing hands, 2 real dragons rushed out and opened the man's hands. There was something similar to a jade pendant. It was half the size of a palm and was shining with mysterious light. Lin Xian waved his hand and immediately took the jade pendant in his hand. Finally, he looked at it carefully. What's this? He was very surprised. However, the Crimson Dragon glanced at it and exclaimed. Supreme-grade subdivine crystal, this is a supreme-grade subdivine crystal. Supreme-grade subdivine crystal? Lin Xian was also surprised. At this moment, the middle-aged man's corpse suddenly opened its eyes. There was a tinge of anger in his eyes and his calm face became ferocious. Not only that, but his body also started to change and red hair started to grow on his body. Oh no, the corpse is mutating. Seeing this, the crimson dragon's scalp went numb. With a wave of his dragon claws, he took away all the high-quality subdivine crystals. At the same time, he retreated rapidly. Lin Xian's body swayed as he retreated backward. He really couldn't figure out how the mysterious corpse that had been fine all this time had mutated. Could it be because of the subdivine crystals? However, there was no time for him to think about it. The corpse stood up and his eyes swept across the area like a rainbow. A black spatial crack appeared in the void. At this moment, his entire body was covered with red hair and he looked extremely ferocious. He turned into a bolt of red lightning and charged at Lin Xian at high speed. Bang, he struck out with both palms and the force was earth-shattering. They landed heavily on Lin Xian and forced Lin Xian to retreat. So powerful. Lin Xian was shocked. He did not expect the mysterious demonic corpse to be so powerful. The palm strike was so terrifying that his blood was boiling and he almost burst open. Fortunately, he had put up his defenses in advance and used the Red Lotus armor. Otherwise, he would have been more severely injured. Roar, seeing that the palm strike did not kill Lin Xian, the mysterious demonic corpse roared angrily. The light in his eyes shone again and he slashed at Lin Xian like two long knives. Lin Xian snorted and his body shone with light. It formed a sharp sword chi and slashed forward. Clang, clang. Clang, the terrifying sword chi hit the mysterious demonic corpse and made clanging sounds and sparks. However, it could not break the mysterious demonic corpse's body. At the same time, the mysterious demonic corpse had arrived in front of Lin Xian. His palms were like ghost claws that slapped down quickly. You're courting death. Lin Xian snorted. He formed a seal with his palms and pushed them out. Suddenly, a golden heavenly rock appeared in his palms and rushed out. It collided with the mysterious demonic corpse's claws. This time, the mysterious demonic corpse was finally forced back. It let out a furious roar, and the red hair on its body fluttered like red flames. It was incomparably strange. With a wave of his hand, he tore through the void and formed dozens of sharp lights that slashed toward Lin Xian. Humph, Lin Xian directly used the dragon sword domain to envelop the other party. Suddenly, green sword chi surrounded the entire space. It was like a rain of swords, crazily slashing at the other party. The great dragon sword spirit roared within, emitting a dragon's roar. A terrifying aura permeated the heavens and the earth. For a moment, the entire void was boiling. Bang bang, the dragon sword domain was incomparably powerful. Even if the mysterious demonic corpse was powerful, it was still shaken to the point of continuously retreating. White scars appeared on his body. They were caused by the sword chi. There were even some places that had cracked open. However, not a single drop of blood flowed out. This situation was indeed extremely strange. Not only that, red hair began to grow out from the wounds, causing the wounds to rapidly heal. With a clap of his hands, it was like a demonic tablet that ruthlessly pressed down on Lin Xian. Lin Xian used the dragon sword domain. His body turned into a ray of light and instantly dodged. At the same time, the crimson dragon's attack also arrived. Countless dragon claws danced in the air, directly enveloping the mysterious demonic corpse. This attack caused a few more terrifying holes to appear on the mysterious demonic corpse's body. However, they were soon covered by the red hair again. Damn it! What the hell is this thing? Lin Xian's expression was ugly. He had never seen such a strange phenomenon. Because if it was an ordinary king, he would have been killed under such an attack. However, this red-haired zombie seemed to have an immortal body. It was impossible to kill him. Try attacking his head. Hei-Tu suggested. Head, hearing this, the crimson dragon spat out a sea of fire. It turned into a long rainbow and instantly slashed at the other party's head. However, the mysterious zombie dodged it. As expected, it's his head. The crimson dragon was overjoyed. This was because the other party didn't dodge its previous attacks and used its powerful physique to resist. but this time it actually dodged. This meant that the other party was afraid. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian was also overjoyed. He took out the nine-held demonic sword and his entire body emitted a sharp aura. With a furious roar, his aura could swallow mountains and rivers. The nine-held demonic sword burst out with an incomparably terrifying light. The power was so strong that the entire void trembled. With a slash of the sword, a black sword chi slashed down from the sky. It was incomparably terrifying. The void split open as it ruthlessly slashed at the mysterious zombie's head. Wang, the mysterious zombie, turned into a red afterimage and dodged back and forth in the cave, dodging the sword chi. However, this time, Lin Xian had already locked onto it. Roar, the red-haired zombie roared angrily, and a terrifying light burst out from its eyes. At the same time, the red hair on its body rapidly grew. It was like a red river that spiraled in front of its body, forming a powerful defense. Pung, a shocking sound rang out, and the red-haired zombie was sent flying. Not only that, the red hair on its body disappeared for the first time. Yes, that's right. It disappeared. Under Lin Xian's sword chi, it could not grow back at all. Seeing this scene, the red-haired zombie's eyes were filled with shock. It seemed that it did not expect someone to be able to injure it. On the other hand, Lin Xian's expression was grave. The other party's strength was too strong, and it seemed to have an indestructible body. It was impossible to kill it. Its strength was almost on par with a 4-star king. But fortunately, his great dragon sword soul was able to display its might at this moment, and it was able to destroy the red hair on its body. It seemed that killing the other party was only a matter of time. The red-haired zombie also felt the danger. It roared angrily and quickly waved its palms. Four terrifying palm shadows shot out and bombarded the surrounding stone pillars. Weng, in the next moment, the stone pillars were like the pillars of gods and demons. The inscriptions on them flashed, and together with the inscriptions on the ground, they formed a strange formation. Not good. Damn that red-haired zombie. It actually knows how to make use of formations. The Crimson Dragon's expression changed. As a formation expert, he could naturally feel the terror of this formation. Even he could not break it in a short time. On the other hand, Lin Xian's expression was grave, and a bright light burst out from his eyes. The blood in his body began to boil. As the successor of the Great Dragon Sword, he had inherited the Great Dragon Sword's bravery and strength. He was not afraid of anything. At this moment, even though the red-haired zombie had activated the mysterious formation, it could not stop his shocking battle intent. The blood in his body surged like the roar of a dragon and the roar of a tiger. The Great Dragon Sword soul roared, and the Dragon Sword domain beside him was completely activated. A green domain quickly formed, resisting the surrounding formation. At this moment, Lin Xian was extremely powerful. He held the 9 Darkness demonic sword in his hand, and it was as if the sword demon had been reborn. Kill, with a furious roar, the Dragon Sword domain trembled. Countless sword chi swept out in all directions, each of them like a mountain. These sword chi slashed out in all directions, causing a huge commotion. In an instant, the surrounding inscriptions were destroyed. Bang, the formation that had just been formed also shattered in an instant. All the strange scenes and terrifying auras disappeared. Only the green sword chi was left in the air. The red-haired zombie's expression changed drastically when he saw the scene. He couldn't imagine what kind of power could destroy his formation in an instant. One had to know that this formation was very strange and impossible to destroy. However, a human youth in front of him had actually destroyed it. Moreover, he had destroyed it so easily, he couldn't believe it. Although the red-haired zombie couldn't speak, he obviously had the intelligence of a human. His gaze was uncertain, and his heart was filled with shock. In fact, the sword Dao aura emitted by the other party caused his body to begin to tremble. However, he wouldn't sit still and wait for death. In the next moment, he roared angrily, and a bright light burst out from his eyes. Then, the red hair all over his body began to burn, forming balls of red flames that completely enveloped his body. Oh no, he's going to go all out. Be careful. The Crimson Dragon exclaimed. Sure enough, in the next moment, the red-haired zombie turned into a ray of light and instantly charged towards Lin Xian. Let's end this. Lin Xian shouted coldly and raised his combat strength to the limit. Then, he waved the ninth Hell Demon sword and stabbed out. Azure Dragon Break. A wisp of black sword light instantly charged forward like a dragon. This move was very terrifying as it directly attacked the red-haired zombie's head. Instantly, the red-haired zombie's head exploded, and its entire body fell to the ground with a bang. There was no blood, but the surrounding cold aura had disappeared. Moreover, the red hair on the zombie's body also quickly disappeared, and finally drilled into its body and disappeared. In addition, a red crystal core fell out of the zombie's body. That was the source of the zombie's energy. Great! Lin Xian retracted his hand and held the red crystal core in his hand. He was extremely happy. The red-haired zombie's strength was close to that of a 4-star king. It was extremely powerful. If he could absorb all the energy inside, he believed that he should be able to break through to the 2-star king realm. Therefore, he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he sat down cross-legged and held the supreme-grade subdivine crystal in one hand and the red crystal core in the other. He used the longevity art to quickly absorb the energy. On the other side, Dark Red Shenlong was cleaning up the battlefield, collecting all the valuable items in the cave. Then, he started to absorb those high-quality subdivinity crystals. At this moment, Lin Xian's secret art of longevity was circulating madly, displaying a powerful and mysterious power. The energy from the top-quality substandard divine crystal and the red crystal core was like a torrential river. It unceasingly poured into Lin Xian's body, cleansing his meridians. Boom, a low voice sounded, and then Lin Xian's aura suddenly soared. Originally, his cultivation base had already reached the late stage of 1-star king realm. Moreover, along the way, he had continuously killed zombies and absorbed their crystal cores. His cultivation base had also increased rapidly, and had already reached a critical point. Now, with the supreme-grade substandard divine crystal and the red crystal core, his cultivation had finally reached the 2-star king realm. So strong. Feeling the energy within his body, Lin Xian was overjoyed. After breaking through to the 2-star king realm, his strength had increased greatly. If he were to face the red-haired zombie now, he would probably be able to kill it in a few moves. Moreover, his current strength was still equivalent to a 4-star king. He was even confident that he could defeat core disciples like Lu Chao. It seemed like it was time to find an opportunity to become a core disciple. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He decided that when he returned to the sect, he would find Chu Yu and see if there was any way for him to become a core disciple as soon as possible. Only by becoming a core disciple would he be able to find out more about the Niwa of Gojoseon. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon had absorbed all the high-quality subdivinity crystals. His cultivation base had also recovered and increased by another level. Now, he had also reached the 2-star king realm. The dragon blood in his body was surging like a furnace of heaven and earth, emitting a rumbling sound. Haha, I recovered some more. The Crimson Dragon laughed. It wouldn't take long for Ben Huang to recover his full strength. Lin Xian also laughed and said, since there's nothing left here, let's go. Thus, the two turned around and flew outside. At the same time, outside the cave, several figures flew toward them at lightning speed. Senior brother Lu, we've received news that there seems to be a tomb here. Yes, I've heard that there are many treasures inside. We spent a lot of money to get this information. A few voices sounded. It turned out that these people were Lu Chao and the others. They had also found this cave and flew over. Soon, Lu Chao and the others descended from the sky and were about to enter the cave. However, at this moment, two black figures flew out from the cave. Whoosh! Who's there? Stand still. Lu Chao waved his hand. Instantly, a terrifying palm image pressed downwards. He had come to the cave to look for treasures. How could he not be shocked when two figures flew out of the cave? He had to stop them and investigate, indeed. Under the palm shadow, the two figures that came out of the cave stopped. What? It's you. Lu Chao and the others were stunned for a moment because they realized that they knew the people who came out of the cave. That's right, it was Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon who came out. Lin Xian was also stunned. He did not expect to meet Lu Chao and the others at the entrance of the cave. How dare you? Who allowed you to go in? Presumptuous. Hand over all the treasures you've obtained inside. Otherwise, I'll make sure you crawl out today. A few inner sect disciples beside Lu Chao shouted coldly. They did not take Lin Xian seriously at all because they were elite inner sect disciples and were very powerful. The other party was just a newcomer and could not fight against them at all. Who do you think you are? How dare you have designs on me? Get lost while I'm in a good mood. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He had broken through to a 2-star king and was very imposing. Presumptuous. You're courting death. Those inner sect disciples were furious. They did not expect Lin Xian to dare to talk back to them. They really did not know what was good for them. Lu Chao also snorted coldly. Brat, I let you go earlier because of the urgency of the matter. I didn't expect you to be so arrogant in front of me. It seems like I can't let you live today. Humph, you're really arrogant. Do you think you can kill whoever you want? Lin Xian sneered. Let me tell you. I've obtained 2 supreme-grade subdivine crystals and countless treasures in this cave. Come and snatch them if you dare. What? Supreme-grade subdivine crystals. Hearing this, those inner sect disciples were shocked. Then, their eyes were filled with a fiery glow. Supreme-grade subdivine crystals were extremely powerful sources of energy. If they could obtain them, they would definitely be able to raise their cultivation level again. They might even be able to break through. Even Lu Chao's eyes were shining. He hadn't expected that Lin Fan would actually have such a fortuitous encounter and obtain 2 supreme-grade subdivine crystals. But soon after, he started laughing wildly. Kid, I have to say that you're really stupid. You actually dared to say that you obtained such a treasure? But very good, he's mine now. Hand over the supreme-grade subdivine crystals obediently, kneel at the side, and wait for my punishment. Hand it over? That's impossible, I've already absorbed it. Lin Xian shrugged. Don't even think about it. You won't be able to obtain a supreme-grade subdivine crystal in your lifetime. Get the hell out of here. What? You're courting death. Those inner court disciples went crazy, and their hearts ached. On the other hand, Lu Chao's face sank, and his eyes shone with a terrifying light. He stared fixedly at Lin Xian, and then he frowned. As expected, you've broken through to the 2-star king realm. What a piece of trash. 2 supreme-grade subdivine crystals only increased your cultivation by so little? Kid, you dare waste my supreme-grade subdivine crystals? I'll definitely kill you. You've just absorbed them, so there's probably still dense energy remaining in your blood. Even if I can't absorb the supreme-grade subdivine crystals, I'll still absorb the energy in your blood. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chao stretched out his palm, and it was like 5 sharp blades that swiftly slapped towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly and raised his fist to meet the attack. His terrifying fist was like an enormous mountain as it swiftly blasted out. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission. Rizalong, I'll leave those inner court disciples to you. Don't let a single one of them go. Don't worry, it's a piece of cake. The Crimson Dragon grinned, and his body was like a red bolt of lightning that swiftly charged over. Bang, a shocking strike caused a huge explosion in space, and then 2 figures swiftly retreated. Lu Chao took 5 steps back and stabilized his body, but he was extremely shocked. His eyes were filled with astonishment, and he didn't dare accept the reality before his eyes. Lin Fan was a newcomer that had just entered the inner court and was only a 2-star king, but he blocked his attack. This was something that he'd never imagined. Because in his opinion, the other party was merely an ant. He only needed to use a finger to crush the other party to death. Therefore, he had never taken the other party seriously. But now, not only had his opponent blocked his attack, he had even forced him to retreat. If he hadn't experienced it himself, he wouldn't have believed it even if he was beaten to death. It was simply impossible for a 2-star king to contend against a 4-star king. Behind him, the few inner sect disciples widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. Damn it, what's going on? How could he block senior brother Lu Chao's attack? Dream, I must be dreaming. They shook their heads in disbelief. However, at this moment, the Crimson Dragon flew over and waved its claws. Hee hee, ants, you should worry about yourselves first. You're courting death. A four-horned snake dares to be arrogant in front of us? Catch him, peel his skin, cook him, and eat him. Several inner sect disciples were infuriated. They all used their unique skills to attack the Crimson Dragon. Bang! 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 There were a few more thunderous sounds. Then, several inner sect disciples spat out blood and were sent flying. Their eyes were filled with shock. They couldn't believe that a four-horned snake could send all of them flying so easily. What's going on? Are these two people humans or ghosts? How could they have such powerful strength? Seeing the inner sect disciples spitting out blood, Lu Chao's face turned even uglier. He gritted his teeth and said, "Good, good, good. Kid, I underestimated you. But do you think you can be arrogant just because you blocked one of my attacks? Let me tell you, you're too naive. I'll let you know how powerful I really am. Now, it seems like Feng Li was killed by you too." Lin Xian snorted. So what? Not only am I going to kill him, but I'm going to kill you too. Kill me? You're dreaming. Go to hell. Lu Chao roared. His face was ferocious, and a cold murderous aura shot into the air. Boundless flames surrounded him, making him look like the god of fire. He waved his hand, and a red cauldron appeared in the air. There were two lifelike fire dragons circling around it. With a wave of his hand, boundless flames gathered and formed a fire dragon that roared incomparably. A terrifying heat wave covered the sky as if the entire sky had turned into a sea of fire. The fire dragon roared and charged toward Lin Xian. The entire void was left with boundless magma as if it had been cut open. Lin Xian was in the dragon sword's spiritual domain, and it was empty. He emitted a sharp aura like a peerless god of war. Whoosh, he turned into a sword light and dodged the fire dragon's attack. At the same time, he clenched his hand and summoned a small black cauldron. 10,000 beast ding, it was a true earth-grade weapon. In the past, Lin Xian's cultivation was too low to unleash its true power. Now that he was a 2-star king, he had the strength to unleash 10,000 beast ding. The palm shadows kept slapping, and the 10,000 beast ding trembled and emitted a black light. One after another, rare beasts swam on it. Woo-woo, roar, it was as if 10,000 beasts were roaring at the same time, emitting a terrifying aura. In a trance, there were countless demonic beast phantoms circling around. With a flick of his finger, a black light condensed and formed a large hand of death that slapped forward. Bang, with a shocking blow, the large black palm covered the sky and directly slapped the fire dragon, breaking it. Boom boom, flames splattered everywhere, and the void was dyed red. What? It's broken. On the opposite side, Lu Chao's pupils constricted. If it was a coincidence that Lin Xian pushed him back the first time, this time, it was definitely not a coincidence that the other party broke his attack again. This time, he even used his own weapon. It could be said that he was going all out. However, the other party was still able to block it. Damn it, how is this possible? How can this kid have such powerful combat strength? Lu Chao roared and instantly activated his king's domain. Immediately, a fiery red domain shrouded him. The terrifying domain distorted the entire void as if it had become a real sea of fire. Kill, Lu Chao roared and charged toward Lin Xian quickly with the Red King's domain. Soon, he collided with the large black palm. Immediately, the black palm shattered into pieces, unable to resist. Humph, kid, so what if your weapon is powerful? In terms of domains, you are no match for me at all. At this moment, Lu Chao was very confident. He was a 4-star king, and his domain was already very terrifying. It was definitely not something that a 2-star king could contend against. He had already seen that the other party was able to break his attack earlier because of the small black cauldron. Other than that, the other party would definitely not be able to break his attack. It's good to be confident, but stupid is not good. You clearly belong to the stupid category. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Is your domain very strong? Watch me break it. As soon as he finished speaking, the dragon sword realm quickly appeared beside him. Suddenly, tens of thousands of sword chi pierced through the sky, and the entire void seemed to have become a killing ground. The monstrous aura stirred up the clouds as if it could kill gods and demons. What? This sword chi? Lu Chao felt the sword chi emitted by the dragon sword realm, and his face changed drastically. To be honest, he had never felt such a sharp sword chi, even though he was far away and had the protection of the king realm. However, he was still able to sense the killing intent brought about by the sword aura. The hair on his body stood on end. Damn it, how can his realm be so strong? I don't believe it. Lu Chao gritted his teeth and crazily activated the Red King realm. Suddenly, endless flames shot up into the sky, and 8 fire dragons circled around his body as they quickly charged forward. Mirror still water. Lin Xian was expressionless. He waved his hand, and the dragon sword realm trembled. Countless sword chi circled around, forming a huge sword screen. It was like a mirror, incomparably bright and clean. The 8 fire dragons carried monstrous heat waves as they fiercely collided with the mirror. Immediately, all of them were bounced back. What? All of them were bounced back? How is this possible? Lu Chao was shocked and couldn't believe it. The few inner disciples below had already widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. Everyone knew how terrifying Lu Chao was. Among the inner disciples, no one was a match for him. Even among the core disciples, he was one of the stronger ones. But now, a newcomer who had just entered the inner sect was actually able to compete with Lu Chao and even suppress him. This made them unable to believe it. Impossible, damn it, I don't believe it. How can you be so strong? Lu Chao's hair was disheveled, and his face was ferocious. I can only say that you are ignorant. Originally, I had no enmity with you, but you tried to kill me time and time again. So, you only have yourself to blame. Now, it's all over. Lin Xian pulled out the 9 darkness demon sword, and tens of thousands of sword chi circled around him. He was like a sword demon, incomparably terrifying. It's over? Impossible, I still have many secret techniques, and I still have pills to increase my strength. Kid, let me tell you, my methods are not something you can imagine. As long as I don't hesitate to increase my strength, I can even compete with a 5-star king. What do you have to fight me? Today, I will teach you how to kill. After saying that, Lu Chao flipped his palm. Immediately, 2 red pills appeared in his palm. As long as he swallowed 2 red pills, he would be able to stimulate the potential in his body and temporarily obtain great power. However, Lin Xian's expression was ice cold. He held the 9 Serenities demonic sword and quickly moved it in the air. Underworld Dao waning moonbreak. With a wave of his sword, an invisible force condensed in the air. Crack crack, a black crack appeared in the air. It was incomparably terrifying and emitted a strange aura. It was as if a peerless demon had opened its terrifying mouth and was about to devour everything. In the next moment, the spatial crack enveloped Lu Chao's figure. With a miserable shriek, Lu Chao was sucked into the black crack and disappeared. Soon after, the pitch-black crack began to slowly heal. The sky regained its clarity, but Lu Chao's figure had already disappeared. Only the remnant energy still lingered in the surroundings. What happened? Below, a few inner sect disciples saw this scene and looked at each other. But after waiting for a long time, they did not see Lu Chao again. This gave them a bad premonition. What did you do to Brother Chao? A few of them asked in horror. He was no longer in this world. Lin Xian shook his head coldly. The move just now had directly cut open the void and connected to the void. Lu Chao was exiled by him and could not return at all. This outcome was even more terrifying than being killed. You are a demon, not a human. A few inner sect disciples felt their skin crawl and turned around to run. Want to run? Hee hee. The Crimson Dragon sneered. Then, he opened his mouth and spat out several red rays of light that pierced through a few of them. With a wave of his dragon claw, a terrifying dragon flame gushed out and burned the corpses to ashes. After doing all this, he stopped and returned to Lin Xian's side. Let's go, it's about time to go back. Alright then, let's go to the other mountains next time. The Crimson Dragon glanced into the distance. Indeed, strictly speaking, they had not entered Feng Mountain yet. They were only at the periphery. Therefore, there were not many people around. It seemed that the real Feng Mountain and the great ancient tomb would be even more terrifying than the previous cave. The two of them turned into lightning and flew into the sky and disappeared. Lu Chao's incident had caused a stir in the sect. After all, he was a core disciple and was quite strong. This kind of person was the elite of Danzong's disciples. However, after the alchemy sect investigated, they did not discover who did it. Moreover, the culprit disappeared in Feng Mountain. It was very likely that another sect or some existence in the great ancient tomb had done it. Therefore, the sect could only give up on investigating. On the other hand, Lin Xian had also returned to Danzong. He stayed for a few days and then prepared to look for Chuyu. He now knew that Chuyu was also a core disciple. However, what surprised him was that Chuyu's cultivation had not reached the level of a 4-star king. However, to be able to become a core disciple meant that Chuyu's attainments in alchemy were extraordinary. However, in the past few days, he found out that Chuyu was not only a core disciple, but also an extremely powerful one among the core disciples. Personal disciple, that's right, Chuyu was the personal disciple of Elder Danzong. His status was even more honorable than a core disciple like Lu Chao. Lin Xian finally understood why the other party could arrange for him to enter Danzong so easily. It turned out that he was a personal disciple. However, this was even better. He believed that the other party must have a way to promote him and make him a core disciple. The alchemy sect was located in the middle of a mountain range. The inner and core disciples were not on the same mountain. Therefore, Lin Xian had to fly away from the inner disciples to the core disciples' residence. After flying for about half an hour, he lowered his body and arrived at the foot of the mountain. Just as he was about to enter, a cold shout suddenly came from the front. "Stop!" This voice was like a clap of thunder. It was abnormally terrifying and caused the void to tremble. Hearing this voice, Lin Xian frowned, but he still stopped. Soon, 6 disciples flew over from afar like rainbows. "Who are you? How dare you trespass into the core disciples' residence? Aren't you afraid of being killed? This is not a place where you can enter. Leave quickly. You misunderstand. I'm here to look for someone," Lin Xian said slowly. "Look for someone? Who is it?" the guards asked coldly. They were not core disciples and were only guards in charge of guarding this place. However, their status and strength had already surpassed most of the inner disciples. They were very powerful. Therefore, apart from the core disciples, they did not take anyone seriously. "I'm looking for Chuyu," Lin Xian said indifferently. "Chuyu?" Hearing this, their expressions changed. Clearly, they knew Chuyu's identity. Fairy Chuyu is a personal disciple. Why are you looking for her? That's right. How could a mere inner disciple know a personal disciple? Kid, I advise you not to lie. Otherwise, you'll end up in a miserable state. Whether I know Chuyu or not, wouldn't you know once you report to her? Lin Xian's expression was calm. If it were an ordinary inner disciple, they would probably be trembling in fear when facing these guards. However, he wouldn't. No matter how strong they were only 3-star kings. As for him, he was someone who could even kill a 4-star king, therefore, Lin Xian didn't take these guards seriously. "Report to you?" The guard's lips curled into a cold smile. "Kid, we're very busy. We don't have time to report to you. You'd better come another day." Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. What were they busy with? They obviously wanted to get some benefits from him. However, Lin Xian didn't plan to give these people any benefits. He snorted. "What, you want to extort me? Aren't you afraid that I'll report this to the sect?" "Report to the sect? Then go report it. See if the sect will believe you?" The guards sneered. Clearly, they often did this kind of thing. Is that so? If the sect doesn't care, then what about Chuyu? Let me tell you, I'm looking for Fairy Chuyu because of an urgent matter. If it's delayed, can you bear the consequences? When the time comes and Fairy Chuyu punishes you, I'm afraid you'll end up worse than me. Lin Xian said slowly. You dare threaten us? Kid, you're courting death. The guards were furious. One of them even snorted coldly and waved his sleeve. Immediately, a huge force surged toward Lin Xian. A mere inner disciple dares to behave atrociously in front of us? You're courting death. Today, I'll teach you a good lesson. I'll let you know what kind of attitude you should have in front of me. The sleeve trembled, and like a floating cloud, it suddenly grew larger in the wind. It was like a cage of heaven and earth that was about to suck Lin Xian in. This was a very terrifying skill called the Heaven and Earth Sleeve. It was rumored that when it was refined to the extreme, it could swallow the heavens and absorb the earth. Of course, it was impossible for the guardian disciple before him to achieve such a feat. However, collecting the mountains and rivers was not an issue for him at all. The terrifying sleeve enveloped Lin Xian and was about to swallow him whole. Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a flick of his finger, several streaks of sharp sword qi surged out, transforming into a long river that soared into the clouds. Pung pung pung, that terrifying heaven and earth sleeve was instantly slashed by the sword qi and instantly exploded. In an instant, the terrifying scene disappeared. The guardian disciple even took a few steps back, his face extremely ugly. Above his wrist, the wide sleeves were already shattered. You! His face was ferocious as he stared at Lin Xian. The surrounding guardian disciples also had ferocious expressions. They did not expect that a mere inner disciple would be so powerful that he could destroy the heaven and earth sleeve with a raise of his hand. How dare you behave atrociously here? Take him down. With a furious roar, the remaining guardian disciples immediately moved, wanting to capture Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a flash of his palm, the dragon sword realm quickly flew out. In an instant, it completely enveloped the remaining 5 guardian disciples. Buzz buzz buzz, the sword qi was like a rainbow, incomparably sharp and filled with monstrous killing intent. Countless sword qi surged and surrounded the 5 guardian disciples. As long as they moved, they would be pierced by the sword qi, and hundreds and thousands of holes would appear on their bodies. Immediately, the guardian disciples were stunned, and their faces were extremely ugly. They did not expect that the other party could actually subdue all of them in an instant. One had to know that they were all 3-star kings. And the other party's aura was only that of a 2-star king. How was this possible? Even the strongest inner sect disciples wouldn't be able to do something like this, right? However, they had all seen the strongest few people. But the young man in front of them was incomparably unfamiliar. It was obvious that he had just joined the inner sect. That was why they were so arrogant before, but they did not expect that they would almost be killed. Thinking of this, cold sweat dripped down their bodies, and they no longer dared to be presumptuous in front of Lin Xian. Stop, let's talk nicely. We were wrong before, we apologize to you. We'll go report for you now. The few of them hurriedly apologized. They had no choice. If they dared to say anything else, the sword qi would probably kill them immediately. Hearing this, Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, he removed the dragon sword realm. Soon, the few guardian disciples left to report the news. However, Qi did not come out. Instead, a young man in a blue robe walked out. Fairy Chiyu is in seclusion refining a kind of pill, so she can't split herself. Since you want to find her, I'll bring you in. The blue-clothed young man said coldly. Moreover, he carefully sized up Lin Xian. When he saw the identity of the disciple and the cultivation of a 2-star king, a slight hint of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. All right. Lin Xian nodded. He did not expect that the person who came out was not Chiyu, but someone he did not know at all. Looking at the other party's arrogant expression and strong aura, there was no need to think to know that he should be a core disciple. However, he did not care about the other party's attitude, as long as the other party could bring him in. Nodding, Lin Xian followed the blue-clothed young man into the mountain range where the core disciples lived. As soon as they entered, the blue-clothed young man walked in front with large strides and said coldly, "This is where the core disciples live, far surpassing your inner sect. There are formations everywhere here, and there are even traps in some places. It can be said that one wrong step will consign you to eternal damnation. With your strength and identity, you don't have the qualifications to enter this place. However, I'll bring you in for Chiyu's sake. However, you have to know your limits and follow me closely. Don't wander around. Do you hear me clearly?" The blue-clothed young man said coldly. However, Lin Xian did not answer. Instead, he sped up and walked side by side with the blue-clothed young man. "Don't worry, I have some understanding of formations. There shouldn't be any danger." Lin Xian looked around and said indifferently, "Even if there is any danger, I can deal with it." Hearing this, the blue-clothed young man's face darkened. In his opinion, Lin Xian was too arrogant and did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. A small inner sect disciple with a cultivation of only a 2-star king actually dared to boast that he was proficient in formations and could even resist the formations here. The array formation here was no ordinary array formation. Each of them was extremely terrifying, and inner sect disciples could not withstand them at all. Even if it was a core disciple, if they accidentally entered, it would be very troublesome. However, core disciples were very familiar with the surrounding terrain, so under normal circumstances, they would not enter these formations. "Kid, it seems that you're very confident in yourself. Since that's the case, I'm relieved." The man in blue sneered, his eyes full of disdain. He did not believe Lin Xian's words at all. Therefore, he planned to teach him a lesson and let him know what it meant to be arrogant. In the next moment, the man in blue's figure swayed, and he could not help but speed up. Like a bolt of blue lightning, he instantly disappeared on the spot and walked forward. Soon, he arrived at a safe place. "Proficient in formations? Can you handle it?" "Humph. What an idiot. Let me see how you're going to pass through the formations and traps there." The man in blue raised a disdainful smile, because in his opinion, the other party would not be able to walk out at all. If he left, he would probably fall into the formation very quickly. At that time, he wanted to see if the other party could still be arrogant. The man in blue revealed a sinister smile. To be honest, if the other party was not looking for Chuyu, he would have slapped the other party to death. "Is that so? I think senior brother is overthinking. Are the formations here as magical as you say?" At this moment, a light voice was heard. Hearing this voice, the man in blue jumped in fright. He suddenly turned around and found Lin Xian standing not far away from him. Immediately, his eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. How is this possible? How is this possible? How could he walk out of those formations and traps so quickly? One had to know that he had displayed his powerful speed just now. No one below 4-star king could keep up with him. However, the other party had arrived here at almost the same time as him. It was too strange. Lin Xian saw the other party's shocked expression, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a mocking smile. Then, he said indifferently, "Senior brother, let's go. I have something important to talk to Fairy Chiyu about." "Humph." Seeing the other party's disdainful smile, the man in blue's face became gloomy. His eyes flickered with a trace of killing intent. To be honest, he had never been so embarrassed before. Moreover, it was in front of a small inner sect disciple. This made him want to kill him. However, after thinking for a moment, he gave up in the end. Because he didn't know what the relationship between this kid and Chiyu was. Chiyu was a personal disciple. Her status was even higher than that of a core disciple. If he really killed her now, Chiyu would blame him. At that time, he would be the unlucky one. The blue-clothed young man snorted again and said coldly, "Come with me." In the end, he brought Lin Xian to the mountain peak where Chiyu lived. "Fairy Chiyu is inside. You can wait outside." After saying that, he turned into a blue light and left without looking back. Lin Xian clasped his hands behind his back and looked ahead curiously. The mountains and rivers were clear, just like a fairyland. It was indeed a good place to live and cultivate. This treatment is really different. Lin Xian sighed. He only had a single courtyard, but the core disciples all had their own mountain peaks. This was a world of difference. With a flicker, Lin Xian arrived at the peak of the mountain. There were several palaces in front of him, but he didn't enter. Instead, he found an ancient tree and sat down cross-legged to cultivate. About 2 hours later, a strange fragrance came from the palaces in front of him. The fragrance was very strong. When one smelled it, one would feel the spiritual energy in one's body boil. This is a pill fragrance. Lin Xian opened his eyes and revealed a trace of surprise. He could imagine that it was definitely not an ordinary pill. Otherwise, it wouldn't have caused such a strange fragrance. A profound pill. It looks like it's at least a mid-grade profound pill. Lin Xian was shocked. Profound pills were pills used by kings. They were divided into 4 grades: basic, mid-grade, high-grade, and supreme grade. Different grades had different effects. Generally, people below 3-star kings would only use basic grade profound pills. It was very rare to encounter a mid-grade profound pill. After all, even though it was just a difference of 1 word, a mid-grade profound pill was very difficult to refine. With Lin Xian's current state, the failure rate was very high. However, he didn't expect that Qiyu would actually succeed. He had to admit that it really surprised him. Soon, the pill fragrance disappeared. Then, the doors of the palaces in front of him slowly opened, and a beautiful figure walked in. It was a tall and slender woman. She wore an aqua-green robe. Her skin was fair, and her face was exquisite. She looked like a fairy. There was still a faint fragrance on her body. Congratulations on successfully refining a mid-grade profound pill. Lin Xian walked up and said with a smile. Why are you here? Seeing the person in front of him, Qiyu was stunned for a moment, then smiled. I didn't expect that not only are you strong, but your eyesight is also very sharp. You can tell at a glance that I'm refining a mid-grade profound pill. Don't laugh at me. I'm just a small inner disciple now. How can I compare to you, a direct disciple? Come in. Qiyu rolled his eyes and waved his hand. Then, Lin Xian walked in. How is it? Are you used to living in Danzhou? Qiyu asked. It's okay, but it's not as comfortable as you core disciples. Of course. Qiyu smiled. The status of a core disciple and an inner disciple are completely different. It's like the difference between heaven and earth. Then, she asked suspiciously, no way, you're thinking about becoming a core disciple again? That's right, that's why I came to find you. Heavens, how many days have you been in the inner sect? Only a month? You want to become a core disciple already? That's too fast, isn't it? I'm afraid this has never happened in the history of Danzhou. Qiyu was shocked. However, Lin Xian smiled and said, it didn't happen in the past, but it doesn't mean it won't happen in the future. Also, I heard that some core disciples have disappeared. I don't know if they're dead or alive. I'm afraid they won't be coming back. Do you have any way to prevent me from becoming a core disciple? Lin Xian asked. Okay. After a while, Qiyu came back to her senses. Indeed, Lu Chao of the core disciples disappeared in Fengshan. I don't think he'll be coming back. So, it's certain that a new core disciple will be chosen. And it's probably something that happened recently. I have to say, you're really lucky. You've just arrived and you've already encountered something like this. One had to know that under normal circumstances, an inner sect disciple might not encounter something like this even after 8 to 10 years. Lin Xian only smiled, but in his heart, he muttered, how can I not be lucky? Lu Chao was killed by me. A core disciple, a 4-star king. With such a terrifying status and strength, no one would dare to provoke him. Not to mention 8 to 10 years, he might not even die in a few decades. Lu Chao deserved it. Daring to provoke him was simply courting death. At this moment, Qiyu said again, according to past experience, whenever there's a vacancy in the core disciple position, the top 10 inner disciples will be selected to compete. The winner will become the new core disciple. I think this time will be no exception. Top 10 inner disciples. Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Can you give me a spot? Qiyu smiled. I've helped you so much. What do you have to give me? Elixir recipe. Elixir recipe? Qiyu was confused. This is Danzhou. There are countless elixir recipes. I'm a direct disciple. I can have any elixir recipe I want. You're fooling me with this condition. What if it's an ancient elixir recipe? Lin Xian smiled. What? Ancient elixir recipe? You have an ancient elixir recipe? Qiyu was shocked. Then, she quickly asked, what grade is it? Middle grade Xian elixir. Qiyu sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Xian smiled. I can give it to you now. He flipped his palm and took out a jade slip. However, Chiyu received the jade slip and quickly examined it. After a while, she smiled. Yes, it's an ancient elixir recipe. It's a mid-grade Xian elixir. Where did you get such a good thing? Chiyu asked curiously. Even in Danzong, there weren't many ancient elixir recipes. It was good to have one more. Lin Xian smiled and said, I found it in an ancient ruin. You could say that it was a coincidence. Of course, he was lying. He had many elixir recipes like this. The inheritance of the Niwa of Gojoseon wasn't very useful to him now. However, he still had Lord Alcohol. Moreover, the fourth-generation successor of the Dragon Sword had collected many elixir recipes. Therefore, he had a lot of elixir recipes. Then I'll accept it. On the other side, Chiyu happily accepted the elixir recipe. Then, she said, don't worry about the challenge. I'll arrange it for you. However, I must remind you that the battle this time around will likely be very intense. Because becoming a core disciple is equivalent to a carp leaping through the dragon's gate. Therefore, those inner disciples will fight for it with their lives. That's not a problem. I'm confident, Lin Xian said calmly. Indeed, no matter if it was battle prowess or alchemy, he had absolute confidence in both. Alright then. I'll let you know when there's news. Chiyu nodded. As a direct disciple, her strength was frighteningly great. Thus, this kind of matter was still within her capabilities. After that, Lin Xian left. On the other side, the entire inner sect was in an uproar because the news was spreading everywhere. That was to choose a new core disciple. It wasn't a secret that core disciple Lu Chao had disappeared. Everyone in Danzong knew about it. The ones who were the most excited were, of course, the inner court disciples. This was especially true for the top inner sect disciples. Normally, they would not have the opportunity to become core disciples. However, things were different now. Now that they were short of a core disciple, the sect would definitely quickly replenish them. The core disciple would be chosen among the inner court disciples. Of course, the ordinary inner court disciples had no hope at all. They could only watch the show. Only the top inner court disciples had a chance to fight for it. This is so exciting. The core disciple selection this time will probably be the fiercest battle in the sect. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've seen such an intense battle. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Indeed. However, thinking about it, the one who has the highest chance of becoming an inner court disciple must be Chiyu. He's widely acknowledged as the #1 inner court disciple. However, Luo Yuan is also quite powerful. I heard that his cultivation has improved greatly recently. Perhaps he might even surpass Chiyu. Yeah, and my goddess Luo Shi. Her alchemy skills are unparalleled and her strength is superb. She will definitely become a core disciple. Everyone was discussing animatedly. Lin Xian happened to pass by. When he heard these names, he raised his eyebrows. They should be the strongest among the inner court disciples. However, he didn't care. With his current strength, he didn't need to care about anyone. As expected, 6 days later, the news of a new core disciple selection was officially announced by the sect. Suddenly, the entire inner court was in an uproar. At the same time, Lin Xian received a letter from Chiyu. The letter stated that he had obtained the qualification to participate in the core disciple selection. After receiving the news, Lin Xian smiled. He could finally become a core disciple. That way, he would be able to learn some secrets about the Danzong. Moreover, the core disciples had a very high status. They had the power to decide life and death. Some of the more powerful core disciples were actually not inferior to the elders. If he could obtain the position of a core disciple, it would be a good thing for Lin Xian. As for the other inner court disciples, they gathered at the side to look at the names. Chiyu, Luo Yuan, and Luo Shi, one by one, familiar names appeared in front of them. That's right, the top 10. They are indeed the top 10 inner court disciples. I knew it. Everyone nodded. It was the same in the past. The top 10 inner court disciples competed for a core disciple position. However, they were soon stunned. Because they found the 11th person at the bottom of the list. Lin Xian. Who is Lin Xian? Is he famous? I don't know. I've never heard of him. We all know the famous geniuses in the inner court, but we've never heard of Lin Xian. Who is he? For a moment, everyone was very confused and started discussing. Obviously, they could not understand this name that suddenly appeared. However, soon, someone said, "Oh right, wasn't there an inner court disciple who just entered a month ago? I think his name is Lin Xian." What? A new inner court disciple who just entered a month ago? Lin Xian? Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. God, what kind of joke is this? A newcomer can enter the core disciple selection list? How is that possible? Yeah, could it be the same name? Maybe the sect made a mistake. Yeah, there were only 10 people before. Why are there 11 now? And it's a newcomer. This doesn't make sense. Everyone was discussing. However, in the end, they found that the sect did not make a mistake. Moreover, it was the newcomer who had just entered the inner court a month ago. Suddenly, everyone was in an uproar. The entire inner court was in an uproar. They could not understand how a newcomer who had just entered the inner court could be on the list. I heard that Lin Xian was promoted directly when he entered the inner court. It seems that he has some background. So what if he has a background? This time, he was promoted to a core disciple. It's not as simple as entering the inner court. The top 10 geniuses all have powerful backgrounds. Most of them have core disciples behind them, and some even have elders behind them. That's right. Even if there is one more person, it shouldn't be Lin Xian. The top 15 are all qualified to enter. But why is it a newbie? Everyone was dissatisfied with the decision. However, this was the sect's decision, and they could not change it. The crowd snorted. What's the point of being on the list? If he's not strong enough, he'll still be eliminated. That's right. He just entered the inner sect for a month. How powerful can he be? The last time I saw him, he was only a 1-star king. What? Only a 1-star king? That's not even as strong as me. Haha, I really want to see Lin Xian get beaten black and blue in the arena. Why bother? With his cultivation, he'll just humiliate himself. Everyone sneered. However, in the crowd, when Zhou Hai and the others saw this, their eyes widened in shock. They had seen Lin Xian's methods and knew that Lin Xian was not as simple as he looked. One had to know that even the extremely terrifying Feng Li had been killed by Lin Xian with ease. Therefore, they believed that Lin Xian would be able to participate in the core disciple competition. However, only a few of them believed him. Most of the others were sneering and jealous. Therefore, none of them thought highly of Lin Xian. As for the top 10 inner disciples, after hearing the news, they sneered, their eyes filled with disdain. None of them took Lin Xian seriously. In their eyes, a newbie who had just entered the inner sect was not worth mentioning. They could easily kill him with a finger. Their real targets were Qiyu, Luo Yuan, and An Luoshi. They were their real enemies, Danzong, Baiyun Mountain. This was a very important place in the inner sect. Every time an elder gave a lesson, it would be held here. Today, there were no elders holding classes. However, the number of people that came to Mount Baiyun was countless times greater than before. On top of that, even more disciples were making their way here from all directions. Because today was the day of the inner court competition, the selection of core disciples. This kind of opportunity could be said to be extremely rare. Normally, there were very few opportunities to be promoted to core disciple. If Lu Chao hadn't gone missing, they wouldn't have obtained such a precious spot. In this place, the top disciples would engage in an intense battle. To the ordinary inner disciples, this was undoubtedly a grand battle event. Halfway up Mount Baiyun, there was a huge piece of flat land. It was covered with green stone slabs. It was the White Cloud Plaza. At this moment, countless people had gathered in the White Cloud Square. They were like dark clouds. Basically, all the inner disciples had arrived. The main characters of this competition, the elite disciples of the inner court, had also arrived one by one. Every time one of them appeared, it would cause a wave of exclamations. It could not be helped, as the top 10 inner disciples were extremely powerful and had outstanding reputations. They already possessed extremely high statuses among the inner disciples. The 10 inner disciples stood in a row at the front. Those people were wearing luxurious clothes and had a dignified appearance. They had a strong and confident aura. However, at this moment, another silhouette slowly walked forward. Who was that? Everyone was puzzled as they realized that it was an unfamiliar face. Young, handsome, and confident. However, when they sensed the cultivation of the other party, they were all dumbfounded. A 2-star king. He only had the cultivation of a 2-star king. Oh, I know. He's that Lin Xian. What? He's Lin Xian? He really dares to come? With his cultivation, he dares to come on stage? What a disgrace. He doesn't know what's good for him. I guess he's just a hothead. He thinks that he can become a core disciple just because he has a little background. But he doesn't know that this battle is about strength. Any schemes and tricks are useless. Cold laughter could be heard, and the entire plaza was in an uproar. When Lin Xian heard the voices around him, he narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. He didn't say anything to argue, because in a while, he would use his own strength to let everyone know who was the frog at the bottom of the well. Brother Lin, go for it. Zhou Hai and the others in the crowd cheered when they saw this. Lin Xian smiled and greeted Zhou Hai and the others. Soon, Lin Xian arrived at the front of the plaza. The 10 inner disciples in front of him looked arrogant and looked at him with disdain. In their eyes, Lin Xian was not qualified to stand with them. Kid, get lost. This is not a place where you can come. I advise you to admit defeat and leave quickly. You'll only embarrass yourself later. A piece of trash wants to become a core disciple? What a joke. A few disdainful laughs could be heard. The others also looked at Lin Xian with arrogance on their faces. On the other hand, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and stared at the 3 arrogant fellows. He asked coldly, what are the names of the 3 geniuses? Yang Fan, Qing Feng, Wu Kuan. The 3 of them said arrogantly and then sneered, Kid, you're really ignorant. You don't even know our names? Lin Xian said coldly, it's not too late to know now. I'll remember the 3 of you. I won't go easy on you in the battle later. I'll let you know the consequences of talking nonsense. After saying that, he turned around and stood aside. Kid, you're courting death. The 3 of them were furious. A new inner disciple dared to threaten the 3 of them? He was really courting death. The remaining 7 inner disciples also widened their eyes in disbelief. Their eyes kept sizing up Lin Xian, wondering where he got his confidence from. One had to know that he was only a 2-star king. So what if he was strong? At most, he was equivalent to a 3-star king. However, their cultivation was at the 3-star king level, and most of them were at the late stage of the 3-star king level. If they used some secret techniques, they could even compete with 4-star kings. They could be said to be extremely powerful. It could be said that they were the top group of people in the inner sect. Now, a new ant dared to look down on them. It was truly unbelievable. Kid, I'll teach you a lesson now. You don't know your place. The few of them were about to attack. However, at this moment, a few ear-rending sounds came from afar. Several figures flew over at high speed like rainbows. It's the core disciples and elders. In the crowd, the inner disciples exclaimed. Everyone looked up at the sky. Upon seeing this, the 3 inner disciples who were about to attack immediately halted their actions and harumphed coldly. Kid, you're lucky. However, you won't be so lucky in the battle later. Thank you, Angel Reincarnation, for giving you a worry-free reward. Kid, you're lucky, but you won't be so lucky in the competition. I'll cripple you in front of everyone. That's what you get for messing with us. Kid, you're dead meat. Just you wait. A few threatening voices were heard. Then, the 3 of them ignored Lin Xian and looked at the sky. Lin Xian sneered and shook his head. He did not care about these 3 arrogant guys at all. No matter how strong they were only slightly stronger than Feng Li. Compared to a true core disciple like Lu Chao, they were a far cry. He could even kill Lu Chao, let alone these 3 inner sect disciples. He smirked and looked up at the sky as well. There were 5 or 6 rainbows in the sky. They were very fast and arrived above Baiyun Mountain in the blink of an eye. Then, they appeared on the square in a flash. 2 of them were elders in robes. Their hair and beards were white and they were full of power. The other 3 were young people, 2 men and 1 woman. The woman was Chuyu. The other 2 young people were also handsome and they were surrounded by a bright light. Without a doubt, they were all core disciples. "Greetings, elders." All the inner sect disciples shouted at the front. Then, they began to discuss quickly. Most of them looked at Chuyu and the other 2. When the top 10 inner sect disciples saw Chuyu and the others, their eyes turned red and they trembled with excitement. Idols, these were their idols. At the same time, they were extremely excited, because after today, one of them would become a core disciple like a carp leaping through the dragon gate. They would be above all the other inner sect disciples. Thinking of this, they were excited. Chiyu looked in Lin Xian's direction and revealed a charming smile. Suddenly, the inner sect disciples went crazy. They had never seen such a beautiful smile before. "So beautiful," everyone exclaimed. "I wonder who that fairy is smiling at." Needless to say, it must be one of the top 10 inner sect disciples. The others have no chance. The top 10 inner sect disciples were also excited and their eyes turned red. They thought that Chiyu was smiling at them. However, only Lin Xian understood that Chiyu was smiling at him. Thus, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he smiled and nodded in response. Of course, no one was paying attention to Lin Xian. Otherwise, his actions would cause everyone to go crazy again. Then, under the instructions of the 2 elders, everyone retreated to the back, leaving enough space. At the center of the square, there was a 300-meter-long spirit formation stage that was shining with countless rays of light. All of a sudden, the spiritual energy in the surroundings began to surge violently and converge in this direction. This was a defensive array formation. Naturally, it was meant to protect White Cloud Mountain. Otherwise, with the means of these genius disciples, they would probably be able to destroy this mountain with a raise of their hand. The rules of the competition were very simple. Those who lost 3 or more matches in a row would be directly eliminated. Only when the final 3 were chosen would the final battle begin. "Now, let the core disciple selection begin." A dignified voice rang out like a clap of thunder, spreading in all directions. Suddenly, the entire square quieted down. Everyone widened their eyes and looked ahead carefully. As for the inner sect genius disciples, they all held their breaths. They knew that it was time to test them. In front of them, on the white cloud square, the spirit formation stage flashed. Under the feet of Lin Xian and the other 10, there were also circles of light that flickered. When 2 of the circles lit up, it would be the time for the 2 to fight. This was a random selection. No one could tamper with it. Soon, the light flickered and the circles under the feet of 2 people lit up. Then, the 2 of them swayed and arrived at the spirit formation stage. One of the 2 young men was ranked 9th, Ding Li, and the other was ranked 7th, the arrogant Wu Kuan. "Humph, Ding Li, you're no match for me. Hurry up and back off before you embarrass yourself." "Humph, we'll only know if I can beat you after we fight." Ding Li, ranked 9th, gritted his teeth. Although his ranking was lower than Wu Kuan's, he would not admit defeat. "Humph, you're really stubborn. Since that's the case, I'll teach you a lesson." Wu Kuan sneered and quickly attacked. The 2 of them exchanged 50 moves. Ding Li, ranked 9th, was hit by Wu Kuan's punch and flew backward while vomiting blood. "Humph, I told you, you're no match for me." Wu Kuan defeated his opponent and looked very arrogant. At the same time, he turned his eyes and stared at Lin Xian. "Kid, when you come up later, you'll end up worse than him." Sensing that aura, the surrounding disciples all trembled. Lin Xian, on the other hand, completely ignored the other party. Of course, this was just a small interlude. Next, the competition proceeded quickly. These disciples were the top geniuses of the inner sect. Each of them was extremely terrifying. Their fights were very exciting. Next, it was the young man named Yang Fan's turn. He was more powerful than Wu Kuan, so he defeated his opponent in 30 moves. Qi Yu, Luo Yuan, and An Luoshi, who were ranked in the top 3, were even more powerful. They defeated their opponents in 10 moves. The 3 of them formed the first echelon and were above the rest. However, at this moment, a light flashed under Lin Xian's feet. "Is it my turn?" Lin Xian whispered. Then, his body flickered and he appeared in the arena in front of him. "Haha, my luck is too good. I can't believe I've met an ant. This battle would be as easy as blowing off dust." At the same time, an arrogant laugh was heard. Then, a figure flew forward. Lin Xian's opponent was one of the arrogant young men, Qing Feng. He was ranked 10th and was very nervous. He was afraid that he would not be able to pass the first round. However, it seemed that his luck was too good. It was his first time meeting a newcomer who had just entered the inner sect. This was undoubtedly great news for him. Seeing this, the others also exclaimed, while the few inner court geniuses whispered to each other. Qing Feng was really lucky. It seemed that he could survive the first round. Yes, that kid is so weak. He could probably send him flying with one slap. What a pity. It seems that I don't have to do anything. Wu Kuan sneered. But it was good. Qing Feng was enough to deal with that kid. At the same time, he did not forget to remind Qing Feng, don't be soft. Teach this kid a lesson. Don't worry, Brother Wu. I know what to do. In the arena, Qing Feng replied. Then, he looked at Lin Xian and said coldly. Kid, how was it? You didn't expect this, did you? It's your misfortune to have met me. However, it's too late for you to beg for mercy now. I'll teach you a lesson in front of everyone. I'll let you know that ants are not allowed to come here. Then, he revealed a hideous smile. The others also laughed because no one was optimistic about Lin Xian. A 2-star king and a 3-star king were not on the same level. The outcome would be decided in one move. The surrounding inner sect disciples also looked on with a mocking expression. Even the 2 core disciples who came frowned. They could not imagine how a 2-star king could participate in such a competition. However, the 2 elders asked in a low voice, is this the person you recommended? Can he really do it? He's only a 2-star king. Don't worry, elders. There will be no problem. Qiyu stood up with a smile. The 2 elders nodded and did not say anything. However, their eyes were filled with disbelief. Lin Xian said coldly when he heard his opponent's clamor from the battle array arena. You'll pay for your cheap mouth. You're courting death, Qing Feng roared in anger. His 5 fingers turned into claws and grabbed at Lin Xian. The horrifying palm extended like a 5-fingered mountain and shrouded Lin Xian with great speed. Lin Xian snorted. His eyes shone with a cold light. He clenched his fist and punched. Boom, the punch was extremely terrifying. It was as bright as the sun and the entire void was burning. Bang, an earth-shattering sound was heard as the 2 palms collided. The entire space shattered. Crack, crack, ah, a scream was heard, followed by the sound of bones breaking. Then, a figure was sent flying. Humph, the outcome has been decided. I've said that Lin Xian can't do it. A 2-star king. How dare he go up with such strength? He's courting death. The surrounding disciples were discussing. As for the genius martial artists in the top 10, they were all sneering at him. It's over so soon? What a piece of trash. Wu Kuan said coldly. It seems that I won't have a chance to fight. On the other side, Yang Fan was also disdainful. The others mocked as well. However, they were all stunned in the next moment. Yang Fan and Wu Kuan widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. The surrounding inner disciples also exclaimed, What? This is impossible. It turned out that the light above the array stage had already disappeared, revealing the scene inside. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. His expression was calm. Beside him, Qing Feng was holding his arm and half-kneeling on the ground. His expression was exceptionally sinister. Blood was still flowing on the ground. Only now did they realize that the one who was screaming was not Lin Xian, but Qing Feng. But how was that possible? Everyone was stunned, not daring to believe it. That was Qing Feng. He was a genius disciple ranked in the top 10 of the inner sanctum, and he had even reached the late stage of 3-star king realm. This strength could be said to be incomparably terrifying, However, Lin Xian was only a two-star king who had just entered the inner court. How could such a person win? For a moment, everyone was stunned on the spot. On the opposite side, Qing Feng was half kneeling on the ground. He was also panicking. He shook his head frantically. Impossible. Damn it. This is impossible. I don't believe it. How did you injure me? He could not believe it at all. He thought that he had been hit by an illusion. However, the pain that came from his palm made him realize that this was not an illusion, nor was it a dream. It was real. He was injured by a two-star king. He was injured by a punch, humph. I've said that you'll pay for your foul mouth. This is just the beginning. Lin Xian snorted coldly, then took a step forward. Suddenly, light shone under his feet, forming a sword ray. In an instant, Lin Xian appeared in front of his opponent. So fast. Seeing this scene, everyone cried out in surprise because that speed shocked them. Even the ordinary inner court disciples couldn't catch Lin Xian's trajectory at all. Even the top 10 skyprides of the inner sect were frowning. On the array stage, Qing Feng's expression changed drastically. He screamed in horror, "What are you trying to do?" Smack, however, what answered him was a slap. This slap landed on his opponent's face. Immediately, all of his teeth were smashed, and blood splattered in the air. In an instant, Qing Feng's face became swollen. It was like a pig's head. However, Lin Xian did not let him go. He waved his palm continuously. Suddenly, the crisp sound of a slap echoed throughout the entire valley. The 10th slap, Qing Feng was directly sent flying. He crashed to the side, creating a huge crater. His face was unrecognizable. His body kept twitching. He had suffered severe internal injuries. In the end, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Shock. Absolute shock. For a moment, the hundreds of thousands of disciples in the White Cloud Square were silent. Everyone was stunned. Lin Xian was weak? Trash? Did he get in through the back door? Everyone's mouth twitched. They felt that their faces were swollen from the slaps. If such a person was trash, then no one in the inner sect could be considered a genius. This was totally beating up the top 10 geniuses in the inner sect, however, they still could not believe it. Lin Xian was only a two-star king. How could such a battle be possible? Even the two elders were astonished. Now, they knew why Qiyu had such a confident smile. Lin Xian was definitely not trash. He was a genius. A peerless genius, he had even surpassed most of the disciples in the Dawn Zone and could compete with the geniuses in the Sacred Ground. Only the geniuses in the Sacred Ground or the disciples of the clan of the Ancients could beat up a two-star king. However, they did not expect such a person to appear in the Dawn Zone. We must train this person well. The two elders made up their minds. Beside them, the other two core disciples also looked serious. They wanted to watch a show, but they did not expect to see such a shocking scene. In the next moment, they stared at Lin Xian. Their eyes were shining. The inner sect geniuses were even more shocked. Their mouths were wide open in disbelief. Wu Kuan and Yang Fan's faces were terrifyingly gloomy. They did not expect that the ant they looked down on was a giant dragon. He was even more terrifying than them. Damn it. How can he be so powerful? The two of them gritted their teeth. After Lin Xian sent Qing Feng flying, he swayed and came back again. However, he stared at Wu Kuan and Yang Kuan. Don't worry. You two can't run away. I'll deal with you personally later, Lin Xian said coldly. You're courting death. How dare you? The two of them were furious. Kid, don't be too arrogant. You may be strong, but so what? Qing Feng is only the 10th inner disciple. He's nothing compared to us. That's right. Just you wait. I'll definitely kill you in the battle later. The two of them swore that they would defeat their opponent in the battle. Moreover, they had to severely injure their opponent, preferably cripple him. Only then would they be able to prevent future troubles. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly and ignored the two of them. There was no need to say anything now. He would just meet them in the battle arena. He would not stop until he slapped his opponent's face until it was swollen. Next, the competition continued. Another genius went up to fight. Soon, the crowd exclaimed again. This time, it was Qiyu. Qiyu, the #1 inner sect disciple, was recognized as the strongest inner sect disciple. He had a high chance of becoming a core disciple. Now that he went up, he attracted a lot of attention. Even Lin Xian squinted his eyes and looked carefully. A figure appeared in front of him. He was burly, had a cold expression, and had a valiant aura. He was like a god of war as he strode forward. Opposite him was a similarly fierce young man. His eyes were like lightning, and he was also very fierce. He was Guo Xiaotian, ranked 5th. I didn't expect that my opponent would be you. Guo Xiaotian's voice was deep, like a bell, resounding through the void. Qiyu nodded slightly, then said in a deep voice, "Show me your full strength." "Let me see your strength." "You will see." Guo Xiaotian replied. Then, a shocking light burst out from his eyes. In the next moment, countless purple flames appeared around him, forming a powerful king's domain. With a roar, Guo Xiaotian charged forward with the purple flame domain. Facing Qiyu, he did not dare to be careless at all. Therefore, he used his most powerful skill right from the start. On the other hand, Qiyu roared to the sky. Endless light rushed out from his body, and his red hair fluttered like red flames. Behind him, a burning moon quickly appeared, exuding a monstrous aura. Flaming moon palm, with a wave of his palm, an endless sea of fire condensed, forming a burning moon that pressed forward. In the next moment, the two attacks collided. Two kinds of terrifying flames burned silently, but the sky kept cracking. The purple flame domain and the burning moon kept colliding, eroding and attacking each other. The overflowing energy turned into waves that swept in all directions, causing the crowd to retreat in shock. Fortunately, there was a formation that formed a strong defense. Otherwise, this attack would have definitely shattered the entire White Cloud Mountain. In the end, the two types of flames erupted with unparalleled power, blasting one black hole after another into the void. Guo Xiaotian, on the other hand, vomited blood and was sent flying. He had lost. Even though he had used an extremely powerful domain technique right from the start, he had still lost. In fact, Qiyu didn't even use his king's domain. He only used a palm technique to achieve victory. Seeing this scene, everyone was extremely shocked. They did not dare to imagine just how strong Qiyu was. So strong. I'm afraid no one is a match for him. Yeah, the core disciple spot this time is very likely to be his. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Even the two elders nodded their heads slightly. Facing Qiyu's strength, those inner sect geniuses all felt a sense of powerlessness. Humph, however, there were a few exceptions. Luo Yuan, who was ranked 2nd, coldly snorted, his eyes flashing brilliantly as he stared at Qiyu. And Luoshi, who was ranked 3rd, also had a cold expression. Her delicate face was filled with seriousness. On the other side, Lin Xian nodded his head slightly. To be honest, Qiyu's strength was indeed not bad. Although he was only a late-stage 3-star king, he was close to becoming a 4-star king. If he did not participate in the competition, no one among the inner sect disciples would be a match for Qiyu. Unfortunately, with him participating in this competition, Qiyu would definitely not win in the end. Then, the competition continued. Lin Xian went on the stage again. To everyone's surprise, Lin Xian's opponent this time was Wu Kuan. Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed again. Wu Kuan was one of the people who had mocked Lin Xian before. The other person, Qing Feng, had already been beaten into a pig's head. Would Wu Kuan win? Or would he be beaten into a pig's head? Everyone was looking forward to it. Wu Kuan's face was extremely gloomy. He gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. He did not expect to meet Qiyu again so soon. This made him feel a sense of fear. This was because the strength that Lin Xian had displayed previously had shocked him greatly. But soon, he comforted himself. Careless. It must be Qingfeng's carelessness that allowed Qiyu to win. If he used his full strength this time, he would definitely be able to kill Qiyu. With a cold shout, Wu Kuan appeared on the stage in a flash. Then, he said coldly, "Kid, don't be arrogant. I will suppress you later." "Is that so?" I am looking forward to it. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, do you want me to use only one hand? You are courting death, Wu Kuan roared. As an inner sect genius, when had he ever been looked down upon like this? With a roar, he rushed over. Lightning Fire Domain. Wu Kuan immediately unleashed his King's Domain, intending to kill Lin Xian. He would not give Qiyu any chance. Flames filled the air and lightning intertwined. The entire void was extremely violent. The power of fire and lightning intertwined, creating thousands of rays of light that caused people's hearts to palpitate. In an instant, Wu Kuan arrived in front of Lin Xian and attacked with his lightning fire domain. Haha, kid, go to hell. Wu Kuan laughed sinisterly. The inner sect disciples around him also exclaimed. They did not expect Wu Kuan to use his secret technique right from the start. He did not give Qiyu any chance at all. It's over. Lin Xian is in danger. Yeah, Wu Kuan is ranked 7th. He is definitely not someone Qing Feng can compare to. Everyone was discussing. At that moment, everyone looked forward. However, Lin Xian looked calm. He looked at Wu Kuan who was charging at him crazily and sneered. Then, he raised his palm and slapped forward. What? He hasn't used his domain yet? Seeing this, everyone was shocked and could not believe their eyes. Even the inner sect experts frowned. They thought that Lin Xian was too arrogant. Slap, however, in the next moment, a crisp sound was heard. Lin Xian slapped Wu Kuan's face and sent him flying. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. They did not expect that the slap would hit Wu Kuan and that Wu Kuan did not dodge at all. Suddenly, the corners of everyone's mouth twitched. Many people even touched their faces subconsciously. Judging from the power of the slap, half of Wu Kuan's face would definitely be smashed. That was indeed the case. Wu Kuan was sent flying and half of his face was smashed. He could not believe what he had just seen. He had already used his King's domain and used all his strength. However, he was still sent flying. What kind of technique was that? He was terrified. Next, he suffered the same fate as Qing Feng. He was slapped into a pig's head and thrown out of the arena. Everyone was shocked and could not believe it. They did not expect the battle to end so quickly. It was simply a one-sided beating. Heavens, just what realm has his strength reached? Why do I feel like he's a bottomless pit? That's right. To be able to send Wu Kuan, who is ranked 7th, flying with a single slap, I'm afraid only the top 5 experts can do that. Are you kidding me? He's at least at the level of the top 3. Everyone was shocked, and the inner sect geniuses were frowning. They realized that they had once again underestimated the young man in front of them. Even in Luoshi, Luo Yuan, and the others frowned at the power he had displayed. What an interesting kid. The two elders' eyes lit up as they stared at Lin Xian. Soon, the first round was over. Then came the second round and the third round. Of course, some people were eliminated in the middle. After the fourth round, more people were eliminated. The battle between the crowd became more and more intense. Soon, the crowd in the White Cloud Square exclaimed again as the competition had reached a climax. And Luoshi, who was ranked 3rd, was fighting against Du Luo Yuan, who was ranked 2nd. And Luoshi was wearing a blue robe. She looked like a fairy and was extremely beautiful. Beside her, countless blue flames were rolling like an ocean. With a wave of her hand, the blue flames instantly enveloped the entire arena. Then, an ice blue sword quickly formed in the flames. Thousands of rays of cold light were emitted, and the terrifying aura seemed to tear the sky apart. On the other side, Luo Yuan snorted coldly as a bright light burst out from his eyes. Countless wolf shadows appeared in the air, each of them exuding a terrifying power. A giant blue sword was waved, carrying a bright light as it slashed forward like a meteor. As for the tens of thousands of divine wolf phantoms, they moved rapidly, blotting out the sky and covering the earth, filling the entire space. A fierce collision sound was heard as a huge collision occurred in the entire space. With a loud bang, sparks flew in all directions. Everyone retreated in horror. This kind of attack was too terrifying. Just the aftershock alone was enough to destroy everyone. The two peerless experts continued to exchange blows. Every strike tore apart the heavens and split the earth. The berserk energy was like an ocean, whistling past. After hundreds of blows, the blue sword exploded and turned into countless flames again, spreading in all directions. And Luoxi was defeated. But on the other side, Luo Yuan was also suffering. His face was pale and he didn't have much strength left in his body. It could be said that the victory was very dangerous. Many sighed. And Luoxi was the goddess in their hearts, yet she had been defeated. However, it had to be said that this was definitely a shocking battle. Every strike made people's hearts jump. Not long after, Lin Xian went up again. His opponent was Yang Fan, who was ranked 4th. Yang Fan was much stronger than Wu Kuan. However, he was still defeated by Lin Xian. Moreover, his face had been beaten until it looked like a pig's head, and he didn't escape this fate. From then on, everyone was extremely shocked. The strength that Lin Xian had displayed was too strong. Even Yang Fan, who was ranked 4th, was not his match. With such strength, he definitely had the qualifications to enter the top 3. Until now, no one thought that Lin Xian was weak. Even the majority of the inner sect geniuses were ashamed of their inferiority. This was because they were unable to reach such a level of strength. And Luoxi, who was ranked 3rd, and Luo Yuan, who was ranked 2nd, looked even more dignified. They didn't expect that at this time a peerless expert would appear. And it was a newcomer, the 6th match. And Luoxi and Qiyu met. Everyone watched nervously. And Luoxi also used all her strength in this battle, but she was defeated after 50 moves. And she was defeated wholeheartedly. It couldn't be helped. Qiyu was really too strong. That burning flaming moon was extremely terrifying. It seemed to be able to suppress everything in the world. This made everyone feel despair. Next, not long after, Lin Xian finally met Luo Yuan. Suddenly, everyone was excited. Because the strength that Lin Xian displayed was definitely at the level of the top 3, and Luo Yuan was even stronger. He was ranked 2nd only to Qiyu. This was undoubtedly going to be a fierce battle between dragons and tigers. In the ring, Luo Yuan's eyes were cold. He stared at Lin Xian like a divine wolf. He said in a deep voice, "I admit that you are very strong, beyond everyone's expectations. But against me, you have no chance of winning. It's useless to say more." "Let's fight," Lin Xian said indifferently. Boom, Luo Yuan roared. Suddenly, countless divine wolf phantoms filled his surroundings. Each of them was more than 3 meters long and had a pair of divine wings on their back. They exuded a terrifying aura. This is Luo Yuan's unique skill, divine wolf howling the sky. I wonder what Lin Xian will use to resist it. I don't think he has a chance. After all, Luo Yuan is 2nd only to Qiyu. He is the only one who can compete with Qiyu. No matter how strong Lin Xian is, he is probably only on par with Luoxi. I'm afraid he will still lose to Luo Yuan. While everyone was discussing, Luo Yuan had already made his move. He brought the divine wolf phantoms with him and quickly charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked calm. He formed a seal with his palms and immediately displayed the 9 heavens transformation. A huge 9-headed snakelet took shape in front of him. Its body was as huge as a mountain, and its 9 heads swayed in the air. Instantly, lightning, flames, frost, cold wind, light blades, and various other attacks flew out of the 9 heads and rushed forward. Boom, the divine wolf phantoms were pierced through and turned into spiritual energy that dissipated in the air. What? He actually pierced through them? Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed in shock. They had never expected that Lin Xian would have such a method capable of instantly defeating a large number of divine wolf phantoms. Even Luo Yuan on the opposite side was moved. The next moment, he roared, "Wolf conquers the world." As his voice rang out, purple radiance erupted from the eyes of the divine wolf phantoms. All the phantoms merged rapidly, forming a huge divine wolf that walked between the heavens and the earth. The divine wolf looked ferocious and terrifying. It walked upright like a giant, black fog rolling around its body and emitting a terrifying energy. Not only that, a huge black saber appeared in its hand. It flickered with an incomparably dark radiance. At this moment, Luo Yuan finally unleashed his strongest technique. With a furious roar, the wolf god phantom brandished its huge black saber and viciously slashed forward. The saber flashed and shattered the void. The saber cleaved the nine-headed snakelet in half. Instantly, the flame, lightning, hailstones, and other energies disappeared. How powerful! Seeing this scene, many inner court disciples exclaimed in surprise. It's out. This is Luo Yuan's strongest technique. That Lin Xian definitely won't be able to block it. Everyone held their breaths and watched carefully. Even Lin Xian was slightly astonished. Luo Yuan was the only person capable of blocking a single attack of his. It was no wonder Luo Yuan was able to become the number 2 genius of that sect. Not bad. Lin Xian nodded. Then, he clenched his fist and slammed it forward. Instantly, the great dragon sword soul in his body revolved. Boundless spiritual energy gathered and formed 2 huge steels in the sky. The steels were formed by spiritual energy. They shone brightly and illuminated their surroundings. Although they weren't real, they were like ancient divine steels. They emitted a mysterious energy that caused everyone's heart to palpitate. Suppress. Lin Xian's palm slammed down. Instantly, the ancient steels in the sky pressed down slowly. Shockwaves rolled and the void shattered. The ancient steels directly suppressed the terrifying wolf god. Roar, the wolf god howled madly. Black energy surged out of his body, forming a hellish scene. The black saber in his hand slashed in all directions, creating a black hole in the void. However, he couldn't escape from the divine steels in the sky. In the end, he was imprisoned in the void and held in pain. Everyone was stunned. After a long time, they all inhaled a mouthful of cold air. As for Luo Yuan, he was stunned. His mind was blank. He couldn't believe it. His strongest technique had actually been easily suppressed by someone else. Moreover, he realized that his opponent had held back. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured. He might even have been killed. You've won. You're very strong. I've lost. Finally, Luo Yuan sighed and admitted defeat. The moment these words came out, the crowd went into an uproar. Shocking. This was too shocking. Even the second-ranked genius had admitted defeat. Had Lin Xian become so strong? At this moment, even the first-ranked Qiyu had a solemn expression. The eyes of the core disciples were also shining. The 2 core elders were also extremely excited. They realized that Lin Xian was truly a peerless genius. He was comparable to those from the sacred land. At this point in the competition, it was already very clear that everyone had a record of defeat. Only Lin Xian and Qiyu had a record of complete victories. Therefore, the core disciple position would be decided between the 2 of them. The winner would be the next core disciple. At this thought, everyone couldn't help but get excited. This was going to be the strongest battle among the inner disciples. At this moment, Luo Yuan and Luoshi, Qiyu, and the other core disciples all focused their gazes forward. Qiyu was a tall man with a head full of fiery red hair that fluttered in the wind like a burning flame. He stared at Lin Xian and said in a deep voice, "You're very strong, and you've exceeded my expectations. I never thought that the final battle would be with you." Lin Xian chuckled. Life is full of surprises. No one can predict what will happen next. Perhaps you didn't expect to lose in a while. Humph, hearing this, Qiyu snorted coldly, "The one who will lose is you, there is no doubt about that. There's no point in talking. Let's do it." Lin Xian shook his head slightly. Seeing Lin Xian's contemptuous look, Qiyu was furious. As the number 1 disciple of the inner sect, he had always been high and mighty, and no one dared to look down on him. But now, he was being looked down upon. How could he not be angry? Therefore, the moment he made his move, he used a powerful ultimate skill. A burning moon quickly appeared and shrouded Lin Xian. This aura was too terrifying. Even Luo Yuan and Luoshi trembled. Their expressions changed greatly. They had not expected Qiyu to be so strong. Damn it, he hid his cultivation. Luo Yuan trembled, his eyes filled with fear. He had originally thought that he could compete with Qiyu, but now it seemed that it was impossible. Qiyu's aura was very close to that of a 4-star king. Apart from the core disciples, no one could compete with him. Even the two core disciples and the elders nodded slightly, acknowledging Qiyu's strength. Lin Xian was expressionless, his expression calm. The next moment, he gently raised his hand and pointed with his finger. Void shattering. A finger beam flew out like a heaven-shaking rainbow, flying in the sky. At this moment, the finger beam seemed to be the only thing in the world. It was so bright that no one could open their eyes. Pung, a deep sound rang out as the finger beam instantly shattered the red moon. This scene stunned everyone. They didn't dare to believe it. The red moon contained spiritual energy that was infinitely close to that of a 4-star king. No one among the inner disciples could compete with it. But now, it had been shattered with a single finger. How terrifying was the energy needed to do that? However, the one who did it was only a 2-star king. Everyone felt like they were dreaming. On the opposite side, Qiyu looked as if he had been struck by lightning. His face turned pale as he kept retreating. A stream of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. It was bright red and dazzling. He was too shocked. This red moon was his ultimate skill. No one in the inner sect could resist it. Only the core disciples could compete with it, but now, the other party had merely pointed out with a finger and his ultimate skill was broken. He could not accept it at all. At that moment, even the two elders widened their eyes. That was because Lin Xian's battle prowess was truly astonishing. Does this guy have the combat strength of a 4-star king? Thinking of this, everyone sucked in a cold breath. Damn it, I don't believe it. Qiyu roared. He waved his hand, and a huge red moon formed beside him. Moonlight Realm, Qiyu's king's realm. As soon as the Moonlight Realm was formed, it quickly condensed into red moons that pressed forward. Each red moon was like a red mountain, shaking the void and crushing the surroundings. However, Lin Xian only waved his finger and shattered these terrifying red moons. Qiyu roared crazily. He wanted to get closer to Lin Xian with the Moonlight Realm. As long as he could envelop his opponent in his king's realm, he would be able to win. However, that frightening finger light caused him to be alarmed. He could only use his maximum speed to continuously dodge. In the end, after 9 red moons were destroyed, Qiyu finally arrived in front of Lin Xian. Suddenly, Qiyu was ecstatic. His eyes shone with a terrifying light. The Moonlight Realm beside him was even more dazzling. It was like a sea of fire. It's over. The huge Moonlight Realm quickly enveloped Lin Xian. Seeing this scene, everyone cried out in alarm. Could it be that Lin Xian was really finished? At this moment, everyone was extremely nervous. Lin Xian was still calm. He waved his hand and immediately used the Dragon Sword realm. Thousands of sword chi roared, and killing intense sword. The whole world seemed to have become a world of sword chi. Bang! In the next moment, the two kings' realms collided, and countless cracks appeared in the void. In an instant, the Crimson Moon domain was sent flying by the impact. Puff! Qiyu spat out blood and was sent flying. He hit the ground and could not move at all. One hit, just one hit, and he was severely injured. Moreover, it was because his opponent was defending passively. If his opponent had attacked first, he would have been killed. Everyone was stunned. The entire White Cloud Square was silent to the extreme. Defeated, Qiyu was actually defeated. After a long time, the crowd exclaimed. They could not believe that Qiyu, the top inner disciple, was defeated. This was too terrifying. His opponent was only a 2-star king, but the combat power he displayed was even more terrifying than Qiyu's. He had probably reached the 4-star king level. At this moment, all the inner disciples looked at Lin Xian, their bodies trembling. The two core disciples in the distance also looked very serious. His combat power was already on par with theirs. As for the two elders, they were also extremely excited. A peerless genius, an absolute peerless genius. They, the Donzone, had really picked up a treasure this time. Qiyu was seriously injured and directly fainted. He was carried away for treatment. The entire place was completely silent. After a long time, an elder said in a deep voice, "This competition has ended. The one who became a core disciple is Lin Xian." Everyone was silent. They had never thought that today's result would be like this. Lin Xian revealed a smile. Very good, he had finally become a core disciple. Next, the elder told Lin Xian about the situation of core disciples. After becoming a core disciple, the treatment would be greatly improved. They could have their own mountain to cultivate. Moreover, they could obtain more resources and could even enslave the inner and outer disciples. As Lu Chao went missing, a mountain was empty, so Lin Xian directly took over that mountain. Everything that Lu Chao had before was replaced by Lin Xian. In addition, core disciples had 2 opportunities to listen to the elders' lectures every month. They could read the middle-grade earth-class martial arts and middle-grade Shan pill recipes. They could cultivate their own spiritual herbs in the mountains and only needed to give 50% to the sect. Of course, the sect had a rule that core disciples would be given a task every 3 months. If they could not complete it, their treatment would be greatly reduced. Lin Xian nodded to show that he understood. He knew that the sect and its disciples had a coexisting relationship. They needed to cooperate with each other. He didn't need to worry about these things. He planned to wait until things were stable before going to the library to see if there were any clues about the Niwa of Gojoseon. Just like that, Lin Xian became a core disciple. The resources he needed were all sent to the mountain peak. Among them, in addition to the cultivation method, pill Dao, and spiritual medicine, there was also a blue pill. It was said that this was a very good pill. Only core disciples and above could have it. The inner and outer sect disciples did not have the fortune to enjoy it. How could there be such a good thing? Lin Xian was overjoyed. What he lacked the most now was energy. If the great dragon sword soul wanted to improve, it would require an extremely large amount of energy each time. Moreover, it would increase exponentially. If he couldn't find so much energy, he was afraid that his realm would stagnate. Now, this blue pill seemed to be a very good pill, so he planned to try it. After those people left, Lin Xian set up a defensive array on the mountain peak and named it Star Mountain. Then, he sat down cross-legged, took out the blue pill, and quickly swallowed it. Immediately, the pill dissolved and a torrent of energy rushed into his meridians. So powerful! Lin Xian was overjoyed. He didn't expect that the blue pill would have such a strong energy. It's really good stuff. No wonder only core disciples have it. He used the longevity incantation and quickly absorbed the energy. However, he soon frowned because the longevity incantation seemed to have changed. The longevity incantation was a cultivation method that he had been practicing since he started cultivating. It could be said that it was very powerful. Moreover, there had never been any changes. However, the longevity incantation had changed. The cultivation method had been reversed. Every cultivation method followed a certain path between the meridians and acupoints in the body to provide energy to the body. It could be said that this path was very stable. However, the longevity incantation had been reversed. Lin Xian didn't dare to imagine the consequences. Damn? What's going on? Lin Xian's expression changed drastically. He wanted to stop, but he realized that he couldn't do it. The longevity incantation was like an azure dragon that quickly reversed in Lin Xian's body and expelled all the energy from the blue pill. Pfft! Lin Xian's body trembled and he spat out a blue liquid. It was the blue pill from before. After spitting out the blue liquid, the longevity incantation calmed down and returned to normal. What's going on? Lin Xian's eyes widened. He couldn't understand. The longevity incantation had stopped him from absorbing energy. This had never happened before, therefore, he called the Crimson Dragon and He Tu over. The two of them were experienced and knowledgeable, so they should know what was going on. After He Tu and the Crimson Dragon heard this, they were also puzzled. They also couldn't understand what was going on. Could it be that something went wrong with your cultivation? The Crimson Dragon said. That's impossible. If something went wrong, I should be seriously injured. But I'm safe and sound. Lin Xian shook his head. At this moment, He Tu said, Kid, try taking other pills and see if your cultivation method will reverse. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. He took out a pill that he had refined himself and quickly swallowed it. This time, the longevity incantation didn't reverse. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. After a while, Lin Xian said doubtfully, could it be that there's something wrong with this blue pill? Or could it be that it conflicts with my cultivation method? Other than that, he couldn't think of any other reason. One had to know that he was an alchemist. He had taken countless pills and nothing had ever happened. Only this big brother's blue pill could cause the cultivation technique to reverse. Thus, after thinking about it, there were only these two possibilities. He2 nodded. Your cultivation method is very magical. It hasn't made any mistakes for so many years. I don't think it's a problem with your cultivation method. So, it's the pills problem. The Crimson Dragon said from the side. Then, his eyes flickered as he carefully looked at the pool of blue liquid on the ground. What a strong energy! He waved his dragon claw and took out a drop to examine it carefully. After looking at it for a long time, he didn't find any problems. Although we didn't find any problems, it doesn't mean that there's no problem. Maybe we just don't know yet. He2 said, Kid, don't eat this blue pill. If you want energy, you can find it anywhere. As the new successor of the dragon sword, Lin Xian couldn't be allowed to have any problems with him. Lin Xian also nodded. Even if he wanted to eat it now, he couldn't. As soon as he took this pill, the longevity incantation reversed and spat out all the energy of the pill. Lin Xian had used the longevity incantation for many years, so he didn't think that longevity would harm him. It must be the pill's problem. At this moment, he suddenly thought of an idea. Do you think that the Niwa of Gojoseon's incident has something to do with this blue pill? At this moment, Lin Xian suddenly had an idea. Do you think the Niwa of Gojoseon's incident has something to do with this blue pill? Lin Xian asked. Hearing this, He2 and the Crimson Dragon were deep in thought. Could it be that there's a secret behind this blue pill? I think it's possible. The two whispered. Lin Xian's face lit up. It seemed that he had found a very important clue. In the future, if he searched for this blue pill, he should be able to find some clues. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate. His figure flashed and he left for Chuyu's mountain peak. If he wanted to know about the blue pill, he could only ask the core disciples. However, among the core disciples, he was only familiar with Chuyu. Therefore, he could only ask him. Seeing Lin Xian arrive, Chuyu smiled and said, Why are you here instead of enjoying your cultivation resources? Oh, it's like this. I just received a blue pill from the sect. After consuming it, I felt that the effect was very good. So I want to ask, how can I get more? Oh, you're talking about that pill. Chuyu smiled, there's no other way. There's only one pill per month. Only one pill per month? Is it the same for everyone? Lin Xian asked calmly. Yes, it's the same every month. No matter what method you use, you can't get more. What kind of pill is it? How do you feel after consuming it? Is there anything you're not used to? Lin Xian asked again. Why do you ask? Chuyu was puzzled. The effect of that pill is very good. Every time I consume it, I feel refreshed. I feel that my energy and body have reached the peak. This is definitely a rare pill. Only core disciples can consume it. However, I don't know what this pill is called. Everyone calls it blue wave pill. Blue wave pill, Lin Xian muttered, then frowned. From what Chuyu said, it seemed that no one felt uncomfortable after consuming it. Moreover, the effect was surprisingly good, but why couldn't he take it? Of course, he didn't dare to tell Chuyu about this matter. Otherwise, it would alarm the sect and he would be used for experiments or something. That would be terrible. It looked like he couldn't ask any more questions. Chuyu seemed to have begun to suspect something. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't ask any more questions. After chatting about some matters related to alchemy and cultivation, he left. Kid, don't worry, take your time. Otherwise, it will attract the attention of others. He2 also reminded him. Yes, I know. Lin Xian nodded and put the matter aside for the time being. A few days later, he went to the sect's library to read some books. He specifically selected some historical records. However, there was no record of the Niwa of Gojoseon. According to the 10,000 Beast Ding, the Niwa of Gojoseon used to be an elder, and his status and strength were even higher than the core disciples. Logically speaking, there should be records of it. However, after rummaging through the entire library, he didn't find any records of the Niwa of Gojoseon. It looked like the Danzong had erased it. What did the Niwa of Gojoseon do? Why was he pursued by the Danzong like this, and all his deeds were erased? Could it be related to the blue pill? Lin Xian was puzzled, but he couldn't be sure. It looked like he couldn't rush this matter. He could only wait. With a sigh, he returned to the Star Peak. There was no progress on the Niwa of Gojoseon's matter. Lin Xian could only cultivate and increase his strength to deal with the unknown danger. After cultivating for a period of time, he felt that his progress was too slow. After all, he had the great dragon sword soul. The energy he needed was several times more than an ordinary king, or even more than 10 times, therefore, ordinary energy wasn't enough for him to absorb. It looked like he could only go out and search for opportunities. Lin Xian sighed. As expected, one had to pay a higher price than others in order to be powerful. Fortunately, the matter at Fengshan wasn't over yet. Perhaps he should go and explore it again. The Crimson Dragon agreed with this suggestion. The benefits he received last time had allowed him to advance by 1 level. Therefore, he couldn't forget about it. The two didn't hesitate. They left the Danzong again and set off for Fengshan. The demonic aura at Fengshan was even thicker now. It was overflowing and looked like hell. However, there were more martial artists in the surroundings. Moreover, it wasn't just the sects and countries nearby. Even the sects and sects far away had come. It could be said that there were countless experts now. Damn, what did they find? How did they attract so many people? The Crimson Dragon exclaimed as he looked at the figures flying in the sky. Kid, be careful. Although there aren't any people from the sacred grounds or the clan of the ancients, those from the great sects are also very strong. I'm afraid they're much stronger than the Danzong. Great sects? So strong? Lin Xian was also surprised. He thought that above the Danzong were the clan of the ancients and the sacred grounds. He didn't expect there to be so many great sects in between. Heitu reminded, Kid, don't underestimate these great sections. Some of the more powerful great sects have been passed down for tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. Among them, the terrifying great sects are not inferior to the sacred grounds or the clan of the ancients. So strong. Lin Xian was shocked. Indeed, there were countless experts in the true spirit world and many sects. It seemed that among these powers, the Danzong wasn't ranked. The great sects had limitless and terrifying foundations. Even Heitu's words carried a trace of seriousness. Lin Xian took a deep breath. His eyes were full of fighting spirit. He believed that with his talent and hard work, he would be able to rule the world one day. While they were talking, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon's figures were like lightning as they quickly approached Feng Mountain. Compared to a few days ago, this place was even more terrifying. The overflowing aura made people tremble with a single glance. The two carefully advanced. Soon, they passed through the cave they had entered last time. The deeper they went, the more terrifying the aura became. Fortunately, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon weren't ordinary people, so they were able to resist this terrifying aura. If it were other kings, they wouldn't even dare to enter. However, as soon as they entered Feng Mountain, they were attacked. It was a group of ghosts, emitting a cold aura that wrapped around Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. But this time, Lin Xian's strength had greatly increased, so he easily dealt with them. As they continued forward, he finally frowned. Because there were fighting sounds coming from ahead. Obviously, the various powers had already started fighting. Relying on his outstanding soul power, Lin Xian sensed danger and quickly avoided those warriors. He didn't want to fight with these people right now and waste his energy. But in the end, he still encountered a group of people. There were about a dozen people in this group, and the leader was an old man. However, what made Lin Xian feel at ease was that this old man was only a 4-star king. The young people behind him were at most 3-star kings. The old man stared at Lin Xian, his eyes flickering, but he did not say anything. However, the young disciples beside him sneered and said, Kid, who are you? How dare you wander around here? Aren't you afraid of death? A 2-star king dares to come in alone? You're really courting death. A few young disciples stepped forward and looked down at Lin Xian with arrogant expressions. The old man frowned, but he did not say anything. This was because he had already checked Lin Xian's cultivation before, and he was only a 2-star king. Such a person was not a threat at all. Moreover, he was also very curious. Where did the other party get the courage to appear here? Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He did not pay attention to these people. His figure flashed, and he prepared to leave from another place. There was danger everywhere now, and he did not want to fight too much. He wanted to preserve his strength. However, those young people did not intend to let him go. A hint of anger even appeared in their eyes. "You're courting death. I asked you a question, and you dare not answer? You're too arrogant. No one dares to ignore us. A mere 2-star king dares to be so arrogant. Looks like we really need to teach you a lesson." They sneered and were about to attack. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. "If you don't want to die, scram. You're courting death." Hearing Lin Xian's warning, the young people were furious. In their opinion, the other party dared to scold them. He was simply courting death. Therefore, these people shouted coldly and erupted with powerful strength, quickly attacking Lin Xian. Lin Xian's face darkened, and a hint of killing intent appeared in his eyes. He did not want to fight too much and preserve his strength. However, these people in front of him provoked him again and again. It seemed that he had no choice but to attack. He snorted coldly and raised his arm. Suddenly, a dazzling sword light flew out from between his fingers. It was like a long river, fiercely slashing forward. A beam of sword light turned into 3 beams of sword chi and slashed towards the 3 young men in front of him. Puff! Puff! 3 low voices rang out as the 3 arrogant youths were sliced in half. What? He was killed. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people widened their eyes in disbelief. Even that old man had a shocked expression on his face. To be honest, the other party was only a 2-star king tier, and he didn't attract his attention at all. Among his disciples, any one of them could easily kill the other party. However, he did not expect that the other party had actually concealed his strength and displayed such powerful strength, killing 3 of his disciples with a raise of his hand. "Brat, you're courting death." At this moment, the old man finally could not hold it in any longer. An extremely powerful force surged out from his body, and together with his huge palm, he slapped towards Lin Xian. Instantly, the palm of light covered the sky and the sun, and the immense pressure caused the void to tremble. 4-star king tier? Is this what gives you the right to be arrogant? What a joke! Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a bright light burst out from his eyes. Then, a dragon's roar rang out from his body. A shocking beam of sword light shot up into the sky. He clenched his fist, and a black demonic sword appeared in his hand. Then, he slashed it forward. A sword that split the sky. The huge sword chi was like a black mountain, and it was extremely terrifying. It directly blasted away the huge palm that covered the sky and enveloped the old man. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out, and the wind and clouds between heaven and earth moved violently. A huge crack appeared in the sky. The old man's expression changed drastically. He felt an extremely sharp radiance slashing his body, and he was instantly sent flying. At this critical moment, he activated 7 layers of defense. Among them, 3 layers of spiritual power defense, 3 layers of shields, and a piece of armor on his body blocked in front of him. He was truly too terrified because this sword chi made him shudder with fear and trepidation. However, even if he activated 7 layers of defense, it was of no use. The black sword chi cut through all of his defenses, and then slashed his body. Boom! The old man was sent flying. More than half of the bones in his body were broken, and there was a terrifying sword wound on his body. Blood splattered in the sky, and the pungent smell of blood filled the air. Damn it, how is this possible? The old man was sent flying for dozens of miles, crashing into countless mountains, before he finally stopped. His eyes were filled with horror. He was a 4-star king. He was extremely powerful, and his opponent was only a 2-star king. However, he was able to seriously injure him with a single sword strike. This was simply too sensational. Damn it, could this kid be from a sacred ground or a clan of the ancients? Or a disciple of one of those great sects? The old man's scalp went numb. He knew that he had kicked an iron plate this time. Only a disciple of such a force could fight someone of such a high level. Thinking of this, his expression became extremely ugly. In the next moment, he burned the spiritual power in his body, and his entire body turned into a dazzling light as he fled into the distance. Humph, Black Dragon break. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The black sword chi turned into a black dragon and roared forward. In an instant, the huge black dragon's body swallowed the old man. The sword light exploded, and the sword chi soared into the sky and tore through the sky. The old man was blasted into powder, leaving nothing behind. The disciples that he brought with him were dumbfounded when they saw the scene. They did not expect that their master would be killed. And this person was the ant that they had mocked before. Who are you? You're not human. You're a demon. Everyone, run. The disciples were so scared that their faces turned pale, and they fled in all directions. However, at this moment, the Crimson Dragon sneered. He waved his dragon claws and shouted, "Dragon roars in all directions." In an instant, countless dragon claws lashed out in all directions, filling up the entire space. Bang! Bang! Soon, the dozen or so disciples were all smashed into a bloody mist by the dragon claws. The Crimson Dragon chuckled, while Lin Xian was expressionless. To be honest, he did not have any pity in his heart because the world was cruel. If he did not kill these people, they would kill him. If he and the Crimson Dragon were weak, they would have been killed by the other party long ago. After dealing with these troubles, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon continued on their journey. In front of them, black qi filled the air, and the aura of death soared into the sky. It was extremely cold. Some of the weaker warriors had no choice but to retreat. However, some of the bolder ones directly activated their king's domains or used their armor to force their way in. As for the powerful kings, their qi and blood surged into the sky, and they were as vigorous as furnaces. From afar, one could see patches of red light that connected the heavens and the earth. Those were the scenes emitted by the qi and blood of the strong. They were so powerful that ghosts and evil beings did not dare to approach. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon's qi and blood rumbled in their bodies, emitting powerful auras. However, the two of them controlled themselves well and did not appear too shocking. They did not want to attract too much attention. However, along the way, he had also found many spiritual herbs. There were countless spiritual herbs in the world, and they all had different habits. Some liked sunlight, some liked water, some liked darkness, and some even grew in the wilderness of mountains of corpses. Therefore, there were countless precious spiritual herbs in the Feng Mountain range. Moreover, they were all very old, thousands of years old. These were all 1,000-year-old herbs, and they were very precious. Lin Xian took some, then sat down cross-legged and quickly refined pills. Now that he was able to refine middle-grade Xian pills, he would not let go of any opportunity. In the end, he was only in charge of refining pills, while the Crimson Dragon and the Snow-White Monkey were in charge of collecting. The two of them were very fast, and it did not take long for them to collect more than 10,000-year-old herbs. Soon, a furnace of pills was made. There were a total of 12 pills. Each of them was the size of a longan, and they emitted a strange fragrance. Lin Xian, the Crimson Dragon, and the Snow-White Monkey shared the pills equally, and they quickly consumed them to increase their strength. However, every time Lin Xian raised his cultivation, the amount of energy he needed was too great. Therefore, this small amount of elixir could not provide any significant improvement. However, his strength increased little by little. When night fell, the entire Feng Mountain was shrouded in a layer of ghostly aura. It was so dark that one could not even see their own fingers. Under such circumstances, Lin Xian, the Crimson Dragon, and the rest did not leave, but sat cross-legged where they were. They started a bonfire, but the dim light could only illuminate the surrounding area for a meter. However, this was enough. The Crimson Dragon set up a defensive array around them. Lin Xian was preparing to cultivate. Bang! However, at this moment, a low sound was heard, as if something was hitting the array. Who is it? Lin Xian shouted coldly, and his voice turned into a murderous aura, penetrating all directions. The Crimson Dragon also set up an array, and suddenly, a bright light shone, illuminating the surroundings. Then, their eyes widened, and they felt their scalps go numb. 2 meters in front of them, there was a corpse lying on the ground. It was a shriveled corpse, with only skin and bones left. At this moment, it was lying on the ground, emitting a gloomy and cold aura. F***ck, what is this thing? When did he appear? The Crimson Dragon was startled. Lin Xian was also shocked. There was nothing they could do about it. This mummy was too strange. Previously, they had scouted all directions, but there was nothing within a radius of 1 mile. But now, 2 meters in front of them, there was a dried corpse. How did it appear? Did the other party run over on his own? Or was it put here by someone? No matter which one it was, it made their scalps go numb. Kid, why don't we go back? This place is too creepy. The Crimson Dragon hesitated. Lin Xian was shocked when he heard this. Even the Crimson Dragon said so. Was this place really that dangerous? However, before he could say anything, the sound of fighting suddenly came from the front. There were also angry roars. Someone's fighting. Lin Xian frowned and spread out his soul power. He found that the place where the sound came from was not far away. It was only a few dozen miles away from them. This distance was nothing to them. Let's go and have a look, Lin Xian said. Then, he turned into a sword light and flew forward. The Crimson Dragon did not dare to stay here alone, so he followed closely. At this distance, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon soon arrived. Then, they found that there was indeed a battle. On one side, there was a man in black. His wide black robe wrapped around his body. His eyes were unusually cold, with an unfathomable evil aura. On the other side, although Lin Xian did not know who it was, his clothes were very familiar. He was a disciple of the Danzong, and judging by his cultivation, he should be a core disciple of the Danzong. At this moment, they were fighting with the black-robed man. However, they were not fighting with the black-robed man himself, but with a few dried corpses. That's right. There were a few dried corpses around the black-robed man, and they were walking strangely. As they moved, there was a strange and evil power. Damn, what a strong death aura! The Crimson Dragon looked forward and was shocked. Death aura? This uncomfortable feeling is the death aura? Lin Xian asked. At the same time, he found that the dried corpses around the black-robed man were very similar to the one beside the bonfire. Come to think of it, they should be together. One of the dried corpses was very scary. It was tall, purple, and seemed to be wearing armor. There was a gray light in its eyes. Its body was as fast as lightning, and its strength was enormous. With a palm strike, it sent a core disciple of the Danzong flying. It seemed that the purple zombie was at least a 4-star king. And the dried corpses around it were not weak either. Although they were not as strong as the purple zombie, they had strong bodies. The attacks of the core disciples did not cause much damage to them. Damn it, who are you? The core disciples of the Danzong roared. There were 3 of them in total. Now that one of them was sent flying, there were only 2 left. It was a man and a woman. The 2 of them were fighting 6 dried corpses, and the situation was very dangerous. After the black-robed man heard this, he sneered. Dead people don't need to know so much, don't worry. After you die, I'll turn you into dried corpses and make you my slaves forever. As he spoke, he suddenly stretched out his hands and clapped lightly. Suddenly, a very low voice was heard. The dried corpses and the purple zombie seemed to have received some kind of order, and they attacked even more crazily. The purple zombie was especially fierce. The 2 Danzong disciples' palms and longswords slashed at it, creating a series of sparks. However, they could not hurt the zombie at all. The purple zombie waved its palms, carrying a terrifying death aura. It instantly blasted the 2 of them and forced them back. Pfft, the 2 core disciples spat out blood. Their faces were pale. At the same time, a gust of death aura flowed into their bodies, destroying their spiritual energy and bodies. Because of that, their situation became even worse. Hee, the disciples of the Danzong. You're good at alchemy, but you're trash when it comes to fighting. Why didn't you stay in the mountains? Why did you have to get involved in this mess? Since that's the case, you can go to hell. The black-robed man sneered. His palms clapped in a strange rhythm. Then, the purple zombie charged forward again like lightning. Its withered palms were like the claws of death. They struck forward quickly. Even the void could not withstand it. The two core disciples were about to be killed. However, at this moment, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He waved his hand, and a ball of black flames flew out. It was like a black sun, covering the sky and covering the earth. It quickly blasted onto the purple zombie. Bang! Pft, pft. The purple zombie was pushed back. Not only that, but its body was also burning rapidly. It was only a dried corpse, so it would not feel any pain. However, the black-robed man was shocked when he saw this. "Who's there? How dare you hurt my zombie? Come out! Who's there? How dare you hurt my zombie? Show yourself!" As he roared, he quickly formed a seal with his palms. Immediately, an endless amount of death aura surrounded the purple zombie and extinguished the black flames. Then, he looked to the side with a gloomy gaze. There, he found a young man standing with a red four-horned snake. "Who are you? How dare you interfere with my business? Do you want to die?" The black-robed man's voice was gloomy. At the same time, he was shocked that the young man could hurt his purple zombie. One had to know that his purple zombie was extremely terrifying. Those core disciples of the alchemy sect from before were unable to harm it at all. Now, the young man who appeared out of nowhere could hurt his zombie. It was indeed shocking. The one who attacked was naturally Lin Xian. When he heard the man's roar, he did not answer. Instead, he asked, "Who are you?" "Humph, you don't have the right to know who I am. How dare you interfere with my business? You'll end up in a miserable state." The black-robed man snorted. His body was filled with murderous intent. "Then you don't have the right to know who I am either. However, since you dared to provoke a Danzong disciple, I can guarantee that you'll end up in a miserable state too," Lin Xian said slowly. He returned the man's words. "You're courting death." The black-robed man was furious. On the other hand, the three injured Danzong disciples were overjoyed. The young man turned out to be a Danzong disciple. That was good news. However, what puzzled them was that they did not recognize the young man in front of them. Could he be an inner disciple? As soon as they thought of that, they quickly rejected the idea. How could an inner disciple defeat this black-robed young man? He must be a core disciple. They heard that there was a new core disciple recently. It should be him. They discussed and finally confirmed it. On the other side, the black-robed man wanted to attack, but suddenly, a strange voice came from afar. Suddenly, the black-robed man's expression changed. "Kid, you're lucky this time. The next time we meet, I'll kill all of you and turn you all into mummies." With that, he let out a cold snort. Boundless death chi spread out from his body, enveloping all the mummies. Then, with a flash of his body, he turned into a black light and left the place. Seeing that the man had left, the three core disciples heaved a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground. One by one, they began to consume pills to heal their injuries. At the same time, they looked at Lin Xian gratefully. "Thank you for your help, brother." "It's fine." Lin Xian smiled. "You said you're a Danzong disciple. Could it be that you're that new core disciple, Lin Xian?" asked a woman wearing a red skirt. "That's me." Lin Xian nodded. As expected, the three of them looked at each other and confirmed their thoughts. Brother Lin's strength is really strong. He actually injured that purple zombie with one move. "We were just lucky," Lin Xian said. "How did you meet that guy?" After that, the few of them chatted and quickly exchanged information. It turned out that these people had only met by chance. They did not know the background of the black-robed young man at all. Lin Xian nodded and prepared to leave. However, at that moment, a disciple wearing a green shirt suddenly trembled. "What's going on?" Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were shocked. The other two disciples were also anxious. Could it be because of the death chi just now? Lin Xian frowned. However, the green-robed disciple was already unconscious. He kept rolling on the ground and spasming. With great difficulty, he shouted, "Pills, give me pills." Hearing that, the woman in red and the other disciples' expressions changed. As for Lin Xian, he quickly took out a few healing elixirs and handed them over. However, the green-robed disciple on the ground was quickly thrown away. His eyes were red and his expression was ferocious as he shouted, "Give me pills." Looking at this scene, Lin Xian frowned. This situation was way too strange. What does the other party want? He turned to look at the woman in red. He's talking about the blue wave pill. The woman in red sighed. Brother Lin, I think you should have gotten a blue wave pill. I don't know if you've taken it. If you haven't, you can lend it to him first. What, blue wave pill? Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He was extremely shocked. How did this strange situation have anything to do with the blue wave pill? What's going on? What does this have to do with the blue wave pill? Lin Xian asked quickly. I've already swallowed the pill. I don't have it now. The woman in red sighed. Senior brother was going to take the blue wave pill, but it was destroyed by the zombies. Without the blue wave pill, I'm afraid the coming days will be very difficult. You know, that's Junior's sister. The woman in red wanted to say something, but she was interrupted by the disciple beside her. Then, the young man gave her a look. Suddenly, the woman in red was shocked. She realized that she had said too much. Then, she shook her head slightly. It's nothing. Brother Lin, you'll understand these things for yourself in the future. Another disciple walked up and looked at the green-robed disciple who was screaming and convulsing on the ground. Then, he struck him with his palm and knocked him unconscious. Brother Lin, we can't go together. I have to bring him back to the sect. That disciple cupped his fist and said. Then, he left with the unconscious green-robed disciple and the woman in red. As for Lin Xian, his frown deepened. What do they mean? The three people in front of him obviously know something, but they don't want to tell him. Could it be that they're afraid of something? And what was the relationship between the convulsing disciple and the blue wave pill? What they meant was that the green-robed disciple had the blue wave pill, but it was destroyed by the zombies. That was why he didn't take it. But why would this happen if he didn't take it? Lin Xian's face turned ugly. Could it be that after taking it once, he would go crazy if he didn't take it again? When he thought of this, his scalp went numb. He seemed to have discovered something extremely terrifying. If this was true, then it would be an earth-shattering matter. One had to know that all the core disciples in Danzong had taken the blue wave pill. Even the elders had taken it. If the supply of the blue wave pill was stopped one day, wouldn't that mean that the entire upper echelon of Danzong, including the elite disciples, would go crazy? When he thought of this, Lin Xian broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, his art of longevity was extremely mysterious. It directly rejected the blue wave pill. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in a good state right now. Damn it, what's going on? How could something like this happen in Danzong? Lin Xian's face was unusually gloomy. He realized that he seemed to be involved in a huge conspiracy. Could it be that the Niwa of Gojoseon discovered this back then, and that's why he was hunted down? Lin Xian's face was unusually gloomy. He realized that he had been dragged into a huge conspiracy. Could it be that the Niwa of Gojoseon discovered this back then, and that's why he was hunted down? Maybe that's true. At the side, the Crimson Dragon also said in a low voice, to be honest, he has never seen such a strange thing. Kid, you have to be careful. This blue wave pill seems to be addictive. The Crimson Dragon's expression was serious. Even a 4-star king couldn't avoid it. Who could have made it? Damn, I didn't expect the Niwa of Gojoseon to be hiding such a huge conspiracy. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Kid, it's not too late for us to escape now. The Crimson Dragon reminded him, after all, you didn't take the blue wave pill, and the sect didn't find out either. If we leave now, they won't find out either. But if we stay for too long, I'm afraid something will happen. Yeah, kid, this situation is too strange. Hei Tu also tried to persuade him. However, Lin Xian shook his head slightly. It's okay. There's no danger now. I want to see what this Danzong wants to do. He realized that there was a huge conspiracy right in front of him. To be honest, he really wanted to uncover it. But before that, he needed to be powerful. Let's go and explore the ancient tomb first. We'll talk about the Danzong after we return. After that, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon moved again and flew forward. Whoosh, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon landed on a mountain peak and looked forward. They were already very close to the center of Feng Mountain. At this moment, black smoke filled the sky, and the air was filled with a dense ghostly aura. It was eerie and very oppressive. Countless martial artists around them turned into rays of light and rushed forward. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon didn't hesitate and also flew forward. When Lin Xian approached, he could feel the surrounding ghostly aura surging towards him, as though it wanted to devour him. With a cold snort, he activated the Great Dragon Sword Soul, and a sharp sword light surged out, cutting all the death chi in the surroundings. However, at this time, many martial artists flew past Lin Xian. When they sensed his cultivation, they immediately sneered. "Humph, a mere two-star king dares to come here? You're courting death. Don't worry about him. Soon, he will be swallowed by the ghost chi and become a zombie." The few of them sneered and left while laughing. Lin Xian did not pay attention to those people. His figure flickered as he directly entered the center of Feng Mountain. The black mountain peaks were thousands of feet tall. They were like demonic swords that stood on the ground, emitting a torrential aura. That aura was extremely terrifying. Ordinary kings didn't even dare to approach it. Not far ahead, a group of people stood. They were the ones who had mocked him earlier. At this moment, those people were also looking around. When they turned around and saw Lin Xian, they sneered again. "You actually managed to come in? What a surprise." "Humph. So what? A two-star king coming here is courting death." It was a group of 9 young men. Each of them was outstanding and had a powerful aura. Moreover, there was a moon embroidered on their sleeves. Obviously, they were from the same sect. "Kid, I didn't expect you to be so lucky to be able to come here. However, if you continue, you'll also be courting death. Why don't you join us and become our slave? That way, you can keep your life. If you serve us well, we might even give you 1 or 2 treasures. Who knows?" At this time, a young man in front said coldly. Lin Xian said coldly, "Join you? Become a slave? You're really shameless. I'll give you 3 seconds to disappear from my sight. I don't want to kill anyone now. However, if you continue to be so presumptuous, don't blame me for being rude." "Oh, you dare to threaten me?" The young man sneered. The others also sneered disdainfully. "Kid, do you know the situation in front of you? Do you know who we are? What's your cultivation base? How dare you threaten us? You really don't know how to spell the word death. Kid, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and apologize. Break one of your arms, and I'll spare your life." Otherwise, the young man was very arrogant as he looked down at Lin Xian. However, before he could finish speaking, he was sent flying by a slap. Half of his face was smashed, and he fainted. That was naturally Lin Xian's doing. He slapped the other party unconscious, and then his gaze swept across the surroundings like lightning. He said coldly, "I don't want to do anything, but you've gone too far. Since that's the case, I can't let you live." As he spoke, his body moved like lightning and quickly rushed forward. "You're courting death." Those people were furious. They did not expect that the other party would dare to attack and even succeed. "Catch that kid and kill him." They counterattacked. However, in the next moment, everyone regretted it. Because Lin Xian was too powerful. He subdued all of them with a raise of his hand. All of them covered their faces and wailed on the ground. Lin Xian did not kill them, but he did not show mercy either. These people were all seriously injured. "Impossible. Damn it. This is impossible. You're just a 2-star king. How can you be so powerful? Who exactly are you?" These people screamed in horror. They could not believe that a 2-star king could be so powerful. "You talk too much nonsense." Lin Xian lifted his leg and sent them flying with a kick. However, their storage rings were left behind. Lin Xian used his soul power to search quickly and took out all the useful things. As for the storage rings, they were thrown away by Lin Xian. Firstly, he had a king's domain that could store things. Secondly, the storage rings might have been sealed by the elders of the sect. He did not want to take them. From these people's storage rings, he found 50 substandard divine crystals that were not of good quality. F*CK, that's all? You're really poor. The Crimson Dragon curled his lips and looked at them with disdain. Puff, hearing this, the seriously injured young people vomited blood and fainted. As for Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon, they took the items with them and left the place in a flash. Then, he and the Crimson Dragon set off for the depths of Feng Mountain. During this time, they were mocked by many people, but they were all chased away by Lin Xian. Of course, everyone who mocked him left behind a painful price. There were storage rings all over the ground. Lin Xian also obtained hundreds of high-quality subdivine crystals, which were absorbed by him one by one. His strength and cultivation were also gradually increasing. Right now, his realm was very stable, and his strength had also increased to a certain extent compared to before. However, at this moment, Lin Xian heard the sound of fighting coming from the mountain in front of him. He and the Crimson Dragon flew over and found that many people were fighting over the subdivine crystals. After searching carefully, they found out that those people were fighting over the subdivine crystals. This time, there were many subdivine crystals. There were 3 of them. Even though Lin Xian had obtained hundreds of good quality substandard god crystals, they couldn't compare to a single supreme grade substandard god crystal. Kid, good stuff. The Crimson Dragon was drooling. Lin Xian's eyes were also burning with desire. Since they had encountered it, they would not miss it. Get out of here. It belongs to the Golden Light sect. A furious roar was heard. Then, several young men in golden robes appeared. Their bodies shone like the sun, illuminating the surroundings. Their aura was extremely powerful when they joined forces. What? The Golden Light sect. Seeing that, many people were horrified and quickly retreated. Humph. So what if you have the Golden Light sect? Our moon-worshipping cult wants it. Get out of here if you don't want to die. On the other side, an arrogant voice was heard. Then, several powerful martial artists appeared. Their powerful aura collapsed the void. Suddenly, more people retreated. Both the Golden Light sect and the moon-worshipping cult were major sections. They were extremely terrifying. The surrounding local sects were no match for them. Therefore, they could only retreat temporarily. However, the power of the subdivine crystal was too tempting. After some discussion, they decided to form an alliance to fight against the Golden Light sect and the moon-worshipping cult. Alliance? You're courting death. Kill. In an instant, the 3 forces fought fiercely. Terrifying energy swept out in all directions like a raging tide. Blood spurted out and dyed the sky red. Screams were heard. Not long after, many martial artists collapsed. At that moment, the greed of human nature was on full display. Everyone seemed to be in a killing frenzy as they fought desperately for the crystals. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon hid in the dark and were ready to attack. However, at that moment, another terrifying voice was heard. It sounded like the roar of a ferocious ghost. It made one's scalp tingle. Ha 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 ha. 3 subdivine crystals. I didn't expect my luck to be so good. The voice was extremely ferocious. Then, black gas appeared in the void and formed a large hand that grabbed downward. You're courting death. Put it down. Get out of here. The martial artists of the Golden Light sect, the moon-worshipping cult, and the allied forces roared. They had fought so hard and had not obtained the crystals. How could they allow others to interfere? In the next moment, these martial artists made their moves one after another, unleashing powerful attacks that bombarded the sky. Bang bang. A terrifying explosion rang out. High up in the sky, a violent wind blew, thunder rumbled, and energy exploded. However, the berserk energy was unable to stop that figure. That mysterious person was like a ghost. Carrying a shocking amount of energy, he quickly arrived in the sky. What? He was actually fine. How is this possible? The surrounding martial artists were astonished. Even if they were 4-star King Realm martial artists, they would still suffer if they were hit by these attacks. However, nothing happened to the other party. This was simply too inconceivable. At this moment, everyone looked up at the sky. Even Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon, who were hiding in the dark, looked up. In the sky, there was a strange figure. It was a young man wearing a black robe. His eyes were cold and evil. He wasn't floating. Instead, he was sitting cross-legged on a purple zombie. The purple zombie was extremely tall. Its entire body was purple, and it flickered with a cold metallic luster. At the same time, it also had an extremely cold aura. "Who are you?" Seeing this strange scene, the crowd felt their scalps go numb. The disciple of the School of Golden Light roared furiously. "You don't need to know who I am. You just need to get lost and leave the 3 supreme grade subdivine crystals behind. How dare you? You're courting death. Kid, you're too arrogant." Angry roars could be heard. At this moment, the disciple of the moon-worshipping cult said, "You're also sneering. Although you're strong, you can't withstand our attacks. If you don't want to die, get lost now. Humph, you're alone and you want to get the 3 supreme grade subdivine crystals? You really don't know how to spell the word death. What a bunch of idiots. Who said I'm alone?" In the sky, the black-robed man sneered. Then, he waved his hand. Suddenly, a black scroll fluttered in the wind. In the next moment, a black light shone. 6 mummies flew out from the scroll. Each of them looked ferocious and evil. "This is..." The martial artists below were shocked. The disciple of the School of Golden Light exclaimed. "The Path of Corpse Ghost. You're from the South Ridge?" They were indeed shocked. In the eastern wilderness, it was rare to hear of any sect that practiced the Path of Corpse Ghost. However, the South Ridge was different. There were many such sections. Therefore, the disciples of the School of Golden Light exclaimed. "Humph, it's just a ghost. You want to use it to defeat us? What a joke." The disciple of the moon-worshipping cult snorted. "Watch me destroy your zombies." Suddenly, 3 disciples of the moon-worshipping cult stepped forward. With a wave of their hands, a fire appeared in the sky and swept toward the sky. "Humph, zombies are afraid of fire and lightning. We'll use fire to burn your mummies." The others heaved a sigh of relief. Indeed, these mummies were afraid of the power of Yang. At this moment, the fire in the sky would definitely burn those mummies to ashes. However, the black-robed young man in the sky sneered. A disdainful smile appeared on his face. In the next moment, he formed a seal with his hands. Suddenly, the 6 mummies in the sky raised their hands. Balls of black light burst out from their palms. These balls of light grew bigger and bigger. They connected and surrounded the 6 mummies completely. Then, they spread out in all directions. In the next moment, a black defense was formed. Suddenly, the fire in the sky blasted on the black defense and set off huge waves. However, it did not break. It was blocked outside. What? He blocked it? How is that possible? Everyone was shocked. However, in the next moment, they screamed. This was because the black-robed young man had commanded the 6 zombies to dive down quickly and penetrate the bodies of 2 disciples of the moon-worshipping cult. Everyone felt their scalps go numb when they saw this. What kind of technique was this? How could the zombies not be afraid of fire? This was beyond common sense. In the sky, the black-robed young man did not stop. His palms moved again. The 6 zombies immediately rushed toward the disciples of the Golden Light sect. The disciples of the Golden Light sect narrowed their eyes and quickly dodged. At the same time, they roared and performed their strongest techniques to resist. However, this time, the 6 mummies did not rush over directly. Instead, they stretched out their 10 fingers. Suddenly, the 10 fingers shone brightly and left their bodies. Like 10 hidden weapons, they penetrated the heads of the 3 disciples of the Golden Light sect. Bang! 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 The 3 disciples of the Golden Light sect fell to the ground and blood flowed out. Everyone felt their scalps go numb when they saw this. They kept retreating. In just a moment, 5 disciples of the major sects were killed. This technique was too terrifying. Seeing the horrified expressions of the people below, the black-robed young man laughed out loud. How is it? Now you know how powerful I am. If I don't show you some tricks, I'm afraid you won't believe me. Now, all of you can get out of my sight. Those 3 supreme-grade subdivine crystals are mine. I'll kill whoever dares to snatch them. Now, all of you can get lost. Those 3 supreme divine crystals are mine. I will kill anyone who dares to snatch them from me. The black-robed youth sneered. Damn it. Damn it. I can't accept this. Countless warriors roared crazily. Those were 3 pieces of substandard divine crystals, each of which was extremely precious. Now, they were asked to leave and they could not accept it. However, the black-robed youth in the sky was too powerful. Moreover, his methods were vicious. He had killed 5 disciples of the large sects in an instant. If they continued to stay, their lives would be in danger. All of a sudden, everyone was in a dilemma and their faces turned pale. Humph, don't even think about it. How dare you kill the disciples of the Golden Light sect? Today, you will never leave. The moon-worshipping sect will not let you off. At that moment, the Golden Light sect and the moon-worshipping sect gave up on fighting and joined forces to kill the black-robed youth in the sky. Humph, you are really stubborn. Let's play with you. How dare you? I am Wang Dong from the Golden Light sect. I am here to kill you. A handsome young man walked out from the Golden Light sect. He was in a golden robe and held a golden sword in his hand. He exuded a powerful aura. He was as dazzling as the sun. Humph, since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. The black-robed youth sneered. Then, he controlled the purple zombie and swooped down. The purple zombie emitted a dazzling radiance. Like a bolt of purple lightning, it dashed down quickly. Along with it, there was a thick fog and an eerie ghostly aura. When the surrounding martial artists saw the black-robed youth, they retreated nervously. They had no choice. The black-robed youth was too terrifying. His aura alone made them feel uneasy and their bodies trembled. What a fast speed! Lin Xian frowned as he observed the black-robed youth carefully. At the same time, he summoned Little White Monkey and prepared to snatch the 3 supreme divine crystals. On the other side, Wang Dong, the disciple of the Golden Light sect, roared and slashed with the golden holy sword. The sword radiance shone and turned into 5 dazzling sword chi that slashed forward. Each and every one of them was like a golden river, and the surging energy caused the void to tremble. As for the black-robed young man, he controlled the purple zombie to quickly dodge, and in an instant, 3 more sword chis were dodged. As for the other 2, he urged the purple zombie to resist them. The purple zombie stretched out both of its palms. Like 2 purple thunderclouds, it pressed down viciously. Immediately, a purple light surrounded him, and a terrifying energy surged out. It was extremely powerful. Pong, an earth-shattering sound rang out as the 2 purple hands pressed down on the sword chi, instantly shattering the 2 sword chi. Just one move was enough to shatter the terrifying sword chi. This scene caused everyone to be extremely shocked. As for Wang Dong from the Gate of Golden Light, his pupils abruptly shrank. He did not expect the other party to be so powerful. With a roar, he brandished his sword again and quickly charged over. At the same time, the black-robed man rode the purple zombie and arrived in front of Wang Dong. That tall purple demonic figure was like an impenetrable wall. It was extremely powerful. It stretched out its purple palm, and with a whistling sound, it quickly grabbed forward. Wang Dong was shocked and raised his sword to block. Clang, the sound of metal clashing could be heard, and the entire sky shook violently. Then, the black-robed man waved his hand, and 2 short wooden sticks appeared, which he threw forward. The wooden sticks were very short, only 1 foot long. They were very old and bumpy. If the black-robed man did not use them and threw them on the ground, no one would take a second look at them. However, the 2 wooden sticks in the black-robed man's hand emitted a strange force. A terrifying light flashed out, and like 2 ghost claws, it instantly tore through the sky. Pong, the Gate of Golden Light disciple, Wang Dong, did not expect the black-robed man to have such a move. He was immediately hit and was sent flying while vomiting blood. Seeing this scene, the crowd was in an uproar. The Gate of Golden Light martial artists roared angrily. Damn it, you're cheating. 2 of you attacking 1 person, what kind of skill is that? If you're so capable, fight one-on-one. Hearing this, the black-robed man sneered disdainfully. Idiots. This zombie is my weapon. How can it be counted as two people? Of course, you're weak, so it's not impossible for the two of you to come at me together. I'll fulfill your wish and make you give up completely. Alright. Let's go. On the other side, the people of moon-worshipping cult roared. Then, two disciples stood out. Kill. These were two 4-star kings. At this moment, they unleashed their full power. Their bodies were shining brightly, and they were extremely powerful. One of them held a long saber in his hand and slashed forward. The terrifying saber light was like a divine saber from the heavenly realm. It was extremely sharp. The other disciple of moon-worshipping cult moved and appeared behind the black-robed man at an extremely fast speed. Then, he waved both of his palms. Countless moonlight shadows appeared, and a surging and majestic force quickly enveloped the black-robed man. One from the front and one from the back, they attacked each other. The two experts attacked at the same time, and they were extremely powerful. However, the black-robed man sneered. He suddenly turned around and waved his arm. Suddenly, the wooden sticks in his hand emitted a black light. The two attacks broke through the back and collided with the moonlight palm. At the same time, the purple zombie waved both of its palms. With a shocking force, it collided with the dazzling saber light, and a huge explosion occurred. What? He blocked that. So powerful. The crowd exclaimed. They did not expect that two 4-star kings together could not take down the opponent. Damn it, I don't believe it. The disciple of moon-worshipping cult with the long saber roared and rushed forward again. Bang! 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 The purple zombie waved its palms and collided with the long saber dozens of times. Every strike tore through the void. Soon, the disciple with the long saber retreated rapidly. His arm was numb, and his face was extremely ugly. His long saber was an extremely terrifying treasure, but he could not hurt the opponent. What kind of physique did the purple zombie have? How could it be so hard? How could it resist his treasure with its bare hands? Haha, stop struggling. It's useless. This zombie was refined from the corpse of a 6-star king. You can't destroy it at all. The black-robed man sneered and said a shocking piece of news. What? The corpse of a 6-star king? The crowd was shocked, and their scalps went numb. No wonder the purple zombie was so powerful and invulnerable. It turned out that it was the corpse of a 6-star king. A 6-star king was extremely terrifying. It was an existence that was close to becoming an almighty. Moreover, the strongest among them was only a 4-star king tier. How could it break the body of a 6-star king? Thinking of this, the crowd's faces became very ugly. In the darkness, Lin Xian was also surprised. He did not expect the purple zombie to have such a background. The crimson dragon snorted coldly. It's nothing. It's just a zombie. It's not a real 6-star king. Both my dragon blood and your earthstep treasure can break through it. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. The crimson dragon was right. The purple zombie was not a threat to them. What he needed to do now was to get the 3 subdivine crystals. Little White, it's up to you. The little white monkey nodded and started to collect the 3 subdivine crystals with its small bowl. Now that the little white monkey's strength had increased greatly and reached the king realm, it could snatch things from the king realm. However, as soon as the little white monkey started to move, the black-robed young man chuckled on the other side. He controlled the purple zombie and instantly arrived above the subdivine crystals. Then, he stretched out his large purple palm and grabbed the subdivine crystals. Oh no! Everyone's expression changed drastically. Even Lin Xian was shocked. He did not expect the black-robed young man to attack suddenly. Buzz, in the next moment, the little white monkey performed a technique and a subdivine crystal appeared in the shabby little bowl. The other 2 were grabbed by the purple zombie. The purple zombie swayed and returned to the black-robed young man's side. Damn it! Everyone's expression turned ugly. The black-robed young man laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, only I deserve to have such things. Then, he took the subdivine crystals from the purple zombie's hand. However, in the next moment, his expression turned gloomy. Because there were only 2 subdivine crystals in the purple zombie's hand. The third one had disappeared. How is this possible? Why did one of them disappear? The black-robed young man could not understand what had happened. However, in the next moment, he glanced around and shouted coldly, "Who dares to touch my things? Get out here!" His voice was filled with boundless killing intent. When the surrounding people heard this, they were shocked. What's going on? Did someone secretly attack? However, they did not find anything unusual. Boy, what should we do? The Crimson Dragon asked on the other side. Snatch it. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous and without any hesitation. He was not satisfied with only 1 subdivine crystal. Therefore, he had to get the other 2. Let's attack together. I'll deal with the purple zombie and you deal with the black-robed young man. Lin Xian said to the Crimson Dragon. No problem. The Crimson Dragon nodded. Ben Huang hasn't exercised for a long time. Then, he let out a long howl. His sinister voice rang out. Haha, it was your grandfather who did it. Brat, hurry up and hand over the substandard divine crystal. Otherwise, Ben Huang will tear you apart. This voice was like a ghost's howl, but it was also like a wolf's howl, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. The next moment, the figure of the Crimson Dragon appeared. Lin Xian also appeared in the void. What? There's someone else beside him. Seeing this scene, the crowd was astonished. They had not noticed the other party's existence at all. Thinking of this, they were shocked. When the black-robed youth saw Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon, his face immediately turned gloomy. Damn it, it's you again. You dare to appear in front of me? I've said it before. This time I will definitely kill the 2 of you and refine you into my mummies. The black-robed youth's voice was extremely sinister. Then, with a furious roar, he charged towards Lin Xian like a bolt of lightning. Attack! Lin Xian also shouted coldly. Then, he and the Crimson Dragon flew forward together. Lin Xian faced the purple zombie, while the Crimson Dragon charged towards the black-robed youth. Soon, the black-robed youth and the Crimson Dragon were engaged in a battle. Terrifying energy spread out in all directions. On the other side, Lin Xian faced the purple zombie. He waved his hand and blasted forward with shocking power. The purple zombie emitted a purple mist from its body, forming a purple light. Then, the purple zombie let out a deep roar. It sounded like the roar of a devil from hell, which made people's hair stand on end. His gray eyes emitted a terrifying light. It was eerie and extremely terrifying. Whoosh, the purple zombie moved like a bolt of lightning, leaving a series of afterimages in the air. It charged towards Lin Xian quickly. Then, it struck out with both of its palms and collided with Lin Xian's energy. The explosion sounded as if it was going to tear the starry sky apart. At the same time, the surrounding space shook violently. This exchange of blows caused everyone's eyes to widen in shock. A trace of fear appeared on their faces as they continuously retreated. So powerful. They can actually contend with the black-robed youth and the purple zombie? Who are they? The surrounding warriors were shocked when they saw this scene. Even the disciples of the Golden Light sect and the moon-worshipping cult could not believe it. They had experienced the strength of the black-robed youth and the purple zombie. They could easily kill them. Now, there was someone who could fight them to a standstill. This was too shocking. Damn it. How is this possible? The black-robed youth was also shocked. He did not expect that there would be someone who could contend with him and his purple zombie. But soon, he calmed down. He was very confident in his and the purple zombie's strength. He believed that it would not be long before he could kill them. On the other side, Lin Xian let out a long roar. He clenched his fist and pulled out the 9 Serenity demonic sword. The pitch-black sword light soared into the sky with a biting cold murderous aura. It was going to shatter the entire sky. At this moment, the surrounding people's faces changed. What a terrifying sword chi. Who is this kid? Could he be a disciple of a sword sect? Exclamations came one after another. Lin Xian held the 9 Serenity demonic sword in his hand. His entire body was extremely powerful. He struck out with his sword. The terrifying black sword light flew rapidly in the air as if it could tear the entire sky apart. Clang, the sword slashed directly at the purple zombie. It immediately cut through the fog around it and slammed into its body. With a bang, the purple zombie was sent flying. It smashed 3 mountains in a row before it stopped. Not only that, there was a sword mark on its body. Although it was not deep, it was very obvious. What? He hurt the purple zombie? How is this possible? The surrounding martial artists exclaimed, especially the disciples of the Golden Sword sect and the moon-worshipping cult. They even widened their eyes in disbelief. He had personally experienced the strength of the purple zombie. Even if they attacked it with their full strength, they could not break through its defense. Moreover, they also knew that the purple zombie was made from the corpse of a 6-star prince. It could be said that it was extremely powerful. As 4-star kings, they could not break through at all. But now, someone had hurt the purple zombie. And the other party's cultivation, thinking of this, they hurriedly looked over. Then, their minds went blank. They were stunned. The other party was only a 2-star king. How was this possible? Impossible. On the other side, the black-robed youth was also shocked. His face was extremely ugly. He could feel that his purple zombie was injured, but he refused to believe that his opponent could hurt his purple zombie even if he was beaten to death. Damn this guy. How did he do it? Is it because of the sword in his hand? The black-robed youth had an extraordinary background and was even more knowledgeable. He naturally recognized that the sword in Lin Xian's hand was extraordinary and made his hair stand on end. Earth-rank artifact. Damn it. You actually have an Earth-rank artifact. His voice was ferocious, and his eyes shone with a terrifying light of greed. There was nothing he could do about it. Earth-class artifacts were not something that could be found on the continent. Even in this true spirit token world, not everyone in the eastern wasteland could own one. At least, no one here had one. Ha 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 ha. God is helping me. I didn't expect to find an Earth-rank artifact on top of a supreme-grade subdivine crystal. Kid, I have to say, you're really a treasure hunter. This Earth-rank artifact is mine. With that, he let out a ferocious laugh. Like a bolt of lightning, he abandoned the dark red divine dragon and charged towards Lin Xian. At the same time, he waved the wooden stick in his hand, sending out black lights that were like a black scythe of death. Clang, clang. Clang, Lin Xian waved the 9 Serenity demonic sword and cut all the attacks apart. At the same time, the crowd was in an uproar. Everyone was extremely shocked. Earth-rank artifact. He's actually using an Earth-rank artifact. No wonder he's so powerful. No wonder he could hurt the purple zombie. It's the power of an Earth-rank artifact. Who is he? Why does he have an Earth-rank artifact? And it doesn't look like an ordinary one. Who cares who he is? Since we've met him, there's no reason for us not to attack. The Golden Light Sect's warriors sneered. That's right. He's just a 2-star king. How can he have such a treasure? Ridiculous. Only our moon-worshipping cult deserves such a treasure. On the other side, the moon-worshipping cult's disciples were also shocked. In the next moment, they actually stood up together and flew towards Lin Xian. From the looks of it, they wanted to kill Lin Xian and seize the Earth-step treasure. Humph, seeing this scene, Lin Xian coldly snorted. Immediately, he waved his demonic sword, and 8 sword chi slashed downward. He didn't hold back at all in this sword strike. Since the other party dared to have designs on him, then he naturally had to pay the price. Pung pung pung, 8 streaks of sword chi, carrying a sharp light and monstrous killing intent, ruthlessly bombarded the bodies of the disciples of the Golden Light sect and the moon-worshipping cult. Immediately, they were sent flying, and blood dyed the ground red. What? So strong. Seeing this scene, the people who came later all stopped in their tracks, their expressions uncertain. They had originally wanted to seize the other party's Earth-step treasure, but now it seemed that it would be difficult to do so. The other party's strength was beyond their expectations. To be able to send 8 experts flying in an instant was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. Therefore, for a moment, no one dared to step forward. However, they did not give up. Humph, let the kid hold on for a while. When he and the black-robed man are both injured, then we'll make our move. Good idea, let's do that. At this time, the black-robed man in the sky also revealed a hideous smile. He raised his hands and continuously struck the wooden stick in his hand. Suddenly, a very strange sound was heard. It was very low and strange, and it made one's scalp tingle. However, the purple zombie let out a long roar, and a terrifying light appeared in his eyes. It was as if he had been reborn and obtained a powerful strength. Then, he let out a long roar, and his body swayed. Like a purple lightning bolt, he once again pounced toward Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian was not flustered at all. He was very calm. Then, he waved the 9 darkness demonic sword, and a terrifying sword chi slashed forward, ruthlessly slashing forward. The sword light flashed, and it was incomparably sharp. At the same time, the Crimson Dragon also quickly made his move. Suddenly, a terrifying palm shadow appeared quickly, forming a red hurricane that spiraled in the air. Vaguely, there was the shadow of a dragon circling around. Then, the red hurricane shone with a cold light and rushed forward quickly. Bang! 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 The huge purple zombie was once again pushed back. What? How is this possible? The black-robed man's face turned ugly. He had already used a secret skill to stimulate the purple zombie's energy, but he did not expect to be pushed back. How can these two be so powerful? Brat, you forced me to do this. I'm going to kill all of you. The black-robed man's face was unusually hideous. Then, he struck the wooden stick again, and a strange rhythm was heard in the air. Roar, roar. As soon as the sound was heard, the purple zombie became even more violent. An endless aura of death was emitted from his body, and it quickly spread in all directions. At this moment, he was like a demon king, and he was extremely terrifying. Not only that, the black-robed man came to the purple zombie's body again and merged with it. Suddenly, an even more terrifying energy gushed out and shrouded the entire area. The entire space seemed to have turned into azure hell. Kill! Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon did not hold back either. Both of them exploded with dazzling energy. The battle was extremely terrifying. Sword chi soared into the sky, and the dragon's shadow roared, shaking the entire area. Countless mountains were turned into rubble. Brat, kill him quickly. The Crimson Dragon snorted coldly, and then dripped a drop of dragon blood. Okay. Lin Xian nodded and took the drop of dragon blood. Then, he smeared it on the blade of the 9 hidden demonic sword. Suddenly, the long sword emitted a strange energy. Red and black light intertwined, causing the entire space to shake violently. How terrifying. What kind of technique is this? Everyone felt their scalps go numb, and they kept retreating. On the opposite side, the black-robed man saw this scene and his heart beat wildly. Even the purple zombie that he was sitting on started to roar uneasily, as if it had met its natural enemy. Damn it, how is this possible? Destroy! The black-robed man roared ferociously. Heaven ferocious palm! Suddenly, the purple zombie stretched out both palms, and 2 palms that were like mountains pushed out horizontally. On the other side, Lin Xian also slashed down with his sword. This sword was extremely sharp. Moreover, it contained the power of dragon blood. The Crimson Dragon was a pure-blooded dragon. His blood was very masculine and could destroy all evil things. Coupled with the sharpness of the 9 hidden demonic sword, even if the purple zombie was refined from a 6-star king's corpse, it would not be able to resist at all. Sure enough, in the next moment, the sharp sword light fell and directly cut the 2 purple palms. Then, it ruthlessly slashed at the purple zombie. Puff, the clouds rolled, and the wind howled. The entire space shook violently as if it had been cut in half by the sword. What? Damn it! The black-robed man was horrified. His body swayed, and he left the purple zombie. The purple zombie also roared angrily. Then, it was enveloped by the sword light and was cut in half. Everyone was stunned. They could not believe that Lin Xian had killed the purple zombie. This technique was too heaven-defying. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe that Lin Fan had killed the purple zombie. This kind of method was seriously too heaven-defying. Impossible. Damn it. That's impossible. The black-robed man was sent flying. This was because he had been swept by the aftershock of the sword chi. Although he was not seriously injured, the chi and blood in his body were extremely chaotic and surging non-stop. However, he couldn't care less about that now. He was in a frenzy. Because his purple zombie had been split into two halves. He couldn't believe it. The purple zombie was refined from the corpse of a 6-star king. It was terrifying. The black-robed man could defeat all the 4-star king realm martial artists. Even if he encountered a 5-star king, he could still put up a fight. But now, a 2-star king had actually destroyed his purple zombie. Brat, just you wait. How dare you destroy my zombie? I won't let you go. The black-robed man gritted his teeth. His face was gloomy. Then, he turned to leave. He didn't dare to stay any longer. His most powerful zombie had been destroyed. You want to leave? Sure. Leave the subgrade divine crystal. Lin Xian's figure flashed and blocked his path. What? You dare to take the subgrade divine crystal? You're courting death. The black-robed man was furious. Why are you wasting your breath on him? Just kill him and take the subgrade divine crystal. The Crimson Dragon said coldly. Lin Xian nodded. It seemed like that was the only way. His body emitted a sharp aura again. Rays of sword radiance surrounded him. The black-robed man's face changed. He had seen Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon's power. It wouldn't be difficult for them to kill him. However, he was unwilling to hand over the subdivine crystal just like that. Therefore, he roared and waved his hand. He summoned 6 mummies again and charged forward. As for himself, his figure flashed and he fled into the distance like a black bolt of lightning. You want to leave? The Crimson Dragon snorted. He waved his dragon claw. A huge dragon claw came crashing down. It was like a huge heaven and earth cage, sealing the entire space in an instant. Pung, the black-robed man crashed into the huge dragon claw seal and was bounced back. His face immediately became even uglier. How dare you touch me? You must be tired of living. I'm from the Chasing Corpse sect. Seeing that he could not escape, the black-robed man could only reveal his identity to threaten everyone. What? The Chasing Corpse sect is actually that sect. Damn it. Why did they come to the Eastern Wasteland? Everyone was extremely shocked, and their faces were filled with horror. This was because the Chasing Corpse sect was an extremely evil and ancient sect. No one knew how long they had existed, but they seemed to have existed since ancient times. Not only that, this sect was very strange. They would refine corpses and use them as weapons to fight. He had even transformed himself into something that was neither human nor ghost. It could be said to be very strange. Under normal circumstances, no one was willing to provoke them. However, over the years, the Chasing Corpse sect had disappeared without a trace. Everyone thought that they would never appear again. Who would have thought that they would appear again? The Crimson Dragon also frowned. However, he had already guessed it. On the other side, Lin Xian shouted coldly, What Chasing Corpse sect? I've never heard of it. If you don't hand over the subdivine crystal today, don't even think about leaving. To be honest, he had indeed never heard of the Chasing Corpse sect. Even if he had, so what? He had the Dragon Sword soul. As long as he had enough energy as motivation, his future would be limitless. How could he be afraid of the Chasing Corpse sect? Therefore, he did not hesitate to attack with his sword. You're courting death. The black-robed man's pupils constricted. He was extremely furious. He did not expect that after he revealed his identity, his opponent still dared to attack him. Did he not know how terrifying the Chasing Corpse sect was? Was he not afraid of the Chasing Corpse sect's revenge? However, before he could think further, the terrifying sword radiance had already slashed toward him. You're courting death. Get lost. The black-robed man roared and attacked with his palm. Instantly, the sword radiance was shattered. However, in the next moment, an even sharper sword radiance surged out again. Azure Dragon Break. The black dragon was mixed with red blood. At that time, the dragon blood of the crimson dragon was extremely powerful. In an instant, the black-robed man was engulfed. Boom! Boom, boom. Heaven and earth lost their color as the sword radiance swept across. The entire space fell into chaos. When everything disappeared, the black-robed man was no longer there. There was only a huge pit in the ground. He was killed. Seeing this scene, everyone's scalp went numb. They could not believe it. Such a terrifying black-robed man was killed with a single strike. This was too unbelievable. At this moment, they looked at Lin Xian with fear in their eyes. Although this young man was only a 2-star king, his strength had already surpassed theirs. In fact, everyone felt like running away. They no longer dared to have any thoughts about Lin Xian's sword. Lin Xian waved his hand and put away the 2 subdivine crystals. Then, he looked around, intimidating everyone. With a cold snort, he and the crimson dragon turned into 2 streaks of light and disappeared in the air. After they had left for a long time, the surrounding martial artists heaved a sigh of relief. It was too terrifying. The sword radiance emitted by the other party made them feel like they were suffocating. Fortunately, the other party had left and did not attack them. Otherwise, they would definitely be in deep trouble. They might even lose their lives here. On the other side, Lin Xian and the divine dragon and Hong moved and arrived at a safe cave. Then, he gave the crimson dragon a subdivine crystal. He held the remaining 2 in his hand and quickly absorbed them. He would not keep such treasures to prevent others from snatching them away. He might as well turn them into his own strength. Pure energy surged in and turned into dazzling light that surrounded him. After half a day, Lin Xian opened his eyes. The spiritual energy in his body had increased significantly, but there was no breakthrough. This was normal. Lin Xian was not surprised. This was because the amount of energy he needed to break through was several times more than the previous time. 2 supreme-grade substandard divine crystals were not enough at all. However, the harvest this time was not small. Lin Xian's strength had increased once again. At least among the 4-star kings, he could do whatever he wanted. On the other side, the divine dragon and Hong had also absorbed the subdivine crystal. She felt like she had not had enough. The 2 discussed for a while and continued on their journey. This time, they flew towards the deepest part of Feng Mountain. This was because there had already been a shocking change. Someone had used a powerful technique to tear open the barrier inside, causing endless ghostly qi to surge out. However, this change also allowed the people outside to finally be able to enter. The ghostly qi in Feng Mountain was dense. The further one went in, the more fearful it was. In the end, Lin Xian had no choice but to activate the great dragon sword soul to protect himself. The crimson dragon also activated its defense, and the dragon blood in its body surged. At this point, there were already many martial artists around. They were in groups of 3 or 5, or a dozen or so, forming small groups. There was almost no one who fought alone like Lin Xian. Therefore, many people kept sizing up Lin Xian. However, no one rashly made a move. That was because those who could come here were not fools. Moreover, they knew that since Lin Xian could appear here, he must have the strength to do so. They did not have extra energy to care about Lin Xian because there was another change in front of them. One of the mountain ranges was penetrated, and countless ghostly qi emerged. It was as black as ink and incomparably monstrous. Not only that, but the tens of thousands of corpses buried in the mountain range turned into zombies and ghosts under the infusion of the ghostly qi. Tens of thousands of them charged toward these martial artists. Kill! Furious roars rang out one after another. These cultivators did not hesitate and displayed their powerful strength to fight back. That was because they could not move forward without killing these ghosts. Among them, there were a few figures who were extremely powerful. Even Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were shocked. The aura of these people was too powerful. The blood in their bodies rumbled and even produced the sound of thunder. So powerful. Who are they? Lin Xian was extremely shocked. Almighty. The Crimson Dragon's expression was also solemn. When a martial artist reached the level of a 7-star king or above, they would be given a title, which was Almighty. This kind of person was too terrifying. With a raise of their hand, they could tear mountains and rivers apart and pluck the stars and capture the moon. It was most appropriate to call them Almighty. Almighty. Hearing that, Lin Xian was shocked. He looked over and thought, is this the existence of a 7-star king or above? It's really terrifying. Just the aura emitted by those people was enough to make him shudder with fear. It seemed that this was a true peerless expert. Sure enough, the few almighties at the front harumphed coldly. Immediately, they waved their palms, and numerous gigantic hands descended from the sky. In an instant, all the zombies and ghosts below were killed. As for the surrounding martial artists, they were all shocked and retreated one after another, afraid that they would be implicated. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon also retreated to a safe place. In front of them, ghostly aura filled the sky and energy surged. Soon, a few sky-covering hands destroyed all the ghostly creatures and zombies. This was the power of a powerful being. With a raise of his hand, he was able to wipe out tens of thousands of ghosts. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Humph, you're just a mere ghost. You want to stop me? How laughable. A cold voice rang out, causing the void to tremble. It was a middle-aged man in white robes. His body was surrounded by a resplendent saber light. Who would have thought that an ancient tomb would appear in the Fengshan fan? How rare. On the other side, there was a hearty laugh. Then, a monk appeared in the sky. His entire body was shining with Buddhist light. The light was so bright that it suppressed all the ghostly aura around him. Master's dermic power is getting purer and purer. The diamond prajna technique has probably been cultivated to the 7th level. Another old voice rang out. Then, an immortal-like old man appeared. He was surrounded by flames and wore a robe. He looked like an immortal. Dan Xianxia, you're here as well. The others looked over. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was shocked beyond words. Although he didn't know the old Taoist in the sky, he was very familiar with his name. Dan Xianxia was the sect master of Danzong. In other words, the old Taoist in the sky was the current sect master of Danzong, Dan Xianxia. He didn't expect that even the sect master of Danzong would come. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. Kid, be careful. The Crimson Dragon reminded him. The blue wave pill appearing in Danzong might have something to do with Dan Xianxia. Lin Xian nodded. Indeed, it wouldn't make sense if Dan Xianxia didn't know about such a big thing. He just didn't know if it was Dan Xianxia's doing. But no matter what, he didn't want to have anything to do with him. After that, 2 more powerful beings appeared. Now, there were a total of 5 powerful beings standing in the sky, causing the void to distort and distort. One of them was a white-robed middle-aged man surrounded by blade light. He was a powerful figure of the Golden Light sect. The monk was a powerful figure of the White Horse Temple. However, Buddhism was mainly in the Western Desert and was rare in the Eastern Wilderness. But there were still some. The White Horse Temple was one of the more famous Buddhist holy lands. Dan Xianxia was the sect master of Danzong. There was also a middle-aged woman. She was a powerful figure of the moon-worshipping sect. The last one was surrounded by ghostly aura that made people's scalps tingle. Many martial artists even thought that he was a zombie or a ghost. However, he was indeed a powerful cultivator. He was a powerful figure of the Chasing Corpse sect. When this powerful figure of the Chasing Corpse sect appeared, the other powerful figures immediately frowned. This was because the Chasing Corpse sect was usually in the southern mountains, and there were almost none in the eastern wilderness. But now, he had appeared. It was very strange. Humph, I didn't expect the Chasing Corpse sect to come here. What a surprise. Pu Shan, a powerful figure of the White Horse Temple, said coldly. They were Buddhists who subdued demons and devils, and they cultivated the most yang techniques. The other party obviously cultivated the Gul Dao, which was the opposite of Buddhist techniques. When the two of them met, their auras collided, causing countless cracks to appear in the void. Why? Can't I come? Mount Feng is very suitable for our Chasing Corpse sect. The powerful figure of the Chasing Corpse sect said coldly, your voice is like a ghost. It makes people's scalps tingle. Old bald donkey, if you dare to be disrespectful to me again, I'll refine you into a zombie. The powerful figure of the chasing corpse sect glared at Pu Shan and said ferociously. The Buddhist aura on the other party's body made him very uncomfortable. Humph, refine me into a zombie? You're really boasting shamelessly. Why don't I purify you first? Pu Shan shouted coldly. His body shone brightly, and he walked in the void like a Buddha. Humph, I'm not afraid of you. The two of them refused to accept each other, and their auras became stronger and stronger. However, at this time, Dan Chenzi waved his sleeve and said loudly, "Why are you two so angry? Since we're all here for the great ancient tomb, there's no need to quarrel here. Why don't we temporarily work together to break all the seals? What do you think?" Okay. The middle-aged man of the Golden Light sect nodded first. Then, the woman in red from the moon-worshipping sect also agreed. In the end, the powerful figure of the chasing corpse sect and Pu Shan of the White Horse Temple snorted coldly, but they did not refuse. Although they were mighty figures with immense power, the great ancient tomb was no child's play. It was bound to be fraught with danger and countless seals. It was indeed a good idea for the five of them to work together temporarily. In that case, let's go. Dan Chenzi said as he rose into the air. The other almighties followed suit. The gloomy elder from the chasing corpse sect frowned. He turned his head abruptly and stared at the crowd below. His gaze turned into a black saber light that pierced into the void. Oh no! In the crowd, Lin Xian's expression changed drastically. His body swayed and formed a clone on the spot. Then, his real body instantly hid. Poof, in the next moment, the clone was pierced and then shattered into pieces. And when the surrounding martial artists saw this, there was a burst of exclamations, extremely terrified. They did not expect the mighty figure in the sky to attack them. Damn it, what are you doing? The middle-aged man from the sect of Golden Light's expression darkened when he saw this. That was because there were many disciples from the sect of Golden Light in the direction where the mighty figure from the chasing corpse sect attacked. The others also looked over with unfriendly expressions. Normally, people like them wouldn't make a move against juniors. However, this mighty figure from the chasing corpse sect dared to attack. It was unbearable. Faced with the questioning gazes of the others, the mighty figure from the chasing corpse sect was not afraid. Among the cultivators below, I discovered someone with corpse ghost chi. He must have fought with the disciples of my chasing corpse sect. Of course we have to kill this kind of person. Hearing this, the disciples below twitched their mouths and felt their scalps go numb. He had to be killed just because he fought with the chasing corpse sect disciples. That was too overbearing. However, Pu Shan shouted coldly, "If you dare attack again, don't blame me for not holding back and suppressing you." The middle-aged man from the sect of Golden Light and the woman in red from the moon-worshipping cult also looked at him with unfriendly gazes. After all, this guy from the chasing corpse sect did not play by the rules. He was too much of a threat to the disciples of their sect. However, the mighty figure from the chasing corpse sect said coldly, "Since that person has been killed, I won't attack." "Alright, let's go," Dan Chenzi said loudly. At this moment, Dan Chenzi said in a clear voice. Afterwards, the five of them nodded and turned into streaks of light again, flying forward. In the crowd, Lin Xian also heaved a sigh of relief. Just now, he had used a clone to dodge the other party's attack. At the same time, he used a secret technique to hide his aura. At the same time, he activated the Great Dragon Sword Soul to eliminate the weak ghostly aura on his body. Then, he heaved a sigh of relief. It was too terrifying. If it weren't for his quick reflexes and the many secret techniques in his hands, he would have been killed just now. Damn chasing corpse sect. Lin Xian gritted his teeth, his gaze dark. From now on, he would be even more careful. But now, he didn't have any unusual aura on his body, so the other party shouldn't be able to discover him. After that, he mixed in with the crowd of martial artists and set off forward. With five mighty figures paving the way, their speed was extremely fast. Even if any powerful ghosts appeared, they would be killed with a single palm strike. Furthermore, not long ago, two skeletal creatures over 300 meters tall had appeared. However, they had been completely crushed by the moon summoned by that woman from the moon-worshipping sect. This method caused everyone to be extremely shocked once again. Lin Xian also knew that although that woman looked to be in her 30s, her true age was probably over 1,000 years old. It was probably the same for the other people. Finally, the group entered the deepest part of Feng Mountain. There, endless ghostly aura surged and turned into 4 ghostly dragons. They circled around each other and dragged a giant bronze coffin. The aura was too terrifying. One look at it would make one tremble. If it weren't for the 5 mighty figures standing in front, the surrounding martial artists would have been unable to withstand it. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon blended in with the crowd and looked forward. At this time, He Tu also exclaimed. It's a giant bronze coffin. This ancient tomb is too strange. What is it trying to do? Lin Xian was puzzled. What's wrong? What's wrong with the bronze coffin? At the side, the Crimson Dragon explained, normally, wooden coffins are used. Very few people use metal coffins. Any coffin made of metal is extremely strange. I didn't expect that there would be such a bronze coffin in this ancient tomb. As expected, the 5 mighty figures in front frowned when they saw the scene. It's actually a bronze coffin. How surprising. The ghostly aura around it is too thick. I can't see clearly. As the few of them conversed, Pushan of White Horse Temple waved his hand. A Buddhist seal pushed out and tore apart the thick ghostly aura. Immediately, the scene inside appeared clearly in front of everyone's eyes. Then, everyone was shocked and sucked in a breath of cold air. Even the 5 mighty figures' pupils constricted and their faces turned solemn. That was because they discovered that there was a crystal the size of a millstone near the bronze coffin. It was shining brightly. At the same time, there was an extremely pure energy. Divine crystal. The mighty figures were shocked and could not believe it. After the surrounding martial artists heard it, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Divine crystal, they did not expect that crystal to be a divine crystal. Furthermore, it was such a large piece. At this moment, even He Tu and the Crimson Dragon were extremely shocked. Divine crystals were true treasures. They were even more precious than supreme-grade substandard divine crystals. A piece of divine crystal was equivalent to countless supreme-grade substandard divine crystals, let alone such a large piece. The Crimson Dragon immediately became excited. If he could obtain that piece of divine crystal, he could immediately recover his cultivation and even improve it. Lin Xian was also extremely shocked when he heard about it. Then, he looked ahead with a fiery gaze. He did not expect that such a peerless treasure would appear here. As for He Tu, he directly said, don't even think about it. The two of you have no chance. Let's not talk about that bronze coffin first. It's definitely not that simple. Even if there are 5 mighty figures here, you won't be able to defeat them. So, don't even think about that divine crystal. Lin Xian sighed. As for the Crimson Dragon, he was also extremely unwilling. F***ck, if Ben Huang was in his prime, he would have snatched it long ago. In front of them, the 5 mighty figures also had fiery gazes because they were the ones most likely to obtain the divine crystal. However, although their gazes were fiery, they did not dare to act rashly. This was because the scene was too strange. A person who had been dead for God knows how many years was being nourished with such a precious divine crystal. What is he trying to do? Does he really want to be reborn? Whose tomb is this? How could he have such a bold idea? Yeah, not only was he buried in a place like Feng Mountain, but he was also being nourished with a peerless treasure like the divine crystal. What is he trying to do? The few of them were discussing with uncertain expressions. The surrounding warriors exclaimed. Naturally, they didn't dare to have any ideas and could only watch the show. Lin Xian didn't stay idle either. He secretly performed a technique and prepared to investigate. As the successor of the Dragon Sword, he had obtained many martial arts techniques from the 4th successor of the Dragon Sword, as well as He Tu's teachings. Therefore, the secret techniques in his hands were endless. For example, techniques that could hide one's aura so that even almighties couldn't detect it. For example, the cloning technique and the current martial Dao Heavenly Eye. The martial Dao Heavenly Eye was also an extremely precious divine martial art. Even in those ancient families and peerless sacred grounds, it wasn't something that anyone could learn. Fortunately, He Tu had such a technique, so Lin Xian could learn it. After secretly activating the martial Dao Heavenly Eye, Lin Xian's eyes became extremely deep, and there were even strange runes flickering. In the next moment, he looked ahead. The martial Dao Heavenly Eye was extremely magical and claimed to be able to see through everything and distinguish between falsehood and falsehood. Sure enough, Lin Xian noticed that the ghostly aura in front of him had become much dimmer. His gaze could even directly penetrate it and land on the huge bronze coffin. Not only that, Lin Xian also discovered something even more magical. That was, his gaze was directly cast over the bronze coffin, looking inside. However, what surprised him was that there wasn't a corpse inside, but a crystal coffin. The crystal coffin was crystal clear and emitted colorful light. It was just that no one noticed it inside the bronze coffin. What's going on? It's actually a double official coffin? Lin Xian was shocked. Then, he transmitted what he saw to the Crimson Dragon and Hey Tuesday. After the two heard it, they were also extremely shocked. This is incredible. What is this guy trying to do? A double coffin is very rare since ancient times. Could that guy really come back to life? The two were shocked. At this moment, Lin Xian's eyes widened. Because he discovered something even more unbelievable. Because Lin Xian discovered that there was a blurry shadow floating towards the bronze coffin in front of him. However, he was the only one who noticed it. The people around him didn't seem to notice it at all. Even the Five Almighties didn't notice it. What was going on? Was that a human or a ghost? Lin Xian was shocked. He quickly activated his martial Dao Heavenly Eye to take a closer look. This matter was too strange. There was actually someone who could avoid everyone without anyone noticing, including the Five Almighties. That person floated towards the bronze coffin. What was he trying to do? Was it to seize the five-colored crystal coffin? Or that millstone-sized divine crystal? Lin Xian didn't know, but he felt his heart beating faster. But in the next moment, when he saw that person's face, he opened his mouth wide and screamed. The reason for that was because the blurry figure before them was actually Dan Shenzi. That's right, that face was Dan Shenzi's face. It was exactly the same without any changes. At that moment, the illusory figure directly floated into the bronze coffin. It seemed like it wanted to attack the five-colored crystal coffin. What was going on? Why was it Dan Shenzi? Lin Xian didn't dare to believe it. If that illusory figure was Dan Shenzi, then who was the figure before them, two Dan Kensis? Or was it a secret technique clone? Lin Xian didn't know, but he realized that Dan Shenzi was too strange. Not only was he secretly stealing the bronze coffin, but he was also connected to the strange blue wave pill. He was definitely a dangerous person. However, at that moment, the middle-aged man in the golden door spoke. Since we've already discovered the coffin, let's do it. Open the coffin and see what treasures are inside. Hearing that, the other Almighties nodded and prepared to attack. Lin Xian paid special attention to Dan Shenzi. He realized that Dan Shenzi only nodded slightly and didn't say anything. It seemed like he wasn't as enthusiastic as before. At that moment, the White Horse Temple's Almighty Pu Shan also turned his head and spoke to the cultivators behind him. Next, we'll break the formation. I'm afraid there will be terrifying energy spilling out. You'd better back off to avoid being affected and losing your lives. Hearing that, countless cultivators quickly retreated. They didn't dare to get any closer. If even the Almighty said so, then it would definitely be extremely dangerous. In the crowd, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon also retreated. However, Lin Xian's eyes became even more profound. He activated his martial Dao Heavenly Eye to the extreme. The Five Almighties formed a line and walked forward. Then, the ghostly aura in front of them suddenly surged. A gale swept through, causing the sky and earth to change. A terrifying cold aura was emitted from the bronze coffin. It seemed to be warning the Five Almighties. Humph. The middle-aged man in the golden door snorted coldly and attacked first. He waved his arm. Suddenly, a clanging sound was heard. A huge sword light streaked across the sky, easily cutting the entire space apart. On the other side, the woman in red from the moon-worshipping cult also waved her hand. Suddenly, a full moon rose in the sky. It shone brightly, causing the entire space to collapse. Pu Shan shouted in a low voice. A Buddhist seal was pushed out from his palm, emitting a dazzling light. The chasing corpse sect's almighties also sneered. He waved his sleeve. Suddenly, a ball of black light rushed forward quickly. It turned into a ghost head, circulating with a cold aura. Finally, Dan Xianxia also attacked. A sky full of flames floated in the air and rushed forward. The five almighties attacked. It was earth-shattering. The momentum was extremely terrifying. The entire Feng mountain range shook violently as if it would collapse at any time. The bronze coffin in front of them was completely enraged. It emitted ghostly aura and connected with the surrounding formation. It condensed into 8 ghostly dragons, roaring in all directions. At that moment, the sky and earth lost their color. Countless runes and ghostly aura shone in the air. The entire space was in turmoil. The people in the distance were shocked. Their eyelids twitched wildly. Fortunately, with Pu Shan's warning, they had retreated early and arrived at a safe place. Otherwise, just the aftermath of this energy would be enough to kill them thousands of times over. Is this the power of the Almighties? They're so powerful. Lin Xian looked at the scene. He was also excited. He could not help but clench his fists. When can I reach this level of combat power? He yearned for it. It doesn't matter. As long as you have enough energy crystals, you'll reach this level sooner or later, He Tu said slowly. Hearing that, Lin Xian nodded. Then, he used his martial Dao Heavenly Eye again and stared ahead. At the same time, he paid close attention to the scene inside the bronze coffin. The battle outside had erupted. However, an illusory figure was still sitting cross-legged inside the bronze coffin. It seemed to be breaking the 5-colored crystal coffin. However, at that moment, there was a loud boom. The entire world shook. Everyone's expression changed. They all looked over. Even Lin Xian frowned. It turned out that the formation in front of them had been broken by the 5 almighties. They had been strong all the way. After removing all the ghostly aura, they finally arrived in front of the bronze coffin. At that moment, the 5 of them could no longer remain calm. They looked at the tall bronze coffin and the millstone-sized divine crystal in front of them. Everyone was excited. However, they knew that in order to obtain the divine crystal, they had to destroy the bronze coffin first. Otherwise, they would not be able to obtain it. Everyone, this is the last step. Let's work together to open the bronze coffin and obtain the treasure. The middle-aged man from the Golden Light sect said in a deep voice. All right. Everyone nodded. Since they had already reached this step, they naturally had to work together to open the coffin. At this moment, the chasing corpse sect's powerhouse sneered. Everything else is easy, but the corpse inside must be mine. Whoever dares to snatch it from me, don't blame me for not showing mercy. As a member of the chasing corpse sect, he was most interested in the corpse inside the coffin. There must be a peerless figure buried inside the coffin. Perhaps he was even stronger than them. If they could use the corpse to refine zombies into weapons, it would be unimaginably terrifying. Humph. Hearing this, Pu Shan snorted coldly. The others were silent, but their faces were solemn. Indeed, the corpse inside was useless to them, but they did not want the other party to obtain it. That was because they did not want to increase the strength of the chasing corpse sect. They would talk about this after they opened the coffin. The corpse inside might have already rotted. At this moment, the woman in red from the moon-worshipping cult said slowly, the 5 of us will work together to attack the bronze coffin. The attack this time was much more difficult than the previous one. The bronze coffin was covered with inscriptions. Now that it was attacked, all of them flickered and formed strange runes that filled the entire void. The 5 powerhouses displayed their powerful strength. Their bodies flickered with dazzling light that shot into the sky. This attack was enough to flatten the entire Fengshan mountain range. However, when it hit the bronze coffin, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. It did not even cause a ripple. This scene caused everyone's expression to change drastically. The 5 almighties' expressions were also extremely solemn. Everyone, I think there's no need for us to hide our strength anymore. Let's go all out. The middle-aged man from the Golden Light sect said in a deep voice. Indeed, although the powerhouses had attacked with terrifying strength, they had not gone all out. That was because they had reserved some strength for the battle for the treasure later. However, it seemed that they would not be able to open the bronze coffin without going all out. All right. Looks like this is the only way. The 5 of them prepared to go all out. Then, the 5 of them unleashed their full power. Their bodies exploded with dazzling light like 5 suns, illuminating the void. An incomparably horrifying energy burst out from the 5 of them. It was incomparably vast, like a river of stars that surged forward rapidly. This strike caused the sky to collapse. It was powerful to the extreme. However, the bronze coffin was too strange. Mysterious inscriptions gushed out, and together with the surrounding divine crystals providing energy, it emitted an even more resplendent radiance to resist. After the energy explosion, there was nothing in front of them. No one could see anything clearly. They could only use their soul force to capture a trace of its trajectory. As for Lin Xian, he activated his martial Dao Heavenly Eye and observed carefully. While the people outside were fighting ferociously, the illusory figure inside the bronze coffin did not stop. His fingers slid, forming a series of special trajectories, and slapped the 5-colored crystal coffin. At this moment, Lin Xian felt a strange sensation. He saw strange runes fly out from the 5-colored crystal coffin, floating in the air. Then, it disappeared. However, the illusory figure did not seem to notice this scene at all, and the surrounding people did not notice it either. Could it be that I'm the only one who saw it again? Lin Xian was shocked, and then he was overjoyed. Although he did not know what those strange runes represented, he could feel that they contained powerful energy. Remember it. At this moment, Lin Xian did not hesitate at all and activated his martial Dao Heavenly Eye to the extreme. He used his heart to remember those flickering runes in his mind. At this moment, Lin Xian's mind was empty, and he forgot everything around him. There was only one flickering rune in his eyes. And all of this was only seen by him. The surrounding people, including the 5 mighty figures and the mysterious illusory figure in the bronze coffin, did not see it. However, when the last rune flickered and disappeared in the sky, the 5-colored crystal coffin suddenly trembled. Then, the bronze coffin slowly opened, and endless ghost chi rushed out. And the 5-layered crystal coffin flew out from inside. What? There's another one. And it's a 5-colored crystal coffin. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Even the 5 Almighties were stunned. They did not expect that there was not a corpse in the coffin, but another crystal coffin. What the hell is going on? They could not understand at all. At this moment, Dan Chenzi's expression was extremely gloomy. His eyes were filled with endless anger. He snorted coldly, and the illusory figure in the bronze coffin quickly disappeared, turning into a wisp of green smoke and returning to his body. Then, he no longer cared about anything else. He reached out a hand and grabbed in front of him. That's right, the illusory figure from before was released by him. He hid it from the other 4 mighty figures and secretly peeked at the 5-colored crystal coffin, wanting to know the secrets inside. But he did not expect that the 5-colored crystal coffin would fly out by itself. This made him extremely shocked, and at the same time infuriated, because if he had a little more time, he might have been able to open the coffin and obtain the secrets inside. But now, all of that was gone. Therefore, he had to make a move and obtain the 5-colored crystal coffin before anyone else. Dan Chenzi's move was so sudden that the 4 mighty figures could not react in time. But the 5-colored crystal coffin flickered with light, and then like a shocking rainbow, it turned into a ray of light and flew into the sky with the divine crystal. Boom, the void in front of him exploded, and the 5-colored crystal coffin quickly dodged. Humph! Where do you think you're going? Dan Chenzi roared angrily, and then with a flash of his body, he turned into a ray of white light and instantly rushed over. He would not let the 5-colored crystal coffin go. The other 4 were also stunned. But soon, they came back to their senses, and their bodies flickered as they chased after Dan Chenzi. In an instant, the 5 mighty figures disappeared into the sky. Only the martial artists on the ground were left behind, extremely shocked. Lin Xian was also astonished. He had never expected something like this to happen. It must have something to do with the runes he obtained. What exactly are these strange runes? Did Dan Chenzi think of them too? Lin Xian was extremely shocked. However, now was not the time to think about these things. He would ask He Tu after he left. The most important thing now was to leave this place. However, just as he was about to call the Crimson Dragon to leave, the situation changed again. Lin Xian was about to ask the Crimson Dragon and the Snow White Monkey to leave when there was another change in front of them. In the bronze coffin, other than the colorful crystal coffin, there were countless treasures. After the coffin was opened, they were carried out by the ghostly aura and scattered in all directions. Look! Treasures have fallen. Let's go and grab them. Ha ha ha. We're rich. Amazing treasures. We must grab more. Frenzied voices could be heard. The surrounding martial artists had all gone crazy. Their bodies swayed and they rushed in all directions. Kid, this is a good chance. Grab them quickly. The Crimson Dragon was also crazy. He used a secret technique and split into 8 dragon shadows. They rushed in all directions to grab the treasures that had fallen. The Snow White Monkey was also hugging a small shabby bowl and collecting the treasures. Lin Xian also took action, but he only collected the treasures around him. He did not grab the treasures that were further away. He did not want to attract too much attention. Although these treasures were good, they were far inferior to the strange runes that he had obtained. Those were runes that even the 5 Almighties could not obtain, but he had obtained them, therefore, he only wanted to return to a safe place. Lin Xian sent a voice transmission to the Crimson Dragon and the Snow White Monkey, asking them to stop and leave this place quickly. The Crimson Dragon naturally knew that a tall tree would attract the wind. Therefore, he did his best to grab the treasures and was ready to leave. The group of people moved and quickly flew outside. However, at this moment, the void fluctuated and a cold light condensed and slashed at them. Suddenly, the place where Lin Xian was standing was penetrated and a bottomless black hole appeared. Damn it! Someone is attacking us. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. He did not expect to be targeted. The Crimson Dragon was also mad. Damn it! Who is it? Come out! How dare you attack Ben Huang? Ben Huang will tear you apart. He was too angry that someone dared to attack him. How audacious, even the Snow White Monkey was waving its paws in anger. It was very dissatisfied. A figure appeared in the sky. His entire body was wrapped in light, making it impossible to see whether he was real or fake. However, that pair of ice-cold eyes were like the edge of a blade, causing people's hearts to turn cold. Who are you? Lin Xian asked coldly. Who I am is not important. What's important is that you hand over everything and I can spare you. Otherwise, you'll have to stay on Feng Mountain as ghosts. Humph, what shameless boasting. The Crimson Dragon was furious. With a wave of its claw, a dragon shadow roared and rushed upward. Netherworld finger. That person flicked his finger, and a black finger light quickly flew downwards. There were a total of 5 finger lights. Each of them was incomparably black and had a terrifying aura flowing around them. Spurt. Spurt, 5 pitch-black finger lights, like divine swords of the netherworld, quickly pierced through the dragon's shadow. It's useless. You can't escape. Just hand over everything obediently. That person said coldly. Many surrounding cultivators also saw this scene and immediately whispered to each other. That must be Lu Tianyi from the Golden Light sect. Yes, it's him. I didn't expect him to make a move. He's a late-stage 4-star king. Among the 4-star kings, almost no one is his match. Who are those people? They're actually targeted by Lu Tianyi. I'm afraid they're doomed this time. Everyone was discussing. Golden Light sect? Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked up. You really want to make a move? His eyes flickered as the great dragon sword soul in his body circulated. Of course. The supreme grade subdivine crystal isn't something you can have. Hand it over. Lu Tianyi said slowly with great confidence in his eyes. He had long had his eyes on Lin Xian because he had heard from his junior brother that Lin Xian had 2 supreme grade subdivine crystals. Therefore, he attacked Lin Xian. So, you're actually after the supreme-grade subdivine crystals. In that case, I can't let you live. Lin Xian's voice was cold as light bloomed in his eyes. I'm in a hurry, so I can only deal with you quickly. Humph, shameless boasting. You want to deal with me? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Above, Lu Tianyi revealed a trace of disdain. Then, he waved his finger again, and 5 nether fingers flew out quickly. Every finger was as black as ink and flickered with cold light as they pierced through the void. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly as he clenched his fists and punched out. The resplendent fist was like the sun, and terrifying waves of air rolled as it directly shattered all the nether fingers. In the next moment, Lin Xian struck out with the 9 darkness demonic sword, and his entire person was swift and fierce to the extreme. On the demonic sword, black sword light circulated rapidly, and sword chi flickered as it slashed through the void. So powerful. Who is he? The surrounding cultivators were shocked and retreated one after another. They originally thought that Lin Xian and the others were dead for sure, but now it seemed that it wasn't necessarily the case. The aura he displayed was too powerful. It shocked them to the core. Especially that demonic sword, it was too terrifying. Earthgrade artifact. Very good, it's also mine. Above, Lu Tianyi nodded with satisfaction. Then, he waved his hand and took out a golden seal. Boom, endless thunder resounded, surrounding the surroundings. The surroundings were surrounded by multicolored light, like a resplendent sun. It was more like a golden sword light that slashed towards Lin Xian. F***CK, that's the golden light seal. Seeing the golden light seal, many people were shocked, and their scalps went numb. The golden light seal was an ultimate technique of the golden light sect. It was extremely powerful and was extremely domineering, terrifying to the extreme. With this golden light seal, Lu Tianyi should be able to contend with a 5-star king. That's for sure. I'm afraid those people are going to be unlucky. Everyone discussed animatedly. One could imagine how terrifying the golden light seal was. Above, Lu Tianyi held the golden light seal in one hand. His entire person was like a god of war as he pressed down with the golden seal. Boom, boundless golden light shone as the golden seal covered the sky. It was like a golden mountain that came crashing down. Everywhere it passed, the void shattered. Lin Xian was fearless. He held the 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand, and the aura on his body was extremely sharp. Then, he waved his arm and slashed out. Azure Dragon Break. Boom, the monster sword light turned into a black dragon and rushed out, causing the entire void to rumble. In the next moment, the two collided, and a terrifying light burst out. The heavens and earth shook, and the void shattered. The terrifying shockwave blasted all the surrounding martial artists away. The golden light that filled the sky was split apart by the sword. It was like a golden wave that slapped to both sides. Not only that, the golden mountain formed by the golden light seal was pierced through, and a transparent black hole appeared. Clang, the black dragon roared and collided with the golden light seal, immediately pushing Lu Tianyi back. He was pushed back? That's impossible. Seeing this scene, everyone was extremely shocked. They did not expect that the incomparably powerful Lu Tianyi would be pushed back. Who was that young man? How could he be so powerful? In the sky, Lu Tianyi was also extremely shocked, but soon after, a smile appeared on his face. As expected of an Earthgrade artifact, it's indeed powerful. This sword, I want it. With a loud laugh, he once again brought the golden light seal and charged over. As for Lin Xian, he waved the 9 Hell Demon sword and used the Dragon Sword domain at the same time. Tens of thousands of sword chi turned into a rain of light and shot over. Clang, after dozens of moves, Lu Tianyi was sent flying again. This time, his expression was incomparably ugly. That was because the golden light seal in his hand had actually cracked, crisscrossing through it. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air in disbelief. The incomparably powerful golden light seal had actually shattered. Lu Tianyi's expression was also cold. He was very confident in his golden light seal, and even a 5-star king might not be able to shatter it. But now, a 2-star king could shatter it. This was truly unbelievable. Kid, I will make you pay a painful price. Lu Tiany's expression was ferocious, and his voice carried a biting cold-killing intent. The one who will pay the price is you. Lin Xian's figure flickered as he quickly charged over. His time was limited, and he had to end the battle quickly. Golden light illuminates heaven and earth. Seeing the other party charge over, Lu Tiany's expression was cold. He waved his hand, and immediately, the sky was filled with golden light, forming a golden sea that quickly swept forward. This was also a unique skill. Each of the golden waves was like a divine sword, sharp to the extreme. Even a 4-star king would vomit blood if they were hit. Not to mention, the other party was only a 2-star king. In his opinion, the other party was only relying on an Earth-grade artifact to have powerful combat strength. His own cultivation strength was probably not enough. As long as his sword chi swept over the other party, he would definitely be able to take the other party's life. The sky was filled with golden light, emitting a terrifying aura. It was as if the sun was shining in all directions. This light caused the people in the distance to retreat again, fearing that they would be affected. Lin Xian coldly snorted as he waved the 9-Hell Demon Sword and used the Underworld Crescent Moonbreak, directly tearing apart the void. A spatial crack appeared, like a giant abyss beast that connected to hell. Immediately, the golden light in the sky was completely swallowed by the black hole. What? They actually disappeared in an instant. How did he do it? In the distance, everyone was shocked, their skin going numb. Such a terrifying golden light was not something a 4-star king realm could block. However, Lin Xian had actually swallowed that golden light in an instant. What kind of technique is this? It's too terrifying. Even Lu Tiany's pupils abruptly shrank and his expression changed. The other party's methods were simply too bizarre. Even he found it hard to accept. However, what shocked him even more was yet to come. Because in the next moment, Lin Xian directly used the dragon sword domain and charged over. Countless sword chi swept across the world, causing the entire space to shake violently. Lin Xian executed dragon sword domain and directly sealed Lu Tiany in the void. Then, he used the 9-Hell demonic sword and slashed forward. Boom, with a heaven-shaking strike, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. Lu Tiany was directly sent flying while vomiting blood. Everyone was shocked. They never thought that Lu Tiany would actually lose. Lu Tiany's pupils also abruptly shrank in disbelief. He had the cultivation of a late-stage 4-star king realm, while the other party was only a 2-star king realm. The difference between the two could be said to be the difference between heaven and earth. However, the other party was actually able to enter him. This was simply too unbelievable. With a furious roar, golden light bloomed from his body and then formed a golden long blade that quickly slashed over. Lin Xian directly used bright moon still water. Countless sword chi formed a mirror and reflected the terrifying attack back. Then, he activated the dragon sword domain to the extreme. Every sword light contained the great dragon sword soul. The terrifying sword chi pierced through heaven and earth and directly pierced through the other party. Puff, Lu Tiany was pierced through by the sword chi, and blood spurted out. His eyes widened in disbelief. He never thought that a 2nd-grade king realm could actually kill him. Impossible. After spitting out a few words with difficulty, Lu Tiany's body completely exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. They all widened their eyes in disbelief. Who else dares to stop me? Lin Xian held the demonic sword in his hand and looked around disdainfully. Everyone fell silent and retreated, not daring to look directly at him. It was too terrifying. Lin Xian's strength was too strong. Now, no one dared to have any thoughts about Lin Xian. With a cold shout, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon's figures flashed and turned into a shocking rainbow as they left the place. One day later, they left Feng Mountain. However, they did not return to the sect. Instead, they stayed in a nearby city for 2 days. This was because Lin Xian wanted to find out more information. He wanted to know what happened to the 5 almighties who were searching for the 5-colored crystal coffin. Sure enough, the city near Feng Mountain was talking about what happened that day. Among them, the most talked about was the 5 almighties and the mysterious 5-colored crystal coffin. I wonder what's in the 5-colored crystal coffin that could make the 5 almighties so interested. I heard that the five almighties finally stopped the five-colored crystal coffin. After a great battle, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. It was very terrifying. What? There's such a thing? What happened in the end? Everyone asked. However, the warrior sighed softly. They didn't succeed. The five-colored crystal coffin is too mysterious. I heard that it tore through the void and disappeared. What? Disappeared? How was that possible? The five almighties couldn't subdue it even together? When the crowd heard this, they were extremely shocked. They were simply too shocked. One had to know that this was an almighty being, an existence that could tear apart mountains and rivers. However, the five of them could not subdue the crystal coffin even though they worked together? That was too shocking. After hearing that, Lin Xian was also extremely shocked. However, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, Dan Chenzi did not obtain the five-colored crystal coffin, and neither did the others. In that case, he should be the only one who had the mysterious rune. However, he was curious about what was in the five-colored crystal coffin. Why did it have such a strange rune? He thought for a long time but could not figure it out. However, he did not stay there for long. After getting the information he wanted, Lin Xian returned to the sect. After another 3 days, the two of them returned to Danzong. Lin Xian flew directly back to his mountain peak. Then, he raised his hand and set up a formation to isolate himself from the outside world. Now, he had to be extra careful in Danzong. Other than not eating the blue wave pill, he had to be careful in everything else. That was because the sect master of Danzong was too strange. He had to be careful. After setting up a safe defensive formation, Lin Xian summoned He Tu and the Crimson Dragon. Then, he recounted what he had seen earlier. The two of them were shocked when they heard that. They did not expect there to be such a secret. Rune? What rune? Why don't you use it? The Crimson Dragon asked. Then, Lin Xian used his spiritual energy to condense the runes that he had obtained. Suddenly, the tadpole-like runes floated in the sky. This is? Primordial Immortal Rune. The Crimson Dragon screamed. What primordial immortal rune? What's that? Lin Xian was puzzled. It's something incredible. He Tu explained, it's a type of primordial rune. It's very ancient. No one knows its origin. Legend has it that it appeared with the ancestors of mankind. This type of rune is even called Immortal Rune. What's the use of it? Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't expect these runes to have such an ancient identity. Anything that was recorded by immortal runes was extremely incredible or a cultivation technique. Kid, I have to say that your luck is too good. He Tu sighed. Even the fourth-generation successor didn't have such an opportunity. He was indeed quite regretful because the fourth-generation successor of the Dragon Sword was brilliant and dazzling. However, he was too young and did not have the time to search for some ancient ruins. Otherwise, if he could live until now, he would definitely have found a lot of immortal runes. Of course, he placed all his hopes on Lin Xian. As long as Lin Xian was strong, He Tu would be happy. But what are these runes? I don't know. Lin Xian scratched his head and smiled bitterly. Indeed, it was like a beautiful woman standing in front of you. She was attractive, but you couldn't catch her. However, at this moment, the runes in the sky turned into tadpoles and danced in the air. Then, they entered Lin Xian's mind. Buzz buzz buzz, Lin Xian's mind shook. Then, he opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Because these runes changed in his mind and formed words that he was familiar with. Finally, a cultivation technique with only 100 words appeared in front of him. This is? Lin Xian opened his eyes wide and read carefully. Then, he took a deep breath. This was an extremely ancient movement technique known as the Heavenly Dragon's 8 Steps. No one could surpass it within 8 steps, since they had a cultivation technique. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon cultivated diligently and tried to master this movement technique as soon as possible. At the same time, Fengshan once again welcomed 2 uninvited guests. At this moment, the ghostly aura in Feng Mountain was extremely terrifying. However, most of the warriors had already retreated. Moreover, without the protection of the five almighties, Feng Mountain had become an extremely dangerous place. But now, two figures tore through the void and arrived at the depths of Feng Mountain. The bronze coffin was broken open. Must be gone. The one who spoke was a youth with a handsome face. His gaze was deep and carried incomparably mysterious symbols. Yes, not only is the crystal coffin is gone, it is also missing the divine crystal. Another deep voice sounded. It was a middle-aged man with a tall figure. His face was even covered with metal-like scales. Behind his back, there was a long black saber that was as tall as a man. It shone with a cold light. The two of them stood in the void and looked ahead. Their red robes were fluttering in the wind. There was a black lotus embroidered on the red robes. It was blooming beautifully, as if it was real. A red robe with a black lotus. If Lin Xian were here to see this, he would definitely cry out in shock. This was the sign that his father had warned him to be careful. Who would have thought that it would appear here? Of course, Lin Xian was unaware of all this. Since the thing is gone, let's go. The handsome young man said calmly. Then, the runes in his eyes disappeared and he returned to normal. The tall middle-aged man behind him nodded slightly. Then, the two of them swayed and disappeared into the void. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During these days, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon had already mastered the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. Now, their speed had reached the extreme. Even the Almighties might not be faster than them. If others knew about this, their jaws would definitely drop. The Almighties were peerless figures in everyone's eyes, and Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon's speed had reached that level? It was unbelievable. Even Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were shocked. It was indeed a cultivation technique recorded in the primordial immortal language. It was too powerful. A few days later, the sect began to distribute the blue wave pills. Lin Xian also received one. However, when the people from the sect left, he destroyed the blue wave pills. Because he now knew that this was definitely not a spiritual medicine, but a vicious poison. Once the blue wave pills were contaminated, it would become addictive. Even a 4-star king would not be able to resist it. One could imagine that the entire upper echelon and core disciples of Dawn Zone were now under the control of the person who had poisoned them. If one day, the person who had poisoned them no longer provided them with the blue wave pills, the entire Dawn Zone would probably go crazy. Moreover, this was not the only potential danger. If that person wanted to order the core disciples and upper echelon to do something, he only needed to threaten to stop the distribution of the blue wave pills. No one would be able to stand it. Who was the one who did it? What was that person trying to do? What was he trying to do with the entire Dawn Zone? Lin Xian felt a chill in his heart when he thought of this. He was now certain that the murder of the Niwa of Gojoseon was inextricably linked to this matter. Back then, it was because the Niwa of Gojoseon had discovered this secret that he had been hunted down. However, this was something that had happened hundreds of years ago. The fact that the blue wave pills were still being distributed meant that the person who had done this must be a very powerful upper echelon of Dawn Zone, otherwise, this matter would not have lasted for hundreds of years. Therefore, Lin Xian locked his suspicions on Dan Xianxia. However, even if he knew the truth, there was nothing he could do. Right now, he was no match for Dan Xianxia. Dan Xianxia was already an almighty, and he was not sure how many stars he had reached. In short, he was far more powerful than him. The only thing he could do now was to increase his strength as much as possible. A few days later, the sect's mission came. This was a compulsory mission for core disciples. No one could shirk from it, or else the blue wave pills would be stopped. Although Lin Xian didn't consume this type of medicinal pill, he naturally had to accept the mission in order to not arouse suspicion. His mission was simple. He had to investigate a person. The time limit was 1 month. Lin Xian did not know what mission the others had received. Because of the sect's rules, core disciples were not allowed to ask each other. If they revealed their mission, it would be a violation of the sect's rules. Therefore, Lin Xian did not ask. However, it seemed that his mission would not be too difficult. It seemed that he could only complete this mission first. The eastern wilderness was so big that it was unimaginable. One of the countries might even surpass the former Tianwu continent in terms of territory. The place that Lin Xian was going to carry out the mission this time was very far from the alchemy sect. Danzong was in the southern part of the eastern continent, and he was going to the eastern part of the eastern continent. If he had to fly there, it would probably take him 8 to 10 years. However, Danzong would definitely not let Lin Xian fly there. Instead, they would activate the teleportation formation and send him there. This teleportation formation was very mysterious. It could easily send someone from the southern part of the continent to the eastern part. There were even some terrifying teleportation formations that could teleport people between continents. For example, from the eastern wilderness to the western desert. However, this kind of teleportation formation was too terrifying. It required a lot of energy. Therefore, only peerless sacred grounds and remote antiquity families could use it. Lin Xian looked at the huge formation in front of him. He was shocked. The aura that rushed towards him made his body churn. The Crimson Dragon said, "Kid, do you see that? That's a super teleportation formation. It will open the gate and let us travel through time." After a simple explanation, Lin Xian understood. Then, he and the other core disciples stood on the teleportation formation. Chiyu was there too. However, the two of them received different missions. In the next moment, the teleportation formation shone and all the core disciples were teleported out. The eastern part of the eastern wilderness. The continuous mountains were majestic and majestic. Below them were ancient trees that reached the sky. It was very magnificent. This kind of scenery could not be seen in the Tianwu continent. At this moment, above the primitive forest, the space suddenly opened. It was as if it was torn apart by a pair of invisible hands. Then, a figure came out from it. This figure was naturally Lin Xian. After using the sect's teleportation formation, he directly arrived at the eastern part of the continent. However, as soon as he came out, he felt dizzy. Even the spiritual energy in his body was a little chaotic. This was normal. This was the after effect of teleportation. However, he quickly used the longevity art and returned to normal. Then, the Crimson Dragon's body shook and came out of Lin Xian's sleeve. The two of them looked around, as if trying to confirm something. Soon, Lin Xian took out a map and carefully compared it to confirm his location. Almost there. They were already very close to their target location. They would probably reach their destination in a few days. His mission this time was to investigate a person, and this person was a youth, only 15 years old, named Hong Yu. It is said that he will attend a stone gambling convention in the east. As for the specifics, Lin Xian didn't know. However, the sect's request for him was to record all of Hong Yu's actions during the entire stone gambling event. Furthermore, he was able to detect Hong Yu's cultivation and talent. To be honest, Lin Xian was very confused about this mission. He didn't understand why the sect wanted to investigate a youth. However, after coming into contact with the other party, he should be able to find some clues. Lin Xian finally arrived at his destination, the ancient city of Hanyang. This was an ancient city. It was extremely majestic, and many experts could be seen coming and going. Since the stone gambling event was held in the ancient city of Hanyang, the number of warriors in the city had increased rapidly. It was a lively scene. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon paid the entrance fee and entered the ancient city of Hanyang. They were immediately infected by the lively scene inside. There were hawkers everywhere, and it was extremely lively. Even on both sides of the road, there were many warriors setting up stalls. Treasures dug out from the ancient cave mansion. I'll sell it at a big discount for only 100 times. Mysterious treasure map, you can obtain the ancient inheritance. Come quickly if you are fated. I have ancient cultivation methods. Young man, since you are fated, why don't you choose one? Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh when he heard the voices. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon walked and looked around. They found many good things, and they didn't hesitate to buy them. Lin Xian bought a lot of elixirs to refine elixirs in the future, and the Crimson Dragon bought some materials to make an array. At this moment, there was a sudden exclamation in front of them, as if someone had found something. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were curious, and they walked forward. Sure enough, there was a stall on the side of the street. The table was very strange. There were only some stones of different sizes on it. Some were even covered with moss, and some were full of cracks. They looked like gravel rolling down from a mountain peak. Next to it, there was a sign that said, 500 divine gems for a stone gambling. At this moment, there were many people watching, but not many people made a move. Some people even sneered. Was this guy crazy? He actually sold a piece of broken stone for 500 divine crystals. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. Along the way, He Tu told him a lot about stone gambling. This kind of stone gambling was very popular in the true spirit world. The origin of those stones was mysterious, and some were even taken from the forbidden zone of life. However, these stones looked like ordinary stones, but they contained rare treasures. Some might contain divine gems, and some might even contain divine gems, or other ancient treasures, which were very exciting. Of course, before they were opened, no one knew what was inside. And because of this stone gambling, there was even a profession called Seeker Spirit Master. These Seeker Spirit Masters had special methods to investigate the situation inside stone gambling. It could be said that the treasures they opened were much more likely to be found than ordinary martial artists. Of course, as for what kind of treasure one could open, it depended on one's cultivation. But generally speaking, every Seeker Spirit Master was an incomparably precious existence. Some terrifying Sky Spirit Masters could even find spirit vein divine gems in the mountains and swamps. These people would be invited and entertained by ancient families and peerless sacred grounds. It was easy to imagine how terrifying these people were. Lin Xian asked He Tu in detail. These Seeker Spirit Masters mostly had special eye techniques or were born with special eyes that could see through illusions and search for spirit vein divine gems. Lin Xian was cultivating the martial Dao Heavenly Eye, which could be said to be a very special eye technique. Therefore, he was very interested in stone gambling. Let's go and take a look. Lin Xian smiled, and then the two walked forward. The stall owner was a middle-aged man with a 4-star king cultivation base. At this moment, there were many people gathered around the stall, but no one bought anything. This was because these stones were too different from the stone gambling that they had seen before. They even suspected that these stones were fake. Ordinary stones were used to fool people. However, Lin Xian felt that these stones seemed to contain a special energy that was different from others. Therefore, he decided to give it a try. Previously, he had killed many experts and taken their storage rings, so Lin Xian had a lot of divine gems. Spending 500 divine gems to buy a stone was something he could afford. Fellow cultivator, I'll choose a stone. Lin Xian threw out a bag containing 500 secondary divine gems. Sure, go ahead, the middle-aged man took the bag and said with a smile. What? Someone actually bought it? Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. Yeah, this guy must be crazy. These stones look fake. How dare he buy them? Is he a Seeker Spirit Master? A Seeker Spirit Master? I don't think so. Maybe he's just a hothead who doesn't know what stone gambling is like. Everyone discussed and shook their heads. They felt that they had been cheated by buying these stones. The Crimson Dragon was also a little worried. To be honest, even he couldn't understand stone gambling. Because those stones had extraordinary origins and contained strange energy. Ordinary methods couldn't see through them at all. Some stones that looked very strong turned out to be empty after being cut. There were even some stone gambling experts who lost their entire family fortune in a single night. And Lin Xian was just a young boy who had never gambled on stones before. Could he do it? The Crimson Dragon wasn't sure. Forget it. Let him try. 500 divine gems isn't too much. If he doesn't get anything this time, I'll stop him from doing it next time. The Crimson Dragon made up his mind. Lin Xian smiled. After paying the 500 divine gems, he didn't choose immediately. Instead, he secretly activated his martial path Heavenly Eye. Suddenly, his eyes became deep. But this time, he controlled it well and didn't show any obvious runes. Because he didn't want to alarm those people and cause unnecessary trouble. The martial path Heavenly Eye was a powerful divine power. Even in the clan of the ancients and the peerless sacred grounds, few people knew how to use it. And Lin Xian was very talented. He learned this divine power and even practiced it to a certain level. At this moment, the stones in front of him became hazy under the martial path heavenly eye. Suddenly, he turned his eyes and stared at one. This is it. Lin Xian nodded slightly and picked up a football-sized stone. Then, he cut the stone with his fingers like a knife. Damn, so casual? Everyone was stunned. Originally, when they saw the other party's confident appearance, they thought that the other party was a seeker spirit master. However, who would actually choose a stone? This was too careless. These people shook their heads. They realized that this method was completely different from the method of the seeker spirit master. Even a real seeker spirit master would have to ponder for a long time before he could be sure. And now, this young man was probably certain in just a few seconds. It must have been a random choice. On top of that, the crowd's mouths twitched upon seeing the other party's method of cutting the stone. A real seeker spirit master would use a special knife to carefully cut, for fear of destroying the things inside. Yet, the young man before him was actually using his finger to cut it open without any particular technique. Could it be that he's not afraid that there's really a treasure inside and he'll break it? At this moment, everyone was sure that the kid in front of them was definitely not a spirit-seeking stone, but a hothead. Sigh, with his methods, I reckon that even if there are treasures inside, they will be destroyed. What treasure? He just randomly chose it. It would be strange if there was a treasure. Everyone shook their heads, but they did not leave. They did not want to stay and watch the show. However, Lin Xian's expression was calm, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Under the martial Dao celestial eye, he had already seen what was inside. At this moment, his palm seemed to be careless, but the treasure inside was not damaged at all. His fingers were like knives as he quickly waved them. Soon, the stone that was the size of a football became the size of a fist. It seems that there's really nothing inside. Seeing this scene, everyone shook their heads and sighed. Some even sneered. However, in the next moment, they were stunned. Even their mouths were wide open in disbelief. That was because Lin Xian had cut down again. As a result, a bright light was emitted from the stone. It was like the sun, illuminating the entire sky. What? What a powerful light. There must be a treasure inside. Everyone was shocked and could not believe it. They did not expect that the other party would really cut out a treasure. Damn, who is this kid? He's too lucky. That's right. He randomly chose a treasure and found it? That's too heaven-defying. Looking at the light, I'm afraid it's definitely not an ordinary item. Cries of surprise rang out one after another. Then, everyone widened their eyes and stared at the stone in Lin Xian's hand. Even the Crimson Dragon was extremely shocked. However, he knew that Lin Xian definitely did not do it by luck, but by using the martial Dao celestial eye. Damn, this kid's talent is too terrifying. He can actually cultivate the martial Dao celestial eye to such a level. It was too shocked. Meanwhile, Lin Xian was still smiling as he continued to cut the stone. Soon, the bright light became brighter and brighter. It was like a sunset that surrounded the stone. Crack, after the last cut, all the stones fell down, revealing a crystal that was the size of an egg. What? A supreme-grade subdivine crystal. Heavens, I'm not dreaming, am I? Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. They did not expect that there would be a supreme-grade subdivine crystal in the stone. And it was as big as an egg. It was definitely a rare treasure. He made a fortune. This kid definitely made a fortune. He bought a supreme-grade subdivine crystal the size of an egg with 500 ordinary subdivine crystals. That was absolutely heaven-defying. Everyone exclaimed and their eyes turned red. Even the middle-aged man who was selling the stone was extremely surprised. However, although he was shocked, he did not intend to go back on his words. Lin Xian looked at the supreme-grade subdivine crystal in his hand and nodded in satisfaction. Very good. He needed this kind of energy. He did not expect to find it now. Just nice. This stone could increase his strength and cultivation by a lot. At the same time, he was also delighted. It seemed that his martial Dao celestial eye was indeed amazing. It could accurately see the situation in the stone gambling. It seemed that he could totally become a seeker spiritual master in the future. The energy he needed for cultivation was too great. Ordinary methods could not satisfy his needs. However, if he became a seeker spiritual master and engaged in stone gambling, he might be able to quickly collect a large number of divine crystals. However, at this moment, a cold voice came from behind him. A supreme-grade subdivine crystal? Very good. It's mine now. Along with the voice came a towering hand. It slapped down and covered Lin Xian and the supreme-grade subdivine crystal in his hand. The terrifying hand was as strong as a mountain. Its aura alone was enough to send many martial artists flying. Lin Xian sneered. Then, his body swayed and he instantly left the place. Not to mention that this person had attacked suddenly. Even if he could not defeat an almighty, he could still escape. His current speed was extremely terrifying. The person who slapped the air was furious and wanted to attack again. However, the surrounding martial artists felt their scalps go numb. Someone dared to fight in the ancient Hanyang city. Did he want to die? Sure enough, a tall man with a cold expression was standing behind them. He was the one who had attacked. At this moment, he stretched out his hand again and tried to grab Lin Xian. However, at this moment, a cold shout came from the sky. Who dares to fight in the ancient Hanyang city? Kill without mercy. Then, a dazzling saber radiance cut the huge hand apart like a shooting star. Not only that, the tall middle-aged man was also cut in half. The saber radiance flashed like a shooting star. In the next moment, it turned into a boundless flame and burned the corpse and the blood. Only a faint smell of blood was left in the sky. However, the corpse of the attacker was long gone. The enforcers have attacked. How terrifying. The surrounding martial artists felt their scalps go numb. They knew that fighting was not allowed in the ancient Hanyang city. However, they did not expect the enforcers to be so fierce. The person who had attacked earlier was already a 5-star king. However, in front of the law enforcers, he had no power to resist at all and was killed. This was simply too shocking. The law enforcers of the ancient city not only killed the person who attacked, but they also intimidated the crowd. Now, everyone looked at Lin Xian with shock in their eyes. Although their eyes were burning, no one dared to attack again. Lin Xian squinted his eyes. He had heard about the rules of the ancient Hanyang city from Hey Tuesday. However, he did not expect the enforcers to be so powerful. However, this was good. It would save him some trouble. The middle-aged man seemed to be used to this. He stared at Lin Xian and asked in a deep voice, "Master, do you want to choose another one?" Hearing this, the crowd became excited again. They also wanted to see if Lin Xian was really capable or just lucky to have chosen this one. However, Lin Xian shook his head and said, "There's no need for that. Only this piece of rock is good. The rest are all trash." What? Rubbish. The crowd was shocked and could not believe it. As for the middle-aged man, he was also startled. His eyes shone brightly. "Are you sure? Don't talk nonsense." Of course, he was sure. Lin Xian smiled. Then, his eyes suddenly became piercingly cold. He waved his hand and shattered all the stones. What? He actually broke it with a punch. Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. This action was simply too crazy. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted. He did not expect the other party to act so decisively. It shattered all of his stones. Could it be that he wasn't afraid that there would be 1 or 2 treasures in these stones? However, what shocked everyone was that all the stones exploded, but they were all empty. There was not a single treasure. What? None of them. They're all useless rocks. Everyone gasped. Then, they looked at Lin Xian, and their expressions changed. They now knew that the young man in front of them was definitely not lucky to be able to cut out a supreme-grade subdivine crystal. Instead, it was true ability. This was definitely an expert. The middle-aged man also sighed, "Young master's methods are truly admirable. I thought that other than the Ryu family, no one else would be a match for us in this stone gambling convention. However, I didn't expect that someone like you would appear. It's really surprising." What? Ryu family? Could it be that ancient family? Everyone heard that. They were immediately shocked. Because they knew. There was an ancient family in the eastern part of the eastern continent. Most of the family members were seeker spirit masters, and their strength was extremely terrifying. It was even said that there was a celestial spirit master in that family. That family was surnamed Liu. They did not expect that they would come as well. So it's Brother Liu. Lin Xian cupped his fists and smiled. It's an honor to meet you. Although he was only in his 20s, and the middle-aged man was obviously older than him, the crowd did not think that there was anything wrong with him calling him Brother Liu. Even the middle-aged man was not displeased at all. That was because strength was everything that determined seniority. Age had nothing to do with it at all. The two exchanged a few more words, and then Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon left. The crowd looked at Lin Xian's back and whispered. Who is that young man? How could he be so powerful? Yeah, he can see through all the fake at a glance. Needless to say, he must be a seeker spirit master. It's just that I don't know which clan or sect he's from. That young man is nothing. That middle-aged man is terrifying. Although he didn't show any skills, his surname alone is enough to shock everyone. Yeah. The crowd nodded. The Ryu family was definitely a terrifying family. Sure enough, someone from the ancient Hanyang city came to welcome the middle-aged man surnamed Liu. That made the crowd envious again. On the other side, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were strolling around the city again. The Crimson Dragon was also excited. Young man, not bad. I didn't expect your heavenly eye to be so powerful. It seems that it won't be difficult to get more subdivine crystals in the future. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Don't be so optimistic. These stones are just the most basic ones. I was lucky to find the right ones. If I find the real ones, I'm afraid I won't be able to see through them with my current cultivation. But don't be too discouraged. As my heavenly eye improves, I'll be able to cut out more treasures. Maybe I'll be able to get a real divine crystal. Lin Xian clenched his fists as he spoke. He had seen a real divine crystal back in Mount Feng. The aura emanating from the divine crystal was enough to tempt him. That was a true treasure. A piece of divine crystal was equivalent to countless supreme-grade substandard divine crystals. Lin Xian suddenly frowned and retreated quickly. He performed the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and left the place instantly. As soon as he left, an icy saber swiftly slashed downward, shattering the spot where Lin Xian had been standing. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon's figure also swayed and retreated far away. He had also been attacked. Fortunately, both of them had mastered the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and their speed had reached a terrifying level. That was why they could avoid the assassination. However, both of them were shocked. If they didn't have the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps, they would have been seriously injured or even killed. Damn it. Who dares to attack me in the ancient Hanyang city? Lin Xian's face was gloomy. One had to know that someone had tried to attack him before, but that person had been killed immediately. Therefore, no one dared to break the rules of the ancient Hanyang city. But now, someone dared to assassinate him, and it wasn't just one person. He was shocked. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon gritted his teeth. Who is it? Come out. How dare you assassinate Ben Huang? However, no one answered him. It was obvious that the other party was a terrifying assassin who was good at hiding. He would escape immediately after missing his target. However, how could Lin Xian let him leave? He used his martial Dao celestial eye, and mysterious runes flickered in his eyes. A terrifying light swept across the area. No matter how well the two assassins hid, they could not hide under the effect of the martial Dao celestial eye. Found him. Lin Xian sent a message to the Crimson Dragon. Then, the two of them charged forward. The two mysterious assassins were shocked. They did not expect the other party to be able to lock onto them. When they saw the other party charging forward, their scalps went numb. The two of them were about to leave in a flash. However, Lin Xian was extremely powerful. He used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and appeared in front of the other party in an instant. How can he be so fast? The mysterious assassin was shocked. He did not expect the other party's speed to be so terrifying. As an assassin, he was good at movement techniques. However, the other party's movement technique was faster than his. Before he could react, the other party had already caught up to him. Damn it! The mysterious assassin roared and stabbed with his sword. The dazzling sword light tore through the sky. Lin Xian smirked coldly. He raised his palm, which contained countless terrifying black flames, and slammed it forward. Bang! This palm strike was incomparably terrifying. It directly shattered the void, causing cracks to appear in the surrounding space. The black flames engulfed the mysterious assassin. In an instant, the mysterious assassin was burned to ashes. At the same time, the Crimson Dragon also used a powerful technique to kill the other assassin. However, at this time a cold voice was heard from afar. "Who's there? How dare you attack in freezing Sun Valley City? You're courting death." Although the place where Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were at was remote, it was not empty. That scene just now was also seen by many martial artists. When they heard the cold voice from afar, their scalps went numb. They did not expect that the enforcement team would actually come so quickly. Lin Xian was also surprised. He didn't expect the enforcement team to be so efficient. Immediately, he snorted coldly, because through his martial Dao heavenly eye, he could still see a few figures in the distance. However, the distance was too far, and those people had not made a move yet. If he wanted to kill them now, he was afraid that the law enforcement team would have something on him. Therefore, he did not make a move. In the blink of an eye, a few people quickly flew over and arrived nearby. These people were all wearing black armor and had powerful auras. They carried a terrifying killing intent. These people were the law enforcement team of the ancient city of Hanyang. Who dares to make a move in freezing Sun Valley City? A middle-aged man in black armor shouted coldly. His eyes were like lightning, extremely sharp. However, there was no fear on Lin Xian's face. He stood with his hands behind his back and said in a deep voice, "Very good. Enforcers, you came at the right time. I also want to know who dares to assassinate me in public." "What? Assassination?" Hearing this, the law enforcement team martial artists frowned. They had only sensed the fluctuation of spiritual qi, so they came to patrol. They did not expect there to be such a reason. It is indeed an assassination. If you don't believe me, you can ask the surrounding people. Lin Xian said slowly. Some of the surrounding martial artists had already run away, but there were still some who stayed where they were. At this moment, they were discussing animatedly, "This guy is the Seeker Soul Master who cut out the subdivine crystal, right?" "Yes. It is said that even the middle-aged man from the Ryu family favors him. Maybe someone is jealous of his talent. Someone thinks that he is a threat, so they secretly made a move." "You are a Seeker Soul Master?" After hearing this, the man in black armor was also surprised. Then, he stared at Lin Xian. "Yes, a Seeker Soul Master." Lin Xian nodded. Until now, this was the only identity he could use. Although he was not a Seeker Soul Master, with his martial Dao heavenly eye, there should be no problem for him. "It seems that this is your first time in the ancient Hanyang city. Then, let me explain the rules of the ancient Hanyang city to you. The city is divided into the public area and the lawless area. Fighting is forbidden in the public area, while the lawless area is our business. The law enforcement team will not interfere. You can settle your personal grudges there in the future. This time, you don't know the situation, so we will not make things difficult for you." "Thank you, everyone. I understand." Seeing that the law enforcement team did not make things difficult for him, Lin Xian cupped his fists and said. He knew that his identity as a Seeker Soul Master had played a role. The surrounding martial artists were also envious. Indeed, a Seeker Soul Master was extremely rare, and a powerful one would be treated as a guest of honor by the major forces. Therefore, although Lin Xian had made a move, the law enforcement team did not pursue the matter. However, Lin Xian was very confused. Because he could not think of anyone who wanted to assassinate him. After all, he had just arrived in the ancient Hanyang city, so he did not have any enemies. And in the Dawn Zone, there were no obvious enemies. Therefore, he could not think of anyone who would make a move on him. On the side, the Crimson Dragon sent a voice transmission. It could be a potential enemy. After all, you have just shown your ability as a Seeker Soul Master, and many Seeker Soul Masters have come to the Stone Gambling Conference. Maybe someone thinks that you are a threat and wants to get rid of you. It seems that I have to be more careful in the future. Lin Xian nodded. However, although he was careful, he was not afraid. Even if the opponent was a powerful figure and he could not defeat him, no one could stop him if he wanted to escape. After that, the law enforcement team and Lin Xian left, and two figures appeared on the street. One of them was a handsome young man with deep eyes like the starry sky. The other was a tall middle-aged man with a long saber on his back. Both of them wore red robes with a black lotus embroidered on it. The two of them had appeared in the depths of Feng Mountain before, but now they were in the ancient Hanyang city. At this moment, the tall middle-aged man looked at the figure in the distance and nodded slightly. Not bad, young man. His strength is good, and he is fast enough. He seems to be a Seeker Soul Master. Why? Are you itching for a fight again? The handsome young man said lightly, we are in the middle of a mission. You better not do anything without my order. He is just not bad. He is not worth our time. The tall man laughed, don't worry. I am just saying. My saber will not kill nameless people. If he is a saint from a peerless sanctuary or a clan of the ancients, I would be interested in killing him. Unfortunately, he is not. The middle-aged man laughed and then said in a low voice, are you sure that your brother will come here? After the handsome young man heard this, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and a deep light bloomed in his eyes. The middle-aged man smiled and said in a low voice, are you sure that your brother will come here? After the handsome young man heard this, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly and a deep light bloomed in his eyes. I can't be wrong. He should be participating in this Stone Gambling Conference. I really want to see how much he has grown. Then, the two of them flashed and disappeared like a wisp of green smoke. On the other side, after Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon left, they came to a restaurant. The restaurant was filled with warriors and they were discussing the Stone Gambling Conference intensely. Lin Xian did not say anything. He ordered a table of dishes and a pot of good spirit wine. He ate and listened with the Crimson Dragon and the Snow White Monkey. He obtained some information from the discussion around him. It was related to the Stone Gambling Conference. These divine crystals had been formed after tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. Some of them had formed into mineral veins, while others had been sealed in rocks. And those stones were the Stone Gambling Conference. These stones carried an ancient aura, so it was difficult for ordinary warriors to see through them. Only after opening them could one know if there were treasures inside. And the origin of these stones determined how many treasures there were. One of them came from the Primordium Ancient Mine and was very precious. It was said that the treasures inside were even higher. However, the Primordium Ancient Mine was not a good place. It was a forbidden zone for life, only some powerful ancient families and sacred grounds could obtain some stones from the periphery of the Primordium Ancient Mine. They transported them here for the Stone Gambling Conference. As for others, they did not have the strength or courage to do so. It was said that in this Stone Gambling Conference, there would be stones dug out from the Primordium Ancient Mine. At this point, the surrounding people became even more excited. I'm afraid that any stone will sell for a sky-high price, right? Yes, it's definitely a sky-high price. Ordinary people don't dare to buy it at all. I'm afraid that after cutting it out, there will be no treasures inside and they will go bankrupt. That's for sure. Even those powerful Seeker Spirit Masters are not confident. However, that might not be the case this time. In this Stone Gambling Conference, someone might cut out a stone from the Primordium Ancient Mine. Primordium Ancient Mine? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and committed this name to memory. Right at this moment, there was a sudden clamor in front of them. Then, a group of figures came in quickly. That was a group of youngsters. Their auras were powerful, and they wore luxurious clothes. Their manners were arrogant. A moonlight was embroidered on their sleeves. This group of people was very arrogant, occupying the most central seat as soon as they arrived. At this moment, a woman from the moon-worshipping cult looked at Lin Xian. Then, she exclaimed, Aya, what a beautiful little monkey. Senior brother, I want that thing. After saying that, she didn't wait for the others to respond. She directly came to Lin Xian's side and said coldly, "Brat, how much are you selling this pet of yours? I'll give you 100 divinity crystals. Sell it to me." With that, she waved her hand and took out 100-fold god crystal and placed it in front of Lin Xian. "Not for sale. Take your sub-divinity crystal and disappear in front of me," Lin Xian said without raising his head. "What did you say? You dare to scold me? Brat, do you want to die?" The female disciple of the moon-worshipping cult was enraged. "Are you blind? Do you know who I am? How dare you scold me? Do you believe that I'll cut off your tongue right now? Get lost," Lin Xian shouted coldly. Boom! In front, the cultivators of the moon-worshipping cult were enraged when they heard this. One by one, they stood up and walked toward Lin Xian. "Brat, how dare you scold my junior sister? I think you don't know how to write the word death. Kneel down and apologize. Slap your face 100 times and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I can guarantee that you won't leave the ancient city alive. How dare you scold the people of the moon-worshipping cult? Brat, I think you really don't want to live anymore." A series of cold shouts sounded. These disciples of the moon-worshipping cult looked down at Lin Xian with murderous intent in their eyes. "Moon-worshipping cult? Is that so arrogant? How dare you provoke me? Be careful that I'll kill all of you," Lin Xian said coldly. He was enjoying his meal here, but these people actually took the initiative to find trouble with him and even wanted to humiliate him. No one would be able to tolerate this, let alone Lin Xian. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't want to alarm the enforcement team, he would have already killed all of them. The cultivators in the restaurant whispered to each other when they saw this scene. "Those are the people of the moon-worshipping cult. They're really overbearing. That brat is out of luck. The moon-worshipping cult is full of experts. He can't stop them alone. Did you hear that, brat?" The people of the moon-worshipping cult laughed wildly. "If it weren't for the ancient city's rules, I would have already attacked." "Is that so? You know the ancient city's rules too?" Lin Xian smiled coldly. "The reason you're still alive and talking is because of the ancient city's rules. Otherwise, you'd be dead in front of me right now. Get lost now, or you'll have to bear the consequences." Hearing this, the cultivators of the moon-worshipping cult frowned, and the surrounding people were in an uproar. They didn't expect that Lin Xian would dare to respond in such a way to the experts of the moon-worshipping cult. Who is this brat? He doesn't look familiar. Is he also a disciple of a large sect? No way, why do I feel that he's only a 2-star king? Such a person dares to provoke the moon-worshipping cult? What? 2-star king? That's impossible. Everyone was shocked, and then they probed one after another. Soon, they were shocked because the other party was really only a 2-star king. "Ha ha ha ha, this is hilarious." The people of the moon-worshipping cult sneered arrogantly. 2-star king? Brat, you dare to be arrogant in front of us with such a weak cultivation? It seems that you don't know how to write the word death. The female disciple from before sneered. Brat, you're asking for it. Don't blame me if you're courting death. Then, she stretched out her hand and grabbed the little white monkey. Woogie woogie. The little white monkey waved its furry paws angrily. When it saw the female disciple grabbing at it, it instantly disappeared. So fast, it's a natural variant. The female disciple was stunned, and her voice was filled with ecstasy. I'm the only one who deserves to own such a rare beast. Then, she looked around, trying to capture the little white monkey's trajectory. However, she screamed in the next moment. Ah! The sharp sound made everyone's scalp go numb. The female disciple of the moon-worshipping cult quickly retreated, covering her face with her hands. Her face was full of horror. Drip! Drip! Blood flowed from her fingers and dripped on the ground. What? She's injured? How is this possible? The surrounding people widened their eyes in disbelief. They didn't see anyone attack at all. How did the female disciple get injured? Oh, no. The little white monkey appeared again, waving its paws angrily. The arrogant female disciple was so angry that she was trembling. Her eyes were filled with viciousness. Damn you, monkey! How dare you disfigure me? I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Senior brother, kill all of them. Leave no one alive. She was furious. She did not expect the little white monkey to be so fast. Furthermore, her opponent had actually attacked her and scratched her face. This was something that the prideful her was unable to tolerate. Brat, how dare you hurt my junior sister? I'll make you pay a painful price. You're dead. The surrounding disciples of the moon-worshipping sect sneered. Do you know who our senior brother is? Our senior brother, Niao Lang, is one of the candidate saints. You're dead. Niao Lang, he's Niao Lang. If he's one of the successors, then he must be an extremely powerful genius. The surrounding people exclaimed. Every major sect and holy ground had a candidate saint and saintess. Other than that, there were also some candidate saints and saintesses. They were used as a precaution or for the sect's competition. These candidate saints were powerful and could definitely suppress the younger generation. The crowd did not expect the arrogant young man in front of them to be one of the candidate saints. Lin Xian sneered. Just a candidate? How dare you be so arrogant when you're not even a candidate? He sneered disdainfully and shook his head slightly. Brat, you're courting death. The group of disciples of the moon-worshipping sect was furious. The candidate saint, Niao Lang, looked gloomy. However, the surrounding cultivators exclaimed again. I think I've seen that young man before. Isn't he the Seeker Soul Master who cut out the subdivine crystal? What? Seeker Soul Master? He's a Seeker Soul Master? The crowd was even more shocked. They did not expect the other party to have such an identity. The disciples of the moon-worshipping sect were also stunned. Niao Lang snorted. Humph, what Seeker Soul Master? He was just lucky to cut out a subdivine crystal. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me with such a weak cultivation? You're courting death. Brat, since you dared to hurt my junior sister, I won't let you go today no matter what. Although this is the public zone and we can't attack, in the lawless zone, I'm afraid no one will care. Brat, do you dare to follow me to the lawless zone? Let's fight to the death. Of course, if you don't dare, then forget it. However, I want you to kneel in front of my junior sister and kowtow 100 times before crippling your own arms. Also, hand over this damned monkey obediently, and I can spare your lives. What? The lawless zone will decide life and death. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Although they now knew that Lin Xian might be a seeker spirit master, this was not a life and death battle. It was true strength, a battle of life and death. Although Lin Xian's identity was special, he was only a 2-star king. As for Niao Lang, he was one of the candidate holy sons. His strength was extremely strong, and he had most likely already reached the level of a 5-star king. Such a person was simply too powerful, most likely, not many people could suppress it. The lawless zone will decide life and death? Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes with a touch of coldness. In the past 2 days, people kept finding trouble with him. Did they really think he was a pushover? It seemed that it was time for him to show off his strength to the crowd. What? A battle of life and death. Everyone was shocked. It seems that the people of the moon-worshipping cult really want to kill that young man called Lin Xian. For a moment, everyone was shocked and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered, I agree to your request. I'll let you know the consequences of challenging me. Hearing this, everyone was in an uproar and couldn't believe their ears. The other party actually agreed and dared to say such arrogant words? Did he really want to die? At this moment, everyone thought that Lin Xian was crazy. What, did I hear wrong? This brat actually agreed? Even the cultivators of the moon-worshipping cult were stunned. They didn't expect the other party to really agree. Ha 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 ha, this is too funny. This brat's brain must be flooded with water to actually agree to a battle with senior brother Niao. It seems like he really doesn't know how to write the word death. Brat, I advise you to kneel down obediently and kowtow 100 times. It'll be more comfortable this way. Otherwise, your end will be very miserable. The group of disciples of the moon-worshipping cult sneered. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and stared at Niao Lang. He said coldly, What, you don't dare? Humph, Niao Lang snorted and sneered, Why wouldn't I dare? Brat, daring to fight with me is the biggest mistake you've made in your life. I'll wait for you in the Lala zone. When the time comes, I'll kill you. Niao Lang sneered and then led the disciples of the moon-worshipping cult out of the tavern and toward the Lala zone. The disfigured female disciple also sneered, Brat, you're dead. I'll definitely kill you. And that stupid white monkey, I'll definitely kill him too. You dare to provoke me, all of you can go to hell. The group of people left arrogantly. Lin Xian snorted and left with the crimson dragon and the little white monkey. The entire tavern was in an uproar. They did not expect that both sides would really fight to the death. One was a seeker spirit master, and the other was a successor of the moon-worshipping cult. This kind of battle was really exciting. There's nothing to look forward to. Niao Lang's strength is terrifying. That Lin brat has no chance of winning. No matter what, I have to go and have a look. Let's go. Everyone was excited and walked toward the Lala zone. At this moment, the door of a private room in the tavern opened and two figures walked out. One was extremely handsome, and the other was a tall middle-aged man with a long saber on his back. They were the two mysterious people from before. However, at this moment, they were wearing black robes that covered the Black Lotus. Therefore, no one noticed their strange clothes. Hee, I didn't expect to see something interesting. Not bad. Shall we go and have a look? The tall middle-aged man smiled. Alright, since we have nothing to do now, let's go and have a look. The handsome young man nodded slightly. Then, the two of them also walked toward the Lala zone. At the same time, the entire ancient Hanyang city received the news. Although Lin Xian also obtained a supreme-grade subdivine crystal, only a small number of people saw it. His opponent, Niao Lang, was indeed very famous. After all, the moon-worshipping cult was a large cult, and Niao Lang was one of the successor candidates. He could be said to be a very powerful genius. Even the older generation might not be able to defeat such a person. Now, there was actually someone who wanted to fight to the death with Niao Lang, and that person's identity was very likely to be a seeker spirit master. This undoubtedly added a bit of mystery to the battle. Therefore, for a moment, many warriors rushed toward the Lala zone. On the other hand, Lin Xian ran into a familiar face. It was a fatty in a golden robe. Brother, it really is you. I knew it. Only you would be so bold as to stir up such a storm. Fatty Luo was very excited when he saw Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled helplessly. He looked at Fatty Luo and asked curiously, why are you here too? Of course, as long as there's a lively place in this world, I, Fatty Luo, will be there. Oh right, Brother Lin, let me introduce you to my brother, Fatty Luo said as he pointed at a young man beside him. His surname is Du Fei. Du Fei, this is the Lin Xian I told you about. So it's Brother Du. Lin Xian cupped his fists and smiled. Brother Lin, it's an honor to meet you, Du Fei said with a smile. I bet that this battle will be thrilling. Fatty Luo's mouth twitched slightly. He said to Lin Xian, Brother, you'll know this guy when you get to know him. He's a gambler and likes to bet on everything. Alright. Lin Xian nodded, speechless. These two were really brothers. One liked to join in the fun, and the other liked to bet. They were really something. However, seeing that the two of them had extraordinary skills and didn't have any bad intentions, Lin Xian also wanted to make friends with them. Then, the group walked toward the Lala zone. On the other side, the people of moon-worshipping cult had also arrived at the Lala zone. They all sneered and looked arrogant. They did not care about this battle at all. The successor Niao Lang, in particular, was sneering. In his opinion, he could crush someone like Lin Xian with one finger. The arrival of Lin Xian and the others also caused a commotion. Fatty Luo narrowed his eyes when he saw the people of moon-worshipping cult. He said in a low voice, Brother Lin, be careful. They have an elder here. Sure enough, there was an old man standing among the moon-worshipping cult's cultivators. His eyes were like lightning, and his whole body was exuding a powerful aura. It's fine. Lin Xian nodded and glanced at the other party. He was not afraid at all. No matter who came today, they wouldn't be able to save these people from moon-worshipping cult. The next moment, he strode forward. Heh, ignorant trash, you really dare to come? Looks like you really don't know what death is. The people of the moon-worshipping cult sneered. The surrounding people were also discussing. They didn't expect that Lin Xian would really come. Lin Xian, on the other hand, had a calm expression on his face as he said coldly, "There's no harm in saying more. Let's fight to the death." Pung, not long after Lin Xian arrived, the void suddenly trembled, and a huge figure appeared in the sky. It was a man from the ancient city of Hanyang. He waved his hand and the ground bulged up, forming a hole in the huge arena. Who initiated the deathmatch? Come on up. A cold voice sounded. Humph, kid, I'll crush you with one finger. Niao Lang sneered and stepped onto the arena. Kid, get over here and accept your death. A roar shook the mountains and rivers. The surrounding martial artists felt their blood boil and they couldn't stand still. So strong. Worthy of being the candidate saint of the moon-worshipping cult. Since you're in a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian snorted and then his body swayed and he instantly appeared on the arena. Seeing this movement technique, the crowd was shocked and couldn't believe it. Some experts even squinted their eyes. So fast. What movement technique is this? It seems like this kid is not simple. Exclamations of surprise sounded. However, the martial artists of the moon-worshipping cult sneered, so what if his movement technique is good? He's just a 2-star king. His strength is not enough. I think senior brother Niao can kill him with one punch. That's right. With his strength, he won't be able to withstand a single blow. On the arena, Niao Lang snorted and stretched out his palm. His huge palm covered the sky and the sun, carrying a terrifying aura. In the palm, there was a full moon that was floating up and down. This scene was too terrifying. It was as if he was holding a real moon and smashing it toward Lin Xian. The aftershock set off countless strong winds and huge waves, causing the crowd to feel cold. Some of the weaker ones were even sent flying. So strong. The crowd was shocked. Just the aftershock alone was already so powerful. One could imagine how terrifying the real sun and moon in the palm was. It's over. That kid can't resist it. Not to mention 2-star kings, even 4-star kings can't resist this attack. The crowd shook their heads and sighed, looking at Lin Xian. However, in the next moment, their expressions changed drastically, and their hearts beat wildly. Lin Xian suddenly let out a long roar, and a roar came from his body. Endless energy exploded from his body and swept around. What? So powerful. How is this possible? The crowd widened their eyes in disbelief. They realized that Lin Xian's aura was not weaker than Niao Lang's at all. Humph, you're just bluffing. Die. Seeing this, Niao Lang exerted more strength and slammed his palm down. Lin Xian snorted coldly, clenched his fist, and punched out. The blood in his body was like a dragon, letting out a roar, and a powerful aura shook the surroundings. Boom, this punch directly shattered the full moon. Heaven and earth trembled, and countless cracks appeared in the void. Then, he used his fingers like a sword and quickly slashed out a ray of sword chi. It was like a divine red, carrying a sharp light as it quickly slashed forward. On the opposite side, Niao Lang's pupils constricted, and his face was full of shock. To be honest, he did not believe that Lin Xian could block his attack. In his opinion, he could suppress a 2-star king with a raise of his hand, however, Lin Xian's strength was beyond his expectations. When he saw that Lin Xian dared to take the initiative to attack, he was immediately furious. He snorted coldly and used his technique again. As a successor, he was extremely powerful and had boundless confidence. Moreover, his strength was not limited to this. That attack just now was only a little of his strength. Now, he would let Lin Xian know what a true genius was. Kill. With a furious roar, Niao Lang's aura changed drastically and became very violent. At the same time, a huge moon appeared behind him. It was a red moon, and it was very large. It suddenly appeared behind him as if it was real. Along with it, there was an endless tide of energy that spread in all directions, causing heaven and earth to tremble. At this moment, all the surrounding martial artists who were watching the battle felt a surging pressure on their bodies. Some of the weaker ones even knelt on the ground with pale faces. Blood Moon Realm. This is Niu Lang's king realm. Everyone exclaimed, and their bodies trembled. In the crowd, Crimson Dragon God had a look of disdain. He was the person who knew Lin Xian the best, so he was not worried at all. However, Fatty Luo and Dufei had grave expressions. Because the two of them knew Niu Lang's strength, and from the scene in front of them, their opponent was indeed powerful. The Blood Moon Realm is the ultimate technique of the moon-worshipping cult. I didn't expect Niu Lang to be able to cultivate it to such an extent. It's really surprising. The Blood Moon is the ultimate technique of the moon-worshipping sect. I didn't expect Niu Lang to be able to cultivate it to such a level. It's really surprising. It was rare for Fatty Luo to be serious. Dufei also nodded. Yeah, I bet that Niu Lang is not far from becoming a true 5-star king. I wonder if Brother Lin can contend with him. In the arena, Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. To be honest, Niu Lang did have the right to be arrogant. Just this moon alone was probably unrivaled among the 4-star kings. However, Niu Lang was unlucky to have met him. This was because Lin Xian's strength could not be estimated by cultivation base. Brat, go to hell. With a roar, Niu Lang activated the Blood Moon domain. Immediately, the moon behind him started to slowly rotate. Endless red light formed in the air. It was like a red millstone, full of mystery. In the next moment, the red light emitted and fiercely collided with Lin Xian's sword qi. Boom, with a loud bang, heaven and earth trembled. Lin Xian's sword qi was blocked. Not only that, countless cracks appeared on it, and finally, with a bang, it shattered into pieces. So terrifying, as expected of the Blood Moon domain. Yeah, Niu Lang is too strong. I'm afraid that even a 5-star king might not be able to contend with him. Although Lin Xian is also very strong and beyond everyone's expectations, it's still too difficult for him to fight against Niu Lang. This time, he's bound to lose. It's such a pity. A Seeker Spirit Master with such strength should have a promising future. However, he provoked Niu Lang. I'm afraid he'll be killed. Sighs could be heard one after another. Everyone believed that Lin Xian had no chance. The reason for that was because the Crimson Moon was simply too terrifying. As for Lin Xian, he did not feel a trace of fear as everyone imagined. In fact, the corners of his mouth even curled up into a mocking smile. In the next moment, he let out a low roar, and then a green dragon sword domain quickly formed beside him. What? He still wants to fight? He's courting death. Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. The cultivators of the moon-worshipping cult sneered. What an idiot. A 2-star king wants to compete with senior brother Niu in King's domain? It seems like he doesn't know what's good for him. Lin Xian, on the other hand, had a calm expression on his face as a hint of confidence appeared on the corner of his mouth. In the next moment, he activated the dragon sword domain. Soon, countless sword qi surged and quickly condensed, forming the shadow of a green dragon behind him. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws, roaring in the void. Come, let me see how strong your king's domain is. Lin Xian's voice was steady. You're courting death. On the other side, Niu Lang roared angrily and charged over with the huge blood-colored moon. The other party actually dared to look down on him. He was truly unforgivable. He would make the other party pay the most painful price. The red moon traversed the sky, shaking the heavens and shaking the earth as it shone with a red light. The entire sky was dyed red. At the same time, there was a terrifying energy. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He activated the shadow of the green dragon behind him and struck out with his palm. Immediately, the shadow of the green dragon behind him also waved its huge dragon claws and clawed forward. The void split open, and cracks appeared one after another before it collapsed with a boom. The huge green dragon claws were extremely sharp and were completely formed by sword qi. With a wave of his palm, the sky was filled with violent energy. In the next moment, the two collided fiercely. A storm swept out in all directions, making it impossible for people to look directly at it. This energy was simply too terrifying. The surrounding martial artists were shocked to the core. Even the elder of moon-worshipping cult had a grave expression on his face. Damn it, how can that kid be so strong? The disciples of the moon-worshipping cult looked gloomy. They did not expect that Lin Xian, a two-star king, would have such strength. It was really beyond their expectations. So what if he's strong? Against senior brother Niu, only death awaits him. The others gritted their teeth and said. Their eyes were filled with madness. Killing a genius like Niu Lang was very exciting for them. In the sky, intense energy flashed and slapped in all directions like waves. However, at this moment, a loud dragon roar was heard. Then, the green dragon claws emitted a terrifying light and slapped the red moon. It directly sent Niu Lang flying. Puff, the red moon flew backward. Niu Lang kept retreating, spitting out blood. Behind him, the red full moon had dimmed quite a bit. What? He was pushed back. How is this possible? Heavens, are my eyes playing tricks on me? Niu Lang was actually sent flying. Exclamations sounded one after another. Everyone was completely stunned. They did not expect Niu Lang, the saint candidate of the moon-worshipping cult, to be pushed back. This was really beyond everyone's expectations. In the arena, Niu Lang shook his head frantically. Damn it, this is impossible. I don't believe it. How can a two-star king block my king domain? To be honest, he was going crazy. One should know that when he used his blood moon domain, even a 5-star king was no match for him. However, his opponent had sent him flying with a single palm. He could not accept this. Damn it, go to hell. Niu Lang roared angrily, emitting a crazy light. He used all his strength on the red moon behind him. The red moon spun rapidly, emitting a roaring sound. Boundless flames spread in all directions. Oh no, Niu Lang is angry. This is an all-out attack. Below, the surrounding martial artists exclaimed. As expected, the red moon emitted a dazzling light and quickly attacked Lin Xian. The entire sky trembled. The saint candidate's all-out attack was extremely terrifying. It could even kill a 5-star king. At this moment, when Niu Lang used it, it was even more terrifying. Lin Xian let out a long howl and waved his arm. Azure Dragon Break! The azure dragon shadow behind him roared rapidly, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Its entire body emitted a dazzling light. The terrifying light tore through heaven and earth. The entire arena trembled rapidly as if it was about to collapse. Fortunately, this was an ancient arena that was protected by a powerful array formation. That was why it was preserved. Otherwise, just this aura alone would cause the entire ground to sink. With a roar, the azure dragon transformed into a dragon-shaped sword shadow and quickly charged forward. This was one of Lin Xian's ultimate techniques. It contained the power of the great dragon sword soul and was extremely terrifying. Boom! Boom, boom! In the next moment, the azure dragon sword shadow collided with the red moon, causing a huge explosion in the void. Waves of destructive energy swept out in all directions, forcing the surrounding martial artists to retreat. Everyone retreated in horror and looked ahead in shock. They could not believe it. Was this really the strength of a 2-star king? How could he be so strong? He could probably kill a 5-star king. Too strong. As expected of Brother Lin. Damn it, am I dreaming? At this moment, Fatty Luo and Dufei's mouths were wide open in disbelief. On the other side, the disciples of the moon-worshipping cult had a hideous expression on their faces. Even Elder Zhang's expression was as heavy as water. Boom. Boom, boom. 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 Another earth-shattering explosion rang out as the stage exploded with resplendent light. Then, the azure dragon sword shadow directly shattered the blood-colored moon. What? It's broken. How is this possible? Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. They realized that Niu Lang's king's domain had been shattered. It was simply unbelievable. No. Damn it. I don't believe it. Niu Lang roared madly. At the same time, he spat out mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale and his body was on the verge of collapsing. The shattering of his king's domain had caused him severe injuries. He was afraid that he would soon become a cripple. He couldn't accept it. On the other hand, Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved his arm. A dazzling sword light shot forward once again. What? He wants to continue? At the sight of this scene, the scalps of the crowd went numb. It seemed like Lin Xian really wanted to kill Niu Lang. Stop. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. It turned out that it was the elder of the moon-worshipping cult. It was the Reverence Moon Elder. His face was gloomy. His gaze was like lightning. It was unusually cold. Stop? On the stage, Lin Xian sneered, "This is a battle of life and death. It will only end when one side dies. You actually want me to stop? What a joke." However, the Reverence Moon Elder snorted coldly. His eyes were like two sharp blades that shook the void. Niu Lang is my moon-worshipping cult's holy prince candidate. His status is incomparably noble. Are you sure you want to kill him? Young man, even if you have some strength, don't be too arrogant. The moon-worshipping cult isn't something you can provoke. I advise you to obediently let Niu Lang go. Otherwise, you will be killed. Everyone felt their scalps go numb when they heard the Reverence Moon Elder's words. It seemed like the Reverence Moon Elder was really angry. He didn't even hesitate to threaten Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered, "You dare to threaten me? I hate it when people threaten me. Therefore, Niu Lang must die." In the next moment, he mercilessly waved his arm, and the sharp sword light quickly slashed down. Like a graceful swan, it instantly blasted onto Niu Lang's body. "How dare you?" Seeing that the other party wasn't afraid of his threat at all, he continued to make a move. The Reverence Moon Elder's expression was extremely ugly. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. His eyes even widened in disbelief. That was because the sword light had directly sliced Niu Lang in half, and his blood dyed the sky red. What? Killed? Cowherd was actually killed. Everyone felt their scalps go numb, and their bodies trembled. This scene was too shocking. A dignified Holy Sun candidate was actually killed by a single sword strike. Not only the surrounding disciples, but even the moon-worshipping cult's martial artists were terrified, and their scalps went numb. They looked at Lin Xian with fear in their eyes. As for Lin Xian, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back and looked around disdainfully. His body was surrounded by sharp sword light, making him look like a sword god, extremely powerful. "Brat, go to hell." Suddenly, the moon-worshipping cult's elder snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, a resplendent light blasted towards Niu Lang. The power was terrifying, and it made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. It was obvious that the Reverence Moon Elder's strength was above Niu Lang's. "Not good, that brat is finished." What? The moon-worshipping cult's elder actually made a move? A group of people was shocked, and their scalps went numb. "Damned old man. Brother Lin, be careful." Fatty Luo and Dufei cried out in alarm. On the stage, Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He hadn't expected the Reverence Moon-worshipping cult's elder to make a move. However, even if the Reverence Moon-worshipping cult attacked, so what? His figure moved, and he executed Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. His speed reached the limit, and he disappeared from the spot in an instant. Boom, the entire stage shook, and cracks appeared in the void. However, the palm strike missed, and it didn't hurt Lin Xian at all. What? So fast? Everyone was shocked. They already knew that Lin Xian's speed was fast. However, they didn't expect him to be so fast. Even the Reverence Moon-worshipping cult's elder's attack couldn't hit him. Damn it, what kind of footwork is that? Even the Reverence Moon-worshipping cult's elder was shocked. With a roar, he wanted to attack again. However, Lin Xian sneered, "What a shameless Reverence Moon-worshipping cult. The young one can't beat you, and now you want the old one to make a move." He was truly a laughingstock of the world. Everyone was shocked to hear this, and the Reverence Moon-worshipping cult's elder roared, "Damn brat, what did you say?" "What did I say? I said you're shameless. What's your cultivation? How old are you? You want to attack me? You really don't know shame. Is the Reverence Moon-worshipping cult full of shameless people? Or are you saying that the younger generation is trash? Bastard, who do you think you are? You don't deserve this old man to make a move." However, you killed Niu Lang, and your crime is unforgivable. This old man is going to kill you. What a joke, Niu Lang and I volunteered for the life and death battle. We have no regrets. Even if we die, we have no complaints. Now that Niu Lang has been killed, you want to take revenge? If that's the case, who would dare to fight on the life and death stage? Lin Xian sneered. Everyone fell silent after hearing this. Indeed, Niu Lang had volunteered for the life and death battle. Moreover, the Reverence Moon-worshipping cult's elder had disregarded his status and attacked a junior. Don't try to quibble. Since you dared to kill the Reverence Moon-worshipping cult's people, you have to pay the price. The Reverence Moon-worshipping cult's elder's expression was ferocious. Lin Xian sneered, if the Reverence Moon-worshipping cult continues to send out the younger generation, I will accept it without any hesitation. But if the older generation attacks, it will be a joke to the world. What? Are the younger generation of the Reverence Moon-worshipping cult all trash? No one dares to attack? Everyone was shocked to hear this. They could tell that Lin Xian was looking for trouble with the Reverence Moon-worshipping cult. The Reverence Moon-worshipping cult's elder was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. However, he could not accept Niu Lang's death. Therefore, he decided to disregard his status and kill the kid in front of him. Sigh, the Reverence Moon-worshipping cult is really shameless. Humph, you think you can bully the younger generation just because you're old? How shameless. What? Is there no one else in the Reverence Moon-worshipping cult? If there is no one in the younger generation, I don't mind being the saint of the Reverence Moon-worshipping cult. Fatty Luo, Du Fei, and the Crimson Dragon sneered. Meanwhile, Lin Xian looked down and said coldly, Old man, if you want to fight, sure. Suppress your cultivation to the level of a 2-star king and we will have a fair fight. What? Suppress his cultivation to the level of a 2-star king? Everyone was stunned after hearing this. Lin Xian sneered, what? You don't dare to accept? You don't even dare to fight someone of the same level, and you dare to be arrogant here? What a piece of trash. Hurry up and get lost. Everyone fell silent. Indeed, if one didn't have the guts to fight someone of the same level, then one was truly a coward. The Reverence Moon Elder trembled in anger, and his face darkened. Suppressing his cultivation? A 2-star King Realm expert was going to fight him? What a joke, he had seen the other party's cultivation. The other party was a 2-star King Realm expert who could kill a 5-star King Realm expert. How could he compete with such heaven-defying combat strength? Therefore, he wouldn't suppress his cultivation even if he was beaten to death. What a sharp-tongued brat. Just you wait, this matter won't end like this. My Reverence Moon cult has countless geniuses, and when the time comes, someone will take your dog life. The Reverence Moon Elder gritted his teeth, and with a wave of his sleeve, he turned around and left. The disciples of the Reverence Moon cult had a sinister expression on their faces as they glared at Lin Xian before leaving with the Reverence Moon cult. It's over? It's over just like that? Everyone couldn't believe it. They hadn't expected the Reverence Moon Elder to leave just like that. It seemed like he was afraid of the other party and didn't dare to fight someone of the same level. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian with a solemn expression, and there was even a trace of fear. It was obvious that the other party was a genius, and they had no way of defeating him. On the other hand, the Crimson Dragon, Fatty Luo, and Du Fei smiled and said, Today is a good day, and it's worth celebrating. Brother Lin, let's drink until we're drunk. Okay. Lin Xian laughed loudly, and the few of them left quickly. In the crowd, the mysterious duo's eyes flickered. Among them, the tall middle-aged man smiled and said, Not bad, I didn't expect this brat's strength to exceed my expectations. The handsome young man beside him nodded and said, It's indeed surprising that he could kill the Holy Prince candidate Cowherd. I'm really looking forward to his growth. At that time, I'll kill him with a single slash. The tall middle-aged man sneered, and a terrifying light flashed in his eyes. Soon after, the two of them disappeared again, and no one noticed. In the restaurant, Lin Xian, the Crimson Dragon, Fatty Luo, and Du Fei returned once again. Haha, awesome, this is awesome. Just imagining the Reverence Moon Elder's face makes me want to laugh. Fatty Luo laughed loudly. Du Fei was also shocked, Brother Lin, amazing, I didn't expect you to be so strong. I dare to bet that even if he were to face a true saint, he wouldn't be too far off. Come, let's not leave until we're drunk. Several people laughed loudly and drank the spiritual wine together. They only left when night fell. Fatty Luo and Dufei rented a mansion in Hanyang ancient city. Lin Xian didn't have a place to stay, so he went with them. Late at night, the starry sky twinkled quietly. Lin Xian returned to his room, but he didn't sleep. Instead, he refined the spirit wine. After which, his eyes flickered with a profound light. Today's battle seemed easy, but it also gave him a lot of inspiration. After all, Cowherd was a candidate for Holy Sun. His strength was extremely powerful among the younger generation. Although Lin Xian did not use many moves, each of his moves was done with 120% of his concentration, using all of his strength. At this moment, he recalled the battle during the day once again to gain experience. At the same time, he held a piece of supreme-grade substandard divine crystal in his hand and quickly absorbed the energy inside. Although he had killed Niu Lang, he didn't let his guard down. Niu Lang was only one of the candidates. Above him were the holy sons and the geniuses of other sects, therefore, Lin Xian had to cultivate with all his strength to maintain his valiant battle strength and not fall behind the others. One had to know that the geniuses of the true spirit world were born with countless natural treasures, especially the geniuses of the Shi family and the holy lands of the primordial era. They were the favorites of heaven and earth. However, he had just arrived here. Therefore, he had to cultivate even harder to catch up to the others. He spent the entire night cultivating. The next day, Lin Xian opened his eyes as the sun rose in the east. The supreme-grade substandard divine crystal in his hand had already dimmed. There wasn't much energy left in it. However, Lin Xian's strength had increased again. Not long after, Fatty Luo and Dufei walked over with smiles on their faces. They dragged Lin Xian to the street for breakfast. The group went out again. After breakfast, they strolled around freezing Sun Valley City. The situation this time was obviously different. Not long after Lin Xian walked on the street, many people cupped their fists at him. "Morning, Brother Lin." "Morning." Lin Xian replied with a smile. He knew that this was the effect of yesterday's battle. Now, no one dared to look down on him. However, Fatty Luo and Dufei exclaimed lightly. Then, their eyes lit up as they looked ahead, as if they had found something good. "Brother Lin, come and take a look." The two greeted. Lin Xian was puzzled. He also looked ahead. Then, he was slightly taken aback. Because what appeared in front of him wasn't a treasure, but a woman. The woman was wearing a long blue dress. She had bright eyes and white teeth. She was incomparably beautiful and had an otherworldly aura. She was like a fairy from the Moon Palace. She was extremely beautiful. "What a beautiful woman!" the surrounding people exclaimed. Indeed, even Lin Xian nodded. Whether it was her appearance, figure, or temperament, there was nothing wrong with her. "Who is she?" Lin Xian asked. "The saintess of the Moon Palace, the Moon Fairy." "Why, are you interested?" Fatty Luo said with a smile. Dufei also joked, "I dare to bet that Brother Lin must be tempted." The two laughed. "We've always had a wish since we were young. That is to snatch the saintess of a large sect and make her our wife. I wonder if we have the chance this time." Their voices weren't loud, but they weren't soft either. Therefore, the surrounding martial artists all heard them. Immediately, their eyes widened. They couldn't believe their ears. Snatch the saintess as a wife? What a joke. Perhaps even those from the Supreme Sacred Grounds and the clan of the Ancients wouldn't dare to say that. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth twitched. He knew that Fatty Luo and Dufei were arrogant and daring, but he didn't expect them to have such a shocking idea. Even Fairy Guanghan, who was in the front, frowned. The Moon Palace disciples beside her looked even more gloomy. They glared at Lin Xian. Obviously, they were very unhappy with Fatty Luo and the others' words. Fatty Luo and Dufei chuckled. They weren't afraid of the Moon Palace disciples' gazes at all. They even quickly sized up the Moon Fairy. "How dare you blaspheme the saintess of our sect? You're courting death." The Moon Palace disciples couldn't stand it anymore. They strode forward and a terrifying aura enveloped Fatty Luo and Du Fei. Even Lin Xian and the mystical dragon and Hong were enveloped by it. As for Fatty Luo and Du Fei, they were still grinning. How dare we? How dare we? The saintess is beautiful. Of course she's there for others to see. We didn't say anything. Fatty Luo laughed even more viciously. That's right. Hit me if you can. You. The vast cold palace disciple was so angry that he vomited blood. This was a public area, so he naturally did not dare to attack. Lin Xian shook his head helplessly. He did not expect these two clowns to be so bold. The surrounding people's mouths twitched and their scalps went numb. They stared at Fatty Luo and Du Fei and whispered. Who were these two people? How dare they be so disrespectful to the saintess of the vast cold palace? However, judging from how arrogant the two of them were, they should be disciples of some powerful sect, right? Wasn't the person beside him Lin Xian? If he could be with such a genius, he must be of a high status. The crowd discussed fervently. In front of them, the vast cold palace's saintess frowned and turned to leave. Hey, fairy, don't go. Wait for me. Fatty Luo walked up to her and said with a smile, Fairy, I've missed you since we parted last time. Why don't we have a drink and chat? Haha, I bet that you have no chance, Fatty Luo. The fairy will not agree to your request, because she will accept my invitation. Du Fei also laughed and directly walked up. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect these two people to block the vast cold palace's saintess. They were too bold. Even Lin Xian was surprised. The vast cold palace was a more powerful sect than Bai Yueshao. The vast cold palace's saintess was even more honorable. Some elders would have to bow to her when they saw her. But now, Fatty Luo and Du Fei didn't care at all and directly blocked his path. Lin Xian was very surprised to see the two's fearless appearance. Could it be that these two people had some shocking background? To be honest, Lin Xian was not very clear about the origins of these two people. However, they were all like-minded, so they were together. However, if he were to dig deeper, Lin Xian did not know which sect they were from. The vast cold palace's disciples were furious when they saw that someone was blocking their way. Some even drew their swords and sabers, ready to attack. Fatty Luo and Du Fei were still grinning, not showing any fear. The saintess of Guanghan waved her hand and dismissed the warriors around her. Then she said coldly, You two, please step aside. I really don't have time for drinks. If you want to spar, I don't mind meeting the two of you in the lawless zone. When the time comes, I'm afraid that your elders won't say anything if I make you suffer. Sigh, forget about fighting and killing. Since you're not free, I won't force you. Fatty Luo shrugged and moved aside with Du Fei. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened. This was too shocking. The two people in front of them were on the same level as the saintess of Guanghan. They were even flirting with her. What was even more shocking was that the saintess of Guanghan did not get angry. She only threatened him. This was too illogical, unless these two people had some shocking background, so that even the saintess of Guanghan did not dare to kill them. Heavens, who are these two people? What's their background? For a moment, everyone was discussing. Lin Xian also walked forward and said with a smile, It seems that the two of you are not simple people. It's nothing. Fatty Luo shook his head. We're just a group of disciples from aristocratic families. We like to eat, drink, and play. We don't have any big ambitions. Brother Lin, you won't alienate us because of our background, right? Du Fei asked on the other side. Why would I? You're my friends. Even if you're from the demon path, it doesn't matter. Lin Xian shrugged. Haha. Good. Just based on this sentence, you should drink a big cup. Fatty Luo laughed loudly. However, at this moment, a cold aura suddenly came from behind. It stared at them like a poisonous snake. Especially Lin Xian, the hair on his back stood up. He snorted coldly. The great dragon sword soul in his body circulated, and a warm current instantly flowed through his body. The strange feeling disappeared. In the next moment, he turned around and stared at the back with a lightning-like gaze. He had just killed the candidate of the moon-worshipping cult. It could be said that he was in the limelight. Ordinary people would not dare to provoke him. But now, someone was releasing killing intent toward him. It seemed that this person was very arrogant. On the side, Fatty Luo also turned around and shouted coldly, "Who dares release killing intent toward me? Do you want to die?" Everyone was also shocked and did not understand the situation. However, in the next moment, they cried out in surprise. This was because several figures were walking toward them on the street behind them. The crowd dispersed like the tide. Moon-worshipping cult. It's the moon-worshipping cult. They're here again. Everyone exclaimed. They did not expect the moon-worshipping cult to make a comeback so soon. Sure enough, a few figures walked over from behind. One of them had a tall figure, and his gaze was as sharp as a blade. It was extremely fierce. A piece of moonlight was embroidered on his sleeve. There was even a hazy full moon behind him. This person was also followed by several disciples of the moon-worshipping cult. At this moment, they were looking at Lin Xian with a sneer. "You are Lin Xian?" The tall youth's eyes were like lightning as he stared ahead and asked in a cold voice. "Yes, I am." Lin Xian nodded coldly, then asked, "Who are you? Tell me your name." "I don't kill nameless people." "Haha, you're as arrogant as the rumors say. But boy, you dare to kill the people of the moon-worshipping cult. I'll take your dog life." Someone said the same thing before, but now, he's a dead man. I advise you not to boast. Are the people of the moon-worshipping cult only good at talking? Lin Xian sneered and shook his head. You're courting death. The disciples of the moon-worshipping cult shouted angrily, their expressions abnormally ferocious. However, Lin Xian shrugged indifferently. This was a public area. No matter how arrogant the other party was, they wouldn't dare to make a move here. The tall young man snorted, "Boy, you're too arrogant. Don't think you can be arrogant just because you killed a cowherd. I don't care about that kind of trash." "That's right. This is our senior brother, Tian Hu. He's a 5-star king." "Boy, you're dead this time." "What? Tian Hu? It's him. 5-star king." As expected, the moon-worshipping cult is really angry this time. They actually sent such a powerful expert. Tian Hu was also one of the candidates, but his strength was much stronger than Niu Lang's. Niu Lang was only a 4-star king, but Tian Hu was a 5-star king. His strength was incomparably terrifying. He was even said to be the most likely candidate to become the next saint. 5-star king? Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. No wonder the other party was so arrogant. He indeed had the right to be arrogant. 5-star king was already very terrifying among the younger generation. Moreover, as a candidate of the saint's position, the other party should have more cultivation methods and abilities. However, Lin Xian's expression was calm, and he didn't show any fear. In the past 2 days, he had absorbed another piece of supreme-grade substandard divine crystal, which allowed his cultivation base to rise again. His strength had also improved a lot. Even if he faced a 5-star king, he could still handle it. "Brat, you're too arrogant. How dare you say that my moon-worshipping cult's younger generation is weak? I'll kill you right now. Do you dare to fight to the death?" Another fight to the death, everyone was shocked. It seemed like the moon-worshipping cult was truly enraged this time. They wouldn't stop until they killed Lin Xian. At this moment, everyone wanted to know Lin Xian's answer. In fact, it was normal for Lin Xian to refuse at this time. Because he had just killed the successor Holy Prince Niu Lang, gained fame, and dealt a blow to the moon-worshipping cult. He didn't need to fight anymore. Moreover, his opponent this time, Tian Hu, was too powerful. He was a true 5-star king with terrifying strength. If Lin Xian were to duel with him, it was very likely that Lin Xian would be defeated or even killed. Therefore, everyone guessed that Lin Xian wouldn't agree. However, Lin Xian sneered, "Since you're in a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Not only you, from now on, as long as you're from the moon-worshipping cult's younger generation, I'll kill you." Lin Xian said coldly. His voice was filled with boundless killing intent, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. Many people couldn't believe their ears. Tian Hu sneered, "Very good, you've agreed. just wait to collect your corpse. Enjoy your last moments obediently." After saying that, he sneered and turned around to leave. The moon-worshipping cult's disciples and their friendly sects sneered. Tian, who was dead for sure this time. Even Fatty Luo and Dufei had a solemn expression. They said, "Brother Lin, be careful. Although this Tian who is arrogant, he's really strong. That cowherd can't compare to him. Brat, can you do it? If you can't, then don't fight. When we're strong enough, we'll tear down the moon-worshipping cult." The Crimson Dragon also advised. "It's fine." Lin Xian shook his head slightly. With the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps, his speed had reached the limit. It could be said that he was invincible. However, for safety's sake, he decided to cut out a few pieces of supreme-grade substandard divine crystals for cultivation. Therefore, he, Fatty Luo, and the others went on the road again and went to a place that sold gambling stones. This time, Lin Xian used his martial Dao Celestial Eye to cut out another 2 pieces of subgrade divine crystals, which immediately attracted countless exclamations. They had long heard of Lin Xian's soul-seeking technique, but now, they had seen him easily cut out 2 pieces of substandard divine crystals. These people couldn't take it anymore. Their eyes were red with jealousy. However, no one dared to make a move. Because this was a public area, fighting was prohibited. Lin Xian didn't hesitate either. He sat down cross-legged in the public area with the 2 best quality subdivine crystals and began to cultivate. His current strength was already comparable to a 5-star king. However, if he could take another step forward, killing Tian who wouldn't be difficult. He circulated the immortality incantation and quickly absorbed the energy inside the substandard divine crystal. A faint light illuminated the surroundings. However, someone in the crowd sneered. "Don't you think it's too late to cultivate now?" "That's right. The duel is about to start. Even if he absorbs now, how much can he improve?" What an idiot. It was a pity that 2 pieces of supreme-grade substandard divine crystals were going to be used on a person who was about to die. Many people sneered, thinking that Lin Xian was going to lose and that it was useless to do anything now. However, some people shook their heads because Lin Xian could still maintain a calm state of mind and cultivate silently. This kind of temperament was rare and could achieve great things. However, Lin Xian didn't care about these people. He separated a part of his soul power to observe the surroundings. The rest of his energy was used to absorb the energy with all his might. Time passed slowly. Finally, the 2 pieces of substandard divine crystals in Lin Xian's hand dimmed. As for his cultivation, it was also rapidly increasing. It had become much stronger than before. Now, he had reached the middle 2-star king realm. The great dragon sword soul in his body was filled with power like a real divine beast. "It's done." Feeling the power in his body, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. If he was 80% sure that he could defeat Lin Xian before, then he was 100% sure that he could kill Lin Xian now. "Let's go to the lawless zone," Lin Xian said indifferently. "Haha, there's a good show to watch again." Fatty Luo was excited. Dufei was even more direct. "Let's bet. Let's bet. A shocking battle, a rare showdown. Bet on who you think will win. Come, come, come. Place your bets." The surrounding martial artists had nothing to do, so they placed their bets one after another. Of course, most of them bet on Tian Hu. It couldn't be helped because Tian Hu was too famous and powerful. He was a true 5-star king realm expert. Although Lin Xian was powerful, he was still much weaker than Tian Hu. Especially when Lin Xian had to rely on divine crystals to improve his cultivation before the battle. This made everyone suspicious. In fact, the odds had even risen to 1-5. However, Fatty Luo placed his bet on Lin Xian and added a portion of the dark red dragon as well. Soon, the lawless zone became lively again. The commotion this time was even more shocking than before. Lin Xian had already made a name for himself. Now, the entire ancient Hanyang city knew about this new genius. Tian Hu's name had always been very famous. Therefore, this could be seen as a showdown between the new and old geniuses. This competition had even startled the other sky prides. The Guanghan Saintess of the Guanghan Palace and the Five Elements Saint of the Five Elements sect came to watch the battle. Among the crowd, the people of the Reverence Moon cult occupied the best spot. This time, they gritted their teeth and swore that they would see Lin Xian killed with their own eyes. Among them, the Reverence Moon Elder's expression was gloomy and cold. His gaze was piercingly cold. He wanted to see how arrogant Lin Xian could be today. Everyone was paying close attention and looking forward to it. This was because this battle would definitely be very exciting. They had already seen Lin Xian's methods yesterday. Although he was only a 2-star king, the strength he displayed was enough to contend with a 5-star king. As for Tianhu, he was a true 5-star king. His strength was even more terrifying. No one knew how strong he was. However, they knew that a few months ago, Tianhu had killed 3 5-star kings of the older generation. This achievement could be said to be very shocking. Pung pung pung. Tianhu's figure was tall and his aura was violent. He was like a giant walking in the void. There was even a muffled sound of thunder under his feet. Thunderclap steps. This is the Earthgrade martial art, Thunderclap steps. This Tianhu was indeed powerful. He used an Earthgrade martial art right off the bat. It seemed like he was determined to kill his opponent. Sure enough, with the Thunderclap steps, Tianhu strode into the life and death arena. He then looked around and shouted coldly. "Brat, get over here and die." With a furious roar, lightning fell from the sky and pierced through the void. That terrifying strength made everyone's scalp go numb. "Brat, get over here and die." With a furious roar, lightning fell from the sky and pierced through the void. That terrifying force made everyone's scalp go numb. So strong. This Tianhu was probably one of the strongest 5-star kings. Yeah, that brat is going to be unlucky. It's too much for him to fight Tianhu now. If he's given another 10 years, he might be able to surpass Tianhu. Indeed, Lin Xian's brat is too young. He's only a 2-star king. If he's a 5-star king, Tianhu won't be a match for him. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. In their opinion, Lin Xian was too arrogant. Fighting a 5-star king with his current cultivation was like hitting a rock with an egg. On the other side, Lin Xian, Fatty Luo, Du Fei, and the others had not arrived yet, but they heard the thunderous voice and terrifying aura. Fatty Luo and Du Fei's expressions changed again. They said in a low voice, "Brother Lin, be careful. Don't worry about it." Lin Xian patted both of their shoulders and strode over. As he took a step forward, a mysterious Dao pattern appeared under his feet. It looked like a swimming dragon. In the next moment, he appeared in the arena. What a fast movement technique. Lin Xian's movement technique shocked many people. This movement technique should also be an Earthgrade martial art. And it doesn't look any weaker than the Thunder Shock steps. No wonder you could kill Niu Lang. It turns out that you have such a movement technique. In the arena, Tianhu was also surprised, but soon, he sneered. "Unfortunately, you have no chance of winning against me. Because my Thunder Shock steps is a high-grade martial art." Tianhu was very confident because a high-grade Earthgrade martial art was very mysterious, even he had not fully grasped it yet. However, he believed that with his Thunder Shock steps, he could easily kill his opponent. A high-grade Earthgrade martial art? I see. Lin Xian nodded. His expression was calm, but he snorted disdainfully in his heart. Heavenly Dragon's 8 Steps was a primordial immortal scripture martial art. It could be said to be a rare treasure. How could a mere high-grade Earth-rank martial art compare to his Heavenly Dragon's 8 Steps? Therefore, in the next moment, he said indifferently, "A high-grade Earth-tier martial art is indeed not bad. I just don't know how far you can go. Make your move. Let me see if your movement technique is as arrogant as yours." Lin Xian casually waved his hand. "You're courting death." When Tianhu saw this, he was furious. He was a 5-star King Realm expert, and he was extremely powerful. The other party actually dared to look down on him? Unforgivable, therefore, in the next moment, he coldly snorted and took a step forward. The sound of thunder came from his body. Immediately, the entire void trembled as countless bolts of lightning fell from the sky. Just the sound of the thunder was enough to pierce through the void. However, Lin Xian stood with his hands clasped behind his back. The space around him was unusually stable, and there were no ripples at all. What? What a terrifying power. It can actually affect this space. When the surrounding people saw Lin Xian's move, they were all shocked. Tianhu roared. As his palms opened and closed, a ferocious tiger formed by lightning quickly pounced out. A roar shook the mountains and rivers. The ferocious tiger was extremely powerful, and it quickly charged towards Lin Xian. In an instant, the entire sky was completely covered by a sea of lightning. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, as for Lin Xian, his body swayed, leaving countless afterimages in the air. They were densely packed and filled the sky. It was impossible to tell which was real and which was fake. Humph. Omnidirectional thunderstorm. Destroy them all. Tianhu waved his hand, and suddenly, the violent power of lightning exploded, enveloping Lin Xian's afterimages. Ha 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 ha. So what if you're fast? In the face of absolute power, nothing can withstand a single blow. He looked forward, his eyes flashing, and a sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Is that so? But I'll have to disappoint you. At this moment, a faint voice came from behind him. Hearing this voice, Tianhu's pupils shrank, and a trace of fear appeared on his face. Damn it, how is this possible? He was horrified. He did not expect that the other party had dodged all his attacks and secretly appeared behind him. However, he was also a decisive person. With a wave of his hand, a lightning sword formed in his palm, and it quickly pierced behind him. Die, brat! The lightning sword flashed, piercing through the void at an extremely fast speed. Before the surrounding people could react, the lightning sword blasted Lin Xian's body and pierced through it. What? He hit him. Seeing this, the crowd was in an uproar, unable to believe it. They did not expect the battle to end so quickly. Heh, I knew it. That kid is dead meat. In a battle between experts, the outcome was often decided in one move. Now it seemed that this was true. What an idiot. He dared to fight with senior brother Tianhe. His brain must have been flooded with water. He's finished. The disciples of the moon-worshipping cult sneered. Tianhu's lips curled into a sinister smile, and a low voice came from his mouth, hee, kid, it's all over. Boom, however, at this moment, a shining fist suddenly appeared in the void and slammed into Tianhu's face, sending him flying. Boom, the void exploded, and the entire sky trembled. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. What's going on? What's going on? Who attacked him? Wasn't that kid killed? Why is there still someone attacking Tianhu? At this moment, everyone's mind went blank. Damn it! Who is it? Tianhu was also mad. He spat out his broken teeth and roared crazily. Of course it's me. You're really an idiot. Do you really think you can keep up with my speed? Lin Xian slowly walked out of the void. His body floated like a banished immortal. His entire body exuded a supreme aura, and he did not look injured at all. What? This is impossible. I clearly stabbed you. Seeing that his opponent was unharmed, Tianhu's eyes widened in disbelief. The next moment, he screamed, damn it, that was also an afterimage? What? The surrounding people exclaimed. They could not believe that what Tianhu stabbed was actually an afterimage. How fast was Lin Xian's speed? How could he hide from everyone? Damn it, I don't believe it. I don't believe that you can beat my thunder shock steps. Tianhu roared crazily. His footwork was incomparably terrifying. With his huge body, he was like a gust of wind as he charged forward quickly. Thunder shock steps, thunder shock step. This was an advanced Earth-class movement technique, and its speed was terrifying to the extreme. Almost no one in the same class could match it. However, he was unlucky to meet Lin Xian. Swoosh! Swoosh, the two of them moved quickly in the air. Lin Xian used Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps, and within 8 steps, he was extremely fast. Therefore, no matter how fast the thunder shock steps was, it could not catch up with Lin Xian. Instead, there were many footprints on Tianhu's body. At this moment, his hair was disheveled and he looked extremely pathetic. He no longer had the arrogance and haughtiness from before. Tianhu. What are you doing? Don't compete with him in terms of speed. Just kill him. At this moment, Elder Baiyue, who was below, shouted coldly. After Tianhu heard this, he stopped and his eyes regained their clarity. He was no longer in a frenzy. Instead, he revealed a ferocious expression. I admit that you're faster than me, but so what? Today is a battle of life and death. It's not just a competition of speed. I'll let you know that other than speed, you have nothing else. He roared and lightning flashed all over his body. Countless bolts of lightning surged and covered the entire arena like a thundercloud. Kid, I've already sealed the arena with divine lightning. Let's see how you're going to escape. Tianhu revealed a ferocious expression again. Everyone's expression changed and they started to worry for Lin Xian. Oh no, he's sealed in the arena. Lin Xian won't be able to escape. Yeah, he's confined in a certain space. Even if he has the ultimate movement technique, it won't be of much use. However, Lin Xian sneered. Why should I escape? Do you think you can defeat me? Humph, Tianhu roared. Kid, I think you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Fine, I'll kill you now and let you know the consequences of offending me. There was a rumbling sound. Tianhu waved his fist and endless lightning surrounded him. The terrifying power caused the entire space to tremble. This is my lightning tiger territory. Let's see how you're going to escape this time. Tianhu laughed heartily at the sky. With a wave of his hand, countless majestic figures surged out and charged at Lin Xian. I don't need to dodge to deal with you. Lin Xian looked calm. He clenched his fist and pulled out the 9 darkness demonic sword from the empty palace. He slashed forward. Like a volcanic eruption, the sword chi in the sky slashed down quickly and instantly shattered all the lightning tigers. The terrifying sword chi caused the entire space to tremble. What? So powerful. Seeing this sword chi, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. They thought that since Lin Xian was sealed in the space, he had no advantage in speed and couldn't move at all. Only death awaited him. But now, it seemed that they were all wrong. The reason for that was because not only was his speed extremely fast, but his battle prowess was also incomparably terrifying. With a single sword strike, he was able to cut through countless bolts of lightning. Such a technique was unheard of. Tianhu's expression also changed. He did not expect the other party's combat strength to be so strong. This was completely out of his expectations, however, he gritted his teeth and swung his fist again. Because he had no other choice. Only by killing the person before him could he win. Punch after punch, the shocking power was like a wave, destroying everything. The entire space fell into nothingness, and the lightning in the sky quickly fell, one after another, bombarding all directions. Underworld Dao waning moon break, Lin Xian waved the 9 hell devil sword, directly cutting open a spatial crack. It was as if he had opened the gates of hell, causing the endless energy storm to be completely devoured. As for him, he was not harmed at all. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect that in addition to having extreme speed, Lin Xian also had such a strange and terrifying technique. What is that? Why did all the energy suddenly disappear? It's a space technique, it's a space technique. He can actually make use of space. Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. They had never seen such a technique before. Tianhu's face was even more dazed. He did not expect that his violent energy could not hurt the other party. This made him unable to believe it. However, opposite him, Lin Xian said coldly, "You've finished your attack, now it's my turn." Azure Dragon Break. With a thrust of his sword, a sword light appeared in the void, like an azure dragon, quickly rushing forward. Boom, the lightning tiger shadows that filled the sky were shattered into pieces at this moment, no longer existing. Tianhu was also sent flying by this move. Fortunately, at the critical moment, he summoned an ancient shield, which blocked most of the attack. Otherwise, this attack would definitely have pierced through him. However, he was not in a good state now. That terrifying sword chi directly penetrated his body, causing him to suffer extremely serious injuries. Even his spiritual power could not circulate smoothly. Not bad, as expected of a 5-star king. You can actually block my sword. Indeed, you have some skills. Lin Xian nodded slightly. Indeed, an ordinary 4-star king would not be able to block his move at all. However, the other party blocked it. Although he was injured, it was not fatal. Hearing this, Tianhu's face turned gloomy. It was very unpleasant. Who was he? He was a 5-star king. A successor candidate, he was so powerful that even the older generation could not suppress him, but now, a 2-star king dared to look down on him? This was intolerable. Damn it, go to hell. With a furious roar, Tianhu's black hair fluttered. His body was tall and carried a murderous aura. He was really mad. He had to kill the other party to vent his anger. The next moment, he waved his palms, and a full moon appeared in his palms, emitting a red glow. In his right palm, a lightning tiger circled. Both palms struck out together, shaking heaven and earth. The momentum was extremely vast. The red full moon floated in the sky, carrying monstrous flames that spread in all directions. The lightning tiger phantom was even more terrifying. As soon as it appeared in the sky, divine lightning descended from all directions. It was like a heavenly tribulation. This terrifying scene shocked everyone and they quickly retreated. Lin Xian held the demonic sword in his hand, his eyes emitting a cold light. In the next moment, endless sword light bloomed from his body. The demonic sword in his hand slashed down. The sword light was as thick as a mountain, terrifying to the extreme. The full moon in the sky and the terrifying lightning tiger were split apart by the sword. What? Impossible. Tianhu was shocked and in disbelief. This was already his full-strength attack. Why couldn't he resist the other party? Could it be that the other party was really so powerful? Surpassed him? This made him in disbelief. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically. Because he discovered that the other party was quickly charging towards him. In an instant, he had already arrived in front of him. Get lost. Tianhu roared angrily and threw a punch that carried shocking thunder and lightning. However, he collided with a green sword shadow. A green domain appeared around the other party, shining with a cold light, making his hair stand on end. This domain was naturally Lin Xian's dragon sword domain. He stood in the domain like a sword god, and the demonic sword in his hand was shining with a cold light. In the next moment, he held the demonic sword in his hand and directly stabbed forward. Let's end this. Puff, the 9 underworld demonic sword pierced into the other party's body, directly breaking open a black hole. Tianhu struggled frantically, wanting to resist, but there was nothing he could do. In the end, his entire body was pierced by the sword qi, and countless sword marks appeared. All of his meridians were destroyed, and his entire body stopped breathing as he fell to the ground. Boom, a loud explosion shook the stage. Everyone was dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that the terrifying Tianhu, a 5-star king, had been killed. Especially the disciples of the moon-worshipping cult. Their bodies began to tremble as if they had seen a ghost. Impossible. Damn it. How could this brat kill senior brother Tianhu? They were going crazy. Yesterday, he had killed their senior brother Niu. Today, he had killed their senior brother Tianhu. They couldn't accept it. Those were 2 latecomers, after all. They had died in the hands of the same person. It was too shocking. The elder of the moon-worshipping cult looked even more ferocious as killing intent surrounded his body. At this moment, he was finally enraged. Lin Fan had killed another one of their young geniuses. He couldn't explain it to the sect. Brat, go to hell. With a roar, the wind and clouds in the sky changed. The heavenly hand slapped down rapidly as if it wanted to smash Lin Xian into meat paste. Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly as he executed the heavenly dragon's 8 steps. With extreme speed, he stepped out of the stage. Rumble, in the next moment, the ancient stage was covered by the heavenly hand. It shook violently, and cracks even appeared in some places. How terrifying. The elder of the moon-worshipping cult is too strong. However, what shocked everyone was that the elder had really made his move. He wanted to kill Lin Xian. Seeing that his attack didn't hit, the elder snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, countless rays of blade light appeared in all directions. Each ray of blade light was like a crescent moon as they emitted a bright red light. Kill! With a roar, the crescent moon blade light slashed towards Lin Xian. In all directions, the entire space was in complete chaos. Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps extreme speed, Lin Xian let out a long roar as he pushed his footwork to the limit. At this moment, his figure was so fast that it was unbelievable. The blade light that filled the sky brushed past his body, but none of them hit him. What? He dodged all of them? No way. Everyone was dumbfounded. They couldn't believe it. Even the Reverence Moon Elder's face sank. He did not expect his opponent's movement technique to be so strange that he was able to dodge his attack. At the same time, he was extremely shocked. Such a person was too terrifying. If he was allowed to continue growing, he would definitely become a god of war in the future. Such a person must not be allowed to live. Otherwise, he would become a great enemy of moon-worshipping cult. F***ck, old man, you're too shameless. How dare you attack a junior? Come on, look. The moon-worshipping cult is shameless enough to assassinate a young genius. At this moment, Fatty Luo and Dufei also roared furiously. Their voices were like thunder, shaking the surroundings. You're courting death. The elder of the moon-worshipping cult was furious. At this moment, he no longer cared about anything else and started attacking Fatty Luo and Dufei. A full moon hung in the sky, like a huge mountain, quickly pressing down. On the other hand, Fatty Luo and Dufei had cold smiles on their faces. In the next moment, they waved their hands, and an ancient pagoda appeared in the sky. It spun quickly and enveloped them. Pong! The red full moon crashed into the pagoda, causing the entire void to tremble. However, it did not break at all. Old man, how dare you attack me? You're dead meat. I bet that you'll regret it. Fatty Luo and Dufei sneered, but they did not show any fear. They were very confident in their treasures. The others were also puzzled. They did not expect the pagoda to be able to block the elder's attack. It was not an ordinary object. Who exactly were these two people? First, they found trouble with the moon saintess. Now, they were provoking the elder. Could it be that they really had a shocking origin? At this moment, everyone was extremely puzzled. The elder of the moon-worshipping cult had gone completely crazy. He could not kill Lin Xian, and now even Fatty Luo and Dufei could not do anything to him? This was intolerable. In the next moment, he stretched out his hand and directly grabbed the pagoda in the sky, wanting to blast it away. The pagoda was extremely dazzling, blooming with dazzling light as it resisted the terrifying palm. At the same time, Fatty Luo sneered. Old man, you're really dead meat. After saying that, he took out another object from his chest and threw it forward. Not good. Seeing this scene, everyone's face changed drastically, and they quickly retreated. They were afraid that the other party would take out another destructive weapon. However, in the next moment, they were stunned. Because the other party took out a silver token and threw it on the ground. What is this? Is it another treasure? Everyone was puzzled and looked carefully. However, after waiting for a long time, they did not see any changes. The elder of the moon-worshipping cult sneered, "Little thing, are you trying to scare me?" Really, before he could finish his words, he looked at the token on the ground in front of him. However, in the next moment, his voice stopped. He screamed as if he had encountered the most terrifying thing in his life. Damn it, why do you have this thing? The elder of the moon-worshipping cult quickly withdrew his hand. He should not have attacked at all. What is the relationship between you and the person who has this token? The elder of the moon-worshipping cult asked in shock. There was even a trace of trembling in his voice. Why don't you guess? Fatty Luo sneered, and Dufei snorted, "Old man, I can guarantee that you're really dead this time. I didn't know your identity before." I'm sorry. The elder of the moon-worshipping cult's face darkened as he quickly apologized. Then, his figure flashed, and he quickly left with all the disciples of the moon-worshipping cult. What? They left just like that? Everyone was stunned, not knowing what had happened. Lin Xian was also surprised. He did not expect that Fatty Luo would take out a silver token and scare away the elder of the moon-worshipping cult. What exactly is that silver token? Who are Fatty Luo and the others? He was extremely puzzled. The Crimson Dragon's eyes flickered when it saw the silver token. It had been suppressed in the Tianwu continent for thousands of years and did not understand the changes in the true spirit world. However, it still felt that the silver token was very familiar. Humph, you ran fast. Fatty Luo snorted coldly and put away the silver token. Then, he turned to Lin Xian and said with a smile, "Brother Lin, you're too strong. You killed another holy prince candidate of the moon-worshipping cult." "That's right. I bet they're absolutely mad." The two of them cheered. On the side, the Crimson Dragon also breathed a sigh of relief. As for the surrounding cultivators, they were all dumbfounded. Even now, they still could not believe that Tianwu had been killed. "Let's go." Lin Xian also breathed a sigh of relief. His figure flickered, and he landed on the ground. Then, the group of people walked out. The crowd automatically moved aside, making a path for them. Many people even trembled when they saw Lin Xian. It was obvious that the means that Lin Xian had displayed earlier had terrified them. However, at this time, two figures appeared in front of them. The crowd automatically moved aside to make a path for him. Many people even trembled slightly when they saw Lin Xian. Obviously, the means that Lin Xian had displayed earlier had terrified them. However, at this moment, two figures appeared in front of him again. One was a handsome young man, and the other was a tall middle-aged man. Both of them wore black robes and cloaks, hiding their true appearances. They didn't block the way and just brushed past Lin Xian. However, when they walked past Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. It was a huge shock, as if he had received an earth-shattering threat. What is this? He quickly turned around and looked behind him. However, the two mysterious figures didn't stop at all. Instead, they quickly walked into the crowd and disappeared. Who are those two? Lin Xian was extremely shocked. Even the Reverence Moon Elder wasn't able to shock him. However, the two of them made his hair stand on end just by walking past him. They must be peerless experts. Lin Xian guessed that these two people were at least at the almighty level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a reaction. What's wrong? Fatty Luo asked in confusion. They didn't feel that unusual aura. Nothing. Lin Xian shook his head. The other party should be a peerless expert passing by and shouldn't have any interaction with him. Let's go back. I'm a little tired from this battle. Their figures swayed and disappeared from the street. Back in his room, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He had consumed a lot of energy in this battle, so he quickly sat down cross-legged to recover his strength. At the same time, the Crimson Dragon sent a voice transmission to him, asking him to prepare some materials to set up a formation. Although the Crimson Dragon was puzzled, he still did as he was told. In the evening, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He had recovered to his peak state. "Kid, why did you ask me to prepare these formations?" "Of course." Lin Xian's eyes flickered. "Moon-worshipping cult and I are already mortal enemies. That elder of the moon-worshipping cult must be unwilling to accept this. Who knows when he will try to assassinate me. Instead of being on tenterhooks, why don't we take the initiative and kill him? You want to make a move? That's great. That old man, I'm also annoyed just by looking at him. Brat, I'll help you deal with him." Lin Xian nodded, but then reminded, "Don't tell Fatty and Du Fei about this. Save them the trouble of worrying. Also, we'll take action after midnight." I understand. And Hong Mystical Dragon chuckled. Then, she started studying the array again. On the other hand, Lin Xian closed his eyes again. He took out 2 subdivine crystals and began to cultivate. At night, the ancient city of Hanyang was very lively. People were dancing and singing. In the southwest of the ancient city of Hanyang, there was a huge mansion. This was the residence of the moon-worshipping cult. At this moment, the atmosphere in the mansion was gloomy and even a little cold. Every disciple of the moon-worshipping cult wore a solemn expression. This was because they had lost 2 holy sun candidates in a short span of 2 days. This was unacceptable to them. Elder, why did we give up the best opportunity to kill that brat during the day? That's right, Elder. That brat is too hateful. We can't take this lying down. In the main hall, the disciples of the moon-worshipping cult wore a ferocious expression. The moon-worshipping elder, who was sitting at the front, had a dark expression. What do you know? That silver token has a terrifying origin. Even I don't dare to provoke it. Hearing this, the disciples of the moon-worshipping cult were shocked. They didn't expect the silver token to have such a terrifying origin. Even their elders were extremely fearful of them. But soon, they gritted their teeth and said, "Are we really going to give up and let that brat be arrogant?" Give up? How can we? That brat killed our moon-worshipping cult's genius. We must kill him. However, we can't be reckless. At the very least, we can't make a move in front of the two brats who have the silver token. Don't worry, they won't be together forever. As long as that Lin Xian is alone, we'll kill him immediately. Yes, not only him, but also his two pets. We have to kill them as well. The female disciple gritted her teeth. Until now, the scar on her face had not healed. Don't worry. The moon-worshipping cult's elder sneered. Since he dares to provoke our moon-worshipping cult, I'll make him suffer a fate worse than death. He'll regret being born in this world. The group of people burst into laughter again. Is that so? You're really vicious. It seems like we really can't let you stay in this world. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed in the main hall. As soon as this voice came out, it immediately shocked everyone. Who is it? Come out. Coming to our moon-worshipping cult's territory and acting so atrociously, I think you don't want to live anymore. Angry roars echoed in the hall. The disciples of the moon-worshipping cult were furious. They didn't expect that someone would dare to act atrociously in their territory. No need to shout, I'm right in front of you. A cold sneer sounded again. Then, a figure appeared in the middle of the hall. What? It's you. Seeing the figure, everyone from the moon-worshipping cult was dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their eyes. Because the person who came was none other than Lin Xian. Brat, it's really you. Everyone was shocked. Then, they burst into laughter. There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. Since you dare to come here to die, I'll let you know the consequences of offending our moon-worshipping cult. The moon-worshipping cult's elder wasn't the only one who sneered. The other disciples of the moon-worshipping cult also burst into laughter. They didn't expect that Huang Xiaolong would dare to come to their territory. However, they didn't let their guard down. They were afraid that Huang Xiaolong would bring some powerful experts with him. Therefore, in the next moment, they quickly spread out their soul force and scanned the area. Other than Lin Xian, there were no other experts. Immediately, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Brat, I have to say, you're too stupid. How dare you come here alone? But this is good too. It saves me the trouble of looking for you everywhere. I'll use your head as a sacrifice to my moon-worshipping cult's geniuses. You talk too much. Lin Xian was getting impatient. I'm here today to deal with all of you. If you have any tricks up your sleeve, just use them. Deal with us? Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe their ears. Brat, you're too arrogant. Who do you think you are? How dare you say you're going to deal with us? The Reverence Moon Elder sneered disdainfully. He didn't believe Huang Xiaolong. No matter how strong Huang Xiaolong was, he was only at Tian Hu's level. However, as the Reverence Moon Elder, he was stronger than Tian Hu. Other than the Reverence Moon Elder, there were dozens of moon-worshipping cult's disciples. They were all elite experts. How could Huang Xiaolong defeat all of them by himself? Therefore, in the Reverence Moon Elder's opinion, Lin Xian's actions were no different than sending himself to death. Alone? Who said I'm alone? Lin Xian snorted coldly. The corner of his lips curled up into a cold smile. What? He's not alone? There's someone else? Who did you bring with you? Everyone's heart skipped a beat when they heard Huang Xiaolong's words. Even the Reverence Moon Elder's face turned solemn. If Huang Xiaolong really brought some expert with him, it would be hard to say what would happen. Of course it's Ben Huang. A loud roar reverberated through the air as the dark god dragon's figure appeared in the hall. What? A four-horned snake? Everyone was stunned for a moment before they burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Brat, I think water must have entered your brain. You actually brought a four-legged snake? Do you think you can kill us with just the two of you? What a joke. Pa. You're the snakes, a bunch of ants. You've really angered Ben Huang. Ben Huang will definitely cook you and eat you later. The Crimson Dragon snorted coldly. Lin Xian asked, how is it? Is the formation set up? Don't worry, it's already set up. The entire mansion has been sealed up. Even if a huge battle breaks out here, no one outside will know. That's good. Lin Xian nodded his head. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about anything else. What? It's sealed up? And no one outside will know? That's great. The Reverence Moon cult's disciples roared with laughter. The Reverence Moon Elder's face was twisted with malevolence. Brat, I was worried that you'd attract the attention of the law enforcement team. Who would have thought that you'd actually use a formation to seal up the entire mansion? This will save me a lot of trouble. Since that's the case, you can go to hell. The Reverence Moon Elder was overjoyed. Huang Xiaolong's actions had saved him a lot of trouble. Therefore, he didn't hold back at all. A red palm carrying boundless raging flames quickly reached out and slapped towards Lin Xian. Wherever it passed, the entire void was distorted. Lin Xian's figure flickered as he dodged the most violent attack. He arrived at the side of the hall, and a resplendent sword light burst out from his body. The 9 nether devil swords slashed out, and black sword chi swept across the void. It sliced apart the sea of flames, creating a vacuum. Then, several sword chi streaked through the air and slashed forward. Without the sea of flames blocking their path, the black sword chi arrived before the Reverence Moon Elder in no time. Boom, the Reverence Moon Elder roared in anger. He clenched his other hand into a fist and punched out. It collided with the terrifying sword chi, producing a tearing sound. 2 black holes appeared in the void, and terrifying energy swept out in all directions. The entire hall was torn apart in an instant. The surrounding moon-worshipping cult's disciples retreated frantically. Their faces were filled with fear. The shockwaves of this energy had already exceeded the limits of what they could bear. They didn't dare to approach at all. However, these people were not idle either. One by one, they drew their swords and sabers and used their ultimate techniques to attack An Hong's divine dragon. In their opinion, they might not be able to defeat Lin Xian, but how could they not be able to defeat a four-legged snake? At this moment, the disciples of the moon-worshipping cult vented all their anger on the Crimson Dragon. However, they soon realized that they were wrong. Furthermore, he was ridiculously wrong. The Crimson Dragon's strength was not something they could imagine. This was a mystical dragon, an absolutely terrifying existence. Soon, the disciples of the moon-worshipping cult screamed in pain. Some of them were even smashed into a bloody mist. For a moment, everyone fled in a frenzy, wanting to leave this place. However, the entire mansion had already been sealed by the Crimson Dragon. They couldn't escape at all. No. Damn it, why can't it be broken? The disciples of the moon-worshipping cult roared in a frenzy. Fear filled their hearts. Only now did they realize how laughable they were. When they heard that Lin Xian and the others had sealed the mansion, they were filled with disdain. They thought that the other party had spun a cocoon around themselves. They were courting death, but now, it seemed like they were gravely mistaken. This seal was originally prepared for them, now, none of them could escape. Could it be that this was all part of the other party's plan? Thinking of this, the disciples of the moon-worshipping cult fell into despair. On the other side, the Reverence Moon Elder and Lin Xian exchanged several blows. It was hard to determine the victor. However, in the next moment, when he saw his disciples being killed and fleeing, his face turned hideous. He didn't expect a four-legged snake to be so powerful. He even killed many of his disciples. This was intolerable. Ah! I'm going to kill you. The Reverence Moon Elder roared crazily. A fiery red light erupted from his body, stirring up the surrounding clouds. He was like a god of fire as he charged forward, wanting to kill the Crimson Dragon. Humph, your opponent is me. However, Lin Xian swung his sword. Terrifying black sword chi roared in the air like a long river of the netherworld, blocking the Reverence Moon Elder's path. Lin Xian's sword chi was extremely sharp. Even the Reverence Moon Elder didn't dare to take it head-on. Therefore, he could only use his martial arts to resist. Damn it! Get lost! A red fist flew out, bringing with it fiery red chi waves. It was as if a full moon was descending from the sky. Not only that, but the sound of thunder could be heard. However, the black sword chi was like a black dragon roaring. It circled around and collided with the fiery red fist, causing an earth-shattering explosion. At this time, a few more disciples were turned into blood mist. Ah! The Reverence Moon Elder had really gone crazy. He didn't expect things to turn out this way. Originally, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were like ants in his eyes. However, the strength displayed by the two of them shocked him to the core. He didn't dare to believe it. He couldn't wait any longer. He had to go all out. Otherwise, not many of his disciples would be able to survive. With a roar, the Reverence Moon Elder unleashed his powerful strength. In an instant, a sea of fire surged around him, and a full moon floated in the air. A full moon rising from a sea of fire. This was the Reverence Moon Elder's domain. Brat, you've really angered me. Today, I'll let you know the meaning of regret. The Reverence Moon Elder unleashed his king's domain, and his voice was unusually cold. At this moment, he displayed boundless confidence. It was as if he could destroy everything with a raise of his hand. Although you're strong, you're only a mid-stage 5-star king. Lin Xian's gaze was resolute, and he wasn't afraid at all. Indeed, he could still deal with a mid-stage 5-star king. You're too arrogant. I'll let you know my true strength. The Reverence Moon Elder was extremely confident. With a wave of his hand, a boundless sea of fire surged out. It carried with it thousands of rays of moonlight as it descended rapidly. Boom, the void exploded, and powerful energy surged in all directions, causing the entire space to tremble. Lin Xian also let out a long roar, and the Dragon Sword spiritual domain was formed. Sword chi filled the sky, and a huge sword-shaped domain appeared in the void. After that, Lin Xian waved his hand, and countless rays of sword chi intersected, forming numerous green dragons that roared in all directions. In the next moment, the two kings' domains collided, and it was as if 100,000 mountains were shaking in the sky. Lin Xian waved his hand, and countless streaks of sword chi intersected, forming numerous azure dragons that roared in all directions. In the next moment, the two king domains collided, and it was as if 100,000 mountains were shaking in the sky. Terrifying energy surged, and the entire void collapsed. The surrounding disciples of the Reverence Moon cult were sent flying by the shockwaves. Fortunately, the entire mansion was sealed by the Crimson Dragon, and no one outside could see what was going on. Otherwise, their jaws would have dropped to the ground. Pung pung pung, the two king domains collided continuously, and every strike was terrifying to the extreme. This is impossible. Damn it. How can your king domain be so strong? The Reverence Moon Elder went crazy, and he couldn't believe it. He was a 5-star king, and his king domain was extremely terrifying. His opponent was just a 2-star king, and under normal circumstances, his king domain could easily break through his opponent's domain. But now, he couldn't do it. His opponent's domain was too powerful, and it made his king domain tremble. I don't believe it. The Reverence Moon Elder roared madly, and his body emitted a dazzling light. At the same time, a biting cold killing intent shook the surroundings. At this moment, he pushed his combat strength to the limit, and he swore that he would eliminate the person in front of him, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sleep in the future. You don't believe it? Humph, then I'll beat you until you believe it. With a low growl, Lin Xian's right leg swept out. In an instant, the Dragon Sword domain shook, and endless sword chi surrounded him. At this moment, Lin Xian's right leg was like an azure dragon, crossing the void, and sweeping forward with terrifying strength. The Reverence Moon Elder waved his hand, and the moonlight in the sky condensed into a long red blade that emitted a terrifying killing intent. In the next moment, he ruthlessly slashed forward. Boom boom, a shocking collision sound rang out, and the long blade slashed on the azure dragon's leg. However, he couldn't slash it down. Lin Xian's right leg was like a true dragon, and it was extremely powerful. "Break for me!" Lin Xian roared, and his right leg swung out again. Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out as the kick shattered the red long saber. Not only that, but the Reverence Moon Elder also suffered a series of attacks, and he was sent flying in the air. Impossible. The disciples of the moon-worshipping cult shook their heads frantically when they saw the scene. They didn't expect that their own elder would actually be forced back. They couldn't believe it. The Reverence Moon Elder's face was extremely ugly. He couldn't believe that his opponent's strength had surpassed his own. "Kid, I have to admit that you are a peerless genius. But since you dared to provoke my moon-worshipping cult, I can't let you live." Reverence Moon Elder's voice was filled with malevolence. Then, he took out a red pill and quickly swallowed it. "I will kill you no matter the cost." He was like a mad beast, roaring furiously. In the next moment, his body rumbled like a real dragon. His blood and chi burned, and his strength rose again. "Die!" The Reverence Moon Elder roared, and his palm was like a red full moon as it slammed onto Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He didn't expect the Reverence Moon Elder to have such a move. At the critical moment, he executed the Mirror of Tranquility. Boundless sword chi revolved in front of him, forming a mirror to defend himself. However, this punch was truly too berserk. It directly blasted the mirror apart. Pung, Lin Xian was hit by the attack, and he quickly retreated. The energy in his body churned. This punch had injured him, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. "Ha ha ha ha. Kid, now you know how powerful I am. Today, you will die." The Reverence Moon Elder laughed maniacally when he saw that Huang Xiaolong was injured. "Kid, are you all right?" The Crimson Dragon exclaimed from afar. "I'm fine," Lin Xian replied. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and quickly circulated the art of immortality, suppressing the restless energy and spiritual energy in his body. "As expected of an elder, you are really strong. Your strength is much stronger than Tianhu's. You actually managed to injure me." Lin Xian was surprised. He had to admit that the Reverence Moon Elder was a powerful opponent. "Very good. It's been a long time since I met a worthy opponent. I hope you won't disappoint me." Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly, and he was extremely excited. "Damn it. How did this happen?" On the other side, the Reverence Moon Elder's face turned gloomy. This was completely different from what he had expected. He had injured Lin Xian with a single punch. Shouldn't Lin Xian be screaming in fear and disappointment? However, from the looks of it, Lin Xian seemed to be very excited. What was going on? How could the Reverence Moon Elder know that his punch had completely ignited Lin Xian's battle intent? At this moment, Lin Xian's blood was boiling. He was like a battle maniac, and he was extremely excited. "Let me see how strong you are." Lin Xian executed the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and charged forward with the Dragon Sword domain. When the Reverence Moon Elder saw Lin Xian, he roared, "You're courting death." He couldn't accept the fact that Lin Xian had taken the initiative to attack him. Not to mention, he had already consumed a pill, and his strength had increased. He could take advantage of this opportunity to kill Lin Xian. With a roar, the Reverence Moon Elder executed his ultimate technique and fought with Lin Xian. His palms trembled slightly, and red divine flames surged forward. It was as if he was going to burn everything to ashes. In the sky, the endless clouds were instantly shattered and disappeared without a trace. This kind of technique was extremely shocking. With a raise of his hand, Lin Xian could destroy heaven and earth, and change the clouds and the void. "Good timing." Lin Xian roared, and his eyes shone brightly. The 9 nether devil sword tore through heaven and earth, and it swept forward with destructive energy waves. At the same time, he flicked his finger. The void-shattering finger flickered, and it went straight for the Reverence Moon Elder's head. The dragon sword domain around him shone even brighter, and it made him look like a demon god. It was incomparably terrifying. Boom, sword chi slashed down, and the terrifying flames in the sky were sliced apart. At the same time, the void-shattering finger moved unpredictably towards the Reverence Moon Elder. However, the Reverence Moon Elder wasn't an ordinary person, and his strength had increased. The moment the void-shattering finger appeared, he quickly dodged. break, the finger slammed into his arm, and a hole appeared. Ah! The Reverence Moon Elder went berserk, and black wind surged as he attacked again. Blinding light shone from his body, and he looked like a god of fire. His aura was oppressive. He struck out with his palm, and the momentum was terrifying. It was as if the palm of a god of fire had descended from the heavens, and it enveloped the surroundings. The palm contained a shocking amount of devil energy, and it burned fiercely. The sword chi in the surroundings dimmed from the heat. On the other hand, Lin Xian held the devil sword in his hand, and he slashed in all directions. At the same time, the dragon sword domain bloomed with resplendent light, and endless sword chi rushed out. It was extremely resplendent. The battle between the two shook the heavens and earth. Divine light soared into the sky, and killing intent filled the air. It was as if the entire mansion had turned into hell. The battle between the two shook the heavens and the earth. Divine light soared into the sky, and killing intent filled the air. It was as though the entire place had turned into hell. After exchanging blows, the Reverence Moon Elder's heart pounded wildly. The more he thought about it, the more shocked he became. The battle intent and strength Huang Xiaolong displayed were too strong. Even the Reverence Moon Elder couldn't suppress it. At this moment, the Reverence Moon Elder went berserk once again. He burned his spiritual energy to obtain a terrifying amount of energy, and sent out 3 powerful palm strikes. Flames filled the sky, and the spiritual energy in the surroundings surged. A vermilion bird flew out from the Reverence Moon Elder's palm, and it grew bigger. Its entire body was scarlet, and it emitted a red glow. It was exceptionally beautiful. However, behind this beauty, there was an eternal killing intent. The vermilion bird's body carried a terrifying amount of energy. The moment it appeared, the void couldn't withstand it. The vermilion bird spread its wings, and it charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian roared as he executed the heavenly dragon's 8 steps, and his speed reached the limit. He constantly changed his position in the air, and he dodged the attack. After dodging the main attack, Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly as he swung the 9 nether devil sword. He slashed down quickly. Buzz, he slashed out 3 times in a row. Lin Xian's face turned pale. The first slash was aimed at the Reverence Moon Elder's scarlet vermilion bird. This slash was like a sword being sharpened, and it carried a monstrous amount of killing intent. When it landed on the vermilion bird's body, a resplendent light exploded. The void exploded, and divine light shone down, illuminating the entire sky. At the same time, Lin Xian's second slash appeared. This slash cut through the void, and it traveled thousands of miles in an instant. In an instant, it appeared in front of the Reverence Moon Elder, and it slashed down with great speed, as though it wanted to split the Reverence Moon Elder in half. Scram! The Reverence Moon Elder's pupils shrank. He didn't expect Huang Xiaolong's sword chi to be so strange. He waved his hand quickly, and the scarlet domain in the sky trembled. A terrifying wall of fire formed in front of him, and he retreated at the same time. But at that moment, Lin Xian finally unleashed his third slash. This was his true killing move. Terrifying sword light of a sword chi, and it emitted a monstrous amount of killing intent. As black as the sword chi 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 chi. What? There is more. The Reverence Moon Elder's scalp went numb when he saw this scene. However, he gritted his teeth, and his face was incomparably ferocious. This time, he actually ignored the sword chi and allowed it to descend. Then, he quickly waved his palms twice. This time, 2 more vermilion birds flew toward Lin Xian. A huge beam of light shot up, like a dancing demonic beast, like a child purple phoenix soaring through the sky. 2 shadows instantly crashed into Lin Xian's body. Boom, heaven and earth shook violently, and the void split open. A huge explosion quickly took place. At that moment, even the cultivators in the outside world were suspicious because they also felt an indescribable energy. However, these people did not discover any battle after investigating, so they stopped paying attention to it. Inside the Reverence Moon Mansion, it was a tragic scene. Lin Xian spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. He had suffered heavy injuries. However, he circulated the immortality incantation, and the blood in his body surged like a dragon, quickly recovering. On the other side, the Reverence Moon Elder was also severely injured. That sword strike had almost split him into 2. Right now, his hair was disheveled, and he quickly swallowed pills to heal his body. However, he was ecstatic because he knew that Lin Xian's injuries were even more severe. His two palms were absolutely terrifying. Even a 5-star king would not be able to withstand it. Therefore, his opponent was dead meat. Ha ha ha. Kid, let's see how you're going to die this time. However, the Reverence Moon Elder was soon stunned. This was because he realized that his opponent had actually stood up. What? How is this possible? The Reverence Moon Elder narrowed his eyes in disbelief. His opponent had clearly been hit. How could he stand up? Damn it. This is impossible. The Reverence Moon Elder screamed crazily. He could not believe that someone's vitality was so tenacious. Even a 5-star king would have been killed by those 3 palms. However, his opponent had actually recovered from most of his injuries in an instant. What kind of technique was that? He had never heard of it before. Damn it. This kid either has a peerless pill or a shocking recovery technique. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to be so powerful. The Reverence Moon Elder's eyes were dark, and his gaze was incomparably bright. No matter what it was, the Reverence Moon Elder was extremely tempted. So far, Lin Xian had shown too many tricks up his sleeves. Extreme movement techniques, super powerful combat strength, and terrifying recovery ability. Every single one of them could set off a storm in the eastern wasteland. However, all these precious things were gathered in one person's hands. Moreover, it was a young man who was only a 2-star king. This was undoubtedly an opportunity for the Reverence Moon Elder. If he could kill Lin Xian, everything would be his. Kid, go to hell. The Reverence Moon Elder unleashed another technique and charged towards Xianxia. However, he quickly retreated again. Pung, the Reverence Moon Elder spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. His opponent's combat strength had increased again, especially that sword chi. It was too terrifying. It made him feel like he was on the verge of death. Moreover, he was already covered in injuries from the battle. More importantly, the effects of his elixir were about to wear off. Soon, his strength would return to normal. At that time, he would definitely not be a match for Lin Xian. Thinking of this, he went crazy again. He had no choice but to use that forbidden technique. Reverence Moon. At this moment, the Reverence Moon Elder's eyes were unusually ferocious. He sat cross-legged in the void and formed seals with his hands. Behind him, a full moon quickly formed. An indescribable energy spread out and enveloped the entire mansion. Immediately, the disciples of the Reverence Moon sect trembled and knelt on the ground. Unknowingly, a full moon had appeared in the sky. As for the disciples on the ground, they all knelt towards the sky. Furthermore, a peculiar energy floated out from their bodies and gathered in the full moon in the sky. It was like a river flowing into the sea. In the sky, the blood-red moon became more and more terrifying. The Reverence Moon Elder's aura also grew stronger. However, the disciples kneeling on the ground were pale and their auras weakened. Some of them even fainted. Some of them had their muscles shriveled up and turned into skeletons. What's going on? Lin Xian's eyes flickered and his expression was extremely solemn. This strange scene caused him to be extremely shocked. The Crimson Dragon also appeared beside Xianxia and said in a low voice. What a vicious cultivation technique. It should be a secret technique of the Reverence Moon sect. It absorbs other people's energy and uses a special secret technique for its own use. However, this kind of energy is too tyrannical. I'm afraid these disciples won't be able to survive. Indeed, before the Crimson Dragon could make a move, these disciples would have already lost most of their energy. They wouldn't be able to live for long. At this time, the Reverence Moon Elder suddenly opened his eyes. 2 resplendent bolts of lightning shot out from the Reverence Moon Elder's eyes, piercing through the void palace. At this moment, the Reverence Moon Elder's strength had reached its peak. He stood up slowly, and his sleeves trembled, emitting a terrifying energy. Countless rays of light fell around him. How terrifying. This energy is close to that of a 6-star king. The Crimson Dragon was shocked. Kid, retreat quickly. He pulled Lin Xian and retreated quickly. At the same time, a black hole appeared where they were originally standing. Terrifying flames turned into snakes that intertwined with each other. It was a terrifying sight. How powerful! Lin Xian's eyes widened. He didn't see anything at all. How did the Reverence Moon Elder make a move? That attack had almost killed them. What kind of secret technique is that? It's so terrifying. Lin Xian was shocked. It seemed like the Reverence Moon cult lived up to its name. The Reverence Moon cult's secret techniques were indeed endless. Kid, in order to kill you, I used a supreme secret technique that killed all the disciples of the Reverence Moon cult. Now, you can go to hell. The Reverence Moon Elder's voice was cold, and it carried boundless killing intent. In the next moment, he retracted his palm, and the void trembled. A flaming palm appeared in the air, emitting a destructive aura. With a single slap, more than half of the manor collapsed. Lin Xian used the demigods to dodge the energy storm and kept retreating. However, he wasn't someone who was afraid. Hence, he let out a long roar and pushed the dragon sword domain to the limit. At this moment, boundless sword light shot into the sky, and he emitted a monstrous aura. He was like a god of war, unstoppable. So what if you used a secret technique? Today, I will cut you down with my sword. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. Humph, you overestimate yourself. The Reverence Moon Elder, who had gained strength, smirked disdainfully. My current strength is comparable to a 6-star king. Killing you is as easy as slaughtering a dog. As he spoke, he pointed with his finger. Suddenly, the void trembled, and countless flames turned into a dragon that spiraled out. Boundless light surged, and terrifying energy surged. It instantly pierced through the void and ignited the surrounding space. Most likely, no one below 6-star king realm would be able to stop him. However, something shocking happened. This time, Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. With a snap of his fingers, he instantly summoned the 10,000 beast ding and placed his palm on it. Suddenly, the sky was filled with black light as countless beasts roared. The 10,000 beast ding glowed brightly and quickly grew larger in the air. It was like a black demonic wall that stood in the void. Tens of thousands of demonic beasts fought over it. Many demonic beast images moved about continuously. Boom, the flaming azure dragon's finger hit the 10,000 beast ding. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion occurred. The entire void boiled, and a boundless sea of fire surged. However, although this energy was terrifying and could pierce through the void, it could not pierce through the 10,000 beast ding, let alone injure Lin Xian. Earth-step treasure. The Reverence Moon Elder narrowed his eyes when he saw this. Soon after, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Brat, I have to say, you're really full of surprises. Now, he had even used an earth-step treasure. Very good, it's mine now. As he spoke, he stretched out his palm and grabbed downwards without any hesitation. That palm was extremely terrifying. A red domain revolved rapidly in the center of his palm, directly locking down the void. That was the Reverence Moon Elder's king realm. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He circulated his energy and poured it into the 10,000 beast ding. Suddenly, the 10,000 beast ding glowed brightly. The sounds of the beasts on it became even more real. Then, a huge claw reached out from the 10,000 life cauldron and slapped the void. This claw was extremely black, like the claw of a demon god. It was extremely terrifying and carried a shocking amount of energy. In the next moment, it slapped the Reverence Moon Elder's palm. Boom, energy exploded as the two clashed. Sparks flew everywhere. However, although the 10,000 beast ding was strong, the Reverence Moon Elder was even more terrifying at this moment. He was like a god of war, and his palm contained a king's domain. Thus, under such immense power, the black palm was shattered with a single palm strike. Brat, it's useless. Stop struggling. You're no match for me. The Reverence Moon Elder sneered disdainfully. He waved his hand and grabbed at Lin Xian again. So strong. Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't expect that even the 10,000 beast ding couldn't stop the Reverence Moon Elder. However, at this moment, the Crimson Dragon at the side let out a long roar. With a dragon's roar, the entire void exploded. Terrifying energy swept out, shaking the entire mansion. At this moment, the sky seemed to collapse. Then, the crimson dragon waved its dragon claws, forming a huge dragon claw and grabbing forward. Pung, the dark red dragon claw was like a mountain. It was extremely terrifying. In the next moment, it collided with the Reverence Moon Elder's palm. What? He blocked it. The Reverence Moon Elder was shocked. He felt that his palm was blocked, and he even felt a piercing pain. This made him very surprised. Impossible. How can he block my palm? He frowned. In the next moment, his eyes were like lightning as he stared at the Crimson Dragon. You're from the dragon race. The Reverence Moon Elder was shocked. He didn't expect his opponent to be from the dragon race. No wonder he had such a strong physique and could block his palm. The Crimson Dragon gritted its teeth. Ben Huang didn't show his power, and you're really arrogant? Take my Overlord Dragon God Fist. The Crimson Dragon waved its other dragon claw, and a red fist appeared in the sky. The fist was filled with mysterious runes, and it was pushed forward at high speed. Pung, in the sky, the Reverence Moon Elder's palm was pushed back. Damn it. The Reverence Moon Elder's face was hideous. He felt that his entire palm was numb. The strength of his opponent was too terrifying. As expected of the dragon race. This kind of strength is really strong. A hint of madness appeared in the Reverence Moon Elder's eyes. I wonder if drinking your dragon blood will increase my cultivation again? At this moment, he was like a demon, staring at the Crimson Dragon. You dare to have designs on Ben Huang? Go to hell. The Crimson Dragon roared. Then, it swung its dragon tail and rushed forward to fight the Reverence Moon Elder. Shocking energy exploded as the two fought crazily. On the other side, Lin Xian didn't stay idle. He quickly formed seals with his palms and activated the Dragon Sword spiritual domain to the extreme. A deep dragon roar sounded, and then endless sword light soared into the sky. Lin Xian held the 9 Netherworld demonic sword in his hand, and energy exploded from his body. Moreover, the Dragon Sword spiritual domain kept compressing until it was completely attached to the 9 Netherworld demonic sword. Terrifying sword light shone in all directions. At this moment, the 9 Netherworld demonic sword was covered by the Dragon Sword spiritual domain, and it was extremely terrifying. He was like a real demon god's sword, floating in the sky. With a light slash, he could pierce through the void. He was like a real demon god's sword as he hovered in the sky. With a light slash, he could pierce a hole in the void. Kill. With a long roar, the 9 Nether Devil sword shone brightly like a black sun. Lin Xian swung his arm, and the 9 Nether Devil sword slashed down. What? At the same time, the Reverence Moon Elder, who was fighting the Crimson Dragon, was shocked. When he saw the giant black sword slashing down from the sky, he screamed. This sword was too terrifying. It made his scalp go numb, and his heart beat wildly. He knew that if he was hit by this sword, he wouldn't be able to escape. Damn it! How can this kid be so strong? He couldn't believe it. How did Huang Xiaolong display such strength? He had already surpassed him. Damn it! It's his king's domain. The Reverence Moon Elder was shocked. He realized that there was a small king's domain above the 9 Nether Devil sword. When he saw this, he didn't dare to stay any longer. He moved his body and fled. He even wanted to break the seal and leave this place. However, the Crimson Dragon didn't give him a chance to escape. In the end, the Crimson Dragon turned into a 100-zhang-long divine dragon and hovered in the void. Its huge body shone with divine light, and its terrifying blood qi dyed the sky red. A vast and mighty pressure instantly froze the entire void. The Reverence Moon Elder went crazy as he tried to break the seal. However, he realized that his body was trapped in the void. He couldn't move at all. Boom, the 9 Nether Devil sword shrouded the Reverence Moon Elder with the Dragon Sword domain. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. The void exploded, and endless sword lights shot out in all directions. The entire mansion was drowned. At this moment, even the void was riddled with holes. When everything returned to normal, the Reverence Moon Elder's heart was already pierced by thousands of arrows. He couldn't be more dead. When Lin Xian saw this, he heaved a sigh of relief. The crimson dragon's body shook, and it returned to its 1-meter-long form. The two of them landed on the ground and felt relieved. However, they didn't dare to stay any longer. They quickly cleaned up the battlefield. The Reverence Moon Elder's storage ring was snatched away by them. Then, the two of them turned into a beam of light and left the mansion. When they returned to their residence, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief. Today's battle was truly too thrilling. The Reverence Moon Elder lived up to his reputation as an elder. He was much stronger than Tianhu and the others. Fortunately, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were both extraordinary figures. Otherwise, they would not have been able to win today's battle. This was especially true for the Reverence Moon Elder's last move. He had directly seized the energy of others and turned it into his own. This greatly shocked Lin Xian. At the same time, it also let him know that any large sect had a strong foundation and endless secret skills. Therefore, in the future, when encountering such a person, he must not let his guard down. The two of them sat down cross-legged and quickly healed their wounds. For the next few days, the two of them did not go out. The entire ancient city of Hanyang was in shock. It was because someone had discovered that the Reverence Moon Mansion had been destroyed, and everyone inside had been killed. Even the Reverence Moon Elder was no exception. This discovery shook the entire ancient city of Hanyang. Everyone was shocked and could not believe it. One had to know that the Reverence Moon cult was a large sect in the eastern wilderness. They were extremely powerful. Who would dare to attack them? But now, it had actually happened, and it had succeeded. These people immediately thought of Lin Xian. In the ancient city of Hanyang, only Lin Xian had a conflict with the Reverence Moon cult. Impossible, this is impossible. However, the experts quickly rejected this idea. No matter how strong Lin Xian was, it was impossible for him to kill the Reverence Moon Elder and the dozens of Reverence Moon disciples. This was not something a young man could do. Moreover, what shocked them even more was that the entire mansion had been sealed, and no one had been able to escape. During the battle, no one had even discovered it. This kind of method was heaven-defying, therefore, they ruled out Lin Xian as a suspect. They even believed that it was the work of an almighty expert. Otherwise, even if other experts had made a move, they would not have been able to kill all of them. If the Reverence Moon Elder wanted to escape, only almighty experts would be able to stop him. Who did it? For a moment, everyone was speculating. At the same time, they were extremely shocked. They did not dare to cause any more trouble for fear of being targeted by a mysterious expert. However, after some research, they guessed that it was most likely the work of an enemy of the Reverence Moon cult. If they wanted to blame someone, they could only blame the Reverence Moon cult for being too arrogant. They had probably offended someone, and that was why they had ended up like this. With the passage of time, this storm gradually passed. On the other side, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon did not go out after killing the Reverence Moon Elder. They went into seclusion to cultivate. The last great battle had caused them to suffer heavy injuries. They needed to recover. Here, they wanted to hide from the limelight so that they would not be targeted. In the room, Lin Xian sat cross-legged. His body was surrounded by resplendent light. At this moment, his injuries were completely healed. Not only that, but he was also cultivating a high-grade earth-rank martial art. He had already cultivated the mid-grade earth-rank martial art, the myriad sword art, to greater completion. Now, he could condense the power of 9,000 swords. It was extremely terrifying. With a single strike, even a 5-star king would be forced back. The high-grade earth-rank martial art he was cultivating now was a kind of domain comprehension called the Sixth Divine Sword Art. As Lin Xian's cultivation increased, he became more familiar with the application of the king's domain. The king's domain was ever-changing. It was extremely powerful and mysterious. Previously, Lin Xian had only summoned it and used its power. Now, he was going to take a deeper step. For example, the Reverence Moon Elder's King's Domain and Lin Xian's Dragon Sword Domain had been compressed and attached to the 9 Nether Devil Sword. They were both new applications. The Sixth Divine Sword Art was also a kind of King's Domain cultivation technique. There were a total of 6 levels. Each level would condense a sword god in the domain to kill the enemy. Lin Xian was currently cultivating the first level, and what he condensed was red sword chi. Around him, the dragon sword domain floated up and down. Inside it, streaks of red sword chi were rapidly moving and combining, forming a set of strange sword formations. And in the midst of these red sword chi, a red figure could be vaguely seen. However, it was very blurry, and one could not see its true form clearly. However, the power that it emitted was incomparably sharp. After a month of cultivation, Lin Xian had finally reached the small success stage of the first level. He could instantly activate 100,000 red sword chi to form various killing methods. This time, he did not cultivate but came out of seclusion. Other than the small success stage of the sword art, there was another more important matter, and that was that the Stone Gambling Convention was about to begin. The Stone Gambling Conference was extremely important to him. Firstly, he needed to observe the young man named Hong Yu at the conference, in order to complete the sex mission. Moreover, he also wanted to cut out some treasures and obtain the best quality subdivine crystals to improve his cultivation. In fact, not only him, all the warriors in the ancient city were excited. In the center of the ancient city, there was a huge palace. It was magnificent and exuded an aura of desolation. It was an ancient palace. Normally, it was not open to the public. However, the ancient city of Hanshan opened the sacred palace for the Stone Gambling Conference. This time, the Stone Gambling Conference was held here. All kinds of strange stones were placed in the palace. Some were simple, some were majestic, and some were even shining. However, whether or not there were treasures inside would depend on each martial artist's own ability. When Lin Xian, the Crimson Dragon, Fatty Luo, and Du Fei came in, they were stunned. They found that the inside of the sacred palace was magnificent and spacious. It was far from what it looked like from the outside. No wonder it's an ancient sacred palace. It's amazing. Fatty Luo exclaimed. I bet we'll come back with a lot of treasures this time. Du Fei was also excited. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked forward. He found that the palace was different from what he had imagined. It was very spacious and there were many small halls. The stones placed in each hall were actually different. Of course, the cost to enter was different. It was said that one had to pay a high price to enter the innermost halls. Ordinary people could not afford it. Almost everyone in the ancient city of Hanshan had come. It could be said that this was a golden age. However, Lin Xian and the others soon ran into trouble. Because a few people in the crowd were walking towards them. There were only 6 or 7 of them. One of them was a middle-aged man with a cold face and a terrifying aura. The aura did not spread out. It was directed at Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian's face darkened. Although the aura was terrifying, it had no effect on him. However, he did not know the man. The man attacked him as soon as he came up. Obviously, he wanted to throw him out. This made him very unhappy. To the side, Fatty Luo also said in a low voice, "Damn it, it's the Yunyan sect." Yunyan sect? Lin Xian frowned. He did not recognize the sect. They have a good relationship with the moon-worshipping cult. Previously, you killed 2 of the moon-worshipping cult's candidate holy sons. Now, the moon-worshipping elder has died in a bizarre manner. They will definitely target you. Du Fei explained. Fatty Luo was furious. F***ck. He dared to bully others with his aura? I think they don't want to live anymore. The surrounding cultivators naturally saw this scene as well, but they did not say anything, nor did anyone step forward to stop it. Instead, they were all whispering to each other. The law enforcement team did not come because this was not an obvious attack. This kind of method of using pressure to scare people had indeed escaped the rules of the law enforcement team. Hee, kid, with us here today, don't even think about entering the Stone Gambling Convention. Humph. How dare you kill 2 candidate holy princes of the moon-worshipping cult? You're dead meat. I advise you to be obedient and wait for your punishment. Several disciples of the Yunyan sect sneered. The middle-aged man even snorted coldly, his eyes shining brightly. Don't worry, with me here, this kid won't be able to enter. F***ck. You've gone too far. The Crimson Dragon gnashed his teeth, itching to attack. However, Lin Xian held him down and shook his head slightly. The other party was obviously trying to provoke them to attack and attract the law enforcement team. However, Lin Xian obviously did not want to do that. If the law enforcement team was alerted, it would be difficult for him to enter the convention today. He would not attack, but that did not mean he would let the other party go. In the next moment, he turned to Fatty Luo and said, "It's up to you now. F***ck, this young master can't wait any longer." Fatty Luo took a step forward and pointed to the front. "Yunyan sect, right? Get out of my sight. How dare you block this young master's way, believe it or not, I'll cripple you." On the side, Du Fei sneered, "That's right, I bet you'll regret it soon. Where did this kid come from? How dare he tell us to get out of here? Slap him. Otherwise, you're dead meat." The martial artists of Yunyan sect shouted coldly and glared at him. They were here to bully him, but now they were being scolded by him? How could they tolerate that? More and more people gathered around and started discussing. In the crowd, the lunar saintess shook her head slightly. She knew who Fatty Luo and Du Fei were. This time, Yunyan sect was really going to be in trouble. In front of them, the middle-aged man also frowned and said coldly, "Kid, get out of my sight. Don't get in my way, otherwise, if you anger me, you won't be able to walk out of Hanyang Ancient City." "Oh my, are you threatening me? I'm so scared." Fatty Luo sneered. "Do you think I grew up scared?" As he spoke, he took out a token. "Look at what this is. If you dare to attack me, you'll have to bear the consequences." The silver token was very simple and unadorned. There was an ancient character on it, and a large flag on the back that fluttered in the wind. This was the second time Fatty Luo had taken out his token. The first time, he had scared Elder Baiyue away. This time, he took it out again in the face of Yunyan sect's provocation. The crowd was also extremely puzzled. The majority of them did not know what the silver token represented. However, the lunar saintess looked serious. On the other side, the five elements saint also frowned. Opposite them, the martial artists of Yunyan sect sneered when they saw this. "What, do you think you can save your lives by taking out a token? Let me tell you, if you dare to provoke Yunyan sect, you're dead meat." Those people sneered arrogantly. However, the middle-aged man suddenly turned his head and shouted in a low voice, "Shut up, Elder." The disciples of Yunyan sect behind him trembled. They did not understand why their elder was angry. However, the middle-aged man did not pay attention to them. Instead, he stared at the silver token. Then, he took a deep breath and asked through gritted teeth, "What's a relationship between Luo Badeo and you?" "Luo Badeo? Who's Luo Badeo?" Hearing this, many of the surrounding warriors were stunned, but soon after, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Could it be Luo Badeo, one of the 10 great villains? When they thought of this, they were extremely shocked and their scalps went numb. Now, they finally knew why Elder Baiyue had turned and ran away that day. It was because of Luo Badeo's token. When the disciples of Yunyan sect heard this, they also trembled. A trace of fear appeared in their eyes. Fatty Luo said proudly, "That's my grandfather." "What, are you going to attack me now?" "What?" When they heard this, everyone trembled and almost fell. The martial artists of Yunyan sect felt their scalps go numb and their hearts beat wildly. They did not expect the kid in front of them to be Luo Badeo's grandson. At that moment, everyone looked at Fatty Luo with terrified expressions. Of course, they did not forget Du Fei because he was with Fatty Luo. At that moment, Fatty Luo grinned and pointed at Du Fei, saying, "This is my brother. His grandfather is Du Tianqing." Indeed, everyone was shocked. Du Tianqing was also one of the 10 villains. The martial artists from Yunyan sect were terrified, and the middle-aged man's face was gloomy. He did not expect that he would be in deep trouble this time. Not to mention him, even their sect master might not dare to touch these two people. His expression was uncertain. In the end, he gritted his teeth and cupped his fists. "Gentlemen, I'm sorry for offending you earlier, please forgive me." After saying that, he dived into the crowd and left without looking back. The few disciples of the Yunyan sect were like stray dogs as they quickly followed behind. Everyone was shocked. The 10 villains were indeed ferocious and terrifying. Even the elders of Yunyan sect did not dare to provoke them. However, there was one person who was very confused. That was Lin Xian. He asked, 10 villains? What 10 villains? I'm going to faint. Everyone's mouth twitched as they looked at Lin Xian as if they were looking at a monster. There was someone who did not know about the 10 villains? That was too strange. Could it be that this guy came from a mountain village? However, more people were speechless. You don't even know about the 10 villains, and you dare to gather with these 2 little villains? How bold. However, Lin Xian soon learned about the legend of the 10 villains. They were definitely ferocious people. Each of them was extremely powerful and had monstrous combat strength. Moreover, these 10 people had no scruples. They did things as they pleased and did not follow any rules at all. They did not even care about any sect. As long as they wanted to, they would do it. Because of that, they even had conflicts with sacred grounds and clan of the ancients. However, until now, they were all living well. One could imagine how terrifying these people were. Especially Luo Badeo, who had torn apart a mighty figure. He was extremely powerful. Fatty Luo was Luo Badeo's grandson. As long as he revealed his identity, not many people would dare to provoke him. I see. Lin Xian suddenly understood. The 10 villains were extremely powerful in the eastern wasteland. Naturally, no one dared to offend their descendants. I didn't expect the 2 of you to have such identities, Lin Xian said with a smile. Fatty Luo scratched his head. It can't be helped. Our identities are too sensitive. Most people don't want to play with us. It wasn't easy to find Brother Lin. We don't want to scare you away. Brother Lin, you won't run away in fear, right? On the other side, Du Fei also asked. You were really shocked, but why did you run away? Lin Xian patted them on the shoulder. We're friends. Yes, we are friends. We're brothers. Fatty Luo laughed loudly. Then, the group of people walked forward. Instantly, the crowd automatically dispersed. What a joke, who would dare to block the way now? However, what surprised everyone was that there really was someone who dared to block their way. Of course, they weren't ordinary martial artists. Ordinary martial artists didn't dare to offend the 10 villains at all. However, the people in front of them didn't seem to have much scruples. You're Lin Xian? A young man in a thunder robe asked with a smile. That's right. Lin Xian nodded. You are? I'm the saint of the Thousand Thunder sect. These are my friends, the young man in the thunder robe said slowly. The Thousand Thunder saint. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect the Thousand Thunder sect to participate. On the side, Fatty Luo also transmitted his voice. Be careful. The Thousand Thunder sect has clashed with the 10 villains before, so they definitely don't have good intentions. Lin Xian was also surprised. The Thousand Thunder sect had clashed with the 10 villains before. No wonder they dared to block the way here. Therefore, he asked coldly, may I know why you're blocking the way? Not really, the Thousand Thunder Saint said with a smile. I heard you're also a seeker spirit master? Why? Do you want my brother to go stone gambling for you? Fatty Luo frowned. Humph. Stone gambling? Use him? Who does he think he is? Is he worthy of stone gambling for the Thousand Thunder Saint? At this moment, a young man in a red robe beside the Thousand Thunder Saint snorted disdainfully. What did you say? Du Fei was also unhappy. How dare the other party provoke him like this? I mean, what ability does he have? He's just lucky to cut out 2 stones. Do you really think he's a seeker spirit master? Ridiculous. He's not a seeker spirit master? Are you? The Crimson Dragon also snorted. The other party obviously had an expression that deserved a beating. Of course I am. The red-robed young man said proudly. Then, he looked down at Lin Xian. Boy, do you dare to bet with me? I'll expose you in front of everyone. Bet? Lin Xian frowned. Yes, bet. We'll choose stones on the spot and see who can cut the treasure better. The red-robed young man said coldly. What? You don't dare? Why not? Lin Xian snorted. Since the other party dared to provoke him, how could he not take action? Moreover, he was very confident in his martial Dao Heavenly Eye. What? Stone gambling? Hearing this, the surrounding people were also alarmed and gathered around. This was a stone gambling convention. Stone gambling between seeker spirit masters was a common occurrence. However, the people who were participating in the stone gambling this time made them even more excited. One was Lin Xian, who was now very popular in the ancient city of Hanyang. The other person was invited by the Thousand Thunder Saint, who was presumably not weak. Isn't he from the Tuoba family? In the crowd, a genius exclaimed. What? He's from the Tuoba family? For a moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the red-robed young man. Obviously, they were very surprised that the other party was from the Tuoba family. Humph. The red-robed young man snorted and raised his chin proudly. At this time, the Thousand Thunder Saint explained with a smile, that's right. He's the young genius of the Tuoba family, Tuoba Yi. He really is from the Tuoba family. Hearing the Thousand Thunder Saint's explanation, the surrounding people became even more excited. Fatty Luo and Dufei's faces also darkened. They quickly said, Brother Lin, be careful. The Tuoba family is an ancient family of seeker spirit masters. Although they are arrogant, they do have means. You must be careful during the stone gambling. Seeker spirit master family. Lin Xian was also surprised. Then, he smiled slightly and said, let me see what kind of means the seeker spirit master family has. How could it make everyone so shocked? What an idiot. How dare you bet with me? Boy, you'll regret it soon. Tuoba Yi sneered. Cut the crap. Since it's stone gambling, what are you betting on? Dufei asked coldly. Cut the crap. Since it is stone gambling, what are you betting on? Dufei asked coldly. He was a gambling addict and naturally had to pay attention to this area. Tuoba Yi looked around and sneered, this is only the outermost stone gambling area. There shouldn't be any strange stones that are too big. How about this? Let's bet 50 caddies of subdivine crystals. How about that? If we bet too much, I'm afraid you won't be able to afford it. Tuoba Yi's face was filled with pride as he spoke. All right. Lin Xian nodded without any hesitation. 50 caddies of subdivine crystals. A casual bet, the surrounding martial artists were speechless. They might not even have 50 caddies of subdivine crystals, but now, the two of them were casually betting and had taken out so much. Perhaps only a seeker spirit master would dare to do such a thing. Very well, kid. I will let you know what a true seeker spirit master is. Tuoba Yi snorted and waved his hand, taking out 50 caddies of subdivine crystals. Lin Xian didn't hesitate and threw out 50 caddies of subdivine crystals as well. Instantly, the surrounding crowd got excited. It seemed like the two of them were really going against each other, and there had to be a victor. This duel was undoubtedly an exciting match for everyone. At the front, after Tuoba Yi threw out the subdivine crystals, he started to walk forward slowly. He wanted to pick a strange stone to defeat Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian didn't move. His eyes flickered as he executed his martial Dao Heavenly Eye and quickly scanned the front. The martial Dao Heavenly Eye was extremely deep as it flickered with peculiar runes. It could see through everything. Soon, Lin Xian curled his lips into a smile as he locked onto his target. He waved his hand, and a stone floated towards him. That stone was as tall as a human. It was grayish-brown and simple. If it wasn't placed here, no one would take a second look at it. Tuoba Yi sneered when he saw Lin Xian choose his stone so quickly. At the same time, his eyes flickered with purple radiance as he quickly scanned the front. Soon, he chose a stone that was flickering with radiance. It was 2 meters tall and was extremely tall. Kid, you will definitely lose this time. Tuoba Yi sneered. Lose my ass. We haven't even cut it open yet. How do you know we'll lose? Fatty Luo snorted coldly. He was extremely displeased. That's right. I bet that you'll be the one to lose this time. Dufang shouted coldly. You still dare to be stubborn when you're about to die? Very well, I'll make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly. Tuoba Yi didn't say anything else. He waved his hand and took out a black dagger before cutting the rock rapidly. The black dagger flickered with black light, and there were many complicated inscriptions carved on it. Not only that, but it was also sharp. His technique was very special, dazzling the eyes, making it impossible for others to see clearly. However, the 2-meter-tall strange stone began to shatter into pieces and gradually become smaller. This stone-cutting technique was a unique skill of the Tuoba family. Outsiders were unable to learn it and could only express their envy. Soon, the surrounding crowd exclaimed. That was because when he was halfway through cutting the stone, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from the stone. It was like a rosy sunset that illuminated the surroundings. Treasure, there really is a treasure. Everyone was shocked. No wonder he's a genius of the Tuoba family. He's really impressive. Exclamations sounded one after another. Then, everyone discovered that a millstone-sized subdivine crystal had appeared in the 2-meter-tall stone. Moreover, it was a high-quality subdivine crystal. It looks like it's more than 200 kilograms. That's right, and it's many subdivine crystals. This was only the outermost area, so there shouldn't be anything good. It was already considered good if an ordinary seeker spirit master could cut out a 5-kilogram piece. Now that there was 100 kilograms, he was definitely a peerless genius. It seemed that the kid was going to lose for sure. It couldn't be helped. He was a genius of the Tuoba family, and no one else could compare to him. Perhaps only the people from the Ryu family could compete with him. Exclamations sounded one after another. Clearly, they were all praising the Tuoba family, and no one was optimistic about Lin Xian. A bunch of bastards, what nonsense are you talking about? My brother hasn't cut it yet. How do you know he'll lose? Fatty Luo was unhappy. Dufei also said, that's right. I dare to bet that my brother Lin will be able to cut out a supreme-grade subdivine crystal. Supreme-grade subdivine crystal? Are you a cabbage? Tuobayi sneered. Kid, it's still not too late to admit defeat. You'll only lose a mere 50 kilograms of subdivine crystal. However, if there's nothing in the rock you're going to cut, you'll lose more than just this little bit of subdivine crystal. I'm afraid you won't have the face to stay here in the future. Lin Xian heard and sneered with disdain, you're the one who won't have the face to stay here. You'll know soon enough. After speaking, he didn't say anything else. He used his finger like a knife and cut the rock beside him. His method was very bold as he cut the rock in half. What? Directly cut from the middle? This kid doesn't want his life anymore. Damn, he's too bold. If there's any treasure, wouldn't it be destroyed by him? Everyone exclaimed and couldn't believe it. Tuobaye's eyelids twitched before he sneered. He's indeed an idiotic kid. How can he cut so quickly? He's obviously not a seeker spirit master. Lin Xian didn't pay any attention to him. He went straight down from the middle. However, nothing appeared after he cut it open. There wasn't any radiance. This made everyone sigh while Tuobayi sneered. Kid, don't waste your effort. There isn't anything. Lin Xian waved his sleeve and threw the upper half of the rock to the side. He then stared at the lower half of the rock and waved his finger again. Sigh, it's useless. Normally, treasures would be in the center of the rock. If there's no treasure in the center, it means there's nothing left. I heard that this Lin Xian had cut out a supreme-grade subdivine crystal and thought he was an incredible seeker spirit master. Now, it seems like he was just lucky. Yeah, no one dares to be arrogant in front of Tuobayi. This Lin Xian is no exception. He will definitely be defeated. Everyone was discussing while shaking their heads and sighing. But at the next moment, they all shut up. Not only that, but they also widened their eyes as though they saw a ghost. Because Lin Xian's fingertip suddenly burst out with boundless radiance. It wasn't from Lin Xian, but from the rock under his feet. Treasure, there's actually a treasure. Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. What? How is it possible? Tuobaye's expression changed as his eyes turned gloomy. He didn't expect Lin Xian to really cut out a treasure. Moreover, what made him even more uncomfortable was that Lin Xian's radiance seemed to be more intense than his previous radiance. The surrounding people also noticed this and immediately exclaimed. This radiance is so powerful. It's much stronger than the previous one. Could it really be a rare treasure? It can't be. This Lin Xian's luck is actually so good? Humph, luck? You're still talking about luck? Try cutting one for me. Fatty Luo snorted. Hearing this, everyone went silent. It was impossible for his luck to be so good all the time. For Lin Xian to continuously cut out treasures, it was definitely due to his own strength. Lin Xian must be an extremely powerful seeker spirit master. On the other side, the myriad thunder saint had a gloomy expression. He didn't expect Lin Xian to actually cut out treasures. Tuobayi gritted his teeth and said, "Don't worry. The radiance might be strong, but it doesn't mean that there are treasures. Something like this happened in the past. The radiance was strong, but it was just trash. Therefore, until the last point, no one knows who will win or lose." To be honest, he still had hope in his heart. But at the next moment, his expression changed drastically, and his heart sank into a bottomless pit. Because there was a fist-sized crystal stone in the stone in front of him. Divine radiance flickered and circulated with vigorous energy. Superior-grade subgod crystal. Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. The myriad thunder saint had an awful expression while Tuobaye's face was ashen. He didn't expect Lin Xian to really cut out a superior-grade subgod crystal, and it was the size of a fist. The value was far beyond what he had cut out. Damn it. Impossible. I have already checked. There is nothing in this stone. How can there be a superior-grade subgod crystal? Tuobayi seemed to be in a frenzy as he constantly roared. Indeed, he had already checked earlier and didn't find any abnormalities in Lin Xian's stone. Therefore, he was so disdainful and thought that Lin Xian was bound to lose. But now, things had exceeded his expectations. Lin Xian didn't just cut out treasures, but it was also a superior-grade subgod crystal that was far superior to what he had cut out. He couldn't accept it. Seeing the frenzied Tuobayi, everyone had a weird expression. The myriad thunder saint had an even gloomier expression. He snorted and turned to leave. He had lost a lot of face today, and he was afraid that everyone would ridicule him later on. He wasn't willing to accompany Tuobayi and be ridiculed by others. Tuobayi didn't know that the myriad thunder saint had left. He was currently staring at Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered and said, "What standards do you have? Have you checked for treasures? Are there really no treasures? That's right, a piece of trash dares to compete with Brother Lin in stone gambling? You're courting death." Fatty Luo was extremely excited at the moment. Of course, he was going to deliver a merciless blow. On the side, Dufei didn't let him off either. "Stop struggling. You've already lost. Hurry up and hand over 50 kilograms of subdivinity crystals and get lost." They were truly overjoyed because Tuobayi was too arrogant and didn't even put them in his eyes. Now that they could viciously strike down the other party's arrogance, they were naturally happy. "Brat, just you wait. This isn't over yet." Tuobaye's expression was abnormally ugly, but he didn't dare to stay here any longer. This was because the complicated gazes of the surrounding martial artists were like thorns that pierced his heart. This made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Therefore, he snorted coldly and hurriedly fled. Ha 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 ha. Fatty Luo, Dufei, and the Crimson Dragon all burst into laughter when they saw the fleeing figure. Venting, this was too venting. In the future, who would dare to look down on them? The corners of Lin Xian's mouth also curled up slightly, but he did not let his guard down. He knew that Tuobayi was only a disciple of the Tuoba family. For the Tuoba family to have such a great reputation and be revered by everyone, there must be something unique and formidable about them. Therefore, he had to be careful when he encountered the Tuoba family in the future. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian kept the supreme-grade subdivinity crystals that he obtained. However, he gave the 100 subdivinity crystals to Fatty Luo and Dufei. The two of them instantly beamed with joy. They might have special identities and didn't lack subdivinity crystals, but how could it be compared to the spoils of war? This feeling was simply too wonderful. "Brother Lin, let's go inside and take a look. The outside is filled with ordinary stones. The inside is where the truly mystical stones are. This time, we have to cut out even better treasures. Let's see if we can cut out an ancient treasure." Fatty Luo and Dufei's eyes lit up. The Crimson Dragon was also excited. Haha, it would be great if we can cut out an ancient treasure. Hearing this, Lin Xian rolled his eyes. These three fellows were too imaginative. They probably wouldn't even be able to see such a thing. However, he still followed the crowd and walked inside together. This stone gambling convention was rare. Since he was here, he naturally wouldn't return empty-handed. In the following period of time, Lin Xian frequently took action and naturally obtained a great harvest. Not only him, but Fatty Luo, the Crimson Dragon, and Du Fei also obtained treasures. Lin Xian's reputation quickly spread in the sacred hall. However, it wasn't just him. There were also many powerful seeker spirit masters who came to the stone gambling convention. In front, Lin Xian saw an especially powerful seeker spirit master. He was familiar with that person. It was the middle-aged man who had set up the stall on the street. Lin Xian knew that he was a seeker spirit master from the Ryu family. Even the Crimson Dragon, Du Fei, and Fatty Luo next to him were watching carefully. It couldn't be helped. The Ryu family's seeker spirit masters were very famous. They were even more famous than the Tuoba family. In front of them, the middle-aged man surnamed Lu walked slowly. In his eyes, there was a strange light. His eyeballs quickly faded and finally turned pure white. Even his pupils seemed to have disappeared. The pure white eyes were very strange. They bloomed with a terrifying light, forming a radiance that quickly enveloped the stone in front of him. Soon, the middle-aged man waved his hand and a 3-foot-long stone floated to his side. The stone was very old. It was covered with moss and even rusted in some places. It seemed to have been exposed to wind and rain for countless years. The surrounding crowd also cried out in surprise. This stone is a precious stone in the sacred hall. I didn't expect it to be cut at this moment. Yes, this stone is very expensive. I'm afraid it's worth 5,000 caddies of substandard divine crystals. Ordinary seeker spirit masters wouldn't dare to buy it. 5,000 caddies of substandard divine crystals? Even a powerful figure would feel the pinch. If it can't be cut, I'm afraid it'll be a loss. I'm afraid that only a family like the Ryu family would dare to cut this stone. The middle-aged man's action caused a sensation in the crowd. Even a group of elders came from the depths of the hall to watch. These people were very old. They were all more than 3,000 years old. Each of them was like a living fossil. However, at this moment, these elders seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. Their eyes bloomed with a fiery light. Their gazes were so terrifying that even Lin Xian felt his blood boil. It was as if his blood had been ignited. How terrifying! Who are these people? Lin Xian was astonished. Just a single glance had almost set his entire body ablaze. Wasn't this a little too terrifying? The dark red divine dragon shrunk his head back. Although he was arrogant in his actions as a member of the dragon race, he did not dare to be arrogant in front of these living fossils. Even Fatty Luo and Du Fei had grave expressions on their faces. Although this stone gambling conference is held in Hanyang Ancient City, the forces behind it are the clans of the Ancients and the Peerless Holy Lands. These seniors might be from the Holy Lands and the clans of the Ancients. Of course, there are also talents from other places. That's right. Du Fei nodded. The Eastern Wilderness is too big. It's boundless and filled with billions of living beings. It's not surprising that there are some special people here. Terrifying indeed. Lin Xian was shocked, and his expression was incomparably solemn. He realized that the Reverence Moon Elder he had killed was nothing more than an ant in front of this group of old men. At the same time, the front became lively. The middle-aged man from the Ryu family was finally going to cut the stone. The Ryu family's stone-cutting technique was even more mysterious. Not long after, the strange stone became very small. The middle-aged man's speed also slowed down. The reason for that was because he had arrived at the most crucial location. Everyone held their breaths and watched carefully, afraid that they would disturb the middle-aged man. He cut the stone, and the stone fell. Suddenly, a bright light shone. Whoosh! Everyone exclaimed. There really is a treasure. I just don't know how precious it is. They did not know yet, so they could only watch patiently. More and more stones fell, and the light became brighter. It was like a sun. When the last stone fell, the hall was completely illuminated by the light. The powerful energy was like a tidal wave, rapidly sweeping across the area. At that moment, everyone was stupefied. Even those of the older generation that were living fossils were dumbstruck. In the next moment, their eyes lit up, and they even trembled. Their withered faces shone with a strange luster as the divine light shone on them. Divine crystals. It's a divine crystal. One of the living fossils exclaimed. Then, everyone else exclaimed in shock. A divine crystal was a rare treasure. It was as big as a fist. It was definitely priceless. The middle-aged man wiped the sweat off his forehead and heaved a sigh of relief. It was obvious that he had consumed a lot of energy. However, he was very satisfied with this result. If he could cut out a piece of divine crystal, it would definitely shock the world. Lin Xian was also extremely surprised. The divine crystal was a true treasure. He had only seen one piece of it in Feng Mountain. Moreover, that piece of land had already caused the 5 almighties to fight over it. However, she still managed to escape in the end. The piece that had just been cut out was not as big as the previous one, but it was definitely a shocking treasure. This was because the surrounding talking stones had already stepped forward to negotiate with the middle-aged man. Obviously, they wanted to buy the divine crystal. As expected of a member of the Ryu family, he was indeed very powerful to be able to find a divinity crystal here. Fatty Luo exclaimed in surprise, while the Crimson Dragon kept tugging at Lin Xian. Brat, why don't you cut it up and see if you can get a divine crystal? He was so excited that he was drooling when he saw the divine crystal. If it weren't for the fact that there were so many talking stones in front of him, the Crimson Dragon would have rushed forward to snatch it. Damn, do you think that's cabbage? Do you think you can cut it just like that? The corner of Lin Xian's mouth twitched slightly. I need to be lucky to get this thing. Let's wait and see. Lin Xian was not instigated by the Crimson Dragon. At least, he did not make a move immediately. Next, they set off again to look at all kinds of stones. Lin Xian was very envious of a few of them. He wanted to cut them open to take a look. However, when he saw the price, he immediately shook his head and gave up. He had no choice. The price was too shocking. It could be said that it was a sky-high price. He could not afford it at all. Moreover, after his observation along the way, he found that only a few people could cut out treasures. Many other seeker spirit masters also failed. Even if they cut out treasures, they would lose money. Therefore, the ones who made the most money were the remote antiquity families and the unparalleled sacred grounds behind the stone gambling convention. They are indeed good at doing business. Lin Xian shook his head. The stone gambling convention was definitely profitable. Of course, that was not necessarily the case. If there was really an unparalleled expert who cut out a diluted treasure, the remote antiquity families and sacred grounds would definitely cry. However, such a situation was very rare. They chatted as they walked. Soon, they saw an annoying person. Tuoba Yi. Yo, who is this? Isn't he the genius of the Tuoba family? Didn't he lose to us previously? How dare he show himself now? Fatty Luo sneered. Dufei also snorted, if I were you, I would be too ashamed to stay here. I have to say that you are really thick-skinned. On the other hand, the dark red divine dragon laughed out loud. Kid, could it be that you're here to give us treasures again? Hearing their mockery, Tuoba Ye's face instantly turned black. If it were not for the fact that fighting was prohibited here, he would have pounced and fought with them. However, he still held it in. He sneered, don't be too proud. I have already invited the experts of my family. Kid, aren't you arrogant? You don't even put our Tuoba family in your eyes. Do you dare to fight again today? I will definitely let you know the consequences of provoking our Tuoba family. Not interested. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and turned to leave. He was really not interested in being entangled with someone like Tuoba Yi. Because it was purely a waste of time. You. Tuoba Yi was enraged because he did not expect that his provocation would not work. Lin Xian did not even bother about him. This made him feel as though he had punched cotton. At this moment, an aged voice sounded from behind. Kid, you want to leave after winning against our Tuoba family? It's not that easy in this world. This voice contained a trace of coldness that sent chills down everyone's spine. In front, Lin Xian stopped in his tracks and frowned. Although he didn't turn around, he could feel a peculiar gaze firmly locked onto him from behind with his outstanding soul force. That gaze contained a mysterious energy that made him feel extremely uncomfortable. It was obvious that this was a very powerful eye technique. Expert. Lin Xian was shocked, but he still turned around. As expected, the crowd behind him dispersed, and an old man holding a dragon-headed cane slowly walked out. He was wearing a white long robe with a pichot embroidered on it with golden thread. His hair was white, and his skin was dry like a dried orange peel. This old man was very old, but his eyes were extremely deep like the starry sky. Seeing this kind of senior figure walking over, the surrounding warriors also looked over one after another. Then, they were all extremely shocked. Tuoba Yulong. It's him. What? Tuoba Yulong. It's actually him. Someone of the older generation exclaimed in the crowd. Evidently, they recognized the old man in front of them. Tuoba Yulong was an elder of the Tuoba family and had terrifying strength. It was rumored that his spirit-seeking technique was very powerful and he had obtained divine gems many times. He was definitely a terrifying spirit-seeking master. What? So terrifying. The surrounding warriors were also shocked. They hadn't expected this elder to have such a powerful background. Putting aside the fact that he was an elder of the Tuoba family, the fact that he had obtained divine gems many times was enough to shock the world. Even if he wasn't from the Tuoba family, he would probably be treated as a guest of honor by the various major factions. At this moment, even Lin Xian, the Crimson Dragon, Fatty Luo, and Du Fei had grave expressions. Evidently, the other party was a true expert and wasn't someone that a brat like Tuoba Yi could compare to. Tuoba Yi revealed a sinister smile and his eyes were filled with pride. How is it, brat? Are you afraid? Offending the Tuoba family is the biggest mistake you've made in your life. Hearing that, everyone fell silent. They hadn't expected Tuoba Yi to find an old monster. However, what was even more shocking was that there were two young men standing beside Tuoba Yulong. One was the Thousand Thunder Saint, who was wearing a lightning robe, while the other was wearing a long green robe and was surrounded by a resplendent green light. Unfettered Saint. Everyone was shocked again. They hadn't expected the unfettered sect to come as well. The two saints stood beside Tuoba Yulong as if they were his juniors, supporting him. Such a scene was hard to imagine. Young man, if you don't gamble with me today, you won't be able to leave. Tuoba Yulong's voice was old and deep, but it was filled with boundless power. No one is allowed to casually bully our Tuoba family. Since you've defeated Yer, you have to fight with me. I'll let you know the true strength of the Tuoba family. Previously, he had seen Lin Gongzi's methods, but he hadn't had enough fun. How about another gamble? The Myriad Thunder Saint said with a smile. Although he was smiling, his eyes were somewhat gloomy. Lin Xian's victory had made him lose face. After all, Tuoba Yi was brought here by him. If Tuoba Yi was defeated, he naturally wouldn't feel good. He originally thought that he didn't have the chance to defeat Lin Xian, but he didn't expect Tuoba Yi to actually call for the clan's elders. This was an excellent opportunity. On the other side, the unfettered saint did not speak, but there was an unquestionable aura around him. In fact, the crowd even felt that the entire space had solidified. It looked like if Lin Xian didn't make a move, the other party really wouldn't let them go. Brat, what should we do? Are you going to do it? The Crimson Dragon asked. On the other side, Fatty Luo and Du Fei also said, Brother Lin, if you don't want to compete, we'll take you away. Don't worry. With us here, they definitely won't dare to do anything to you. The two were very confident. After all, the reputation of the top 10 villains wasn't just for show. Lin Xian thought for a moment, then the corners of his mouth curled up. No matter. Since they want to compete, I'll accompany them in this gamble. What? The crowd couldn't believe their ears. Lin Xian still wanted to compete. This time, it was the Tuoba family's elder, Tuoba Yulong. He was an extremely powerful seeker spirit master. However, Lin Xian still wanted to compete. Was he really confident? Or was he just showing off? The crowd didn't know. They guessed that it was more likely the latter. After all, no one believed that Lin Xian could defeat a powerful elder like Tuoba Yulong. On the opposite side, Tuoba Yi, the myriad thunder saint, and the others all laughed when they heard this. They laughed maniacally. Haha, kid, I have to say that you're really too stupid. This time, you'll definitely suffer a crushing defeat. Tuoba Yi was very excited. He couldn't wait to see the scene of Lin Xian's defeat. Tuoba Yulong's orange peel-like face also revealed a strange smile. At the same time, his gaze, which was faintly purple, fell on Lin Xian. It seemed that he wanted to see through or discover Lin Xian's secret. Because in his opinion, Lin Xian must have some tricks up his sleeve to be able to defeat Tuoba Yi. Moreover, he really wanted to know what kind of background Lin Xian had for him to agree to compete with him. Sensing the other party's gaze, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Countless sword qi emerged from his body and instantly surrounded him. At the same time, he said coldly, "Isn't it a bit too much for Senior to investigate me so unscrupulously?" On the opposite side, Tuoba Yulong narrowed his eyes. To be honest, it wasn't surprising that the other party discovered his investigation. However, what surprised him was that he couldn't find any information. The other party's sword qi was very strange. It actually blocked his gaze. This was the first time such a thing had happened. However, he didn't care. He snorted coldly. "Kid, there's no point in talking anymore. Let's start the battle now. The stones here are too ordinary. Why don't we go deeper?" Tuoba Yulong said indifferently. "As you wish." Lin Xian didn't refuse. He wanted to see what the other party had up his sleeve. Then, with the help of the Thousand Thunder Saint Sun and the Unfettered Saint Sun, Tuoba Yulong quickly walked deeper into the sacred palace. The others also followed, walking quickly. This would definitely be an earth-shattering battle. One was a young genius, while the other was an elder. It was definitely an earth-shattering gamble. However, Du Fei, Fatty Luo, and the others asked telepathically, "Brother Lin, are you confident?" "The other party is an old monster." "At least 50%, Lin Xian replied. Indeed, although the other party's eye technique was powerful, Lin Xian was very confident in his martial path Heavenly Eye. The martial path Heavenly Eye was one of the peerless theurgies in the eastern wilderness. Very few people could cultivate it. Not only had Lin Xian cultivated it, but he'd also cultivated it to a certain level. At least, he was more than 50% confident in defeating Tuoba Yulong. Great. In that case, let's take down that old monster's arrogance. Crimson Dragon and the others nodded, then quickly followed Lin Xian into the depths of the palace. The sacred palace was divided into 10 areas. The deeper one went, the more precious the stones were. Of course, the more expensive they were. Just the entrance fee alone was enough to make everyone's heart ache. However, in order to see the prosperity of stone gambling, they all gritted their teeth and bought tickets to watch the battle. The 7th area. The originally spacious area was filled with people. Even some of the older generation figures who were living fossils had come to watch the battle. Lin Xian naturally came with the others. He looked around and found that there were many strange stones around. Any one of them was far more valuable than the previous ones. Lin Xian naturally followed the crowd here. He glanced around and found that there were many strange stones placed around him. Any one of them was far superior to the ones before. As expected of the 7th region. It's strong. Lin Xian was surprised. He only glanced around and found several of the stones contained treasures. However, he didn't act rashly. He knew that the other party must be a very powerful seeker who knew some powerful spirit-seeking techniques that could interfere with his heavenly eye. As expected, other seeker spirit masters in the crowd seemed to have found treasures and immediately spent a lot of money to buy a piece. However, when he cut it open, he found that it was empty. There were no treasures at all. Immediately, the seeker spirit master who bought the stone vomited blood and fainted. The other seeker spirit masters' expressions changed drastically. They looked at Tuoba Yulong in horror. They knew that Tuoba Yulong must have used a powerful spirit-seeking technique to hide the true appearance of these stones. That was why the seeker spirit master had misjudged them. So strong. Tuoba Yulong is indeed an elder of the Tuoba family. His methods are extraordinary. This should be an illusion technique. With him here, the other seeker spirit masters won't be able to find any treasures. Even Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. As expected, the other party's methods were powerful enough to interfere with other seeker spirit masters. However, he had the heavenly eye and could see through everything. The other party couldn't interfere with him. While everyone was discussing, Tuoba Yulong had already stepped forward to select a stone. Lin Xian also used his heavenly eye. His eyes flashed with strange runes as he looked forward. However, his expression changed in the next moment. Tuoba Yulong's dragon head walking stick shook slightly. The surrounding stones flew up on their own and flew toward Lin Xian. "What's going on?" everyone exclaimed, not understanding what was going on. Lin Xian's face darkened, and he snorted coldly in his heart, "Damned old man, you dare to play tricks with me?" If he broke one of these stones that flew towards him, he would lose the bet. Because that would be equivalent to him cutting open a stone and not being able to cut it open again. Therefore, he could not touch a single one of these stones. Although the other party's methods were strong, Lin Xian's methods were not weak either. With a cold snort, a bright light bloomed around his body. A green domain instantly appeared and covered all the stones. Moreover, they bounced back at an even faster speed. Not only that, Lin Xian did not damage these stones at all. Soon, the stones in the sky flew forward like shooting stars. He arrived before Tuoba Yulong in an instant. Not only that, but these stones also rapidly rotated, forming a strange formation, trapping Tuoba Yulong there. "Humph, if you want to play tricks with me, I'll play with you." Lin Xian smirked, and the runes in his eyes shone even brighter. "Whoosh," the surrounding people exclaimed. They had never seen such a method before. The seeker spirit masters were even more shocked. All of them widened their eyes, unwilling to let go of any detail. Ahead, Tuoba Yulong's face sank. He didn't expect that the other party's method would be so powerful as to be able to break his spirit-seeking technique in an instant. Not only that, but the other party also backhanded him. Although the array formation around him wasn't of much use to him, it wasn't very effective. However, the other party's counterattack and forceful attitude made him very unhappy. As an elder of the Tuoba family and an extremely powerful seeker spirit master, he was very famous in the eastern wilderness. Now, a brat actually dared to attack him? He couldn't tolerate it. With a cold snort, he waved the dragon-headed cane in his hand again. The cane waved, emitting a strange energy. Instantly, the stones in the sky seemed to be controlled by this energy and returned to their original places meekly. Everything returned to normal as if nothing had happened. However, the surrounding people were not calm. Lin Xian and Tuoba Yulong's methods were too shocking. They were in awe. Seeing the other party easily break free of the strange stone formation, Lin Xian was also slightly surprised. After a while, he stopped paying attention. Instead, he used his martial Dao heavenly eye to look at the strange stones around him. No matter what he did now, it would be futile. Only by fiercely defeating the other party in stone gambling could he extinguish the other party's arrogance. The martial Dao heavenly eye was very mysterious. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with mysterious runes. Soon, Lin Xian's gaze swept across most of the strange stones. Finally, he fixed his eyes on one of them. That rock was only the size of a millstone. It was covered in moss. Furthermore, from its appearance, it resembled a lying tortoise from afar. "This is it." Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly. Countless runes flickered. He waved his hand and called the green tortoise stone to his side. "It's the spirit tortoise divine stone." Seeing the stone Lin Xian chose, the crowd exclaimed. "This stone must be one of the most expensive stones in the 7th district. The price is at least 5,000 kilograms of substandard divine crystals." Even the eyes of the living fossil elders were shining. They were all excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. "I had my eyes on this stone previously, but I couldn't bear to cut it open. This time, someone is finally going to cut it open. Yeah, this stone was transported from here and has been here for more than a decade. No one has dared to touch it. I didn't expect this young man called Lin Xian to be so bold as to dare to touch the spirit tortoise divine stone. Many of the older generation figures were discussing this, and the surrounding cultivators were also shocked. They didn't expect this stone to have such an origin. Even the living fossil elders had their eyes on it. However, they didn't dare to act rashly because it was too valuable. The myriad thunder saint and the unfettered saint frowned when they saw the stone chosen by the other party. They didn't expect the Lin Xian to be so bold. There was naturally a reason why the spirit tortoise divine stone was known as one of the most important stones. Perhaps it really contained some unique treasure, therefore, the two saints were a little worried. Tuobayi sneered and said, "You are overestimating yourself. How dare you choose the spirit tortoise divine stone? However, that requires 5,000 kilograms of substandard divine crystals. Do you have that much money? If you can't take out the money, it would be a joke if you can't cut anything good." Hearing this, everyone's heart skipped a beat. This was indeed a problem. Looking at Lin Xian, he didn't seem to be a disciple of a major sect. It wasn't certain if he could buy the spirit tortoise divine stone. "I don't have that many divine crystals." Lin Xian shrugged and admitted. "What? No." Hearing this, everyone was in an uproar. They didn't expect Lin Xian to admit that he didn't have money so generously. "Humph, how dare you cut such a divine stone without money? I think you don't know your limits." Tuobayi sneered. He knew that behind this event stood the shadows of the clan of the ancients and the unparalleled sacred grounds. Even the Tuoba family didn't dare to offend such powerful entities. Yet, this kid wanted to gain something without risking anything? How could there be such a good deal? Lin Xian sneered. "I don't have so many divine crystals, but that doesn't mean I can't cut this stone." Finishing his statement, he ignored Tuobayi and turned to speak to Fatty Luo. "Brother Luo, lend me some money." "No problem." Fatty Luo laughed, then took out the silver token. "I don't have that much money either, but you should be familiar with this token. Take it and ask my grandfather for it. I'm sure you'll be able to get it." Everyone's eyelids twitched when they saw the token. This command medallion had frightened many people. It was definitely a terrifying item. However, more people's mouths twitched. Asking the 10 great villains for money? Why did this sound so unreliable? However, an old fossil in the crowd said, "Sure, no problem. But you have to leave this token here first." "Okay." Fatty Luo shrugged indifferently, then gave the silver token to the old man who was like a living fossil. Everyone fell silent when they saw this. It seemed that the person behind this stone gambling event had allowed Lin Xian to cut the stone. Tuobayi sneered. They thought that Lin Xian would really be able to get the qualifications, which made him very unhappy. Then, he sneered. "Let's see how you'll die this time." He didn't believe that Lin Xian could defeat his family's elder. While Lin Xian was dealing with this matter, on the other side, Tuoba Yulong had also chosen a strange stone. The stone he chose was even more peculiar. There were 5 holes on it that were connected. It was very mysterious. 5-hole divine stone, it was also one of the most precious strange stones in the 7th district. Its price even exceeded the one in Lin Xian's hand, reaching 6,000 caddies of divine crystals. However, unlike Lin Xian, Tuoba Yulong paid on the spot. As an elder of the Tuoba family, he could afford to take out 6,000 kilograms of substandard divine crystals. With a wave of his hand, he directly handed over enough demigods. Immediately, everyone became excited. Because they knew that the real bet was about to begin. At this moment, Dufei stood up excitedly. His whole body was agitated, and his eyes were shining brightly. "Since the 2 of you have chosen your stones, shouldn't we talk about the stakes?" Stone gambling. Naturally, one had to place a bet. Otherwise, it would be meaningless. As for Dufei, as a gambling addict, he was even more excited. In such a grand occasion, the stakes that the 2 of them brought out would definitely be extraordinary. At this moment, the myriad thunder saint said with a chuckle, "I saw Brother Lin's somewhat distressed appearance just now. Let Brother Lin make this bet. Lest we bet too high and Brother Lin can't afford it. How embarrassing would that be?" Although he was laughing, his voice was filled with endless mockery. The martialists on the myriad thunder saints side all laughed as they stared unkindly at Lin Xian. In their opinion, the other party simply wouldn't be able to take out anything good. F***ck. This is too much. The Crimson Dragon and Fatty Luo were furious, while the corners of Lin Xian's lips curled up. His heart was burning a little. Since the other party had asked him to make the bet, this was really good news. However, since the other party had gone too far, there was no need for him to hold back. This time, he had to make the other party bleed a lot. Otherwise, he would really be letting down this time's big bet. Thus, he said with a smile, "Since you are an elder of the Tuoba family, I believe that you must have a lot of treasures on hand. Plus, if the stakes I take out are too poor, I'm afraid that I won't be giving the elder any face. Therefore, how about this? I will use this weapon as a stake. What do you think?" With that, Lin Xian flipped his palm and a small black cauldron appeared in his palm. It kept floating. Using a weapon as a stake, hearing this, the surrounding people were stunned. As for Tuoba Yi, the 10,000 Thunder Saint, and the others, their faces were filled with disdain. With the other party's status, he probably wouldn't be able to take out any good weapons. However, in the next moment, when they saw the small black cauldron in Lin Xian's hand, they were all stunned. Among them, Tuoba Yi, the 10,000 Thunder Saint, the Unfettered One, and the others' pupils shrank while the surrounding martial artists exclaimed, "Earthgrade treasure!" Those who could come to the 7th district weren't weaklings. Naturally, there were experts among them who recognized this weapon. Earthgrade treasure. Lin Xian took it out. It was actually an Earthgrade treasure. Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it. Earthgrade treasures weren't common in the eastern wilderness. Normally, only the core disciples and elders of those large sects would have them. Moreover, most of them were Earthgrade low-grade treasures. Lin Xian's 10,000 Beast Ding was an Earthgrade mid-grade treasure. It could be said that it was very precious. Perhaps only the saints would have such treasures. Even if they did, they wouldn't be willing to take it out as a wager. Therefore, when Lin Xian took out the 10,000 Beast Ding, everyone was so shocked. Even the 10,000 Thunder Saint and the Unfettered Saint's eyelids twitched, and their expressions turned ugly. As saints, they naturally had such treasures. However, that was their treasure. How could they be willing to take it out? But now, the other party actually took out an Earthgrade mid-grade treasure. This was indeed out of their expectations. Damn it. How could this kid have such a treasure? Tuoba Yi gritted his teeth, his expression ferocious. Tuoba Yulong's eyes also glowed, and his lips curled into a sinister smile. Then, he said nonchalantly, "It doesn't matter. The better the treasure he takes out, the happier we should be. Because that thing will be ours sooner or later." Tuoba Yulong looked at the 10,000 Thunder Saint and the Unfettered Saint. "Why? You two don't believe in my strength?" "We don't dare." "How could that be?" The 10,000 Thunder Saint and the Unfettered Saint hurriedly explained. Then, the 10,000 Thunder Saint's eyes glowed. He took a step forward, looked at Lin Xian, and sneered. "Kid, I didn't expect you to be so reckless. You dare to wager such a treasure with me? Fine, I'll make you accept your defeat today. Although an Earthgrade mid-grade weapon is precious, I can take it out." With that, the 10,000 Thunder Saint flipped his palm, and a treasure flickering with lightning appeared in the void. It was a blue hammer that was 1 foot long. It was covered with Dao runes, and lightning flickered around it. It looked like a divine item. "What? It's the 10,000 Thunder Hammer." Seeing this thing, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Even the living fossils had grave expressions on their faces. The 10,000 Thunder Hammer was a very famous treasure of the 10,000 Thunder sect. They didn't expect the 10,000 Thunder Saint to use it as a wager. Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it. This was definitely a shocking gamble. The Myriad Lightning Hammer was a very famous treasure of the Myriad Lightning sect. Who would have thought that the Myriad Lightning Saint would use it as a wager? Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it. This was definitely a huge wager. Perhaps only people at the level of the saint would be able to take out such a bet. A living fossil in the crowd nodded slightly. That's right. The Myriad Lightning Hammer is also a mid-grade Earth-tier treasure. The two are of similar grades. It's worth a wager. Everyone was stirred as they stared at the field. They wanted to know who would emerge victorious in this bet. "Since you're here to give us a treasure, I'll accept it without hesitation." Tuoba Yulong sneered and stepped forward. He clenched his fist and a dagger appeared in his hand. It was a red dagger covered in inscriptions. It was very strange and looked more like a flood dragon. Holding the flood dragon dagger, Tuoba Yulong's aura turned sharp. The purple light in his eyes flourished and connected together. It was like a ball of purple auspicious clouds that enveloped the strange stone he had chosen. Then, he began cutting the stone with the flood dragon dagger. Tuoba Yulong's stone-cutting technique was very strange and much more powerful than Tuoba Ye's. Before long, the five-orifice divine stone gradually shrank. The surrounding air also gradually condensed. No one dared to breathe too loudly. "Brother Lin, do you think that old guy can cut out any treasure?" Fatty Luo asked worriedly. "There's definitely a treasure. As an elder of the Tuoba family, Tuoba Yulong must have extraordinary vision. There's definitely a treasure inside. As for what it is, I don't know," Lin Xian said in a deep voice. He also activated his martial Dao Heavenly Eye and carefully stared ahead. Tuoba Yulong's movements were getting slower and slower, but the purple light in his eyes was getting stronger and stronger. Obviously, he had reached the most crucial part. At this moment, even the myriad lightning saint was nervous. The wager was his weapon. If he lost, he would be too ashamed to return to the sect. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. His eyes shone brightly and covered the stone under his feet. It seemed that he was also preparing to cut the stone. Seeing Lin Xian's actions, the crowd cried out in surprise. At the same time, most of their gazes turned towards him. This was because the spirit turtle divine rock in Lin Xian's possession was also an extremely important wondrous rock. They also wanted to know just what kind of treasure it contained. Even the living fossils of the older generation were very excited. Lin Xian's movements were very fast. He first removed all the rocks around the edges and gradually approached the center. He even cut off a third of the stone with a single slash, which immediately drew cries of surprise. Because this method was too daring. This was a stone bought with 2,500 caddies of subdivinity crystals. Everyone had to be careful when cutting, unlike Lin Xian. It was too casual. However, all of this was within Lin Xian's control. Under the martial Dao Heavenly Eye, nothing could escape his probing. Lin Xian precisely controlled the stone in his hand. Gradually, the stones in his and Tuoba Yulong's hands became smaller and smaller until they were only the size of a soccer ball. However, there was still no light. Could it be that these are two useless stones? Someone saw this and muttered softly. "No way, you're saying that both of them made a mistake? Heavens, if that's really the case, then this is going to be fun." Two extremely powerful seeker spirit masters had spent a fortune to buy these wondrous stones, but they were actually two useless stones. If this news spread, it would definitely shock the entire eastern wilderness. However, an expert in the crowd snorted. "What do you know? Real treasures won't be too big. Especially this kind of extremely precious wondrous stone. There have even been treasures the size of a fingernail in it before. But that's enough to shock the entire eastern wilderness," a powerful expert explained. The crowd calmed down again and watched carefully. Lin Xian ignored the discussion around him. His eyes were extremely bright as he carefully stared at the stone in his hand. His cutting speed was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. When he was slow, he even stopped. When he was fast, it was dazzling. This was a plan before making a decision. Only after Lin Xian used his martial Dao Heavenly Eye to see the true situation inside would he act. However, at this moment, everyone exclaimed. Because the stone next to Tuoba Yulong in front of them was shining brightly. The rays of light were as red as God's and extremely dazzling. Accompanying it was a terrifying wave of heat. The moment it appeared, the temperature of the entire 7th district continued to rise as if a sun had descended here. The air was distorted from the heat. Everyone was instantly drenched in sweat as if they had been drenched in rain. Even the weaker martial artists were covered in red thorns. They were about to be ignited. Countless martial artists hurriedly circulated their spiritual power to resist, then looked forward in shock. As for the older generation and living fossils, their eyes were shining brightly. They were extremely excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. And all of this was because of the aura released by the stone in Tuoba Yulong's hand. Needless to say, that stone must contain extremely precious treasures. At this moment, Tuoba Yi, the myriad Thunder Saint Sun, the unfettered Saint Sun, and the others were also overjoyed. They stared unblinkingly. Tuoba Yulong's expression was extremely solemn. Fine beads of sweat even seeped out of his forehead. He had no choice. This was the most crucial moment. Now that the treasure had appeared, he had to be even more careful. Otherwise, it would be a great sin if he destroyed even a trace of it. He held the flood dragon dagger and peeled off the stone's skin bit by bit. Then, he quickly sealed it with his palm. Strange runes flickered and appeared in the air, sealing the treasure inside the stone to prevent it from losing its energy. Even so, the resplendent red light and the fiery energy still made everyone extremely shocked. At this moment, everyone looked up and carefully looked forward. They wanted to see what kind of treasure it was to have such shocking energy. As for Tuoba Yulong, he put away the flood dragon dagger and carefully held the treasure in his hand. A smug smile bloomed on his withered orange skin face. It was a large crystal with a curved surface. It was red all over like a fireball. It was a divine crystal, and a mutated one with strange attributes. It was definitely a shocking treasure. Everyone was extremely shocked. Many experts were so excited that they trembled. To be honest, all the peerless experts and powerful spirit tamers present had seen some ordinary divine crystals before. Some had even cut them out. But they had never seen a mutated divine crystal with such an attribute. In the past, they had only learned of such things from ancient records. This was the first time they had seen it with their own eyes. Therefore, they were extremely excited. A mutated divine crystal is far more valuable than an ordinary divine crystal. Looks like Tuoba Yulong is indeed powerful. He actually managed to obtain such a treasure. Even an almighty would be excited to see such a thing. This is definitely a blessing for fire tribute martialists. Anyone who can obtain a piece will definitely have a huge increase in their cultivation. They might even be able to advance to the next level. Excited voices were heard as Tuoba Yi laughed maniacally. His eyes were filled with pride. The Thousand Thunder Saint, the Unfettered Saint, and the others took a deep breath. In particular, the 10,000 Thunder Saints' eyes shone with a shocking light. This time, they were definitely going to win. The Thousand Thunder Saint wanted to roar with laughter when he thought about how he had obtained a mutated divine crystal and won the middle-grade Earth-tier treasure from Tuoba Yulong. Humph. That kid is definitely going to lose. Tuoba Yi sneered as he looked across. I'm very curious. What can Brother Lin solve? The 10,000 Thunder Saint also had a smug smile on his face. He wasn't nervous at all, as he believed that no one could surpass this mutated divine crystal. Tuoba Yulong's eyes lit up. Kid, don't waste your energy. The best treasure in District 7 is probably this mutated divine crystal in my hands. No matter how strong you are, you won't be able to obtain anything more precious than this. Therefore, you are definitely going to lose this time. F***CK. Damn it. That damned old man. How can his luck be so good? Fatty Luo and Dufei looked gloomy as they gritted their teeth. This situation had indeed exceeded their expectations. The Crimson Dragon also looked anxious as he asked worriedly, Kid, what should we do? Lin Xian squinted his eyes. To be honest, he was indeed surprised that Tuoba Yulong had been able to obtain a mutated divine crystal. However, he didn't panic, as he was very confident in the stone in his hands. Therefore, he said nonchalantly, no one will know the outcome of stone gambling until the very last moment. I advise you not to be too arrogant, lest you embarrass yourselves. Humph. How dare you be so stubborn in the face of death? Tuoba Yi sneered. He did not believe Lin Xian's words at all. He thought that Lin Xian was just boasting. The myriad Thunder Saint Sun, the Freedom Saint Sun, and the others also sneered. Since that's the case, let's hope that Brother Lin can cut out something good. Tuoba Yulong was even more disdainful. Little doll, what do you know? I've cut out more divine crystals than you've eaten. This time, you have no chance of winning. Everyone looked at Lin Xian with complicated expressions. To be honest, everyone thought that it was impossible for Lin Xian to win. However, Lin Xian's expression was still calm. His hands were very steady as he cut the strange stone bit by bit. The reason for that was because he knew that Tuoba Yulong and the others were actually pressuring him. If he couldn't withstand it, he would probably lose immediately. Fortunately, his mental endurance had always been very strong. Therefore, the other party's words and provocations were not very effective on him. Tuoba Yi, the myriad Thunder Saint's son, and the others sneered disdainfully when they saw that Lin Xian was still cutting the stone unhurriedly. Tuoba Yulong even took out a spiritual fruit, peeled it and ate it slowly, his eyes flashing coldly. After cutting out a mutated divine crystal with a fire attribute, he was already in an invincible position in District 7. There was absolutely no reason for his opponent to defeat him. Therefore, he was very relieved. On the other side, the strange stone in Lin Xian's hand became smaller and smaller until it was only the size of a bowl. However, there was no light coming from it. At this moment, whispers were heard from the crowd. Sigh. There hasn't been any divine light yet. It seems like there's no treasure in this stone. Yeah. Lin Xian has always been very impressive and was able to cut out a supreme-grade subdivine crystal. However, I didn't expect that he would make a mistake this time and choose a useless stone. What's the big deal? Even a dragon would have to bow before Tuoba Yulong. He doesn't have the right to be arrogant. Not only did Lin Xian lose face, but he also lost a mid-grade Earth-tier treasure. I'm afraid he can't take it. Sounds of discussion could be heard. Some sighed, some sneered, and some were taking pleasure in others' misfortune. F***CK. Whoever speaks nonsense again, I'll cut off your tongues. Fatty Luo's face darkened as he roared angrily. Instantly, the surroundings fell silent. However, the myriad Thunder Saint's son sneered. Brother Luo, why are you so angry? Victory and defeat are commonplace. Besides, it's normal for you to lose in front of Senior Tuoba. I don't think there's a need for such a big reaction. Yeah. It's just a mid-grade Earth-tier treasure. I think Lin Xian can still afford to lose it. The unfettered Saint's son sneered as well. Tuoba Yi was even more arrogant as he sneered. He doesn't have that ability. Don't make a fool of yourself. Now you know the consequences of offending the Tuoba family. F***CK. Ben Huang really wants to give him 2 slaps. The Crimson Dragon gritted his teeth in anger. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was calm as he shook his head slightly. Don't be hasty. It's not over yet. The winner isn't certain yet. When the time comes, you'll get to slap him in the face. Lin Xian said slowly as the runes in his eyes shone even brighter. You're still so stubborn even now? Tuoba Yulong snorted. Kid, don't struggle. The stone you chose seems magical, but it's actually just a piece of trash. There's nothing inside. Your judgment is still lacking. If you want to compete with me, you'll have to cultivate for another 100 years. His voice was filled with pride. Lin Xian sneered. Is that so? I really want to see you get slapped in the face. With that, he used his finger as a knife and cut off another piece of stone. Suddenly, a strange light bloomed from the stone. It was like a rainbow-colored light, instantly illuminating the entire space. What? Divine light appeared. Seeing this scene, everyone cried out in alarm. They were extremely shocked. They didn't expect that there really was a treasure inside the stone. Damn it, how is this possible? Tuoba Yulong's face immediately darkened, it was extremely ugly. He had just mocked Lin Xian, saying that he had poor judgment and that it was impossible for there to be a treasure inside. But then, Lin Xian produced divine light. Wasn't that a slap to his face? And it was a loud slap. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth so hard that they almost shattered. Damn it, impossible, impossible. Tuoba Yi screamed crazily, his eyes full of disbelief. How could Lin Xian produce divine light? This made them extremely uncomfortable. At this moment, even the myriad Thunder Saint and the unfettered Saint looked gloomy. Ha 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 ha, great. Divine light finally appeared. Ben Huang was scared to death. Looks like we should save the good stuff for last. I knew it. How could Brother Lin's stone be bad? The Crimson Dragon, Du Fei, Fatty Luo, and the others were all excited. That's not right. I remember someone said that Brother Lin has bad taste. I think it was an old turtle. He also said that his taste was very unique. This is a useless rock. Oh, the person who said that is blind. How can it be a useless rock when the divine light is out? It's a slap in the face. I wonder if your face hurts, senior? At this moment, the Crimson Dragon, Fatty Luo, and Dufei mocked to their heart's content. Previously, they had been angered by the other party and couldn't fight back at all. Now that Lin Xian had cut out the divine light, they could finally hold their heads high. Hearing the other party's mockery, Tuoba Yulong's face was extremely gloomy. He was so angry that his whole body trembled. As the elder of the Tuoba family and a powerful seeker spirit master, he had never been mocked like this. He had indeed made a slip of the tongue and said that it was a useless rock. Then, the other party cut out the divine light, giving these people something to use against him. It made him extremely uncomfortable. However, he still snorted coldly. What are you so proud of? It's just a light. Do you really think that this kid's thing can compare to my mutated divine crystal? How ridiculous. That's right. At most, it's just a supreme grade substandard divine crystal. How can it compare to the thing our elder cut out? Tuobayi also snorted coldly. Humph, whether you can cut it out or not, you're going to lose this competition. The Thousand Thunder Saint also gritted his teeth. These people all had a glimmer of hope in their hearts. They thought that Lin Xian was no match for Tuoba Yulong at all. But gradually, they stopped talking, and their faces became even more unsightly than before. Because the stone in Lin Xian's hand was shining more and more brightly, like a rainbow bridge surrounding it. In fact, there was even a fragrance wafting out, causing one to be intoxicated by it. How magical. I feel my blood boiling. More than that. I even feel that I'm about to break through my cultivation bottleneck. Why do I feel that my body is full of vitality? Even the older generation figures, who were living fossils, were puzzled. What is this? Could it be that it's not a treasure like a divine crystal? For a moment, everyone was extremely puzzled. They all stared at the strange stone in Lin Xian's hand. The surface of the strange stone in Lin Xian's hand fell off, and the light became brighter and brighter, forming a seven-colored rainbow bridge that circled around him. Not only that, but there was also a strange fragrance lingering in the air, causing the crowd to be extremely confused. At this moment, even those living fossil-level old men became excited. Lin Xian's expression was even more solemn. He knew that he might have gotten something incredible this time. Not daring to be careless in the slightest, he activated his martial Dao Heavenly Eye while using his other hand as a blade to carefully slice the air. As more and more layers of stone fell off, the treasures within were about to be completely revealed to the crowd. At this moment, Lin Ruoxuan frowned. He quickly said, Ruzalong, quickly set up a formation to seal the entire space. This thing is trying to escape. What? Trying to escape? Could it be a living creature? Everyone was shocked. As for the older generation figures and living fossil elders, their expressions all changed. Even Tuoba Yulong had a look of horror on his face. They were not ordinary people. Naturally, they had heard of the legends of these strange stones. One of the most dangerous types was that a living creature could be found after being cut out. This was definitely a major event that would shock the world. Even those living fossil-level old men had solemn expressions as they prepared to make a move. After hearing this, the Crimson Dragon waved its dragon claws even more. Immediately, countless spiritual runes flickered, forming a formation that completely enveloped Lin Xian and the strange stone in his hand. Not only that, he also released a strange power that surrounded the strange stone to prevent it from escaping. Lin Xian also used the dragon sword domain to envelop the surroundings. His fingers were like lightning, constantly cutting down. Finally, all the layers of stone fell off, and the light became even brighter, and the fragrance became even more overwhelming. Buzz, the ball of light finally moved, turning into a bolt of lightning and instantly escaping into the distance. Buzz, fortunately, there was the sealing formation set up by the Crimson Dragon and Lin Xian's dragon sword domain. The light directly collided with a barrier, causing a nameless vibration. The void vibrated, and countless runes flickered, making everyone unable to open their eyes. What exactly is that thing? How can it be so powerful? Could it really be a living creature? At this moment, Tuoba Yulong's eyes glowed with purple light, like two bolts of purple lightning, staring at the sky. Not only him, but those living fossil-level old men's eyes were also as sharp as rainbows. Because they wanted to confirm whether it was a living creature or not. If it really was a living creature, then there would probably be a huge change. But fortunately, they all heaved a sigh of relief in the next moment. Because they realized that it was not what they had imagined. The living fossil elders heaved a sigh of relief, but Tuoba Yulong's expression was extremely ugly. Although it wasn't a living creature, it was still a very mysterious thing. The preciousness of this kind of thing made him extremely shocked. He was afraid that his mutated divine crystal had met its match. Seeing that the other party wanted to escape, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Countless sword chi revolved in the dragon sword domain, forming two large azure dragon hands that grabbed forward. The azure dragon hands emitted a hazy light and caught the ball of light, bringing it back to Lin Xian. Humph, with a cold snort, Lin Xian's eyes were like lightning. His martial Dao heavenly eye released dazzling runes and stared at the ball of light. Then, he waved his hand, and the ball of light was immediately exposed in front of everyone. What is it? Everyone was curious. They all craned their necks and looked forward. Even the Crimson Dragon, Fatty Luo, Du Fei, and the Thousand Thunder Saint on the opposite side all looked over. In the next moment, they were extremely shocked. A spirit herb. It's actually a spirit herb. An expert exclaimed, extremely excited. That's right, that ball of light, which was the treasure that Lin Xian had cut out, was a spirit herb. It was only the size of a palm, and it was a brown spirit herb with roots, branches, and leaves. However, it did not seem complete. It was only a part. However, even with that being the case, the fragrance that was emitted was still extremely intoxicating. Because this was not an ordinary spirit herb, but an ancient spirit herb that had already gone extinct. Could it be the legendary turtle spirit herb? An elder's voice trembled with excitement. What? Turtle spirit herb? What's that? The young disciples did not know what it was because this herb had long gone extinct. As for those living fossils of the older generation, they were indeed very excited. That's right, it's turtle spirit herb. I've seen it in an ancient book before. Legend has it that this herb can increase a martial artist's lifespan. It's a kind of immortal medicine. What? It can increase one's lifespan. Everyone was shocked. A martial artist's lifespan was generally linked to their cultivation base. In other words, the higher their cultivation base, the longer their lifespan. But no matter how long it was, there was a limit. For example, the few living fossil-level old men in the field had already lived for more than 3,000 years. Their lifespan didn't have many years left. Perhaps they still had 10 or 20 years, but it wouldn't be much longer. But now, a spirit medicine that could increase their lifespan had appeared in front of them. This was absolutely a huge opportunity. Lin Xian was also extremely shocked when he heard this. Although he had refined pills that could increase a person's lifespan on the martial heaven continent, those pills were only useful to people below the king level. To these old monsters at the king realm, it was completely useless. But now, the spirit medicine in his hand was actually useful to these living fossils of the older generation. How could they not go crazy? With this spirit medicine and a powerful alchemist, perhaps they really could refine a peerless divine pill that could increase their lifespan. So even Tuoba Yulong, who had a deep relationship with Lin Xian, was extremely excited. He was also incomparably old and probably didn't have many more years to live. But Lin Xian had actually managed to obtain such a peerless spirit medicine. That made him extremely jealous. Why? Why wasn't I the one who obtained such an immortal medicine? Tuoba Yulong's entire body was twisted. As for the living fossils, they looked at Lin Xian with shining eyes. Kid, are you selling this turtle spirit grass? I'll pay 3 divine crystals. What do you think? What? 3 divine crystals? Everyone was shocked, their mouths twitching. This was truly extravagant. 3 divine crystals in one go. One had to know that a single divine crystal was enough to cause a huge commotion. But now, someone was actually using 3 divine crystals to buy a single herb. Lin Xian was also extremely excited. It seemed he had really made a killing this time. However, he still said, "Seniors, it's not that I don't want to sell it, but my bet with the Tuoba family hasn't been completed yet." "What's the point of betting? You've already won," said one of the living fossils impatiently. "That's right." The other elders also agreed. Divine crystals have a price, but spiritual herbs are priceless. Moreover, this is a spiritual medicine that can prolong one's lifespan. It far surpasses that mutated divine crystal. Hearing this, the crowd burst into an uproar. On the other side, Tuoba Yulong was trembling with anger. He even coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Elder! Senior!" Seeing this, Tuoba Yi, the unfettered saint, and the others hurriedly went to support Tuoba Yulong. They kept consoling Tuoba Yulong so that he wouldn't be angered to death by the situation before him. The 10,000 Thunder Saint also froze on the spot, as if he had been struck by lightning. His face was terrifyingly gloomy. Lost, he actually lost. To be honest, he never thought that he would actually lose. After all, they had the extremely powerful Tuoba Yulong on their side. Furthermore, the other party had even taken out a mutated divine crystal, which had made him think that his side would definitely win. But he didn't expect that the kid in front of him would actually cut out an even more precious elixir of immortality. He had turned the tables around and won. This was unacceptable to him. After all, he hadn't only lost face this time, but also his weapon, the 10,000 lightning hammer. That was his weapon. Now that he had lost to his opponent, his heart was bleeding. Lin Xian had actually won. Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it. Before this, they had never thought that the winner of this bet would be Lin Xian. Tuoba Yulong was too famous. No one had ever thought that he would lose. However, Lin Xian was even stronger and more skillful. He had actually cut out an elixir of immortality that shocked everyone. The 10,000 Thunder Saints' face darkened at this result. Even Tuoba Yulong was so angry that he coughed up blood. However, the situation on Lin Xian's side was very different. He was surrounded by several living fossils of the older generation. They were all bidding to buy the elixir of immortality in his hand. "Kid, I'll pay 4 divine crystals. How about you sell it to me?" This old man was wearing an ancient robe and his teeth were almost all gone. However, his eyes were brighter than lightning at this moment. Lin Xian knew that this was definitely an extremely terrifying old man. On the other side, someone offered an even higher price. "I'll pay 5 divine crystals." Everyone was stunned when they heard this price. They couldn't believe that these people were actually bidding with divine crystals as the base price. After a round of bidding, the elixir of immortality was finally won by an old man. He was the old man who had agreed to pawn Fatty Luo's silver token. At the same time, he was also an elder of the Wavering Light sacred land behind the stone gambling meet. This time, he had used 6 divine crystals, a top-notch earth-grade cultivation technique, and returned the silver token to obtain the turtle spirit herb in Lin Xian's possession. Lin Xian agreed to this condition without hesitation. This condition was so generous that he couldn't refuse it. The surrounding people were even more shocked. All eyes fell on Lin Xian. They didn't even try to hide the greed in their eyes. It couldn't be helped. 6 divine crystals. A top-notch earth-grade cultivation technique was really coveted. Lin Xian was shocked when he sensed the gazes around him. He knew that many people had their eyes on him this time. Lin Xian took a deep breath and put away the items he had obtained. At the same time, he returned the silver token to Fatty Luo. Then, he looked at Tuoba Yulong and the others again. He. "Thank you for letting me win, Senior Tuoba." Lin Xian laughed heartily. Then, he turned his gaze to the myriad lightning sage. He. "Thank you for your myriad lightning hammer. I'll accept it without hesitation." With that, he waved his hand and summoned the myriad lightning hammer to his side. Everyone gasped when they saw this scene. The fire in their eyes became even more obvious. The myriad lightning hammer was a mid-grade earth-grade treasure. This was definitely a treasure that could tempt most people. Lin Xian naturally knew this as well. He already had 6 divine crystals and a top-notch earth-grade cultivation technique on him. Many people probably wanted to kill him. If he took the myriad lightning hammer now, these people would definitely not let him off. Therefore, he grinned at Fatty Luo and Du Fei and said, "I'll give you this myriad lightning hammer. What do you think?" "Really? Thank you, Brother Lin." Fatty Luo laughed heartily and accepted it right away. Du Fei also said loudly, "The myriad lightning hammer already belongs to the two of us. Anyone who dares to have any ideas about it should think about our backgrounds first. Also, Myriad Lightning Sage, if the Myriad Lightning sect is unconvinced, feel free to look for us. The 10 villains will accompany you to the end. Holy Son of the Thousand Thunder sect, feel free to look for us if you don't agree. We, the 10 villains, will accompany you to the end." The two of them naturally knew what Lin Xian meant. If Lin Xian held on to such a precious treasure, he would definitely be targeted by others. Moreover, the Thousand Thunder sect would not let Lin Xian go. However, it was different in their hands. They had the 10 villains behind them. If anyone wanted to touch them, they would have to consider whether they could bear the revenge of the 10 villains. Seeing this scene, the crowd fell silent. Many of them even shook their heads and sighed. Indeed, Fatty Luo and Du Fei's identities were too sensitive. They were the descendants of the 10 villains. Who would dare to provoke them? Therefore, many people gave up on the idea of using the Thousand Thunder Hammer. However, the Holy Son of the Thousand Thunder sect was gnashing his teeth. It seemed that he would not give up so easily. "Junior, I'll remember you. I'll make you pay 100-fold for what you did today," Tuoba Yulong said through gritted teeth. He was still very angry even now. "I'll be waiting for you, Senior. I hope you'll prepare more for the next bet. It's really not enough this time." Lin Xian shrugged, not caring at all. The next time they met, he would definitely be more powerful. Therefore, he was not afraid of them at all. Soon, the Tuoba family, the Holy Son of the Thousand Thunder sect, and the others gritted their teeth and left. The reason for that was because they simply did not have the face to continue staying there. However, before they left, Tuoba Yulong and the Holy Son of the Thousand Thunder sect's cold eyes made them shudder with fear. Even Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It seemed that he should be careful to prevent the other party from plotting against him. Next, Lin Xian and the others also left. This time, they did not make any more moves. The previous bet had made them famous, and at the same time, they had obtained great returns. Therefore, Lin Xian did not plan to make any more moves to avoid being targeted. Moreover, there was another reason. He wanted to start looking for the young man called Hongyu. This was because he still had to complete the sex mission. Lin Xian felt that it might be difficult to find such a young man in the vast sea of people. However, half a day later, he discovered that it seemed that it was not difficult at all to find him. This was because another bet had taken place in the sacred hall, and it was a huge one. It did not lose out to Lin Xian's bet. Suddenly, the entire sacred hall was in an uproar again. Countless warriors gathered in front of them. Lin Xian and the others were curious and asked around. There were actually people betting in the 6th region. Moreover, one of the people who made the bet shocked Lin Xian. His name was Hongyu. Could it be him? Lin Xian was tempted. "Let's go take a look," he said to the Crimson Dragon, Fatty Luo, Du Fei, and the others. Fatty Luo, Crimson Dragon, and the others were all people who loved to join in on the fun, so they all came to the 6th zone excitedly. There was a sea of people in the 6th zone. It was not inferior to the scene of Lin Xian's bet at all. Lin Xian and the others were all experts, so they could see the situation clearly even without standing at the front. There were two figures standing there. One of them was a young man with red lips, white teeth, and delicate features. He was only 15 or 16 years old. Hongyu, it should be him. Lin Xian's eyes lit up when he saw the young man. He had finally found the target that the sect had given him. Of course, he did not go forward or greet him. His mission was very simple. He only needed to observe him silently and record everything about him. In front of Hongyu was a group of people. The one at the front was an old man. He was dressed in a Taoist robe and had the demeanor of an immortal. His eyes flashed with a sharp light. Beside him stood a handsome young man in a colorful robe. He exuded a supreme aura. He was the 5 Elements Saint of the 5 Elements sect. The old man was also a very famous seeker spirit master. His strength was not much weaker than Tuoba Yulong's. It was another young seeker spirit master gambling with a powerful figure of the older generation. This naturally attracted everyone's attention. And this time, the young man was even younger. He was only 15 or 16 years old. He was even younger than Lin Xian by 5 or 6 years. Therefore, this attracted even more attention. That handsome young man, Hong Yu, was indeed extraordinary. His eyes emitted a strange red light. In fact, there were even strange Dao runes appearing in his eyes. Those eyes? In the crowd, a few living fossils of the elders had solemn expressions. They seemed to have thought of something, but they were not too sure. Lin Xian's expression was also very solemn. He did not know what kind of eye technique Hong Yu's eyes used. But based on his instincts and martial path celestial eye, he knew that Hong Yu's eye technique must be very powerful. It might not be weaker than his martial path celestial eye. No wonder the sect wants to investigate this young man. What a powerful eye technique. Lin Xian was shocked as he observed. On the other side, there were also 2 figures standing outside the crowd. Both of them were wearing large black robes that completely covered their bodies. However, one could vaguely see that one was a handsome young man and the other was a tall middle-aged man. These 2 were the mysterious people who often appeared. But no one had expected them to come to the sacred palace. The tall middle-aged man looked at the intense gambling in front of him and a smile appeared on his face. Is that your younger brother? Not bad. He already has such an eye technique at such a young age. The handsome youth nodded slightly. Indeed, I did not expect him to improve so quickly. But it's not enough. Our time is limited. We cannot wait too long. We must let him grow faster. At the end, the handsome youth's expression turned cold. Are you really going to attack him? He's your younger brother. The tall middle-aged man smiled. I wonder if you can do it. So what if he's my younger brother? Compared to power, everything else is fleeting clouds. The handsome youth's voice was cold. It was bone-chilling like a cold wind. The 2 of them were communicating through voice transmission. Since they were standing in a remote area, no one noticed them. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on the young man and the pale old man. Because the gambling between the 2 of them was too exciting. Hong Yu's eyes emitted a red light. With a shocking Dao pattern, he quickly scanned the strange stones and chose one. On the other side, the old man that the 5 Elements Saint had invited was also extraordinary. He was an extremely famous seeker spirit master. His eyes also emitted a bright light. Not only that, but he was also proficient in an extremely powerful seeker spirit technique. As he waved his old fingers, runes flashed like a miracle. In the end, both of them chose treasures. Divine light overflowed and fragrance filled the air. It was like a rainbow. However, in the end, Hong Yu's item was better, and he won the final victory. This result caused everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. The 5 Elements Saint and the martial artists from the 5-star sect all looked gloomy. To be honest, they did not believe that the seeker spirit master they had invited would lose to a young man. This was really too surprising. How could this be? The 5 Elements Saint's face darkened. The seeker spirit master he had invited also sighed. I'm useless. That young man's eye technique is too strange. I didn't lose unjustly this time. What? You're saying that his victory was not a fluke? The 5 Elements Saint was even more surprised. He had originally thought that the other party was just lucky and had won. But now, it seemed that this was not the case. Could that young man really have a pair of godly eyes? Could he see through everything? On the other side, Lin Xian was also extremely shocked. This result was also beyond his expectations. He did not expect that young man called Hong Yu to be so powerful. It seemed that he was not weaker than him. At the same time, what made him even more confused was what the sect wanted to do to this young man. This was because he now knew that Danzong was hiding a huge secret. He did not know what those people were plotting. Now that this strange young man had a connection with Danzong, Lin Xian felt even more uneasy. He had a vague feeling that Danzong might do something crazy in the near future. However, he could not figure out what it was, so he could only wait patiently. At least, if Danzong's secret was revealed to the world, then he would have an explanation to the Niwa of Gojoseon. Only then could the 10,000 beast ding truly become his weapon and be used by him. Otherwise, if Danzong's secret was kept hidden, the 10,000 beast ding might leave him one day. Behind them, the handsome young man and the tall middle-aged man laughed when they saw the scene. Then, the two of them looked at each other. The show is over. Looks like it's time for us to make a move. The handsome young man sneered. Haha, my sword has been thirsty for a long time. The tall middle-aged man's eyes flashed with madness. In the next moment, the two of them disappeared like ghosts. Similarly, no one noticed this scene. That was because they were still in shock from Han Yu's victory. But soon, everyone was shocked. Even Lin Xian was shocked. Because there was a sudden uproar in the 10th district of the temple. Terrifying energy swept out in all directions. Who dares to attack in the temple? You're courting death. A furious roar rang out, containing an extremely terrifying power. Even the living fossils were frowning. As for the surrounding crowd, they were all extremely shocked. They did not dare to believe their eyes. Someone actually dares to make a move here? Don't they want to live anymore? That's right. The sacred temple is an ancient ruin. Moreover, there are countless experts here. There are even living fossil-like existences here. How would those people dare to make a move? No matter who did it, he's dead for sure. The Yaoguang Holy Land and the Gu clan are behind the sacred hall. One was a peerless holy land, and the other was the desolate ancient world. With such terrifying strength, who would dare to provoke him? Everyone quickly discussed among themselves. They all believed that no matter who it was, they would definitely die. But the result was out of everyone's expectations. Because that energy riot was not immediately suppressed. Instead, it became more and more intense. Even when they were standing in the 6th district, they could feel it. What? Who is it that possesses such terrifying energy now? Dare to make a move in the temple? It's over. I'm afraid something big is going to happen. Everyone was shocked. While Lin Xian's brows were also tightly knitted. He operated his martial Dao Heavenly Eye. His gaze was like lightning as he directly looked ahead. Under the effect of the martial Dao Heavenly Eye, Lin Xian could see that the 10th district was currently in the midst of a terrifying energy frenzy. Not only that, what made him even more shocked was that he saw an illusory large hand blotting out the sky and covering the earth. It was grabbing towards the few most precious wondrous stones in the 10th district. This made him even more shocked. The 10th district was the last district in the temple. The wondrous stones contained within were absolutely incomparably precious. There were even stones transported from the primordial ancient mine, this kind of forbidden land. One piece was enough to match all the stones in the other districts, but now, someone actually made a move on this kind of stone. It was seriously too shocking. Damn, this is a real fierce person. He actually dares to make a move here. Fatty Luo's face was also filled with shock. I dare to bet that no matter who it is, the person who makes a move will definitely shock the entire eastern wilderness. Du Fei's mouth was also agape. The Crimson Dragon's face was filled with suspicion. He stared at the two of them and said, Damn, don't tell me your elders made a move? You mean the 10 villains? Lin Xian's eyelids twitched. To be honest, in the entire eastern wasteland, perhaps only the 10 great villains had such strength and audacity. Hearing this, Fatty Luo and Du Fei's bodies trembled. They hurriedly shook their heads. Are you kidding? It definitely wasn't my grandfather who did it. Indeed, it wasn't. Brother Lin, you don't know. If it was my grandfather and the others, they wouldn't make a move like this. They would directly smash this temple and rob it. Du Fei also shook his head. Lin Xian, Crimson Dragon, the two of them were speechless. Alright, it seemed that they had underestimated the 10 villains. But if it wasn't the 10 villains, who could it be? Just as they were thinking, the situation in front of them changed. The illusory hand was extremely terrifying. It directly slapped away the surrounding powerful guards and grabbed 3 of the strange stones. These 3 stones were all transported from the Primordium ancient mine. Damn it, stop it. Angry roars rang out one after another. the bodyguards around them were too aggrieved. This was because the 10th district was filled with strange stones, and each of them was extremely precious. They didn't dare to use their full strength at all. Otherwise, the energy would destroy the entire 10th district, and those strange stones would no longer exist. They couldn't bear the consequences, so they could only attack within a controlled range. But this way, their strength would be much weaker. But the illusory hand didn't care at all. It exploded with all its power. That was why it forced them to retreat. This scene caused everyone to be shocked. Some of the living fossil elders also made a move. Their power was extremely terrifying, but they controlled it so precisely that not a single stone was damaged. The shocking energy surged forward like a tidal wave. However, the illusory hand was even faster. It grabbed the 3 strange stones transported from the Primordium ancient mine and retreated in an instant. It didn't bother them at all. It seemed that the other party's goal was very obvious. It was these stones transported from the Primordium ancient mine. Damn it. Team 1, seal the 10th district. Team 2, Team 3, and Team 5, chase after the enemy. The other teams, stay in the temple to maintain order. If anyone dares to move, kill without mercy. At this moment, an old and cold voice sounded, instantly enveloping the entire temple. Then, powerful martial artists in black armor rushed out like a flood. Some sealed the 10th district, while others chased after them. However, most of them quickly spread throughout the sacred hall. These people exuded a cold murderous aura. If anyone dared to act rashly, they would definitely attack without mercy. Seeing this scene, everyone's scalp went numb. They did not dare to move. Now, they knew that something shocking had happened. If anyone dared to move, the consequences would be dire. However, more people rose into the air, left the sacred hall, and chased outside. This was because they also wanted to see who was so daring to make a move here. Let them go. At this moment, the cold and old voice sounded again. The surrounding enforcement team did not stop the dancers who were leaving. This was because there were too many wonder stones in the sacred hall. Even the wavering light sacred land and the Gu family would not want to fight in the sacred hall. Therefore, they also hoped that these martial artists would leave. Soon, all the martial artists had left the sacred hall. The entire holy temple was sealed by a few living fossils of the elders with great magic power. Even if an almighty came, he would not be able to break it. At the same time, another 3 enforcement teams quickly left the sacred hall and chased after the dancers. Lin Xian and the others naturally followed the crowd and left the sacred hall. Not only that, not long after they left, they saw an intense battle. As the top forces, the wavering light sacred land and the Gu family naturally had terrifying martial artists. These enforcement teams were extremely powerful. At this moment, they attacked with all their might and soon fought with those who had snatched the wonder stones. However, those who had snatched the wonder stones seemed to be even more powerful. Therefore, dozens of enforcement team members died very quickly. Their bodies exploded and turned into a bloody mist. It was very tragic. Seal. With a long howl, the 3 fossil-level old men flew out and attacked. In the sky, Tao inscriptions appeared and rays of light filled the sky. In an instant, the entire void was sealed. In fact, even Lin Xian was able to sense the energy. Damn. What is the meaning of this? Even we are sealed together. The Crimson Dragon frowned. As an array expert, he could naturally feel the difference in the surrounding space. Evidently, not only had those living fossil elders sealed the place where the battle had taken place, but they had also sealed all of them in this space. Not only the Crimson Dragon, but the surrounding martial artists also noticed this, causing an uproar and panic. What do you mean? Why did you seal the space? That's right, why won't you let us leave? You've gone too far. Everyone roared. At this moment, an old man in the sky said coldly, "Everyone, please don't be alarmed. We are only eliminating the culprit. As long as we can confirm or capture the person who did it, we will let you go. However, during this period of time, I hope that you all will obediently stand here and not move. Otherwise, we will treat you all as enemies and kill you all." Hearing this, everyone felt their scalps go numb, and despair filled their faces. From the looks of it, the other party would not let them go until they found the murderer. Damn it, who did it? Everyone gritted their teeth. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. Now that he couldn't leave, he could only look ahead and carefully observe the battle. After all, this kind of battle between experts was very attractive to him. In front of him, countless experts gathered. On the side of the law enforcement team, many king domains shrouded the area. Every domain was extremely terrifying and full of power. However, in the chaos of the storm, a purple saber light suddenly lit up. Demonic chi surged, and the purple saber light was thousands of feet long. As soon as it appeared, it brought with it a terrifying energy that spread in all directions. Suddenly, the surrounding martial artists and those who were watching the battle from afar trembled, and a trace of fear appeared in their eyes. What a terrifying saber light! Who is it? Many experts exclaimed because they realized that the purple saber light was too powerful. Even Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He even felt the threat of death from the saber light. In front of him, the purple saber light that was thousands of feet long was surrounded by countless runes. It was like a long purple river, surging and roaring. As the saber slashed down, dozens of king domains were instantly split in half. The originally bright light also quickly dimmed. Not only that, the king domain experts of the law enforcement team vomited large mouthfuls of blood, and their faces turned pale. What? So powerful. He split so many king domains with one saber? Seeing the king domain experts, even the martial artists of the Yaoguang sacred land and the Gu family looked grave. The strength of the other party was beyond their expectations. Damn it, who are you? How dare you attack us? Aren't you afraid of being hunted down by the Yaoguang sacred land and the Gu family? A middle-aged man in black armor stood in the sky and shouted coldly. Humph, cut the crap. Since we dare to attack you, we naturally won't be afraid of you. I advise you old fellows to release the seal quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. An extremely arrogant voice came from the front. Humph, you are trapped by our elders, and you still want to escape? You must be dreaming. The living fossil elders are indeed powerful, but their energy is limited. Every time they attack, they consume their lifespan. I don't believe that you are willing to let them attack continuously. I'm afraid that even the clan of the ancients and the peerless sacred lands can't afford to lose a living fossil elder. The voice in front of them sounded again, and it didn't seem to be nervous. Damn it! Damn it! On the side of the sacred palace, many of them had ugly expressions. The reason for that was because what he said was correct. The spatial seal was created by the joint efforts of several living fossil elders. However, those elders didn't have much lifespan left. Every time they attacked, they consumed their energy. The other party knew it very well, and it was obvious that they had come prepared. Humph, it's okay. We won't attack. We'll just use the seal. It won't consume much energy. One of the living fossil elders said coldly. His teeth were almost falling out, but his eyes were sharper than a blade. The surrounding people held their breaths and observed carefully. Lin Xian frowned and asked softly, living fossils can't be attacked easily? To be honest, he didn't know about this before. On the side, the Crimson Dragon explained, indeed, we can't attack casually. At their age, I'm afraid they won't live for more than a few years. Their lives are supported by their own energy. Attacking rashly will consume their energy and their lifespan. Back then, I even saw a living fossil elder of a sacred ground fight with his full strength. Although he won in the end, he exhausted his lifespan and couldn't come back to life. That's true. These living fossils usually don't attack. They only exist as a deterrent. Fatty Luo and Dufei also explained in a low voice. I see. Lin Xian nodded to show that he understood. It seemed that the people who attacked this time had calculated this point, which was why they robbed the sacred palace. However, the sacred palace was backed by the sacred ground and the clan of the ancients. Therefore, even if these living fossil elders didn't attack, the remaining people were still extremely powerful. For example, the captain of the law enforcement team in black armor. At this moment, he stepped forward, his body emitting a black light. He held a black spear in his hand, which was like a spear from the demonic realm and filled with terrifying energy. As he thrust his spear forward, the sky was filled with black spear lights, which were like countless black streams of light that completely covered the sky. Six-star king? Let me play with you. The arrogant voice sounded across, and then a figure appeared. The figure was extremely tall, but his entire body was covered in a black robe, so it was impossible to see his true appearance. Even when Lin Xian used his martial Dao Heavenly Eye to observe him, he found that there was a layer of mysterious energy on his body that blocked all probing. That towering figure stood in the void like a demonic god. In the face of the black spear lights that covered the sky, he still didn't move, like a pine tree. However, when the black spear lights were less than 100 meters away from him, the tall figure finally moved. He waved his hand, and a purple beast claw quickly formed in the sky. It was dark like a mass of purple fog, completely covering the sky. Accompanying it were thunder, lightning, and strong winds. Boom, as the tall man moved, the huge purple claw quickly descended. Immediately, the surrounding lightning intertwined, forming a terrifying scene. The scene was so terrifying that the entire sky was instantly torn apart. A violent aura swept out in all directions, causing everyone to tremble. The beast claw swept across the sky, covering the sky and the earth, and collided with the black spear shadows. Boom, in an instant, the purple beast claw shattered a large area of black spear lights. Not only that, the beast claw attacked the captain of the law enforcement team at an even faster speed. Sweep the world. The law enforcement captain's pupils shrank. He did not expect the purple beast claw to be so terrifying that it could shatter his spear light. With a furious roar, he held the black spear with both hands and swept it out in front of him. At this moment, the black spear seemed to have turned into a black dragon as it rapidly rolled around. The powerful aura made everyone tremble. How terrifying! In the crowd, Lin Xian also exclaimed. Runes flashed in his martial Dao Heavenly Eye. He quickly stared at every detail. A battle of this level was very valuable to him. In the distance, the black spear rolled, producing an extremely terrifying black light. In the next moment, it suddenly erupted and swept forward. Suddenly, the space in front of him turned completely black. Every inch of the void was filled with the power of the black spear. This was the full power attack of a six-star king, and it was terrifying to the extreme. Boom, another earth-shattering sound rang out, but the result was out of everyone's expectations. The purple beast claw mercilessly slammed down, instantly destroying the black torrent. Not only that, the terrifying purple beast claw had an unparalleled destructive power as if it could destroy everything. In an instant, the law enforcement captain was sent flying. Puff, the law enforcement captain's entire body was trembling, and the black armor on his body was full of cracks. Blood immediately splattered in the sky. Everyone was stunned and could not believe it. In particular, the members of the sacred palace were even more terrified. They knew the strength of the law enforcement captain. He was not a six-star king, but extremely powerful. It was difficult to find a match for him under the Almighty. However, now, he was seriously injured by a single claw. It was hard to imagine how powerful that purple beast claw was. Impossible, who are you? On the sacred palace's side, countless experts shouted coldly. In the distant crowd, everyone also exclaimed, damn it, this power? Is he an almighty? What? An almighty? After Lin Xian heard it, he was also extremely shocked. He had seen the power of an almighty. Previously, he had met 5 almighties in Feng Mountain. The power of those people could be said to be monstrous. They could destroy everything with a raise of their hand. In front of him, although he could not see the true cultivation aura of the tall mysterious person, he was able to seriously injure a six-star king with a single palm. Perhaps only an almighty could do that. Humph, I said, you guys are not enough. Hurry up and release the seal, and everyone will be safe. Otherwise, don't blame me for starting a massacre. The tall mysterious figure said coldly. At this moment, he was standing in the void, surrounded by a terrifying aura, and a purple beast claw was floating above his head. He was like a god fiend, extremely terrifying. Humph, so what if you are an almighty? How dare you touch the things of the sacred palace? No one can save you today. On the sacred palace's side, everyone roared angrily. Indeed, so what if he was an almighty? The sacred palace was formed by the wavering light sacred land and the clan of the ancients. Their foundation was not something that ordinary people could imagine. Therefore, very soon, an expert walked out. You just behaved atrociously in the sacred palace, so you can stay here today. This time an old man walked out. His hair was white, and his entire body was filled with blood. He was not an old man at the level of a living fossil, but he was still an elder. At this moment, as he walked, the entire void was strangely distorted, as if it could not withstand his power. An almighty! Everyone exclaimed, their scalps tingling. Only an almighty could have such terrifying power. As expected of the sacred palace, it was extremely terrifying. They had sent out an almighty so quickly. An almighty? However, the mysterious figure sneered and continued to move the purple beast claw above his head, slamming it down quickly. The void was torn apart, and the demonic aura was tumbling. The purple beast claw was like a dark cloud, covering the sky and earth as it fell mercilessly. Petty tricks. Watch me break you. The almighty old man snorted, and suddenly, a violent force of wind and thunder appeared behind him. Instantly, the area within a radius of dozens of miles turned into a space of wind and thunder. The violent force of thunder and lightning raged in the air, forming a powerful energy that was extremely shocking. The huge space of wind and thunder completely enveloped the mysterious figure. Wind and thunder territory. That's right, this was the Almighty's territory. At this moment, the Almighty's wind and thunder territory was extremely powerful. It was as if the god of thunder could dominate the entire space. At the back, although Lin Xian and the others were not enveloped by the wind and thunder territory, the aftershocks that were emitted were enough to shock them. One could imagine how terrifying the power of the mysterious figure who was in the wind and thunder territory would be. Behind them, Lin Xian and the others were not enveloped by the wind-lightning domain, but the shockwaves that were emitted were enough to shock them. One could only imagine how terrifying the power of the mysterious person in the wind-lightning domain would be. Humph, you're dead in my wind-lightning domain. There's no way out. The Sacred Hall Elder snorted. Then, he waved his hand. Immediately, countless bolts of lightning and wind in the sky turned into a terrifying energy attack that shot towards the mysterious person. Meanwhile, the mysterious figure wielded his purple beast claw and slammed it in all directions. Waves of energy collided, bursting out a terrifying black hole that flickered. The entire wind-lightning domain was howling. In the wind-lightning domain of the Sacred Hall Elder, the mysterious figure's strength was suppressed to a certain extent. Therefore, his purple beast claw was completely penetrated by the lightning after 30 moves. Countless gusts of wind turned into a 100-foot-long crescent-shaped blade that instantly shredded the purple beast claw into pieces. Seeing that the opponent's beast claw was destroyed, the Sacred Hall warriors immediately cheered. The people in the distance were also amazed. As expected of a mighty, his attack was so powerful that he could even destroy such a terrifying beast claw. However, Lin Xian frowned. Because through his martial Dao heavenly eye, he discovered that the mysterious figure did not seem to be anxious at all. In other words, the other party still had a trump card that he had not used. Mighty? What a good move. You deserve my full strength. The corners of the mysterious figure's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a sinister smile. My blade has been thirsty for a long time. I hope your blood can satisfy it. Humph, you're about to die, and you still dare to be so stubborn. The Sacred Hall Elder snorted coldly, his expression extremely cold. He did not believe that the other party could resist his wind-lightning domain. Opposite him, the tall figure waved his hand and grabbed the huge weapon on his back. Immediately, a huge long blade appeared in front of everyone. The long blade was as tall as a person, and it was dark purple in color. There were mysterious runes on it, like demonic runes. It was very strange. From afar, it looked like the scales of some kind of wild beast, emitting a cold purple light. Not only that, there were 2 yellowish-brown eyes at the tip of the blade, one on the left and one on the right. It was very mysterious. What kind of weapon is this? It's so weird. Everyone was shocked because they discovered that just by looking at that strange large blade, they felt a chill run through their bodies, as if they had been stabbed by a sharp blade. Even Lin Xian and the others narrowed their eyes. Because those two yellowish-brown eyes made him feel very uncomfortable, as if he was being stared at by a peerless beast. Damn it, what is this thing? It's so strange. Even Fatty Luo and Dufei had serious expressions on their faces. That purple broadsword was too evil, making everyone's hair stand on end. His appearance even caused the entire wind and thunder domain to tremble uneasily. Damn it, how is this possible? When the old man from the sacred temple saw this, his face turned ugly. He didn't expect his opponent's weapon to be so strange. Suppress him. With a cold snort, his entire body blossomed with resplendent light. Mysterious patterns revolved around him, and countless bolts of lightning surged. The entire wind and thunder domain burst out with dazzling light. Lei Chong. With an angry roar, the wind and thunder domain immediately spun rapidly. Endless bolts of lightning carried a violent wind, exploding with a powerful force that smashed towards the mysterious person in front. This attack mobilized the power of the entire wind and thunder domain, and it was extremely violent. In the sky, tens of thousands of bolts of lightning surged, each of them hundreds of feet long. They were like thunder dragons, roaring endlessly. Beside them, there were countless crescent-shaped wind blades that shone with starlight and were extremely sharp. Attacks that blotted out the sky and covered the earth quickly enveloped the tall figure. Haha, break for me. However, in the face of such a violent attack, the tall figure was not afraid at all. He even let out a cold laugh. He held the purple broadsword in his hand, then raised his arm and slashed down. Crack, like a mirror shattering, the shocking broadsword light was so fast that no one could see it clearly. However, the consequences of that were incomparably terrifying. The thunder dragon wind blades that filled the sky were instantly cut in half. Even the places that the blade light passed through were left with a vacuum. What? It was cut in half with one slash? How is this possible? Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. The warriors on the sacred hall's side were even more horrified. This time an almighty had made a move, and the attack was extremely terrifying. The other party was still able to cut it in half with one slash. It was unbelievable. D****, what kind of power is this? The sacred hall's almighty's pupils shrank, and his face turned ugly. He was very confident in his attack. This attack could kill anyone below the almighty level. Even among those of the same level, no one could easily withstand it. However, the other party had easily cut his attack apart with one slash. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed it at all. Next, take my attack. On the opposite side, the tall figure snorted coldly. At this moment, his black robe was fluttering without wind, shining with a black light like a flag. The purple broadsword in his hand was even more evil. The two yellowish-brown eyes seemed to come alive, and it was extremely strange. Not only that, the purple blade was extremely bright and indestructible. Slash. With a slash, the sharp blade instantly exuded an indescribable pressure and powerful force. The purple blade light carried with it thousands of rays of light, and there were even traces of mysterious Tao runes flowing around it. It was too terrifying. Just the aura alone was enough to make warriors tremble. The entire wind-thunder domain also trembled violently in an instant, and cracks even appeared in some places. Boom, in an instant, the purple blade light arrived in front of the sacred hall elder, and then suddenly fell. The situation was too terrifying. The sharp blade light could tear a person's soul apart, and it was suffocating. Even the people behind the old man from the sacred hall were forced to kneel on the ground by that power. The sharpness was not something they could withstand. The sacred hall elder's pupils shrank, and his scalp went numb. He did not expect the other party's power to be so terrifying. Even he was shocked by the slash. D****, block it for me. The slash was too fast, and the others could not react in time. He could only defend himself. With a wave of his hand, the wind-thunder domain around him quickly revolved, and countless lightning and wind blades quickly condensed in front of him. A huge shield appeared out of thin air and stood in front of him. The shield was completely composed of lightning and wind blades, and it emitted a blurry light as if it had traveled through time and space. On its surface, lines of runes crisscrossed. It was like a thunder mountain that stood in the void. This was one of the Sacred Hall Elder's strongest defenses, and even an almighty of the same level could not break it. Boom! Not long after the lightning shield was formed, the purple blade light quickly slashed down. The two collided, emitting a metallic sound. Terrifying sound waves spread in all directions like the roar of thousands of beasts. Suddenly, the surrounding void split open. Everyone felt their scalps go numb, and some even trembled. For a moment, countless people channeled their spiritual power to seal their ears. Otherwise, they would be killed by the sound. How terrifying! Lin Xian was shocked as well. Streaks of sword aura appeared around him, isolating him from the terrifying sound. Crimson Dragon, Fatty Luo, and Dufei did the same. Then, they looked ahead with palpitations. At the point of collision, a terrifying light and energy storm erupted. However, the incomparably powerful lightning shield was split in half at this moment. The terrifying purple blade light tore through heaven and earth, directly enveloping the temple elder. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked, especially those from the temple, who could not believe it. That was their almighty. He was actually injured by someone. Who was the other party? At this moment, everyone was in an uproar. The old man from the sacred hall was sent flying while coughing up blood. His bones kept cracking, and it was obvious that many parts of his body had been broken. On his chest, there was a terrifying knife wound. It almost split him in half. As the temple elder was sent flying, the terrifying wind and lightning domain disappeared in an instant. The surrounding people were dumbfounded when they saw the scene. Lin Xian was also extremely shocked. He did not expect the other party to be so powerful that he could even injure Almighty. What a terrifying blade. Lin Xian took a deep breath, and his martial path eye flickered. Elder! On the other side, the law enforcers cried out in alarm, and one by one, they went forward to support the elder. At this moment, a green domain the size of a house instantly enveloped the elder. The green domain emitted a hazy light, and then an ancient tree grew in the domain. Countless branches trembled and quickly wrapped around the injured old man. Then, a green light exploded, and a strong vitality quickly spread. The injured elder's body was also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Are you okay? A middle-aged woman quickly asked. I'm fine. Although I'm seriously injured, I won't lose my life. But you guys have to be careful. That guy is really too strong and too strange. With the nourishment of the ancient tree, the old man's injuries were much better. However, his eyes were still filled with dread. It was obvious that the previous slash had traumatized him. Hearing the old man's words, the surrounding powerhouses also looked solemn. However, there were also people who snorted coldly. No matter what, we have to take him down. Right, that's a wondrous stone transported from Origin Ancient Mine. We definitely can't lose it. Everyone, let's attack together. I don't believe that he can fight against so many of us. Sounds of discussion could be heard. Then, three mighty figures stood out with monstrous auras on their bodies. Apart from them, there were also 7 or 8 six-star kings. Such a lineup could be said to be extremely terrifying. The Sacred Palace's side didn't waste any time. They quickly unleashed their king's domains and charged forward. Wang, the old man from the Sacred Hall, had recovered quite a bit from his injuries. His body flickered as he once again deployed the domain of wind and thunder. In an instant, a spatial domain with a radius of dozens of miles enveloped the surroundings. Thunder and lightning spewed out, and a violent wind blew. The terrifying energy caused the entire void to collapse. Good timing. On the opposite side, the tall figure let out a long roar as endless purple light erupted from his body. The long saber in his hand was incomparably demonic. It was like a demonic beast as it let out a low roar. With a slash of the saber, it split the surrounding thunder and lightning. However, at this moment, another blue domain quickly enveloped the area. This domain was even more terrifying. As soon as it appeared, endless cold air filled the air. The sky was instantly frozen as snowflakes drifted down. Each snowflake could penetrate a king. Frost domain, this was also an almighty's domain. At this moment, it was unleashed with monstrous power. Just the aftermath alone caused a thick layer of ice to form on the bodies of the surrounding warriors. It was as if their entire bodies had been frozen into ice cubes. What a terrifying frost aura. As expected of an almighty. This king's domain was indeed powerful. Lin Xian was also shocked. Sword chi surrounded his body as it flickered, completely isolating the surrounding cold air. As for the martial path heavenly eye, it was activated to the extreme. His eyes were like two divine rainbows as he stared straight ahead. In front of him, the tall figure was frozen. This is a good opportunity. Let's attack together and kill him. With a cold roar, more than 10 kings attacked. There were even 3 almighties among them. The energy caused everyone to tremble. Humph. At this moment, the tall figure that was frozen let out a cold snort. Then, countless rays of light shot out from the ice. Each ray turned into a shocking purple saber light that instantly split open. Crack! 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 The ice on his body was instantly shattered into pieces. Not only that, but in front of him, 7 purple saber lights appeared in a row. Each of them was like a purple dragon that roared as it rushed forward. Boom! 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 The 7 sharp saber lights carried billowing demonic aura as they collided with the energy of more than 10 kings. The void completely split open as a vast ocean of energy surged out. A lot of energy swept toward the tall mysterious figure. The tall mysterious figure snorted coldly. His body swayed, turned into a purple light, and retreated. However, he soon frowned. Because at this moment, he was already enveloped by the ice domain. The surrounding ice caused his speed to decrease greatly. Therefore, it did not take long for him to be hit by the energy torrent. Boom, the violent energy exploded, and a figure was sent flying. Great! We hit him. The people from the sacred palace heaved a sigh of relief. With several people working together, they finally hit the other party. Moreover, with this energy, even almighties would be seriously injured or even killed if they were hit. It seemed that the other party would not be spared. However, in the next moment, their eyes widened as if they had seen a ghost. That was because the tall mysterious figure in front of them had indeed been blasted away. The black robe on his body had instantly turned to ashes. However, the other party's aura did not weaken. Instead, it became even stronger. What? How is this possible? Is he not injured? How is that possible? That kind of terrifying energy, even almighties would not be spared. How can he not be injured? Damn it, who can tell me what's going on? The atmosphere on the sacred palace's side was extremely solemn. The warriors who were watching from afar were all stunned. They did not expect that the tall mysterious figure would be so terrifying. Even their combined attacks could not hurt him. Lin Xian's pupils shrank as if he had been struck by lightning. End of chapter 1633. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.